Lineages of the Absolutist State. Perry Anderson. Contents. Cover. Title page. Foreword. Western Europe. 1. The Absolutist State in the West. 2. Class and State, Problems of Periodization. 3. Spain. 4. France. 5. England. 6. Italy. 7. Sweden. 2. Eastern Europe. 1. The Absolutist State in the East. 2. Nobility and Monarchy, the Eastern variant. 3. Prussia. 4. Poland. 5. Austria. 6. Russia. 7. The House of Islam. 3. Conclusions. 2 notes. A. Japanese feudalism. B. The Asiatic mode of production. Foreword. The object of this work is to attempt a comparative survey of the nature and development of the absolutist state in Europe. Its general character and limits as a reflection on the past are explained in the foreword to the study that precedes it. Point 1. Some specific remarks about the relationship of the inquiry undertaken in this volume to historical materialism may be added. Conceived as a Marxist study of absolutism, the work below is deliberately situated between two different planes of Marxist discourse, which normally lie at a considerable distance from each other. It has been a general phenomenon of the last decades that Marxist historians, the authors of a now impressive corpus of research, have not always been directly concerned with the theoretical questions of implications raised by their work. At the same time, Marxist philosophers, who have sought to clarify or solve the basic theoretical problems of historical materialism, have often done so at a considerable remove from the specific empirical issues posed by historians. An attempt has been made here to explore a mediate ground between the two. It is possible that it may serve only by negative example. At all events, the aim of this study is to examine European absolutism simultaneously in general and in particular, that is to say, both the pure structures of the absolutist state, which constitute it as a fundamental historical category, and the impure variants presented by the specific and diverse monarchies of post-medieval Europe. These two orders of reality are customarily separated by a major gap in much Marxist writing today. On the one hand, abstract general models are constructed, or presupposed, not only of the absolutist state, but equally of the bourgeois revolution or the capitalist state, without concern for their effective variations. On the other hand, concrete local cases are explored, without reference to their reciprocal implications and interconnections. The conventional dichotomy between these procedures derives, doubtless, from the widespread belief that an intelligible necessity only inhabits the broadest and most general trends in history, which operate so to speak above the multiple empirical circumstances of specific events and institutions, whose actual course or shape becomes by comparison largely the outcome of chance. Scientific laws, if the notion of them is accepted at all, are held to obtain only for universal categories. Singular objects are deemed the domain of the fortuitous. The practical consequences of this division are often to render general concepts, such as the absolutist state, the bourgeois revolution or the capitalist state, so remote from historical reality that they cease to have any explicative power at all, while particular studies, confined to delimited areas or periods, fail vice versa to develop or refine any global theory. The premise of this work is that there is no plumb line between necessity and contingency in historical explanation, dividing separate types of inquiry, long run versus short run, or abstract versus concrete, from each other. There is merely that which is known, established by historical research, and that which is not known. The latter may be either the mechanisms of single events or the laws of motion of whole structures. Both are equally amenable, in principle, to adequate knowledge of their causality. One of the main purposes of the study undertaken here is thus to try to hold together in tension two orders of reflection which have often been unwarrantably divorced in Marxist writing, weakening its capacity for rational and controllable theory in the domain of history. The actual scope of the study below is marked by three anomalies or discrepancies from orthodox treatments of the subject. The first of these is the much longer ancestry accorded to absolutism, implicit in the nature of the study that is the prologue to it. Secondly, within the bounds of the continent explored in these pages, Europe, a relatively systematic effort has been made to give equivalent and complementary treatment to its western and eastern zones, as was done in the preceding discussion of feudalism. This is not something that can be taken for granted. Although the division between Western and Eastern Europe is an intellectual commonplace, it has very rarely been the object of a direct and sustained historical reflection. The most recent vintage of serious works on European history has to some extent redressed the traditional geopolitical imbalance of Western historiography, with its characteristic neglect of the eastern half of the continent. But a reasonable balance of interest has still largely to be struck. Moreover, it is not so much a mere parity of coverage within the two regions that is needed, as a comparative explanation of their division, analysis of their differences, and account of the dynamic of their interconnections. The history of Eastern Europe is not merely a poorer copy of that of Western Europe, which can simply be added side by side to it, without affecting study of the latter. The development of the more backward regions of the continent casts an unwanted light on that of the more advanced regions, and often throws into relief novel problems within it, concealed by the limits of a purely Western introspection. Thus, contrary to normal practice, the vertical division of the continent between West and East is here taken throughout as a central organizing principle of the materials discussed. Within each zone, of course, major social and political variations have always existed, and these are contrasted and explored in their own right. The aim of this procedure is to suggest a regional typology that can help to clarify the divergent trajectories of the major absolutist states of both Eastern and Western Europe. Such a typology may serve to indicate, if only in outline, precisely the sort of intermediate conceptual plane that is so often missing between generic theoretical constructs and particular case histories, in studies of absolutism as of much else. Thirdly, and finally, the selection of the object of this study, the absolutist state, has determined a temporal articulation unlike that of the orthodox genres of historiography. The traditional frameworks of historical writing are either single countries or closed periods. The great majority of qualified research is conducted strictly within national bounds, and where a work exceeds these for an international perspective, it usually takes a delimited epoch as its frontiers. In either case, historical time normally seems to present no problem, whether in old-fashioned narrative studies or modern sociological studies. Events or institutions appear to bathe in a more or less continuous and homogeneous temporality. Although all historians are naturally aware that rates of change vary between different layers or sectors of society, convenience and custom usually dictate that the form of a work implies or conveys a chronological monism. That is to say, its materials are treated as if they share a common departure and common conclusion, spanned by a single stretch of time. In this study, there is no such uniform temporal medium, for the times of the major absolutisms of Europe, Eastern and Western, were, precisely, enormously diverse, and this diversity was itself constitutive of their respective nature as state systems. Spanish absolutism suffered its first great defeat in the late 16th century in the Netherlands, English absolutism was cut down in the mid-17th century, French absolutism lasted until the end of the 18th century, Prussian absolutism survived until the later 19th century, Russian absolutism was only overthrown in the 20th century. The wide disjunctures in the dating of these great structures inevitably corresponded to deep distinctions in their composition and evolution. Since the specific object of this study is the whole spectrum of European absolutism, no single temporality covers it. The story of absolutism has many, overlapping beginnings and disparate, staggered endings. Its underlying unity is real and profound, but it is not that of a linear continuum. The complex duration of European isolatism, with its multiple breaks and displacements from region to region, commands the presentation of the historical material in this study. Thus, the whole cycle of processes and events which assured the triumph of the capitalist mode of production in Europe after the early modern epoch, is omitted here. The first bourgeois revolutions occurred long before the last metamorphoses of absolutism, chronologically. For the purposes of this work, however, they remain categorically posterior to the latter, and will be considered in a subsequent study. Thus such fundamental phenomena as the primitive accumulation of capital, the onset of religious reformation, the formation of nations, the expansion of overseas imperialism, the advent of industrialization, all of which fall well within the formal compass of the periods treated here, as contemporaneous with various phases of absolutism in Europe, are not discussed or explored. Their dates are the same, their times are separate. The unfamiliar and disconcerting history of the successive bourgeois revolutions is not our concern here. The present essay is confined to the nature and development of the absolutist states, their political antecedent and adversary. 2 subsequent studies will deal specifically, in turn, with the chain of the great bourgeois revolutions, from the revolt of the Netherlands to the unification of Germany, and with the structure of the contemporary capitalist states that eventually, after a long process of ulterior evolution, emerged from them. Certain of the theoretical and political implications of arguments in the present volume will only become fully apparent in these sequels. A last word is perhaps needed on the choice of the state itself as a central theme for reflection. Today, when history from below has become a watchword in both Marxist and non-Marxist circles, and has produced major gains in our understanding of the past, it is nevertheless necessary to recall one of the basic axioms of historical materialism, that secular struggle between classes is ultimately resolved at the political, not at the economic or cultural, level of society. In other words, it is the construction and destruction of states which seal the basic shifts in the relations of production, so long as classes subsist. A history from above, of the intricate machinery of class domination, is thus no less essential than a history from below. Indeed, without it the latter in the end becomes one-sided. Marx in his Maturity wrote, "Freedom consists in the conversion of the state from an organ superimposed on society into one completely subordinated to it," and today too, the forms of the state are more free or less free to the extent that they restrict the freedom of the state. The abolition of the state altogether remains, a century later, one of the goals of revolutionary socialism. But the supreme significance accorded to its final disappearance, testifies to all the weight of its prior presence in history. Absolutism, the first international state system in the modern world, has by no means yet exhausted its secrets or lessons for us. The aim of this work is to contribute towards a discussion of some of them. Its errors, misconceptions, oversights, solecisms, illusions can safely be left to the criticism of a collective debate. 1. The absolutist state in the West. The long crisis of European economy and society during the 14th and 15th centuries marked the difficulties and limits of the feudal mode of production in the late medieval period. 1. What was the final political outcome of the continental convulsions of this epoch? In the course of the 16th century, the absolutist state emerged in the West. The centralized monarchies of France, England, and Spain represented a decisive rupture with the pyramidal, parcellized sovereignty of the medieval social formations, with their estates and liege systems. Controversy over the historical nature of these monarchies has persisted ever since Engels, in a famous dictum, pronounced them to be the product of a class equilibrium between the old feudal nobility and the new urban bourgeoisie. By way of exception, however, periods occur where the warring classes balance each other so nearly that the state power, as ostensible mediator, acquires, for the moment, a certain degree of independence of both. Such was the absolute monarchy of the 17th and 18th centuries, which held the balance between the nobility and the class of burghers. The multiple qualifications of this passage indicate a certain conceptual unease on the part of Engels. But a careful examination of successive formulations by both Marx and Engels reveals that a similar conception of absolutism was, in fact, a comparatively consistent theme in their work. Engels repeated the same basic thesis elsewhere in more categorical form, remarking that the basic condition of the old absolute monarchy was an equilibrium between the landowning aristocracy and the bourgeoisie. 3. Indeed, The classification of absolutism as a political balancing mechanism between nobility and bourgeoisie frequently glides towards an implicit or explicit designation of it as fundamentally a type of bourgeois state as such. This slippage is most evident within the Communist Manifesto itself, where the political role of the bourgeoisie in the period of manufactures proper is characterized in a single breath as serving either the semi-feudal or the absolute monarchy as a counterpoise against the nobility, and, in fact, cornerstone of the great monarchies in general. Point 4. The suggestive transition from counterpoise to cornerstone is echoed in other texts. Engels could refer to the epoch of absolutism as the age in which the feudal nobility were made to understand that the period of their social and political domination had come to an end. Point 5. Marx, for his part, repeatedly asserted that the administrative structures of the new absolutist states were a peculiarly bourgeois instrument. Under the absolute monarchy, he wrote, bureaucracy was only the means of preparing the class rule of the bourgeoisie. Elsewhere Marx declared that, the centralist state power, with its ubiquitous organs of standing army, police, bureaucracy, clergy, and judicature, organs wrought after the plan of a systematic and hierarchic division of labor, originates from the days of absolute monarchy, serving nascent middle-class society as a mighty weapon in its struggles against feudalism. 6. These reflections on absolutism were all more or less casual and elusive, no direct theorization of the new centralized monarchies which emerged in Renaissance Europe was ever made by either of the founders of historical materialism. Their exact weight was left to the judgment of later generations. Marxist historians, in fact, have debated the problem of the social nature of absolutism down to this day. A correct solution of it is, indeed, vital for any understanding of the passage from feudalism to capitalism in Europe, and of the political systems which distinguished it. The absolute monarchies introduced standing armies, a permanent bureaucracy, national taxation, a codified law, and the beginnings of a unified market. All these characteristics appear to be preeminently capitalist. Since they coincide with the disappearance of serfdom, a core institution of the original feudal mode of production in Europe, the descriptions of absolutism by Marx and Engels as a state system representing either an equilibrium between bourgeoisie and nobility, or even an outright dominance of capital itself, have often seemed plausible. A more careful study of the structures of the absolutist state in the West, however, inevitably infirms such judgments. For the end of serfdom did not thereby mean the disappearance of feudal relations from the countryside. Identification of the two is a common error. Yet it is evident that private extra-economic coercion, personal dependence, and combination of the immediate producer with the instruments of production, did not necessarily vanish when the rural surplus ceased to be extracted in the form of labor or deliveries in kind, and became rent in money, so long as aristocratic agrarian property blocked a free market in land and factual mobility of manpower, in other words, as long as labor was not separated from the social conditions of its existence to become labor power, rural relations of production remained feudal. In his properly theoretical analysis of ground rent, Marx himself made this clear in Capital. The transformation of labor rent into rent in kind changes nothing fundamental in the nature of ground rent. By money rent we here mean the ground rent which arises from a mere change in the form of rent in kind, just as the latter in turn is but a modification of labor rent. The basis of this type of rent, although approaching its dissolution, remains the same as that of rent in kind, which constitutes its point of departure. The direct producer as before is still possessor of the land, either through inheritance or some other traditional right, and must perform for his lord, as owner of his most essential condition of production, excess corvée labor, that is, unpaid labor for which no equivalent is returned, in the form of a surplus product transformed into money. 7. The lords who remain the proprietors of the fundamental means of production in any pre-industrial society were, of course, the noble landowners. Throughout the early modern epoch, the dominant class, economically and politically, was thus the same as in the medieval epoch itself, the feudal aristocracy. This nobility underwent profound metamorphoses in the centuries after the close of the Middle Ages, but from the beginning to the end of the history of absolutism, it was never dislodged from its command of political power. The changes in the forms of feudal exploitation which supervened at the end of the medieval epoch were, of course, far from insignificant. Indeed, it was precisely these changes which changed the forms of the state. Absolutism was essentially just this, a redeployed and recharged apparatus of feudal domination, designed to clamp the peasant masses back into their traditional social position, despite and against the gains they had won by the widespread commutation of dues. In other words, the absolutist state was never an arbiter between the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie, still less an instrument of the nascent bourgeoisie against the aristocracy. It was the new political carapace of a threatened nobility. The consensus of a generation of Marxist historians, from England and Russia, was summed up by Hill 20 years ago: the absolute monarchy was a different form of feudal monarchy from the feudal estates monarchy which preceded it, but the ruling class remained the same, just as a republic, a constitutional monarchy and a fascist dictatorship can all be forms of the rule of the bourgeoisie. 8. The new form of noble power was in its turn determined by the spread of commodity production and exchange, in the transitional social formations of the early modern epoch. Althusser has in this sense correctly specified its character: the political regime of the absolute monarchy is only the new political form needed for the maintenance of feudal domination and exploitation in the period of development of a commodity economy. 9. But the dimensions of the historical transformation involved in the advent of absolutism must in no way be minimized. It is essential, on the contrary, to grasp the full logic and import of the momentous change in the structure of the aristocratic state, and of feudal property, that produced the new phenomenon of absolutism. Feudalism as a mode of production was originally defined by an organic unity of economy and polity, paradoxically distributed in a chain of parcellized sovereignties throughout the social formation. The institution of serfdom as a mechanism of surplus extraction fused economic exploitation and politico-legal coercion at the molecular level of the village. The lord in his turn typically owed liege loyalty and knight service to a seigneurial overlord, who claimed the land as his ultimate domain. With the generalized commutation of dues into money rents, the cellular unity of political and economic oppression of the peasantry was gravely weakened, and threatened to become dissociated. The class power of the feudal lords was thus directly at stake with the gradual disappearance of serfdom. The result was a displacement of politico-legal coercion upwards towards a centralized, militarized summit, the absolutist state. Diluted at village level, it became concentrated at national level. The result was a reinforced apparatus of royal power, whose permanent political function was the repression of the peasant and plebeian masses at the foot of the social hierarchy. This new state machine, however, was also by its nature vested with a coercive force capable of breaking or disciplining individuals and groups within the nobility itself. The arrival of absolutism was thus, as we shall see, never a smooth evolutionary process for the dominant class itself. It was marked by extremely sharp ruptures and conflicts within the feudal aristocracy to whose collective interests it ultimately ministered. At the same time, the objective complement of the political concentration of power at the height of the social order, in a centralized monarchy, was the economic consolidation of the units of feudal property beneath it. With the growth of commodity relations, the dissolution of the primary nexus of economic exploitation and politico-legal coercion led not only to an increasing projection of the latter onto the royal apex of the social system, but also to a compensatory strengthening of the titles of property guaranteeing the former. In other words, with the reorganization of the feudal polity as a whole, and the dilution of the original fief system, land ownership tended to become progressively less conditional as sovereignty became correspondingly more absolute. The weakening of the medieval conceptions of vassalage worked in both directions. While it conferred new and extraordinary powers on the monarchy, it at the same time emancipated from traditional restraints the estates of the nobility. Agrarian property in the new epoch was silently allodialized. Individual members of the aristocratic class, who steadily lost political rights of representation in the new epoch, registered economic gains in ownership as the obverse of the same historical process. The final effect of this general redisposition of the social power of the nobility was the state machine and juridical order of absolutism, whose coordination was to increase the efficacy of aristocratic rule in pinning down a non-servile peasantry into new forms of dependence and exploitation. The royal states of the Renaissance were first and foremost modernized instruments for the maintenance of noble domination over the rural masses. Simultaneously, however, the aristocracy had to adjust to a second antagonist, the mercantile bourgeoisie which had developed in the medieval towns. It has been seen that it was precisely the intercalation of this third presence that prevented the Western nobility from settling its accounts with the peasantry in Eastern fashion, by smashing its resistance and fettering it to the manor. The medieval town had been able to develop because the hierarchical dispersal of sovereignties in the feudal mode of production for the first time freed urban economies from direct domination by a rural ruling class. 10 The towns in this sense were never exogenous to feudalism in the West, as we have seen. In fact, the very condition of their existence was the unique detotalization of sovereignty within the politico-economic order of feudalism. Hence the resilience of the towns in the West throughout the worst crisis of the 14th century, which temporarily bankrupted so many of the patrician families of the Mediterranean cities. The Bardi and Peruzzi collapsed in Florence, Siena, and Barcelona declined, but Augsburg, Geneva, or Valencia were just starting their ascent. Important urban industries such as iron, paper, and textiles grew throughout the feudal depression. From a distance, this economic and social vitality acted as a constant, objective interference in the class struggle on the land, and blocked any regressive solution to it by the nobles. Indeed, it is significant that the years from 1450 to 1500, which saw the emergence of the first prodromes of unified absolute monarchies in the West, were also those in which the long crisis of the feudal economy was surmounted, by a recombination of production factors in which for the first time specifically urban technological advances played the leading role. The cluster of inventions which coincides with the hinge between the medieval and the modern epochs is too well known to need discussion here. The discovery of the Seeger process for separating silver from copper or restarted the mines of Central Europe, and the flow of metals into the international economy. Monetary production from Central Europe quintupled between 1460 and 1530. The development of bronze-cast cannon made gunpowder for the first time the decisive arm of warfare, rendering baronial castella defenses anachronistic. The invention of movable type brought the advent of printing. The construction of the three-masted, stern-ruddered galleon made the oceans navigable for conquests overseas. 11 All these technical breakthroughs, which laid the foundations of the European Renaissance, were concentrated in the latter half of the 15th century, and it was then that the secular agrarian depression finally lifted, towards 1470 in England and France. This was precisely the epoch in which a sudden, concurrent revival of political authority and unity occurred in country after country. From the pit of extreme feudal chaos and turmoil of the Wars of the Roses, the 100 Years' War and the Second Castilian Civil War, the first new monarchies straightened up virtually together, during the reigns of Louis XI in France, Ferdinand and Isabella in Spain, Henry VII in England and Maximilian in Austria. Thus when the absolutist states were constituted in the West, their structure was fundamentally determined by the feudal regroupment against the peasantry, after the dissolution of serfdom, but it was secondarily overdetermined by the rise of an urban bourgeoisie which after a series of technical and commercial advances was now developing into pre-industrial manufactures on a considerable scale. It was this secondary impact of the urban bourgeoisie on the forms of the absolutist state which Marx and Engels sought to capture with the misleading notions of counterpoise or cornerstone. Engels, in fact, expressed the real relationship of forces accurately enough on more than one occasion, discussing the new maritime discoveries and manufacturing industries of the Renaissance. He wrote that this mighty revolution in the conditions of the economic life of society was, however, not followed by any immediate corresponding change in its political structure. The political order remained feudal, while society became more and more bourgeois. 12 The threat of peasant unrest, unspokenly constitutive of the absolutist state, was thus always conjoined with the pressure of mercantile or manufacturing capital within the Western economies as a whole, in molding the contours of aristocratic class power in the new age. The peculiar form of the absolutist state in the West derives from this double determination. The dual forces which produced the new monarchies of Renaissance Europe found a single juridical condensation. The revival of Roman law, one of the great cultural movements of the age, ambiguously corresponded to the needs of both social classes whose unequal power and rank shaped the structures of the absolutist state in the West. Renewed knowledge of Roman jurisprudence dated back, in itself, to the High Middle Ages. The dense overgrowth of customary law had never completely suppressed the memory and practice of Roman civil law in the peninsula where its tradition was longest, Italy. It was in Bologna that Irnerius, the lamp of the law, had started the systematic study of Justinian's codifications once again, in the early 12th century. The school of glossators founded by him methodically reconstituted and classified the legacy of the Roman jurists over the next 100 years. They were followed, in the 14th and 15th centuries, by commentators more concerned with contemporary application of Roman legal norms, than with scholarly analysis of their theoretical principles, and in the process of adapting Roman law to the drastically altered conditions of the time, they both corrupted its pristine form and cleansed it of its particularist contents. 13 The very infidelity of their transpositions of Latin jurisprudence paradoxically universalized it, by removing the large portions of Roman civil law that were strictly related to the historical conditions of antiquity. 14 Beyond Italy, Roman legal concepts gradually began to spread outwards from the original rediscovery of the 12th century onwards. By the end of the Middle Ages, no major country in Western Europe was unaffected by this process. But the decisive reception of Roman law, its general juridical triumph, occurred in the age of the Renaissance, concurrently with that of absolutism. The historical reasons for its deep impact were twofold, and reflected the contradictory nature of the original Roman legacy itself. Economically, the recovery and introduction of classical civil law was fundamentally propitious to the growth of free capital in town and country. For the great distinguishing mark of Roman civil law had been its conception of absolute and unconditional private property. The classical conception of queritary ownership had sunk virtually out of sight in the obscured depths of early feudalism. For the feudal mode of production, as we have seen, was precisely defined by juridical principles of scalar or conditional property, the complement of its parcellized sovereignty. This property statute was well adapted to the overwhelmingly natural economy which emerged in the Dark Ages, although it was never wholly adequate for the urban sector which developed in the medieval economy. The re-emergence of Roman law during the Middle Ages thus had already led to juristic efforts to harden and delimit notions of ownership, inspired by the classical precepts now available. One such attempt was the invention in the late 12th century of the distinction between dominium directum and dominium utile, to account for the existence of a vassal hierarchy and hence multiplicity of rights over the same land. 15 Another was the characteristic medieval notion of season, an intermediate conception between Latin property and possession, which guaranteed a protected ownership against casual appropriations and conflicting claims, while retaining the feudal principle of multiple titles to the same object. The right of season was neither exclusive nor perpetual. 16 The full reappearance of the idea of absolute private property in land was a product of the early modern epoch. For it was not until commodity production and exchange had reached overall levels, in both agriculture and manufactures, equal to or above those of antiquity, that the juridical concepts created to codify them could come into their own once again. The maxim of superficies solo cedit, single and unconditional ownership of land, now for the second time became an operative principle in agrarian property, precisely because of the spread of commodity relations in the countryside that was to define the long transition from feudalism to capitalism in the West. In the towns themselves, a relatively developed commercial law had, of course, spontaneously developed during the Middle Ages. Within the urban economy, commodity exchange had already achieved considerable dynamism in the medieval epoch, as we have seen, and in certain important respects its forms of legal expression were more advanced than Roman precedents themselves, for example, proto-company law and marine law. But there was no uniform framework of legal theory or procedure here either. The superiority of Roman law for mercantile practice in the cities thus lay not only in its clear-cut notions of absolute property, but also in its traditions of equity, its rational canons of evidence, and its emphasis of a professional judiciary, advantages which customary courts normally failed to provide. 17 The reception of Roman law in Renaissance Europe was thus a sign of the spread of capitalist relations in towns and country. Economically, it answered to vital interests of the commercial and manufacturing bourgeoisie. In Germany, the country where the impact of Roman law was most dramatic, abruptly superseding local courts in the homeland of Teutonic customary law in the late 15th and 16th centuries, the initial impetus for its adoption occurred in the southern and western cities, and came from below through the pressure of urban litigants for a clear and professional justiciary law. 18 It was soon, however, taken up by the German princes and applied on an even more imposing scale in their territories, to serve very different ends. For politically, the revival of Roman law corresponded to the constitutional exigencies of the reorganized feudal states of the epoch. In fact, there is no doubt that on a European scale, the primary determinant of the adoption of Roman jurisprudence lay in the drive of royal governments for increased central powers. For the Roman legal system, it will be remembered, comprised two distinct, and apparently contrary, sectors: civil law regulating economic transactions between citizens, and public law governing political relations between the state and its subjects. The former was jus, the latter lex. The juridically unconditional character of private property consecrated by the one found its contradictory counterpart in the formally absolute nature of the imperial sovereignty exercised by the other, at least from the Dominate onwards. It was the theoretical principles of this political imperium which exercised a profound influence and attraction on the new monarchies of the Renaissance. If the rebirth of notions of queritary ownership both translated and promoted the general growth of commodity exchange in the transitional economies of the epoch, the revival of authoritarian prerogatives of the Dominate expressed and consolidated the concentration of aristocratic class power in a centralized state apparatus that was the noble reaction to it. The double social movement engraved in the structures of Western absolutism thus found its juridical concordance in the reintroduction of Roman law. Ulpian's famous maxim, quod principi placuit legis habet vicem, the rulers will has force of law, became a constitutional ideal of Renaissance monarchies all over the West. 19 The complementary idea that kings and princes were themselves legibus suavitas, or freed from anterior legal constraints, provided the juristic protocols for overriding medieval privileges, ignoring traditional rights, and subordinating private franchises. In other words, the enhancement of private property from below was matched by the increase of public authority from above, embodied in the discretionary power of the royal ruler. The absolutist states in the West based their novel aims on classical precedents. Roman law was the most powerful intellectual weapon available for their typical program of territorial integration and administrative centralism. It was no accident, in fact, that the one medieval monarchy which had achieved complete emancipation from any representative or corporate restraints was the papacy, which had been the first political system of feudal Europe to utilize Roman jurisprudence wholesale, with the codification of canon law in the 12th and 13th centuries. The Pope's assertion of a plenitudo potestatis within the Church set the precedent for the later pretensions of secular princes, often realized precisely against its religious exorbitance. Moreover, just as it was the canon lawyers within the papacy who had essentially built and operated its far-reaching administrative controls over the Church, so it was semi-professional bureaucrats trained in Roman law who were to provide the key executive servants of the new royal states. The absolutist monarchies of the West characteristically relied on a skilled stratum of legists to staff their administrative machines, the letrados in Spain, the maîtres de requêtes in France, the doctors in Germany. Imbued with Roman doctrines of princely decretal authority and Roman conceptions of unitary legal norms, these lawyer bureaucrats were the zealous enforcers of royal centralism in the first critical century of absolutist state construction. It was the imprint of this international corps of legists, more than any force, that Romanized the juridical systems of Western Europe in the Renaissance. For the transformation of law inevitably reflected the distribution of power between the propertied classes of the epoch. Absolutism, as the reorganized state apparatus of noble domination, was the central architect of the reception of Roman law in Europe. Even where, as in Germany, autonomous towns initiated the movement, it was princes who captured and drove it home, and where, as in England, royal power failed to impose civil law, it did not take root in the urban milieu. 20 In the overdetermined process of the Roman revival, it was the political pressure of the dynastic state which had primacy, the demands of monarchical clarity dominated those of mercantile certainty. 21 The growth in formal rationality, still extremely imperfect and incomplete, of the legal systems of early modern Europe was preponderantly the work of aristocratic absolutism. The superior effect of juridical modernization was thus to reinforce the rule of the traditional feudal class. The apparent paradox of this phenomenon was reflected in the whole structure of the absolutist monarchies themselves, exotic, hybrid compositions whose surface modernity again and again betrays a subterranean archaism. This can be seen very clearly from a survey of the institutional innovations which heralded and typified its arrival: army, bureaucracy, taxation, trade, diplomacy. These can be briefly considered in order. It has often been remarked that the absolutist state pioneered the professional army, which with the military revolution introduced in the late 16th and 17th centuries by Maurice of Orange, Gustavus Adolphus, and Wallenstein grew immensely in size. 22 Philip II's armies numbered some 60,000 or so, while 100 years later Louis XIV's ran to 300,000. Yet both the form and the function of these troops diverged immensely from that which later became characteristic of the modern bourgeois state. They were not normally a national conscript force, but a mixed mass in which foreign mercenaries played a constant and central role. These mercenaries were typically recruited from areas outside the perimeter of the new centralized monarchies, often mountain regions which specialized in providing them. The Swiss were the Gurkhas of early modern Europe. French, Dutch, Spanish, Austrian, or English armies included Swabians, Albanians, Swiss, Irish, Wallachians, Turks, Hungarians or Italians. 23 The most obvious social reason for the mercenary phenomenon was, of course, the natural refusal of the noble class to arm its own peasants wholesale. It is virtually impossible to train all the subjects of a commonwealth in the arts of war, and at the same time keep them obedient to the laws and magistrates, confided Jean Bodin. This was perhaps the principal reason why Francis I disbanded in 1534 the 7 regiments, each of 6,000 infantry, which he had created in this kingdom. 24 Conversely, mercenary troops ignorant of the very language of the local population, could be relied on to stamp out social rebellion. German Landsknechten dealt with the East Anglian peasant risings of 1549 in England, while Italian arquebusiers ensured the liquidation of the rural revolt in the West Country. Swiss guards helped to repress the Bolognese and Camisard guerrillas of 1662 and 1702 in France. The key importance of mercenaries, already increasingly visible in the later Middle Ages, from Wales to Poland, was not merely an interim expedient of absolutism at the dawn of its existence, it marked it down to its very demise in the West. In the late 18th century, even after the introduction of conscription into the main European countries, up to 2/3 of a given national army could be composed of hired foreign soldats. 25 The example of Prussian absolutism, both bidding and kidnapping manpower beyond its border, using auction and empressement, is a reminder that there was not necessarily a clear distinction between the two. At the same time, however, the function of these vast new agglomerations of soldiers was also visibly distinct from that of later capitalist armies. There has hitherto been no Marxist theory of the variant social functions of war in different modes of production. This is not the place to explore the subject. Yet it can be argued that war was possibly the most rational and rapid single mode of expansion of surplus extraction available for any given ruling class under feudalism. Agricultural productivity was, as we have seen, by no means stagnant during the Middle Ages, nor was the volume of trade. But both grew very slowly for the lords, compared with the sudden and massive yields afforded by territorial conquest, of which the Norman invasions of England or Sicily, the Angevin seizure of Naples or the Castilian conquest of Andalusia were only the most spectacular examples. It was thus logical that the social definition of the feudal ruling class was military. The economic rationality of war in such a social formation is a specific one. It is a maximization of wealth whose role cannot be compared to that which it plays in the developed forms of the successor mode of production, dominated by the basic rhythm of the accumulation of capital, and the restless and universal change of the economic foundations of every social formation. The nobility was a landowning class whose profession was war. Its social vocation was not an external accretion but an intrinsic function of its economic position. The normal medium of intercapitalist competition is economic, and its structure is typically additive. Rival parties may both expand and prosper, although unequally, throughout a single confrontation, because the production of manufactured commodities is inherently unlimited. The typical medium of interfeudal rivalry, by contrast, was military, and its structure was always potentially the zero-sum conflict of the battlefield, by which fixed quantities of ground were won or lost. For land is a natural monopoly, it cannot be indefinitely extended, only redivided. The categorical object of noble rule was territory, regardless of the community inhabiting it. Land as such, not language, defined the natural perimeters of its power. The feudal ruling class was thus essentially modal, in a way that a capitalist ruling class later could never be. For capital itself is par excellence internationally mobile, thereby permitting its holders to be nationally fixed. Land is nationally immobile, and nobles had to travel to take possession of it. A given barony or dynasty could thus typically transfer its residence from one end of the continent to the other without dislocation. Angevin lineages could rule indifferently in Hungary, England, or Naples, Norman in Antioch, Sicily, or England, Burgundian in Portugal or Zealand, Luxembourger in the Rhineland or Bohemia, Flemish in Artois or Byzantium, Habsburg in Austria, the Netherlands, or Spain. No common tongue had to be shared between lords and peasants in these varied lands. For public territories formed a continuum with private estates, and their classical means of acquisition was force, invariably decked out in claims of religious or genealogical legitimacy. Warfare was not the sport of princes, it was their fate. Beyond the finite diversity of individual inclinations and characters, it beckoned them inexorably as a social necessity of their estate. For Machiavelli, as he surveyed the Europe of the early 16th century, the final rule of their being was a verity as obvious and unimpeachable as the sky above them. A prince should thus have no other thought or aim than war, nor acquire mastery in anything except war, its organization and discipline, for war is the only art expected of a ruler. 26. The absolutist states reflect this archaic rationality in their inmost structure. They were machines built overwhelmingly for the battlefield. It is significant that the first regular national tax to be imposed in France, the taille royale, was levied to finance the first regular military units in Europe, the companies d'ordonnance of the mid-15th century, of which the premier unit was composed of Scots soldiers of fortune. By the mid-16th century, 80% of Spanish state revenues went on military expenditure. Vicens Vives could write that the impulse towards the modern type of administrative monarchy began in Western Europe with the great naval operations of Charles V against the Turks in the Western Mediterranean from 1535 onwards. 27. By the mid-17th century, the annual outlays of continental principalities from Sweden to Piedmont were everywhere predominantly and monotonously devoted to the preparation or conduct of war, now immensely more costly than in the Renaissance. Another century later, on the peaceful eve of 1789, according to Necker, 2/3 of French state expenditure were still allocated to the military establishment. It is manifest that this morphology of the state does not correspond to a capitalist rationality, it represents a swollen memory of the medieval functions of war. Nor were the grandiose military apparatuses of the late feudal state left idle. The virtual permanence of international armed conflict is one of the hallmarks of the whole climate of absolutism. Peace was a meteorological exception in the centuries of its dominance in the West. It has been calculated that in the entire 16th century, there were only 25 years without large-scale military operations in Europe, 28, while in the 17th century, only 7 years passed without major wars between states. 29 Such calendars are foreign to capital, although as we shall see, it eventually contributed to them. The characteristic civilian bureaucracy and tax system of the absolutist state was no less paradoxical. It appears to represent a transition to Weber's rational legal administration, in contrast to the jungle of particularist dependencies of the High Middle Ages. Yet at the same time, the Renaissance bureaucracy was treated as saleable property to private individuals, a central confusion of two orders that the bourgeois state has everywhere kept distinct. Thus the prevalent mode of integration of the feudal nobility into the absolutist state in the West took the form of acquisition of offices. 30 He who privately purchased a position in the public apparatus of the state could then recoup himself by licensed privileges and corruption, in a kind of monetarized caricature of investiture in a fief. Indeed, the Marquis del Vasto, Spanish governor of Milan in 1544, could request the Italian office holders of that city to pledge their fortunes to Charles V in his hour of need after the defeat of Sir Sol, on an exact model of feudal traditions. 31 Such office holders, who proliferated in France, Italy, Spain, Britain, or Holland, could hope to make up to 300 to 400% profit, and perhaps very much more, on their purchase. The system was born in the 16th century and became a central financial support of the absolutist states during the 17th century. Its grossly parasitic character is evident. In extreme situations, it could even cost a royal budget something like as much in disbursements as it supplied in remunerations. The growth of the sale of offices was, of course, one of the most striking byproducts of the increased monetarization of the early modern economies and of the relative ascent of the mercantile and manufacturing bourgeoisie within them. Yet by the same token, the very integration of the latter into the state apparatus by the private purchase and inheritance of public positions and honors, marked its subordinate assimilation into a feudal polity in which the nobility always necessarily constituted the summit of the social hierarchy. The officiers of the French parliaments who played with municipal republicanism and sponsored the Mazarinades in the 1650s became the most die-hard rampart of noble reaction in the 1780s. Absolutist bureaucracy both registered the rise of mercantile capital, and arrested it. If the sale of offices was an indirect means of raising revenue from the nobility and the mercantile bourgeoisie on terms profitable to them, the absolutist state also, and above all, of course, taxed the poor. The economic transition from labor dues to money rents in the West was accompanied by the emergence of royal taxes levied for war, which in the long feudal crisis at the end of the Middle Ages had already been one of the main provocations for the desperate peasant upheavals of the time. A chain of peasant uprisings clearly directed against taxation exploded all over Europe. There was little to choose between foragers and friendly or enemy armies. One took as much as the other. Then the tax collectors appeared and swept up all they could find. Lastly, the lords recovered from their men the amount of the aid they themselves were obliged to pay their sovereign. There is no doubt that of all the ills which afflicted them, the peasants suffered more painfully and less patiently from the burdens of war and remote taxation. 32 Virtually everywhere, the overwhelming weight of taxation, taille and gabelle in France, or servicios in Spain, fell on the poor. There was no conception of the juridical citizen subject to fiscally by the very fact of belonging to the nation. The seigneurial class was in practice everywhere effectively exempt from direct taxation. Porchnai has thus aptly dubbed the new taxes imposed by the absolutist state centralized feudal rent as opposed to the seigneurial dues which formed a local feudal rent. 33 This doubled system of exact ions led to a tormented epidemic of rebellions by the poor in 17th century France, in which provincial nobles often led their own peasants against the tax collectors so as the better to be able to extort their local dues from them. Fiscal officials had to be guarded by units of fusiliers to be able to perform their duties in the countryside, re-embodiments in a modernized guise of the immediate unity of politico-legal coercion with economic exploitation constitutive of the feudal mode of production as such. The economic functions of absolutism were not exhausted, however, by its tax and office system. Mercantilism was the ruling doctrine of the epoch, and it presents the same ambiguity as the bureaucracy which was intended to enforce it, with the same underlying reversion to an earlier prototype. For mercantilism undoubtedly demanded the suppression of particularistic barriers to trade within the national realm, and strove to create a unified domestic market for commodity production. Aiming to increase the power of the state relative to that of all other states, it encouraged exports of goods, while banning exports of bullion or coins, in the belief that there was a fixed quantity of commerce and wealth in the world. In Heckscher's famous phrase, the state was both the subject and the object of mercantilist economic policy 34. Its characteristic creations were the royal manufactures and state-regulated guilds in France, and the chartered companies in England. The medieval and corporatist lineage of the former scarcely needs comment. The telltale fusion of political and economic orders in the latter scandalized Adam Smith. For mercantilism exactly represented the conceptions of a feudal ruling class that had adapted to an integrated market, yet had preserved its essential outlook on the unity of what Francis Bacon called considerations of plenty and considerations of power. The classical bourgeois doctrines of laissez-faire, with their rigorous formal separation of the political and economic systems, were to be its antipode. Mercantilism was precisely a theory of the coherent intervention of the political state into the workings of the economy, in the joint interests of the prosperity of the one and the power of the other. Logically, whereas laissez-faire was consistently pacifist, urging the benefits of peace among nations to increase mutually profitable international trade, mercantilist theory was heavily bellicist, emphasizing the necessity and profitability of warfare. 35 Vice versa, the aim of a strong economy was successful prosecution of a conquering foreign policy. Colbert told Louis XIV that the royal manufactures were his economic regiments, and the corporations his reserves. This greatest practitioner of mercantilism, who restored the finances of the French state in 10 miraculous years of intendancy, then launched his sovereign on the fateful invasion of Holland in 1672, with this expressive piece of advice: if the king were to subjugate all the United Provinces to his authority, their commerce would become the commerce of the subjects of his Majesty, and there would be nothing more to ask. 36 4 decades of European conflict were to follow the sample of economic reasoning, which perfectly captures the social logic of absolutist aggression and predatory mercantilism. The trade of the Dutch treated as the land of the Anglo-Saxons or the estates of the Moors, a physical object to be taken and enjoyed by military force as the natural mode of appropriation, and possessed permanently thereafter. The optical error in this particular judgment does not make it unrepresentative. It was with such eyes that absolutist states gazed at one another. The mercantilist theories of wealth and of war were, indeed, conceptually interlocked. The zero-sum model of world trade which inspired its economic protectionism was derived from the zero-sum model of international politics which was inherent in its Bellicism. Trade and war were not the only external activities of the absolutist state in the West, of course. Its other great effort was invested in diplomacy. This was one of the great institutional inventions of the epoch, inaugurated in the miniature area of Italy in the 15th century, institutionalized there with the Peace of Lodi, and adopted in Spain, France, England, Germany, and throughout Europe in the 16th century. Diplomacy was, in fact, the indelible birthmark of the Renaissance state. With its emergence an international state system was born in Europe, in which there was a perpetual probing of the weak points in the environment of a state or the dangers to it emanating from other states. 37 Medieval Europe had never been composed of a clearly demarcated set of homogeneous political units, an international state system. Its political map was an inextricably superimposed and tangled one, in which different juridical instances were geographically interwoven and stratified, and plural allegiances, asymmetrical suzerainties and anomalous enclaves abounded. 38 Within this intricate maze, there was no possibility of a formal diplomatic system emerging, because there was no uniformity or parity of partners. The concept of Latin Christendom, of which all men were members, provided a universalist ideological matrix for conflicts and decisions, which was the necessary obverse of the extreme particularist heterogeneity of the political units themselves. Thus embassies were sporadic and unpaid voyages of address, which could equally well be sent by a vassal or a rear vassal within a given territory, or between the princes of two territories, or a prince and his suzerain. The contraction of the feudal pyramid into the new centralized monarchies of Renaissance Europe produced for the first time a formalized system of interstate pressure and exchange, with the establishment of the novel institutions of reciprocal fixed embassies abroad, permanent chancelleries for foreign relations, and secret diplomatic communications and reports, shielded by the new concept of extraterritoriality. 39 The resolutely secular spirit of political egoism which henceforward inspired the practice of diplomacy was limpidly expressed by Ermolao Barbaro, the Venetian ambassador who was its inaugural theorist. The first duty of an ambassador is exactly the same as that of any other servant of a government, that is, to do, say, advise and think whatever may best serve the preservation and aggrandizement of his own state. Yet these instruments of diplomacy, ambassadors or state secretaries, were not the weapons of a modern national state. The ideological conceptions of nationalism as such were foreign to the inmost nature of absolutism. The royal states of the new epoch did not disdain to mobilize patriotic sentiments in their subjects, in the political and military conflicts which constantly opposed the various monarchies of Western Europe to one another. But the diffuse existence of a popular proto-nationalism in Tudor England, Bourbon France, or Habsburg Spain was basically a token of bourgeois presence within the polity 40, and it was always manipulated by grandees or sovereigns more than it governed them. The national aureole of absolutism in the West, often apparently very pronounced, was in reality contingent and borrowed. The ruling norms of the age lay elsewhere. For the ultimate instance of legitimacy was the dynasty, not the territory. The state was conceived as the patrimony of the monarch, and therefore the title deeds to it could be gained by a union of persons, Felix Austria. The supreme device of diplomacy was therefore marriage, peaceful mirror of war, which so often provoked it. 4. Less costly as an avenue of territorial expansion than armed aggression, matrimonial maneuvering afforded less immediate results and was thereby subject to unpredictable hazards of mortality in the interval before the consummation of a nuptial pact and its political fruition. Hence the long detour of marriage so often led back directly to the short route of war. The history of absolutism is littered with such conflicts, whose names bear them witness, wars of the Spanish, Austrian, or Bavarian successions. Their outcome might, indeed, accentuate the flotation of dynasty over territory that had occasioned them. Paris could be defeated in the ruinous military struggle over the Spanish succession, the Bourbon house inherited Madrid. In diplomacy, too, the index of feudal dominance in the absolutist state is evident. Immensely magnified and reorganized, the feudal state of absolutism was nevertheless constantly and profoundly overdetermined by the growth of capitalism within the composite social formations of the early modern period. These formations were, of course, a combination of different modes of production under the waning dominance of one of them, feudalism. All the structures of the absolutist state thus reveal the action from a distance of the new economy at work within the framework of an older system. Hybrid capitalizations of feudal forms abounded, whose very perversion of future institutions was a conversion of past social objects to repeat them. Yet the premonitions of a new political order contained within them was not a false promise. The bourgeoisie in the West was already strong enough to leave its blurred impress on the state, under absolutism. For the apparent paradox of absolutism in Western Europe was that it fundamentally represented an apparatus for the protection of aristocratic property and privileges, yet at the same time the means whereby this protection was promoted could simultaneously ensure the basic interests of the nascent mercantile and manufacturing classes. The absolutist state increasingly centralized political power and worked towards more uniform legal systems. Richelieu's campaigns against the Huguenot redoubts in France were typical. It did away with a large number of internal barriers to trade, and sponsored external tariffs against foreign competitors. Pombal's measures in Enlightenment Portugal were a drastic example. It provided lucrative if risky investments in public finance for usury capital. 16th century Augsburg bankers and 17th century Genoese oligarchs could make fortunes from their loans to the Spanish state. It mobilized rural property by seizure of ecclesiastical lands, dissolution of the monasteries in England. It offered rentier sinecures in the bureaucracy, the Paulette in France ordained stable tenure of them. It sponsored colonial enterprises and trading companies, to the White Sea, to the Antilles, to Hudson Bay, to Louisiana. In other words, it accomplished certain partial functions in the primitive accumulation necessary for the eventual triumph of the capitalist mode of production itself. The reasons why it could perform this dual role lie in the specific nature of merchant or manufacturing capital, since neither rested on the mass production characteristic of machine industry proper, neither in themselves demanded a radical rupture with the feudal agrarian order which still enclosed the vast majority of the population. In other words, they could develop within the limits set by the reorganized feudal framework. This is not to say that they everywhere did so. Political, religious, or economic conflicts could well fuse into revolutionary explosions against absolutism after a certain period of maturation, in specific conjunctures. There was, however, always a potential field of compatibility at this stage between the nature and program of the absolutist state and the operations of mercantile and manufacturing capital. For in the international competition between noble classes that produced the endemic warfare of the age, the size of the commodity sector within each national patrimony was always of critical importance to its relative military and political strength. Every monarchy thus had a stake in gathering treasure and promoting trade under its own banners, in the struggle against its rivals. Hence the progressive character that subsequent historians have so often conferred on the official policies of absolutism. Economic centralization, protectionism, and overseas expansion aggrandized the late feudal state while they profited the early bourgeoisie. They increased the taxable revenues of the one by providing business opportunities for the other. The circular maxims of mercantilism, proclaimed by the absolutist state, gave eloquent expression to this provisional coincidence of interests. It was appropriately enough the due de choiseul, in the last decades of the aristocratic Ancien regime in the West, who declared, upon the navy depend the colonies, upon the colonies commerce, upon commerce the capacity of a state to maintain numerous armies, to increase its population and to make possible the most glorious and useful enterprises. 41. Yet, as the final cadence of glorious and useful implies, the irreducibly feudal character of absolutism remained. It was a state founded on the social supremacy of the aristocracy and confined by the imperatives of landed property. The nobility could deposit power with the monarchy, and permit the enrichment of the bourgeoisie, the masses were still at its mercy. No political derogation of the noble class ever occurred in the absolutist state. Its feudal character constantly ended by frustrating and falsifying its promises for capital. The Fuggers were eventually ruined by Habsburg bankruptcies, English nobles appropriated most of the monastic lands, Louis XIV destroyed the benefits of Richelieu's work by revoking the Edict of Nantes, London merchants were plundered by the Cochin Project, Portugal reverted to the Methuen system after Pombal's death, Parisian speculators were defrauded by law. Army, bureaucracy, diplomacy, and dynasty remained a hardened feudal complex which governed the whole state machine and guided its destinies. The rule of the absolutist state was that of the feudal nobility in the epoch of transition to capitalism. Its end would signal the crisis of the power of its class, the advent of the bourgeois revolutions, and the emergence of the capitalist state. 2. Class and state, problems of periodization. The typical institutional complex of the absolutist state in the West has now been outlined. It remains to sketch very briefly some aspects of the trajectory of this historical form, which naturally underwent significant modifications in the 3 or more centuries of its existence. At the same time, it is necessary to give some account of the relationship between the noble class and absolutism, because nothing could be less justified than to assume that this was an unproblematic one of natural harmony from the start. On the contrary, it may be argued that the real periodization of absolutism in the West is at bottom to be found precisely in the changing rapport between the nobility and the monarchy, and the multiple attendant political shifts which were correlated with it. At any rate, a provisional periodization of the state and an attempt to trace the relationship of the dominant class to it, will be proposed below. The medieval monarchies, as we have seen, were an unstable amalgam of feudal suzerains and anointed kings. The extraordinary regalian rights of the latter function were, of course, a necessary counterweight against the structural weakness and limitations of the former. The contradiction between these two alternate principles of royalty was the central tension of the feudal state in the Middle Ages. The role of the feudal suzerain at the summit of a vassal hierarchy was ultimately the dominant component of this monarchical model, as the retrospective light shed on it by the contrasting structure of absolutism was to show. This role dictated very narrow limits to the economic base of monarchy in the early medieval period. In effect, the feudal ruler of this epoch had to raise his revenues primarily from his own estates, in his capacity as a particular landlord. The dues from his domain would initially be delivered in kind, and then increasingly in cash. 1 In addition to this income, he would normally enjoy certain financial privileges from his territorial lordship, above all, feudal incidences and special aids from his vassals, tied to investiture in their fiefs, plus seigneurial tolls exacted on markets or trade routes, plus emergency levies from the church, plus the profits of royal justice in the forms of fines and confiscations. Naturally, these fragmented and restricted forms of revenue were soon inadequate even for the exiguous governmental duties characteristic of the medieval polity. Recourse could be had, of course, to credit from merchants and bankers in the towns, who controlled relatively large reserves of liquid capital. This was the earliest and most widespread expedient of feudal monarchs when confronted with shortage of income for the conduct of affairs of state. But borrowing only postponed the problem, since bankers normally demanded secure pledges from future royal income against their loans. The pressing and permanent need to acquire substantial sums outside the range of their traditional revenues thus led virtually all medieval monarchies to summon the estates of their realm from time to time, in order to raise taxes. These estates became increasingly frequent and prominent from the 13th century onwards in Western Europe, when the tasks of feudal government had become more complex and the scale of finance involved in them correspondingly demanding. 2 They nowhere acquired a regular basis of recall, independent of the will of the ruler, and hence their periodicity varied enormously from country to country, and within countries. However, these institutions should not be regarded as contingent or extrinsic growths on the medieval body politic. On the contrary, they constituted an intermittent mechanism that was an inevitable consequence of the structure of the early feudal state as such. For precisely because the political and economic orders were fused in a chain of personal obligations and dues, there was never any legal basis for general economic levies by the monarch outside the hierarchy of mediate sovereignties. In fact, it is striking that the very idea of universal taxation, so central to the whole edifice of the Roman Empire, lapsed altogether during the Dark Ages. 3 Thus no feudal king could decree imposts at will. Every ruler had to obtain the consent of specially assembled bodies, estates, for major taxation, under the rubric of the legal principle quod omnes tangit. For it is significant that most of the direct general taxes which were slowly introduced into Western Europe, subject to the assent of medieval parliaments, had been initially pioneered in Italy, where the initial feudal synthesis was most tilted towards the Roman and urban heritage. Not only did the Church levy general taxation on the faithful for the Crusades, municipal governments, compact councils of patricians without investiture or rank stratification, had no great difficulties in imposing taxes on their own town populations, still less on a subjugated contado. The commune of Pisa actually had property taxes. The peninsula also initiated many indirect taxes. The salt monopoly of Gabelle originated in Sicily. Soon a variegated fiscal pattern developed in the main West European countries. English princes relied mainly on custom duties because of their insular situation, French on excises and the tattle, and German on intensification of tolls. These taxes, however, were not regular grants. They normally remained occasional levies down to the end of the Middle Ages, during which few estates ever yielded to royal rulers the right to raise permanent or general taxation without the consent of their subjects. Naturally, the social definition of subjects was a predictable one. The estates of the realm customarily represented the nobility, the clergy, and the urban burgesses, and were organized either in a straightforward three-curia or a somewhat distinct two-chamber system. 5 Such assemblies were virtually universal throughout Western Europe, with the exception of northern Italy where the urban density and absence of feudal suzerainty naturally inhibited their emergence. The Parliament in England, Fitats Generales in France, Landtage in Germany, Cortes in Castile or Portugal, Riksdag in Sweden, and so on. Besides their essential role as the fiscal faucets of the medieval state, these estates fulfilled another critical function in the feudal polity. They were collective representations of one of the deepest principles of feudal hierarchy within the nobility, the duty of the vassal to provide not only auxilium, but concilium to his liege lord, in other words, the right to give his solemn advice in matters of gravity affecting both parties. Such consultation did not necessarily weaken the medieval ruler. In foreign or domestic crises, it might well strengthen him by providing welcome political support. Outside the particular nexus of individual homage relationships, the public application of this conception was initially confined to the small number of baronial magnates who were the tenants-in-chief of the monarch, formed his entourage, and expected to be consulted by him in important affairs of state. With the growth of estates proper in the 13th century because of fiscal exigencies, the baronial prerogative of consultation in the Ardua Negotia Regna was gradually extended to these new assemblies, and came to form an important part of the political tradition of the noble class as a whole, which naturally everywhere dominated the estates. The ramification of the feudal polity in the High Middle Ages by the growth of estates institutions from the main trunk, thus did not alter the relationship between the monarchy and nobility in any unilateral direction. These institutions were essentially summoned into existence to expand the fiscal base of the monarchy, but while fulfilling this aim, they also increased the potential collective control of the nobility over the latter. They should not therefore be regarded either as mere checks or tools of royal power, rather they reduplicated a pristine balance between the feudal suzerain and his vassals in a more complex and effective framework. In practice, the estates remained sporadic occasions, and the taxes levied by the monarchy relatively modest affairs. One important reason for this was that the problem of an extensive paid bureaucracy had not as yet interposed itself between the monarchy and the nobility. Royal government throughout the Middle Ages relied to a considerable extent on the services of the very large clerical bureaucracy of the Church, whose top personnel could devote themselves full-time to civil administration without a financial charge on the state, since they already received ample salaries from a separate ecclesiastical apparatus. The higher clergy who century after century provided so many of the supreme administrators of the feudal polity, from England to France to Spain, were themselves, of course, mostly recruited from the nobility, for whom access to episcopal and abbatial positions was an important social and economic privilege. The stepped feudal hierarchy of personal homage and fealty, the corporate estates assemblies exercising their rights of voting taxes and deliberating on affairs of the realm, the informal character of an administration partly maintained by the Church, a church often staffed at its summit by magnates, all these formed a legible and intimate political system binding the noble class to a state with which, despite and through constant conflicts with specific monarchs, it was at one. The contrast between this pattern of the medieval estates monarchy and that of early modern absolutism is marked enough for historians today. It was naturally no less, far more, so for the nobles who actually lived through it. For the great, silent structural force impelling a complete reorganization of feudal class power was inevitably concealed from them. The type of historical causality that was at work in dissolving the original unity of extra-economic exploitation at the base of the whole social system, by the spread of commodity production and exchange, and recentralizing it at the summit, was not visible within their categorical universe. For many individual nobles, it meant new opportunities for fortune and fame, which were avidly grasped, For many others, it signified indignity or ruin, against which they rebelled. For most it involved a protracted and difficult process of adaptation and conversion, across succeeding generations, before harmony between class and state was precariously restored. In the course of this process, the late feudal aristocracy was obliged to abandon old traditions and acquire many new skills. 6. It had to shed military exercise of private violence, social patterns of vassal loyalty, economic habits of hereditary insouciance, political rights of representative autonomy, and cultural attributes of unlettered ignorance. It had to learn the new avocations of a disciplined officer, a literate functionary, a polished courtier, and a more or less prudent estate owner. The history of Western absolutism is largely the story of the slow reconversion of the landed ruling class to the necessary form of its own political power, despite and against most of its previous experience and instincts. The Renaissance epoch thus witnessed the first phase in the consolidation of absolutism, when it was still comparatively close to an antecedent monarchical pattern. Estates persisted in France, Castile, or the Netherlands up to mid-century and flourished in England. Armies were relatively small, mainly mercenary forces with only seasonal campaigning capacity. They were led in person by aristocrats who were magnates of the first water in their respective realms. The great secular boom of the 16th century, provoked both by rapid demographic growth and the advent of American bullion and trade, eased credit for European princes, and allowed great increases in outlay without a correspondingly sound expansion of the fiscal system. Although there was a general intensification of taxation, this was the golden age of the South German financiers. There was a steady growth of bureaucratic administration, but it was typically everywhere prey to colonization by grandee houses competing for the political privileges and economic profits of office, and commanding parasitic clientages of lesser nobles who were infiltrated into the state apparatus and formed rival patronage networks within it, a modernized version of the late medieval retainer system and its conflicts. Factional feuds between great families, each with a segment of the state machine at their behest, and often a solid regional base within a tenuously unified country, constantly occupied the front of the political stage. 7. In England, the virulent Dudley/Seymour and Leicester/Cecil rivalries, in France the murderous three-cornered war between the Guise, Montmorency, and Bourbon lineages, in Spain the brutal backstairs struggle for power between the Alva and Eboli groups, were a keynote of the time. The Western aristocracies had begun to acquire university education and the cultural fluency hitherto reserved for clerics. 8. They were by no means yet demilitarized in their private life, even in England, let alone France, Italy, or Spain. The reigning monarchs generally had to reckon with their magnates as an independent force, to be accorded the positions appropriate to their rank. The traces of a symmetrical medieval pyramid were still visible in the approaches to the sovereign. It was only in the second half of the century that the first theorists of absolutism started to propagate divine right conceptions that elevated royal power totally above the limited and reciprocal fealty of medieval kingly suzerainty. Bodin was the first and most rigorous of them. But the 16th century closed in the major countries without the accomplished form of absolutism in existence anywhere. Even in Spain, Philip II was impotent to send troops across the border into Aragon without the permission of its lords. Indeed, the very term absolutism was a misnomer. No Western monarchy ever enjoyed an absolute power over its subjects, in the sense of an untrammeled despotism. 9. All were limited, even at the height of their prerogatives, by the complex of conceptions designated divine or natural law. Bodin's theory of sovereignty, which dominated European political thought for a century, eloquently embodies these contradictions of absolutism. For Bodin was the first thinker systematically and resolutely to break with the medieval conception of authority as the exercise of traditional justice, and to formulate the modern idea of political power as the sovereign capacity to create new laws, and impose unquestioning obedience to them. The principal mark of sovereign majesty and absolute power is essentially the right to impose laws on subjects generally without their consent. There is indeed a distinction between justice and law, for the one merely implies equity, while the other implies command. Law is nothing other than the command of the sovereign in the exercise of his power. 10 Yet while enunciating these revolutionary axioms, Bodin simultaneously upheld the most conservative feudal maxims limiting the basic fiscal and economic rights of rulers over their subjects. It is not within the competence of any prince in the world to levy taxes at will on his people, or seize the goods of another arbitrarily, for since the sovereign prince has no power to transgress the laws of nature, which God, whose image he is on earth, has ordained, he cannot take the property of another without a just and reasonable cause. 11 Bodin's passionate exegesis of the novel idea of sovereignty was thus combined with a call for the reinvigoration of the fief system for military service, and a reaffirmation of the value of estates. The sovereignty of a monarch is no way altered or diminished by the existence of estates. On the contrary, His Majesty is the greater and more illustrious when his people acknowledge him as sovereign, even if in such assemblies princes, not wanting to antagonize their subjects, grant and permit many things to which they would not have consented without the requests, prayers and just complaints of their people. 12 Nothing reveals more clearly the real nature of absolute monarchy in the later Renaissance than this authoritative theorization of it. For the practice of absolutism corresponded to Bodin's theory of it. No absolutist state could ever dispose at will of the liberty or landed property of the nobility itself, or the bourgeoisie, in the fashion of the Asian tyrannies coeval with them. Nor did they ever achieve any complete administrative centralization or juridical unification. Corporative particularisms and regional heterogeneities inherited from the medieval epoch marked the ancien regimes down to their ultimate overthrow. Absolute monarchy in the West was thus, in fact, always doubly limited, by the persistence of traditional political bodies below it and the presence of an overarching moral law above it. In other words, the sway of absolutism ultimately operated within the necessary bounds of the class whose interests it secured. Sharp conflicts between the two were to break out as the dismantling of many familiar noble landmarks by the monarchy proceeded in the next century. But throughout them, it should be remembered that just as no absolute power was ever exercised by the absolutist state of the West, no struggle between these states and their aristocracies could ever be absolute either. The social unity of the two determined the terrain and temporality of the political contradictions between them. These, however, were to have their own historical importance. The next 100 years witnessed the full emplacement of the absolutist state, in a century of agrarian and demographic depression and downward drifting prices. It was now that the effects of the military revolution made themselves decisively felt. Armies rapidly multiplied in size, becoming astronomically expensive, in a series of ceaselessly expanding wars. Tilly's operations were not so much larger than those of Alva, they were dwarfed by those of Turin. The cost of these massive military machines created acute revenue crises for the absolutist states. Tax pressures on the masses generally intensified. Simultaneously, the sale of public offices and honors now became a central financial expedient for all monarchies, and was systematized in a way that it had not been in the previous century. The result was to integrate a growing number of arriviste bourgeois into the columns of state functionaries, which became increasingly professionalized, and to reorganize the links between the nobility and the state apparatus itself. For the sale of offices was not merely an economic device to raise revenue from the propertied classes. It also served a political function, by making the acquisition of bureaucratic position a market transaction, and vesting ownership of it with rights of inheritance. Sale of offices blocked the formation of grandee clientage systems within the state dependent not on impersonal cash equivalents, but on the personal connections and prestige of a great lord and his house. Richelieu stressed in his testament the critical sterilizing role of the Paulette in putting the whole administrative system beyond the reach of tentacular aristocratic lineages like that of the House of Guise. Of course, one parasitism was only exchanged for another, instead of patronage, venality. But the mediation of the market was a safer one for the monarchy than that of the magnates. The Parisian financial syndicates who advanced loans to the state, farmed taxes, and bought up offices in the 17th century were much less dangerous to French absolutism than the provincial dynasties of the 16th, who not only had sections of the royal administration beholden to them, but could field their own armed troops as well. The augmented bureaucratization of office in its turn produced new types of ruling administrators, normally recruited from the nobility and expecting the conventional benefits of office, but imbued with a rigorous respect for the state as such and a fierce determination to uphold its long-term interests against short-sighted cabals of ambitious or disaffected grandees. These were the austere reforming ministers of the 17th century monarchies, essentially civilian functionaries, with no autonomous regional or military base, directing the affairs of state from their cabinets, Oxenstierna, Laud, Richelieu, Colbert, or Olivares. It was these generations which extended and codified the practices of bilateral 16th century diplomacy into a multilateral international system, of which the Treaty of Westphalia was the founding charter, and the magnified scope of the wars of the 17th century the material crucible. Escalation of war, bureaucratization of office, intensification of taxation, erosion of clientage, all led in the same direction, towards a decisive elimination of what Montesquieu in the next century was to theorize nostalgically as the intermediary powers between the monarchy and the people. In other words, the estate systems progressively went under as the class power of the nobility assumed the form of a centripetal dictatorship exercised under the royal ensign. The actual power of the monarchy as an institution, of course, in no way necessarily corresponded to that of the monarch. The sovereign who actually directed administration and conducted policy was as much the exception as the rule, although for obvious reasons the creative unity and efficacy of absolutism was always at its height when the two coincided. The maximum florescence and vigor of the absolutist state of the Grand Siècle was necessarily also a stifling compression of the traditional rights and autonomies of the noble class, which dated back to the original medieval decentralization of the feudal polity and were sanctioned by venerable custom and interest. The last Estates General before the Revolution was held in France in 1614, the last Castilian Cortes before Napoleon in 1665, the last Landtag in Bavaria in 1669, while in England, the longest surcease of Parliament in a century occurred, from 1629 to the Civil War. This epoch is thus not only that of a political and cultural apogee of absolutism, but also of widespread aristocratic disaffection and alienation from it. Particularist privileges and customary rights were not abandoned without a struggle, especially in a time of pervasive economic recession and taut-end credit. The 17th century was thus repeatedly the scene of local noble revolts against the absolutist state in the West, which often blended with incipient sedition by lawyers or merchants, and sometimes even utilized the suffering rage of the rural and urban masses themselves, as a temporary weapon against the monarchy. 13 The Fronde in France, the Catalonian Republic in Spain, the Neapolitan Revolution in Italy, the Estates Revolt in Bohemia and the Great Rebellion in England itself all had, in very different proportions, something of this aspect of a nobiliary revolt against the consolidation of absolutism. 14 Naturally, this reaction could never become a full-scale, united aristocratic onslaught on the monarchy, for the two were tied together by an umbilical class cord, nor was there any case of a purely noble revolt in the century. The characteristic pattern was rather an overdetermined explosion in which a regionally delimited part of the nobility raised the banner of aristocratic separatism, and was joined by a discontented urban bourgeoisie and plebeian mobs in a general upheaval. Only in England, where the capitalist component of the revolt was preponderant in both the rural and urban propertied classes, did the Great Rebellion succeed. Everywhere else, in France, Spain, Italy and Austria, insurrections dominated or infected by noble separatism were crushed and absolutist power reinforced. Necessarily so. No feudal ruling class could afford to jettison the advances achieved by absolutism, which were the expression of profound historical necessities working themselves out right across the continent, without jeopardizing its own existence. None, in fact, ever was wholly or mainly won to the cause of revolt. But the regional or partial character of these struggles does not minimize their significance. Factors of local autonomism merely condensed a diffuse dissatisfaction that often existed throughout the nobility, and gave it a violent politico-military form. The protests of Bordeaux, Prague, Naples, Edinburgh, Barcelona or Palermo had a wider resonance. Their ultimate defeat was a central episode in the difficult travail of the whole class in this century, as it slowly transformed itself to fit the new, unwanted exigencies of its own state power. No class in history immediately comprehends the logic of its own historical situation. In epochs of transition, a long period of disorientation and confusion may be necessary for it to learn the necessary rules of its own sovereignty. The Western nobility in the tense age of 17th century absolutism was no exception. It had to be broken into the harsh and unawaited discipline of its own conditions of government. This is essentially the explanation of the apparent paradox of the later trajectory of absolutism in the West. For if the 17th century is the noon of turmoil and disarray in the relationship between class and state within the total system of aristocratic political rule, the 18th century is by comparison the golden evening of their tranquility and reconciliation. A new stability and harmony prevailed, as the international economic conjuncture changed and 100 years of relative prosperity set in for most of Europe, while the nobility regained confidence in its capacity to direct the fortunes of the state. A polished re-aristocratization of the higher bureaucracy occurred in one country after another, making the previous epoch seem by illusory contrast assorted with parvenus. The French Regency and the Swedish hat oligarchy are the most striking examples of this phenomenon. But it can be seen in Caroline Spain and even in Georgian England or Periwig Holland, where bourgeois revolutions had actually converted state and dominant mode of production to capitalism. The ministers of state who symbolize the period lacked the creative energy and austere force of their predecessors, but they were serenely at peace with their class. Fleury or Choiseul, Ensenada or Aranda, Walpole or Newcastle are the representative figures of this epoch. The civilian performance of the absolutist state in the West in the age of the Enlightenment reflects this pattern. There was a trimming of excesses and a refinement of techniques, a certain further imprint of bourgeois influences, coupled with a general loss of dynamism and creativity. The extreme distortions generated by sale of offices were pared away, and the bureaucracy rendered correspondingly less venal, but often at the price of a public loan system for raising equivalent revenues which, imitated from the more advanced capitalist countries, soon tended to waterlog the state with accumulated debts. Mercantilism was still preached and practiced, although the new liberal economic doctrines of the physiocrats, advocating free trade and agrarian investment, made some limited headway in France, Tuscany, and elsewhere. Perhaps the most important and interesting development within the landed ruling class in the last 100 years before the French Revolution, however, was a phenomenon outside the ambit of the state itself. This was the European spread of vinculismo, the rash of aristocratic devices for the protection and consolidation of large landed property against the disintegrating pressures and vagaries of the capitalist market. 15 The English nobility after 1689 was one of the first to pioneer this trend, with the invention of the strict settlement, preventing owners of estates from alienating family property and vesting rights in the eldest son only, two measures designed to freeze the whole land market. In the interests of aristocratic supremacy. Soon, one after another, the main Western countries developed or perfected their own variants of this vinculism or tying of the land to its traditional owners. The Mayorego in Spain, the Morgado in Portugal, Fideicommissum in Italy and Austria, and the Maura in Germany, all fulfilled the same function, to preserve intact great blocks of magnate estates and large latifundia against the dangers of fragmentation or sale on an open commercial market. 16 Much of the recovered stability of the European nobility in the 18th century was doubtless due to the economic underpinning provided by these legal devices. There was, in fact, probably less social turnover within the ruling class in this age than in the preceding epochs, when families and fortunes had fluctuated far more rapidly amidst greater political and social upheavals. 17. It was against this background that a cosmopolitan elite culture of court and salon spread across Europe, typified by the new preeminence of French as an international idiom of diplomatic and intellectual discourse. In fact, of course, beneath its veneer this culture was more deeply penetrated than ever before by the ideas of the ascendant bourgeoisie, now triumphantly finding expression in the Enlightenment. The specific weight of mercantile and manufacturing capital within most of the Western social formations was rising throughout this century, which saw the second great wave of commercial and colonial expansion overseas. But it only determined state policy where a bourgeois revolution had already occurred and absolutism had been overthrown, in England and Holland. Elsewhere, there is no more striking sign of the structural continuity of the late feudal state into its final phase than the persistence of its traditional military traditions. Actual troop strengths generally leveled off or dropped somewhat in Western Europe after the Treaty of Utrecht. The physical apparatus of war had ceased to expand, at least on land. But the frequency of war and its centrality to the international state system did not seriously alter. In fact, perhaps more geographical territory, classical object of every aristocratic military struggle, changed hands in Europe during this century than either of its two predecessors. Silesia, Naples, Lombardy, Belgium, Sardinia, and Poland were among the prizes. War functioned in this sense down to the end of the Ancien regime. Typologically, of course, the campaigns of European absolutism present a certain evolution in and through a basic repetition. The common determinant of all of them was the feudal territorial drive discussed above, whose characteristic form was the dynastic conflict pure and simple of the early 16th century. Superimposed on this for 100 years, from 1550 to 1650, was the religious conflict between Reformation and Counter-Reformation powers, which never initiated but frequently intensified and exacerbated geopolitical rivalries and provided their contemporary ideological idiom. The 30 Years' War was the greatest, and last, of these mixed struggles. It was promptly succeeded by the first of a wholly new type of military conflict in Europe, fought for different objectives in a different element, the Anglo-Dutch commercial wars of the 1650s and 1660s, in which virtually all engagements were maritime. These confrontations, however, were confined to the two states in Europe which had experienced bourgeois revolutions, and were strictly inter-capitalist contests. The attempt to adopt their objectives by Colbert in France proved a fiasco in the 1670s. However, from the War of the League of Augsburg onwards, trade was nearly always an auxiliary co-presence in the major European military struggles for land, if only because of the participation in them of England, whose geographical expansion overseas was now wholly commercial in character, and whose goal was effectively a world colonial monopoly. Hence the hybrid character of the last 18th century wars, juxtaposing two different times and types of conflict in a strange, single melee, of which the 7 Years' War furnishes the clearest example. The first in history to be fought right across the globe, yet as a sideshow for most of the participants, for whom Manila or Montreal were remote skirmishes compared with Leuthen or Kunersdorf. Nothing reveals the failing feudal vision of the Ancien regime in France more than its inability to perceive the real stakes involved in these dual wars. Together with its rivals, it remained basically fixated on the traditional contest for land to the end. 3. Spain. Such was the general character of absolutism in the West. The specific territorial states which came into existence in the different countries of Renaissance Europe, however, cannot simply be assimilated to a single pure type. They exhibited wide variations, in fact, which were to have crucial consequences for the subsequent histories of the countries concerned, and can still be felt to this day. Some survey of these variants is therefore a necessary complement to any consideration of the general structure of Western absolutism. Spain, the earliest great power of modern Europe, provides a logical starting point. For the rise of Habsburg Spain was not merely one episode within a set of concurrent and equivalent experiences of state construction in Western Europe, it was also an auxiliary determinant of the whole set as such. It thus occupies a qualitatively distinct position in the general process of absolutization. For the reach and impact of Spanish absolutism was in a strict sense inordinate, among the other Western monarchies of the age. Its international pressure acted as a special overdetermination of the national patterns elsewhere in the continent, because of the disproportionate wealth and power at its command. The historical concentration of these assets in the Spanish state could not but affect the overall shape and direction of the emergent state system of the West. The Spanish monarchy owed its preeminence to a combination of two complexes of resources, themselves sudden projections of common constituents of ascendant absolutism to an exceptional magnitude. On the one hand, its ruling house benefited more than any other line in Europe from the compacts of dynastic marriage policy. The Habsburg family connection yielded the Spanish state a scale of territory and influence in Europe, which no rival monarchy could match, a supreme artifact of feudal mechanisms of political expansion. On the other hand, the colonial conquest of the New World supplied it with a superabundance of precious metals, which gave it a treasury beyond the range of any of its counterparts. Conducted and organized within still notably seigneurial structures, the plunder of the Americas was nevertheless at the same time the most spectacular single act in the primitive accumulation of European capital during the Renaissance. Spanish absolutism thus drew strength both from the inheritances of feudal aggrandizement at home and the booty of extractive capital overseas. There was never, of course, any question as to the social and economic interests to which the political apparatus of the Spanish monarchy principally and permanently answered. No other major absolutist state in Western Europe was to be so finally noble in character, or so inimical to bourgeois development. The very fortune of its early control of the mines of America, with their primitive but lucrative economy of extraction, disinclined it to promote the growth of manufactures or foster the spread of mercantile enterprise within its European empire. Instead, it bore down with a massive weight on the most active commercial communities of the continent, even while threatening every other landed aristocracy in a cycle of inter-aristocratic wars that lasted for 150 years. Spanish power stifled the urban vitality of North Italy, and crushed the flourishing towns of half the Low Countries, the two most advanced zones of the European economy at the turn of the 16th century. Holland eventually escaped its control, in a long struggle for bourgeois independence. In the same period, the royal states of southern Italy and Portugal were absorbed by Spain. The monarchies of France and England were battered by Hispanic attacks. The principalities of Germany were repeatedly invaded by tercios from Castile. While Spanish fleets rode the Atlantic or patrolled the Mediterranean, Spanish armies ranged across most of Western Europe, from Antwerp to Palermo, and Regensburg to Consell. The menace of Habsburg dominance, however, in the end quickened the reactions and fortified the defenses of the dynasties arrayed against it. Spanish priority gave the Habsburg monarchy a system-setting role for Western absolutism as a whole. Yet it also, as we shall see, critically limited the nature of Spanish absolutism itself within the system it helped to originate. Spanish absolutism was born from the union of Castile and Aragon, effected by the marriage of Isabella I and Ferdinand II in 1469. It started with an apparently firm economic basis. During the labor shortages produced by the general crisis of Western feudalism, increasing areas of Castile were converted to a lucrative wool economy, which had made it the Australia of the Middle Ages one and a major partner of Flemish trade, while Aragon had long been a territorial and commercial power in the Mediterranean, controlling Sicily and Sardinia. The political and military dynamism of the new dual state was soon dramatically revealed in a series of sweeping external conquests. The last Moorish stronghold of Granada was destroyed and the Reconquista completed, Naples was annexed, Navarre was absorbed, and above all, the Americas were discovered and subjugated. The Habsburg connection soon added Milan, the Franche-Comté, and the Netherlands. This sudden avalanche of successes made Spain the premier power in Europe for the whole of the 16th century, enjoying an international position which no other continental absolutism was ever later able to emulate. Yet the state which presided over this vast empire was itself a ramshackle assemblage, ultimately united only by the person of the monarch. Spanish absolutism, so awesome to northern Protestantism abroad, was in fact notably modest and limited in its domestic development. Its internal articulations were perhaps uniquely loose and heteroclite. The reasons for this paradox are doubtless to be sought essentially in the curious triangular relationship between the American Empire, the European Empire and the Iberian homelands. The composite realms of Castile and Aragon united by Ferdinand and Isabella presented an extremely diverse basis for the construction of the new Spanish monarchy in the late 15th century. Castile was a land with an aristocracy of enormous estates and powerful military orders. It also had a considerable number of towns, although, significantly, not yet a fixed capital. The Castilian nobility had seized vast quantities of agrarian property from the monarchy during the civil wars of the later Middle Ages. 2 to 3% of the population now controlled some 97% of the soil. More than half of this, in turn, was owned by a few magnate families who towered over the numerous Hidalgo gentry. 2 Cereal agriculture was steadily yielding to sheep farming on these great estates. The wool boom, which provided the basis for the fortunes of so many aristocratic houses, had, at the same time, stimulated urban growth and foreign trade. Castilian towns and Cantabrian shipping benefited from the prosperity of the pastoral economy of late medieval Spain, which was linked by a complex commercial system to the textile industry of Flanders. The economic and demographic profile of Castile within the Union was thus from the outset an advantageous one, with a population calculated at between 5 and 7 million, and a buoyant overseas trade with Northern Europe. It was easily the dominant state in the peninsula. Politically, its constitution was curiously unsettled. Castile-Leon had been one of the first medieval kingdoms in Europe to develop an estates system in the 13th century, while by the mid-15th century, the factual ascendancy of the nobility over the monarchy had for a time become far-reaching. But the grasping power of the late medieval aristocracy had not set in any juridical mold. The Cortes, in fact, remained an occasional and indefinite assembly, perhaps because of the migrant character of the Castilian kingdom as it shifted southwards and shuffled its social pattern in doing so. There had never developed a firm and fixed institutionalization of the estates system. Thus both the convocation and composition of the Cortes was subject to the arbitrary decision of the monarchy, with the result that sessions were spasmodic, and no regular three-curious system emerged from them. On the one hand, the Cortes had no initiatory legislative powers; on the other, the nobility and clergy enjoyed fiscal immunity. The result was an estates system in which only the towns had to pay the taxes voted by the Cortes, which otherwise fell virtually exclusively on the masses beneath it. The aristocracy thus had no direct economic stake in its representation within the Castilian estates, which formed a comparatively weak and isolated institution. Aristocratic corporatism found separate expression in the rich and formidable military orders, Calatrava, Alcantara, and Santiago, which had been created by the Crusades, but these by nature lacked the collective authority of a noble estate proper. The economic and political character of the realm of Aragon III was in sharp contrast to this. The high interior of Aragon itself harbored the most repressive seigneurial system in the Iberian Peninsula. The local aristocracy was vested with a full range of feudal powers in the barren countryside, where serfdom still survived and a captive Morisco peasantry toiled for its Christian landlords. Catalonia, on the other hand, had traditionally been the center of a mercantile empire in the Mediterranean. Barcelona was the largest city in medieval Spain, and its urban patriciate the richest commercial class of the region. Catalan prosperity, however, had suffered grievously during the long feudal depression. The epidemics of the 14th century had struck the principality with especial violence, returning again and again after the Black Death itself to ravage the population, which fell by over a third between 1365 and 1497. Commercial bankruptcies had been compounded by aggressive Genoese competition in the Mediterranean, while smaller merchants and artisan guilds revolted against the patriciates in the towns. In the countryside the peasantry had risen to throw off the evil customs and seize deserted lands in the Remenka rebellions of the 15th century. Finally, a civil war between the monarchy and nobility, pulling other social groups into its maelstrom, had further weakened the Catalan economy. Its overseas bases in Italy, however, remained intact. Valencia, the third province of the realm, was socially intermediate between Aragon and Catalonia. The nobility exploited Morisco labor. A merchant community expanded during the 15th century, as financial dominance passed down the coast from Barcelona. The growth of Valencia, however, did not adequately compensate for the decline of Catalonia. The economic disparity between the two realms of the union created by the marriage of Ferdinand and Isabella can be seen from the fact that the population of the three provinces of Aragon together perhaps totaled only some 1 million inhabitants, compared with Castile's 5 to 7 million. The political contrast between the two kingdoms, on the other hand, was no less striking. For in the realm of Aragon, there was to be found perhaps the most sophisticated and entrenched estate structure anywhere in Europe. All three provinces of Catalonia, Valencia, and Aragon had their own separate cortes. Each had, in addition, special watchdog institutions of permanent judicial control and economic administration derived from the cortes. The Catalan Diputado, a standing committee of the cortes, was the most effective exemplar of these. Each cortes, moreover, had statutorily to be summoned at regular intervals, and was technically subject to a rule of unanimity, a device unique in Western Europe. The Aragonesa Cortes itself had the further refinement of a four-curious system of magnates, gentry, clergy, and burghers. 5 In toto, this complex of medieval liberties presented a singularly intractable prospect for the construction of a centralized absolutism. The asymmetry of institutional orders in Castile and Aragon was, in fact, to shape the whole career of the Spanish monarchy henceforward. For Ferdinand and Isabella, understandably, took the obvious course of concentrating on the establishment of an unshakable royal power in Castile, where the conditions for it were most immediately propitious. Aragon presented far more formidable political obstacles to the construction of a centralized state, and much less profitable prospects for economic fiscalization. Castile had 5 or 6 times the population, and its greater wealth was not protected by any comparable constitutional barriers. A methodical program for its administrative reorganization was thus set in train by the two monarchs. The military orders were decapitated and their vast lands and incomes annexed. Baronial castles were demolished, marcher lords ousted, and private wars banned. The municipal autonomy of the towns was broken by the planting of official corregidors to administer them, royal justice was reinforced and extended. Control of ecclesiastical benefices was captured for the state, detaching the local church apparatus from the reach of the papacy. The Cortes was progressively domesticated by the effective omission of the nobility and clergy from its assemblies after 1480, since the main purpose of summoning it was to raise taxes for military expenditure, from which the first and second estate were exempted. The latter had little reason to resist this restriction. Fiscal yields rose impressively. Castilian revenues increased from some 900,000 reals in 1474 to 26 million in 1504.6. The Royal Council was reformed and grandee influence excluded from it. The new body was staffed by lawyer bureaucrats or letrados, recruited from the smaller gentry. Professional secretaries worked directly under the sovereigns, dispatching ongoing business. The Castilian state machine, in other words, was rationalized and modernized. But the new monarchy never counterposed it to the aristocratic class as a whole. Top military and diplomatic positions were always reserved for magnates, who kept their great viceroyalties and governorships, while lesser nobles filled the ranks of the corregidors. Royal domains usurped since 1454 were recovered by the monarchy, but those appropriated earlier, the majority, were left in the hands of the nobility. New estates in Granada were added to its possessions, and the immobilization of rural property by the device of the mayorazgo was confirmed. Moreover, wide privileges were deliberately granted to the pastoral interests of the Mistawil cartel in the countryside, dominated by southern latifundists, while discriminatory measures against cereal farming eventually fixed retail prices for grain crops. In the towns, a constricting guild system was foisted on nascent urban industry, and religious persecution of the conversos led to an exodus of Jewish capital. All these policies were pursued with great energy and resolution in Castile. In Aragon, on the other hand, no political program of comparable scope was ever attempted. There, on the contrary, the most that Ferdinand could achieve was a social pacification, and restoration of the late medieval constitution. The Remenka peasants were finally granted remission of their dues with the sentence of Guadalupe in 1486, and rural unrest subsided. Access to the Catalan Diputatio was broadened by the introduction of a sortition system. Otherwise, Ferdinand's rule unambiguously confirmed the separate identity of the Eastern realm. Catalan liberties were expressly acknowledged in their entirety by the Observança of 1481, and new safeguards against royal infractions of them actually added to the existing arsenal of local weapons against any form of monarchical centralization. Rarely resident within his native country, Ferdinand installed viceroys in all three provinces to exercise a delegated authority for him, and created a Council of Aragon, mostly based in Castile, to liaise with them. Aragon, in effect, was thus virtually left to its own devices. Even the great wool interests, all-powerful beyond the Ebro, were unable to secure sanction for their sheep runs across its agricultural land. Once Ferdinand had been obliged solemnly to reconfirm all its thorny contractual privileges, there was no question whatever of an administrative merger at any level between Aragon and Castile. Far from creating a unified kingdom, their Catholic majesties failed even to establish a single currency, let alone a common tax or legal system within their realms. The Inquisition, a unique creation in Europe at the time, should be seen in this context. It was the one unitary Spanish institution in the peninsula, an overwrought ideological apparatus compensating for the actual administrative division and dispersal of the state. The accession of Charles V was to complicate, but not substantially alter, this pattern. If anything, it ultimately accentuated it. The most immediate result of the advent of a Habsburg sovereign was a new and heavily expatriate court, dominated by Flemings, Burgundians, and Italians. The financial extortions of the new regime soon provoked a wave of intense popular xenophobia in Castile. The departure of the monarch himself for northern Europe was thus the signal for a widespread urban rebellion against what was felt to be foreign fleecing of Castilian resources and positions. The Comunero revolt of 1520-1 won the initial support of many city nobles, and appealed to a traditional set of constitutional demands. But its driving force was the popular artisan masses in the towns, and its dominating leadership was the urban bourgeoisie of northern and central Castile, whose trading and manufacturing centers had enjoyed an economic boom in the preceding period. It found little or no echo in the countryside, either among the peasantry or rural aristocracy. The movement never seriously affected those regions where towns were few or weak, Galicia, Andalusia, Extremadura, or Guadalajara. The federative and proto-national program of the revolutionary junta which the Castilian communes created during their insurrection clearly marked it as basically a revolt of the Third Estate. 9 Its defeat by royal armies, behind which the bulk of the aristocracy had rallied once the potential radicalism of the upheaval became evident, was thus a critical step in the consolidation of Spanish absolutism. The crushing of the Comunero rebellion effectively eliminated the last vestiges of a contractual constitution in Castile, and doomed the Cortes, for which the Comuneros had demanded regular triannual sessions, to nullity henceforward. More significant, however, was the fact that the Spanish monarchy's most fundamental victory over corporate resistance to royal absolutism in Castile, indeed its only actual armed contest with any opposition in that realm, was the military defeat of the towns, rather than nobles. Nowhere else in Western Europe was this true of nascent absolutism. The primary pattern was the suppression of aristocratic rather than burgher revolts, even where the two were closely mingled. Its triumph over the Castilian communes, at the outset of its career, was to separate the course of the Spanish monarchy from its Western counterparts thereafter. The most spectacular development of Charles V's reign was, of course, its vast enlargement of the Habsburg international orbit. In Europe, the Netherlands, the Franche-Comté, and Milan were now added to the personal patrimony of the rulers of Spain, while Mexico and Peru were conquered in the Americas. During the lifetime of the emperor himself, the whole of Germany was a major theater of operations over and above these hereditary possessions. This sudden territorial expansion inevitably reinforced the prior tendency of the emergent absolutist state in Spain towards devolution via separate councils and viceroys for the different dynastic possessions. Charles V's Piedmontese chancellor, Mercurio Gattinara, inspired by Universalist Erasmian ideals, strove to confer a more compact and effective executive on the unwieldy bulk of the Habsburg Empire, by creating certain unitary institutions for it of a departmental type, notably a Council of Finances, a Council of War and a Council of State, with overall responsibilities of a trans-regional character. These were backed by a growing permanent secretariat of civil servants at the disposal of the monarch. But at the same time, a new series of territorial councils was progressively formed, Gattinara himself establishing the first of these for the government of the Indies. By the end of the century, there were eventually to be no less than 6 such regional councils, for Aragon, Castile, the Indies, Italy, Portugal, and Flanders. Outside Castile itself, none of these had any adequate body of local officials on the ground, where actual administration was entrusted to viceroys, who were subject to often fumbling control and direction from a distance by the councils. 10 The powers of the viceroys themselves were usually very limited in their turn. Only in the Americas did they command the services of their own bureaucracy, but there they were flanked by audiencias which deprived them of the judicial authority they enjoyed elsewhere, while in Europe, they had to come to terms with resident aristocracies, Sicilian, Valencian, or Neapolitan, who normally claimed by right a virtual monopoly of public offices. The result was to block any real unification either of the international imperium as a whole, or of the Iberian homelands themselves. The Americas were juridically attached to the Kingdom of Castile, southern Italy to the realm of Aragon. The Atlantic and Mediterranean economies represented by each never met within a single commercial system. The division between the two original realms of the Union within Spain was, in practice, if anything, reinforced by the overseas possessions now subjoined to them. For juridical purposes, Catalonia could simply be assimilated in statute to Sicily or the Netherlands. Indeed, by the 17th century, Madrid's power in Naples or Milan was actually greater than in Barcelona or Zaragoza. The very sprawl of the Habsburg Empire thus overextended its capacity for integration, and helped to arrest the process of administrative centralization within Spain itself. 11. At the same time, Charles V's reign also inaugurated the fateful sequence of European wars which was to be the price of Spanish power in the continent. In the southern theater of his innumerable campaigns, Charles achieved overwhelming success. It was during this period that Italy fell definitively under Hispanic ascendancy, as France was driven from the peninsula, the papacy intimidated, and the Turkish threat held off. The most advanced urban society in Europe henceforward became an elongated military platform for Spanish absolutism. In the northern theater of his wars, by contrast, the emperor was forced into a costly stalemate. The Reformation remained unvanquished in Germany, despite his repeated attempts to crush or conciliate it, and hereditary Valois enmity survived every defeat in France. The financial burden of constant war in the north, moreover, had gravely strained the traditional loyalty of the Netherlands by the end of the reign, preparing for the disasters which were to overtake Philip II in the Low Countries. For the size and expense of Habsburg armies had escalated steeply and regularly throughout Charles V's rule. Before 1529, Spanish troops in Italy had never numbered more than 30,000, in 1536–7, 60,000 soldiers were mobilized for war with France. By 1552, there were perhaps 150,000 men under the emperor's command in Europe. 12 Financial borrowing and fiscal pressures increased commensurately. Charles V's revenues had tripled by the time of his abdication in 1556–13, yet royal debts were so great that a state bankruptcy had to be formally declared a year later by his heir. The Spanish Empire in the Old World, inherited by Philip II, always administratively divided, was becoming economically untenable at mid-century. It was the New World which was to refurbish its treasury and prolong its disunity. For from the 1560s onwards, the multiple effects of its American empire on Spanish absolutism became increasingly determinant for its future, although it is necessary not to confuse the different levels at which these worked themselves out. The discovery of the Potosi mines now enormously increased the flow of colonial bullion to Seville. The supply of huge quantities of silver from the Americas henceforward became a decisive facility of the Spanish state, in both senses of the word. For it provided Hispanic absolutism with a plentiful and permanent extraordinary income that was wholly outside the conventional ambit of state revenues in Europe. This meant that absolutism in Spain could for a long time continue to dispense with the slow fiscal and administrative unification which was a precondition of absolutism elsewhere. The stubborn recalcitrance of Aragon was compensated by the limitless compliance of Peru. The colonies, in other words, could act as a structural substitute for provinces, in a total polity where orthodox provinces were substituted by autarchic patrimonies. Nothing is more striking in this respect than the utter lack of any proportionate contribution to the Spanish war effort in Europe during the later 16th and 17th centuries from Aragon or even Italy. Castile was to bear the tax burden of interminable military campaigns abroad virtually alone. Behind it, precisely, lay the mines of the Indies. The total incidence of American tribute in the Spanish imperial budgets was, of course, much less than was often popularly supposed at the time. At the height of the treasure fleets, colonial bullion directly accounted for only 20 to 25% of its revenues. 14 The bulk of the rest of Philip II's income was furnished by domestic Castilian charges, the traditional sales tax or alcabala, the special servicios levied on the poor, the cruzada collected with the sanction of the church from clergy and laity, and the public bonds or juros sold to the propertied. American metals, however, played their part in sustaining the metropolitan tax base of the Habsburg state. The extremely high fiscal levels of successive reigns were indirectly supported by the private transfers of bullion to Castile, whose volume averaged well over twice that of public inflows. 15 The notable success of the juros as a funding device, the first widespread use of such bonds by an absolute monarchy in Europe, is, no doubt, partly explicable by its capacity to tap this new monetary wealth. Furthermore, the colonial increment to royal revenues was in its own right quite decisive for the conduct of Spanish foreign policy, and for the nature of the Spanish state. For it arrived in the form of liquid specie which could be used to finance troop movements or diplomatic maneuvers directly, all across Europe, and it afforded exceptional credit opportunities to the Habsburg monarchs, who could raise sums in the international money market to which no other princes could aspire. 16 The huge military and naval operations of Philip II, from the Channel to the Aegean, and Tunis to Antwerp, were possible only because of the extraordinary financial flexibility provided by the American surplus. At the same time, however, the impact of American metals on the Spanish economy, as distinct from the Castilian state, was no less critical, if in another way. For the first half of the 16th century, the moderate level of shipments provided a stimulus to Castilian exports, which quickly responded to the price inflation that followed the advent of colonial treasure. Since the 60 to 70% of this bullion which did not go straight into the royal coffers had to be bought as a commodity like any other from the local entrepreneurs in the Americas, a thriving trade with the colonies developed, mainly in textiles, oil, and wine. Monopoly control of this captive market initially benefited Castilian producers, who could sell at inflationary prices in it, although domestic consumers were soon complaining bitterly of the cost of living at home. 17 However, there were two fatal twists in this process for the Castilian economy as a whole. Firstly, increased colonial demand led to further conversion of land away from cereal production, to wine and olives. This reinforced the already disastrous trend encouraged by the monarchy towards a contraction of wheat output at the expense of wool, for the Spanish wool industry, unlike the English, was not sedentary but transhumant, and therefore extremely destructive of arable farming. The combined result of these pressures was to make Spain a major grain importing country for the first time by the 1570s. The structure of Castilian rural society was now already unlike anything else in Western Europe. Dependent tenants and peasant smallholders were a minority in the countryside. In the 16th century, more than half the rural population of New Castile, perhaps as much as 60 to 70%, were agricultural laborers or jornaleros, 18, and the proportion was probably even higher in Andalusia. There was widespread unemployment in the villages, and heavy feudal rents on seigneurial lands. Most striking of all, the Spanish censuses of 1571 and 1586 revealed a society in which a mere one-third of the male population was engaged in agriculture at all, while no less than two-fifths were outside any direct economic production, a premature and bloated tertiary sector of absolutist Spain, which prefigured secular stagnation to come. 19 But the ultimate damage caused by the colonial nexus was not limited to agriculture, the dominant branch of domestic production at the time. For the influx of bullion from the New World also produced a parasitism that increasingly sapped and halted domestic manufactures. Accelerating inflation drove up the costs of production of the textile industry, which operated within very rigid technical limits, to a point where Castilian cloths were eventually being priced out of both colonial and metropolitan markets. Dutch and English interlopers started to cream off the American demand, while cheaper foreign wares invaded Castile itself. Castilian textiles were thus by the end of the century the victim of Bolivian silver. The cry now went up, España son las Indias del extranjero, Spain has become the Americas of Europe, a colonial dumping ground for foreign goods. Thus both the agrarian and urban economies were ultimately stricken by the blaze from the American treasure, as numerous contemporaries lamented. 20 The productive potential of Castile was being undermined by the same empire which was pumping resources into the military apparatus of the state for unprecedented adventures abroad. Yet there was a close link between the two effects. For, if the American empire was the undoing of the Spanish economy, it was its European empire which was the ruin of the Habsburg state, and the one rendered the extended struggle for the other financially possible. Without the bullion shipments to Seville, the colossal war effort of Philip II would have been unthinkable. However, it was just this effort which was to bring the original structure of Spanish absolutism down. The long reign of the prudent king, covering nearly the whole of the latter half of the 16th century, was not itself a uniform record of foreign failures, despite the immense expense and punishing setbacks which it incurred in the international arena. Its basic pattern was, in fact, not dissimilar to that of Charles V, success in the south, defeat in the north. In the Mediterranean, Turkish naval expansion was definitively checked at Lepanto in 1571, a victory which effectively confined Ottoman fleets henceforward to home waters. Portugal was incorporated smoothly into the Habsburg bloc by dynastic diplomacy and timely invasion. Its absorption added the numerous Lusitanian possessions in Asia, Africa, and America to the Hispanic colonies in the Indies. The Spanish overseas empire itself was augmented by the conquest of the Philippines in the Pacific, logistically and culturally the most daring colonization of the century. The military apparatus of the Spanish state was honed to a steadily greater degree of skill and efficacy, its organization and supply system becoming the most advanced in Europe. The traditional willingness of Castilian hidalgos to serve in the tercios stiffened its infantry regiments. 21 While the Italian and Walloon provinces proved a reliable reservoir of soldiers, if not of taxes, for Habsburg international policies, significantly, the multinational contingents of Habsburg armies all fought better on foreign than on native soil, their very diversity permitting a relatively lesser degree of reliance on external mercenaries. For the first time in modern Europe, a large standing army was successfully maintained at a great distance from the imperial homeland, for decades on end. From Alva's arrival onwards, the army of Flanders averaged some 65,000 troops over the rest of the entire 80 Years' War with the Dutch, a feat without precedent. 22 On the other hand, the permanent disposition of these troops in the Low Countries told its own story. The Netherlands, already rumbling with discontent at Charles V's fiscal exactions and religious persecution, had exploded into what was to become the first bourgeois revolution in history, under the pressure of Philip II's Tridentine centralism. The revolt of the Netherlands posed a direct threat to vital Spanish interests, for the two economies, closely linked since the Middle Ages, were largely complementary. Spain exported wool and bullion to the Low Countries, and imported textiles, hardware, grain, and naval stores. Flanders, moreover, ensured the strategic encirclement of France and was thus a linchpin of Habsburg international ascendancy. Yet despite immense exertions, Spanish military power was unable to break the resistance of the United Provinces. Moreover, Philip II's armed intervention in the religious wars in France and his naval attack on England, two fatal extensions of the original theatre of war in Flanders, were both repulsed. The scattering of the Armada and the accession of Henry IV marked the double defeat of his forward policy in the north. Yet the international balance sheet at the end of his reign was still an apparently formidable one, dangerously so for his successors, to whom he bequeathed an undiminished sense of continental stature. The southern Netherlands had been regained and fortified. The Luso-Hispanic fleets were rapidly reconstituted after 1588 and successfully checked English assaults on the Atlantic bullion routes. The French monarchy was, in the last resort, denied to Protestantism. At home, on the other hand, the legacy of Philip II at the turn of the 17th century was more visibly somber. Castile now had for the first time a stable capital in Madrid, facilitating central government. The Council of State, dominated by grandees, and deliberating on major issues of policy, was more than counterbalanced by the enhanced importance of the Royal Secretariat, whose diligent jurist functionaries provided the desk-bound monarch with the bureaucratic tools of rule most congenial to him. Administrative unification of the dynastic patrimonies, however, was not pursued with any consistency. Absolutist reforms were pressed in the Netherlands, where they led to a debacle, and in Italy, where they secured a modest measure of success. In the Iberian Peninsula itself, by contrast, no progress in the same direction was even seriously attempted. Portuguese constitutional and legal autonomy was scrupulously respected, no Castilian interference ruffled the traditional order of this western acquisition. In the eastern provinces, Aragonese particularism gave truculent provocation to the king by shielding his fugitive secretary Antonio Perez from royal justice with armed riots. An invasion force in 1591 subdued this blatant sedition, but Philip abstained from any permanent occupation of Aragon, or major modification of its constitution. 23 The chance of a centralist solution was deliberately foregone. Meanwhile, the economic situation of both monarchy and country was deteriorating ominously by the end of the century. Silver shipments ran at record levels from 1590 to 1600, but war costs had by now grown so much that a new consumption tax levied essentially on food, the millins, was imposed in Castile, which henceforward became a further heavy burden on the laboring poor in the countryside and the towns. Philip II's total revenues had more than quadrupled by the end of his reign. 24 Even so, official bankruptcy overtook him in 1596. 3 years later, the worst plague of the epoch descended on Spain, decimating the population of the peninsula. The accession of Philip III was followed by peace with England, a further bankruptcy, and then by the reluctant signature of a truce with Holland. The new regime was dominated by the Valencian aristocrat Lerma, a frivolous and venal privado who had established his personal ascendancy over the king. Peace brought with it lavish court display, and multiplication of honors. Political influence deserted the old secretariat, while the Castilian nobility congregated again towards the now softened center of the state. Lerma's only two governmental decisions of note were the systematic use of devaluations to extricate royal finances, by flooding the country with the debased copper vellon, and the mass expulsion of the Moriscos from Spain, which merely weakened the Aragonese and Valencian rural economy. Price inflation and labor shortages were the inevitable result. Much graver in the long run, however, was the silent shift that was now occurring in the whole commercial relationship between Spain and America. From about 1600 onwards, the American colonies were becoming increasingly self-sufficient in the primary commodities they had traditionally imported from Spain: grain, oil, and wine. Coarse cloth was also now starting to be locally produced, shipbuilding developed rapidly, and intercolonial trade boomed. These changes coincided with the growth of a Creole aristocracy in the colonies, whose wealth was derived from agriculture rather than mining. 25 The mines themselves were subject to a deepening crisis from the second decade of the 17th century onwards. Partly because of a demographic collapse in the Indian labor force, due to devastating epidemics and super-exploitation in underground gangs, and partly because of load exhaustion, silver output began to contract. The decline from the peak of the previous century was initially a gradual one. But the composition and direction of trade between the Old and the New World was irreversibly altering, to the detriment of Castile. The colonial import pattern was switching to more sophisticated manufactured goods, which Spain could not supply, brought as contraband by English or Dutch merchants. Local capital was being reinvested on the spot rather than transferred to Seville, and Native American shipping was increasing its share of Atlantic freightage. The net result was a calamitous decrease in Spanish trade with its American possessions, whose total tonnage fell 60% from 1,606 to 10 to 1,646 to 50. In the days of Lerma, the ultimate consequences of this process still lay hidden in the future. But the relative decline of Spain on the seas, and the rise of the Protestant powers of England and Holland at its expense, were already visible. The reconquest of the Dutch Republic and the invasion of England had both failed in the 16th century. But since that date Spain's two maritime enemies had grown more prosperous and powerful, while the Reformed religion continued to advance in Central Europe. The cessation of hostilities for a decade under Lerma thus merely convinced the new generation of imperialist generals and diplomats, Zuniga, Gondomar, Osuna, Bedmer, Fuentes, that, if war was expensive, Spain could not afford peace. The accession of Philip IV, bringing the masterful Conde Duque de Olivares to chief power in Madrid, coincided with the upheaval in the Bohemian lands of the Austrian branch of the Habsburg family, the chance to crush Protestantism in Germany and settle accounts with Holland, an interrelated goal, because of the strategic need to command the corridor through the Rhineland for troop movements between Italy and Flanders, now appeared before them. European war was thus unleashed once again, by proxy through Vienna, but at the initiative of Madrid, in the 1620s. The course of the 30 Years' War curiously reversed the pattern of the two great bouts of Habsburg arms in the previous century. Whereas Charles V and Philip II had scored initial victories in the south of Europe and suffered eventual defeat in the north, Philip IV's forces achieved early successes in the north only to experience ultimate disasters in the south. The size of the Spanish mobilization for this third and last general engagement was formidable. In 1625 Philip IV claimed 300,000 under his orders. 26 The Bohemian estates were crushed at the Battle of the White Mountain, with the aid of Hispanic subsidies and veterans, and the cause of Protestantism permanently beaten in the Czech lands. The Dutch were forced backwards by Spinola, with the capture of Breda. The Swedish counterattack in Germany, after defeating Austrian or Liger armies, was undone by Spanish tercios under the Cardinal Infante at Nordlingen. But it was precisely these victories which finally forced France into hostilities, tipping the military balance decisively against Spain. The reaction of Paris to Nordlingen in 1634 was Richelieu's declaration of war in 1635. The results were soon evident. Breda was retaken by the Dutch in 1637. A year later, Breisach, the key to the roads into Flanders, had fallen. Within another year, the bulk of the Spanish fleet was sent to the bottom at the Downs, a far worse blow to the Habsburg navy than the fate of the Armada. Finally, in 1643, the French army ended the supremacy of the tercios at Rocroi. Military intervention by Bourbon France had proved a very different matter from the Valois contests of the previous century. It was the new nature and weight of French absolutism which was now to encompass the downfall of Spanish imperial power in Europe. For whereas in the 16th century, Charles V and Philip II had both profited from the internal weakness of the French state, by utilizing provincial disaffections to invade France itself, the boot was now on the other foot, a maturing French absolutism was able to exploit aristocratic sedition and regional separatism in the Iberian Peninsula to invade Spain. In the 1520s, Spanish troops had marched into Provence, in the 1590s into Languedoc, Brittany, and the Hauts-de-France, with the alliance or welcome of local dissidents. In the 1640s, French soldiers and ships were fighting together with anti-Habsburg rebels in Catalonia, Portugal and Naples. Spanish absolutism was at bay on its own soil. For the long strain of the international conflict in the north eventually told in the Iberian Peninsula itself. State bankruptcy had to be declared again in 1627, the vellon was devalued by 50% in 1628, a sharp drop in transatlantic trade followed in 1629-31, the Silver Fleet failed to arrive in 1640.27. The huge war costs led to new taxes on consumption, contributions from the clergy, confiscations of interest on public bonds, seizure of private bullion shipments, swelling sales of honors and, especially, seigneurial jurisdictions to the nobility. All these devices, however, remained inadequate to raise the sums needed for the pursuit of the struggle, for its costs were still borne virtually alone by Castile. Portugal yielded no revenues whatever to Madrid, since local subsidies were confined to defense purposes in the Portuguese colonies. Flanders was chronically deficitary. Naples and Sicily had contributed a modest but respectable surplus to the central treasury, in the previous century. Now, however, the cost of covering Milan and maintaining the presidios in Tuscany absorbed all their revenues. Despite increased taxes, sale of offices and alienations of land, Italy continued to provide invaluable manpower, but no longer money, for the war. 28 Navarre, Aragon, and Valencia at best consented to a few small grants to the dynasty in its emergency. Catalonia, the richest region of the Eastern Kingdom and the most parsimonious province of all, paid nothing, permitting no taxes to be spent, and no troops to be deployed, outside its borders. The historical price of the failure of the Habsburg state to harmonize its realms was already patent by the outset of the 30 Years' War. Olivares, aware of the acute dangers in the lack of any central integration to the state system, and the isolated and perilous eminence of Castile within it, had proposed a far-reaching reform of the whole structure to Philip IV in a secret memorandum of 1624, effectively a simultaneous equalization of fiscal charges and political responsibilities between the different dynastic patrimonies, which would have given Aragonese, Catalan or Italian nobles regular access to the highest positions in royal service, in exchange for a more even distribution of the tax burden and the acceptance of uniform laws modeled on those of Castile. 29 This blueprint for a unitary absolutism was too bold to be released publicly, for fear of both Castilian and non-Castilian reaction. But Olivares also drew up a second and more limited project, the Union of Arms, for the creation of a common reserve army of 140,000 to be maintained and recruited from all the Spanish possessions, for their common defense. This scheme, officially proclaimed in 1626, was thwarted on all sides by traditional particularism. Catalonia, above all, refused to have anything to do with it, and in practice it remained a dead letter. But as the military conflict wore on, and the Spanish position worsened, pressure to extract some Catalan assistance for it became increasingly desperate in Madrid. Olivares therefore determined to force Catalonia into the war by attacking France across its southeastern frontiers in 1639, thereby putting the uncooperative province de facto into the front line of Spanish operations. This reckless gamble backfired disastrously. 30 The morose and parochial Catalan nobility, starved of remunerative offices and dabbling in mountain banditry, were enraged by commanders from Castile and casualties suffered against the French. The lower clergy whipped up regionalist fervor. The peasantry, harried by bleeding and requisitioning, rose against the troops in a spreading insurrection. Rural laborers and unemployed streaming into the town set off violent riots in Barcelona and other cities. 31 The Catalan Revolution of 1640 fused the grievances of all social classes except a handful of magnates into an unstoppable explosion. Habsburg power in the province disintegrated. To head off the dangers of popular radicalism, and block a Castilian reconquest, the nobility and patriciate invited in a French occupation. For a decade, Catalonia became a protectorate of France. Meanwhile, on the other side of the peninsula, Portugal had staged its own revolt within a few months of the Catalan rebellion. The local aristocracy, resentful of the loss of Brazil to the Dutch and assured of the anti-Castilian sentiments of the masses, had no difficulty in reasserting its independence, once Olivares had made the blunder of concentrating royal armies against the heavily defended East, where Franco-Catalan forces were victorious, rather than the comparatively demilitarized West. 32 In 1643, Olivares fell. 4 years later, Naples and Sicily in their turn threw off Spanish rule. The European conflict had exhausted the exchequer and economy of the Habsburg Empire in the south, and disrupted its composite polity. In the cataclysm of the 1640s, as Spain went down to defeat in the 30 Years' War and bankruptcy, pestilence, depopulation and invasion followed, it was inevitable that the patchwork union of dynastic patrimonies should come apart. The secessionist revolts of Portugal, Catalonia and Naples were a judgment on the infirmity of Spanish absolutism. It had expanded too fast too early, because of its overseas fortune, without ever having completed its metropolitan foundations. Ultimately, the outbreak of the Fronde saved Catalonia and Italy for Spain. Mazarin, himself distracted by domestic turmoil, relinquished the one, after the Neapolitan baronage had rediscovered loyalty to its sovereign in the other, where the rural and urban poor had erupted in a menacing social revolt, and French intervention was abbreviated. War, however, dragged on for another 15 years even after the recovery of the last Mediterranean province, against the Dutch, the French, the English, the Portuguese. Further losses in Flanders occurred in the 1650s. The slow-motion attempt to reconquer Portugal lasted longest of all. By now the Castilian Hidalgo class had lost all appetite for the field, military disillusion was universal among Spaniards. The final border campaigns were mostly fought with Italian conscripts, eked out with Irish or German mercenaries. 33 Their only result was to ruin much of Extremadura, and reduce government finances to a nadir of feudal manipulation and deficit. Peace and Portuguese independence were not accepted until 1668. 6 years later, the Franche-Comté was lost to France. The paralytic reign of Charles II witnessed the recapture of central political power by the grandee class, which secured direct domination of the state with the aristocratic putsch of 1677, when Don Juan José of Austria, its candidate for the regency, successfully led an Aragonese army on Madrid. It also experienced the darkest economic depression of the century, with the shutdown of industries, collapse of currency, reversion to barter exchange, food shortages, and bread riots. Between 1600 and 1700 the total population of Spain fell from 8,500,000 to 7 million, the worst demographic setback in the West. The Habsburg state was moribund by the end of the century, its demise in the person of its spectral ruler Charles II, El Hexadue, was awaited in every chancellery abroad as the signal at which Spain would become the spoils of Europe. In fact, the outcome of the War of the Spanish Succession renovated absolutism in Madrid, by destroying its unmanageable outworks. The Netherlands and Italy were lost. Aragon and Catalonia, which had rallied to the Austrian candidate, were defeated and subdued in the civil war within the International War. A new French dynasty was installed. The Bourbon monarchy achieved what the Habsburgs had failed to do. The grandees, many of whom had defected to the Anglo-Austrian camp in the War of Succession, were subordinated and excluded from central power. Importing the much more advanced experience and techniques of French absolutism, expatriate civil servants created a unitary, centralized state in the 18th century. 34 The estates systems of Aragon, Valencia, and Catalonia were eliminated, and their particularism suppressed. The French device of royal intendants for the uniform government of provinces was introduced. The army was drastically recast and professionalized, with a semi-conscript base and a rigidly aristocratic command. Colonial administration was tightened and reformed. Freed from its European possessions, the Bourbons showed that Spain could run its American empire competently and profitably. In fact, this was the century in which a cohesive España, as opposed to the semi-universal Monarchia Española of the Habsburgs, finally and gradually emerged. 35. Yet the work of the Caroline bureaucracy which rationalized the Spanish state could not revitalize Spanish society. It was now too late for a development comparable to that of France or England. The once dynamic Castilian economy had received its quietus under Philip IV. Although there was a real demographic recovery and a considerable extension of cereal cultivation in Spain, only 60% of the population was still employed in agriculture, while urban manufactures had been virtually excised from the metropolitan social formation. After the collapse of the American mines in the 17th century, there was a new boom of Mexican silver in the 18th century, but in the absence of any sizable domestic industry, it probably benefited French expansion more than Spanish. 36 Local capital was diverted, as before, into public rents or land. The state administration was numerically not very large, but it remained rife with empleomania, the job-hunting pursuit of office by the impoverished gentry. Vast latifundia worked by gang labor in the south provided the fortunes of a stagnant grandee nobility, parked in provincial capitals. 37 From the mid-century onwards, there was a reflux of the higher nobility into ministerial office, as civilian and military factions struggled for power in Madrid. The tenure of the Aragonesa aristocrat Aranda corresponded to the high point of direct magnate influence in the capital. 38 The political impetus of the new order, however, was now running out. By the end of the century, the Bourbon court was itself in a full decadence reminiscent of its predecessor, under the slack and corrupt control of Godoy, the last privado. The limits of the 18th century revival, whose epilogue was to be the ignominious collapse of the dynasty in 1808, were always evident in the administrative structure of Bourbon Spain. For even after the Caroline reforms, the authority of the absolutist state stopped at municipal level over vast areas of the country. Down to the invasion of Napoleon, more than half the towns in Spain were not under monarchical, but under seigneurial or clerical jurisdiction. The regime of the seigneurios, a medieval relic dating from the 12th and 13th centuries, was of more directly economic than political importance to the nobles who controlled these jurisdictions, yet it assured them not only of profits, but also of local judicial and administrative power. 39 These combinations of sovereignty and property were a telling survival of the principles of territorial lordship into the epoch of absolutism. The Ancien regime preserved its feudal roots in Spain to its dying day. 4. France. France presents an evolution very distinct from the Hispanic pattern. Absolutism there enjoyed no such early advantages as in Spain, in the form of a lucrative overseas empire. Nor, on the other hand, was it confronted with the permanent structural problems of fusing disparate kingdoms at home, with radically contrasted political and cultural legacies. The Capetian monarchy, as we have seen, had slowly extended its suzerain rights outwards from its original base in the Ile-de-France, in a gradual movement of concentric unification during the Middle Ages, until they reached from Flanders to the Mediterranean. It never had to contend with another territorial realm within France of comparable feudal rank. There was only one kingship in the Gallic lands, apart from the small and semi-Iberian state of Navarre in the remote folds of the Pyrenees. The outlying duchies and counties of France had always owed nominal allegiance to the central dynasty, even if as vassals initially more powerful than their royal overlord, permitting a juridical hierarchy that facilitated later political integration. The social and linguistic differences that divided the south from the north, although persistent and pronounced, were never quite as great as those set the east off from the west in Spain. The separate legal system and language of the Midi did not coincide, Fortunately for the monarchy, with the main military and diplomatic rift which split France in the later Middle Ages, the House of Burgundy, the major rival power ranged against the Capetian dynasty, was a northern duchy. Southern particularism nevertheless remained a constant, latent force in the early modern epoch, assuming masked forms and novel guises in successive crises. The real political control of the French monarchy was never territorially uniform, it always ebbed at the extremities of the country, progressively decreasing in the more recently acquired provinces farthest from Paris. At the same time, the sheer demographic size of France in itself posed formidable obstacles for administrative unification. Some 20 million inhabitants made it at least twice as populous as Spain in the 16th century. The rigidity and clarity of the domestic barriers to a unitary absolutism in Spain were consequently balanced by the thicker profusion and variety of regional life contained within the French polity. No linear constitutional advance thus occurred after the Capetian consolidation in medieval France. On the contrary, the history of the construction of French absolutism was to be that of a convulsive progression towards a centralized monarchical state, repeatedly interrupted by relapses into provincial disintegration and anarchy, followed by an intensified reaction towards concentration of royal power, until finally an extremely hard and stable structure was achieved. The three great breakdowns of political order were, of course, the 100 Years' War in the 15th century, the religious wars in the 16th century, and the Fronde in the 17th century. The transition from the medieval to the absolute monarchy was each time first arrested, and then accelerated by these crises, whose ultimate outcome was to create a cult of royal authority in the epoch of Louis XIV with no equal anywhere else in Western Europe. The slow concentric centralization of the Capetian kings, discussed earlier, had come to an abrupt end with the extinction of the line in the mid-14th century, which proved the signal for the onset of the 100 Years' War. The outbreak of violent magnate feuds within France itself, under weak Valois rulers, eventually led to the combined Anglo-Burgundian attack on the French monarchy of the early 15th century, which shattered the unity of the realm. At the height of the English and Burgundian successes in the 1420s, virtually the entire traditional domain of the royal house in northern France lay under alien control, while Charles VII was driven into flight and exile in the south. The general story of the eventual recovery of the French monarchy and the expulsion of the English armies is well known. For our purposes here, the critical legacy of the long ordeal of the 100 Years' War was its ultimate contribution to the fiscal and military emancipation of the monarchy from the limits of the prior medieval polity. For the war was only won by abandoning the seigneurial band system of knightly service, which had proved disastrously ineffective against the English archers, and creating a regular paid army whose artillery proved the decisive weapon for victory. To raise this army, the first important countrywide tax to be collected by the monarchy was granted by the French aristocracy, the taille royale of 1439, which became the regular taille de gendarmes in the 1440s. The nobility, clergy and certain towns were exempt from it, and in the course of the next century the legal definition of nobility in France became hereditary exemption from the taille. The monarchy thus emerged strengthened in the later 15th century to the extent that it now possessed an embryonic regular army in the companies d'ordonnance, captained by the aristocracy, and a direct fiscal levy not subject to any representative control. On the other hand, Charles VII made no attempt to tighten central dynastic authority in the northern provinces of France, when they were successively reconquered. In fact, he promoted assemblies of regional estates and transferred financial and judicial powers to local institutions. Just as the Capetian rulers had accompanied their extension of monarchical control with cession of princely appanages, so the early Valois kings combined reassertion of royal unity with provincial devolution to an entrenched aristocracy. The reason in both cases was the same, the sheer administrative difficulty of managing a country the size of France with the instruments of rule available to the dynasty. The coercive and fiscal apparatus of the central state was still very small. Charles VII's companies d'ordonnance never numbered more than 12,000 troops, a force entirely insufficient for control and repression of a population of 15 million. 2 The nobility thus retained autonomous local power by virtue of its own swords, on which the stability of the whole social structure ultimately depended. The advent of a modest royal army had even increased its economic privileges, the institutionalization of the taille securing nobles a complete fiscal immunity they had not hitherto enjoyed. Charles V's convocation of Estates Generals, an institution which had lapsed for centuries in France, was thus inspired precisely by his need to create a minimal national forum in which he could induce the various provincial estates and towns to accept taxation, ratify treaties, and provide advice on foreign affairs. Its sessions, however, rarely granted proper satisfaction to his demands. The 100 Years' War thus bequeathed to the French monarchy permanent troops and taxes, but little new civilian administration on a national scale. English intervention had been cleared from French soil, Burgundian ambitions remained. Louis XI, who succeeded in 1461, tackled both internal and external opposition to Valois power with grim resolution. His steady resumption of provincial appanage such as Anjou, systematic packing of municipal governments in the major towns, arbitrary exaction of heavier taxes and quelling of aristocratic intrigues, greatly increased the royal authority and treasury in France. Above all, Louis XI secured the whole eastern flank of the French monarchy by encompassing the downfall of its most dangerous rival and enemy, the Burgundian dynasty. Fomenting the Swiss cantons against the neighboring duchy, he financed the first great European defeat of feudal cavalry by an infantry army, with the rout of Charles the Bold by the Swiss pikemen at Nancy in 1477, the Burgundian state collapsed and Louis XI annexed the bulk of the duchy. In the next 2 decades, Charles VIII and Louis XII absorbed Brittany, the last major independent principality, by successive marriages to its heiress. The French realm now for the first time bounded all the vassal provinces of the medieval epoch, beneath a single sovereign. The extinction of most of the great houses of the Middle Ages and the reintegration of their domains into the lands of the monarchy, threw into prominent relief the apparent dominance of the Valois dynasty itself. In fact, however, the new monarchy inaugurated by Louis XI was by no means a centralized or integrated state. France was redivided into some 12 governorships, administration over which was entrusted to royal princes or leading nobles, who legally exercised a wide range of regalia and rights down to the end of the century and factually could act as autonomous potentates well into the next. 3 Moreover, there now also developed a cluster of local parliaments, provincial courts created by the monarchy with supreme judicial authority in their areas, whose importance and numbers steadily grew in this epoch. Between the accession of Charles VII and the death of Louis XII, new parliaments were founded in Toulouse, Grenoble, Bordeaux, Dijon, Rouen and Aix. Nor were urban liberties yet gravely curtailed, although the position of the patrician oligarchy within them was reinforced at the expense of the guilds and small masters. The essential reason for these far-reaching limitations of the central state remained the insurmountable organizational problems of imposing an effective apparatus of royal rule over the whole country, amidst an economy without a unified market or modernized transport system, in which the dissociation of primary feudal relations in the village was by no means complete. The social ground for vertical political centralization was not yet ready, despite the notable gains registered by the monarchy. It was in this context that the Estates General found a new lease of life after the 100 Years' War, not against but with the revival of the monarchy. For in France, as elsewhere, the initial impulse for the convocation of the estates was the dynastic need for fiscal or foreign policy support from the subjects of the realm. 4 In France, however, the consolidation of the Estates General as a permanent national institution was blocked by the same diversity which had obliged the monarchy to accept wide political devolution even in the hour of its unitary victory. It was not that the 3 estates were especially divided socially when they met, the moyenne noblesse dominated their proceedings without much effort. But the regional assemblies which had elected their deputies to the Estates General always refused to mandate them to vote national taxes, and since the nobility was exempt from the existing fisc, it had little incentive to press for the convocation of the Estates General. 5 The result was that since the French kings were unable to get the financial contributions they wanted from the national estates, they gradually ceased to summon them at all. It was thus the regional entrenchment of local seigneurial power, rather than the centralist drive of the monarchy, which frustrated the emergence of a national parliament in Renaissance France. In the short run, this was to contribute to a complete breakdown of royal authority. In the long run, of course, it was to facilitate the task of absolutism. In the first half of the 16th century, Francis I and Henry II presided over a prosperous and multiplying realm. There was a steady decrease of representative activity, the Estates General had lapsed again, the towns were no longer summoned after 1517, and foreign policy tended to become a more exclusively royal preserve. Legal officials, maîtres de requêtes, gradually extended the juridical rights of the monarchy, and parliaments were overawed by special sessions or lits de justice in the presence of the king. Control of appointments in the ecclesiastical hierarchy was gained by the Concordat of Bologna with the papacy. But neither Francis I nor Henry II were yet anything like autocratic rulers. They both consulted frequently with regional assemblies and carefully respected traditional noble privileges. The economic immunities of the Church were not infringed by the change of patronage over it. Royal edicts still in principle needed formal registration by the parliaments to become law. Fiscal revenues doubled between 1517 and the 1540s, but the tax level at the end of Francis I's reign was not appreciably above that of Louis XI 60 years earlier, although prices and incomes had risen greatly in the interval. 6 The direct fiscal yield as a proportion of national wealth thus actually fell. On the other hand, the issue of public bonds to rentiers from 1522 onwards helped to maintain the royal treasury comfortably. Dynastic prestige at home was meanwhile assisted by the constant external wars in Italy into which the Valois rulers led their nobility, for these became a well-established outlet for the perennial pugnacity of the gentry. The long French effort to win ascendancy in Italy, launched by Charles VIII in 1494 and concluded by the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis in 1559, was unsuccessful. The Spanish monarchy, politically and militarily more advanced, strategically commanding the Habsburg bases in northern Europe, and navally superior through its Genoese alliance, cleanly routed its French rival for control of the Transalpine Peninsula. Victory in this contest went to the state whose process of absolutization was earlier and more developed. Ultimately, however, defeat in its first foreign adventure probably helped to ensure a sounder and more compact foundation for French absolutism, forced back in on its own domestic territory. Immediately, on the other hand, it was the termination of the Italian wars, combined with the uncertainty of a succession crisis, which was to reveal how insecurely the Valois monarchy was still anchored in the country. The death of Henry II precipitated France into 40 years of internecine strife. The civil wars which raged after Cateau-Cambrésis were, of course, set off by the religious conflicts attendant on the Reformation. But they provided a kind of radiography of the body politic in the late 16th century, in the way in which they exposed the multiple tensions and contradictions of the French social formation in the epoch of the Renaissance. For the struggle between the Huguenots and the Holy League for control of the monarchy, in practice politically vacant after the death of Henry II and the regency of Catherine of Medici, served as an arena for the coalescence of virtually every type of internal political conflict characteristic of the transition towards absolutism. The religious wars were led, from first to last, by the three rival magnate lineages of Guise, Montmorency, and Bourbon, each controlling a domanial territory, extensive clientele, leverage inside the state apparatus, loyal troops, and international connections. The Guise family was master of the northeast from Lorraine to Burgundy, the Montmorency-Chatillon line was based on hereditary lands stretching through the whole center of the country, the Bourbon bastions lay essentially in the southwest. The interfeudal struggle between these noble houses was intensified by the plight of needy rural squires all over France, previously habituated to plundering forays into Italy and now caught by the price inflation. This stratum provided military cotters ready for prolonged civil warfare, quite apart from the religious affiliations which divided it. Moreover, as the struggle wore on, the towns themselves split into two camps, many of the southern cities rallying to the Huguenots, while the northern inland towns became virtually without exception bulwarks of the League. It has been argued that differing commercial orientations influenced this division. It seems more probable, however, that the general geographical pattern of Huguenotism reflected a traditional regional separatism of the South, which had always lain farthest from the Capetian homelands in the He de France, and where the local territorial potentates had kept their independence longest. At the start, Protestantism had generally spread from Switzerland into France via the main river systems of the Rhône, Loire, and Rhine, providing a fairly even regional distribution of the Reformed faith. But once official toleration ceased, it rapidly reconcentrated in the Dauphiné, Languedoc, Guyenne, Poitou, Saintonge, Béarn, and Gascony, mountainous or coastal zones beyond the Loire, many of them harsh and poor, whose common characteristics were not so much commercial vitality as manorial particularism. Huguenotism always mustered artisans and burghers in its towns, but the appropriation of tithes by Calvinist notables ensured that the appeal of the new creed to the peasantry was very limited. Huguenot social leadership, in fact, was drawn overwhelmingly from the landowning class, where it could claim perhaps half the nobility in France in the 1560s, while it never surpassed more than 10 to 20% of the population as a whole. 9 Religion retreated in the South into the embrace of aristocratic dissidents. The general strain of the confessional conflict can be seen as thus simply having split the tenuous fabric of French unity along its inherently weakest seam. Once underway, however, the struggle unleashed deeper social conflicts than those of feudal secessionism. When the South was lost to Condé and the Protestant armies, a redoubled weight of royal taxation for the war fell on the beleaguered Catholic cities of the North. The urban misery that resulted from this development in the 1580s provoked a radicalization of the Holy League in the towns, compounded by Henry II's assassination of Guise. While the ducal lords of the Guise clan, Mayenne, Aumale, Elbeuf, Mercoeur, detached Lorraine, Brittany, Normandy, and Burgundy in the name of Catholicism, and Spanish armies invaded from Flanders and Catalonia to aid the League, municipal revolutions exploded in the northern cities. Power was seized in Paris by a dictatorial committee of discontented lawyers and clerics, backed by the famished plebeian masses and a fanatical phalanx of friars and preachers. 10 Orleans, Bourges, Dijon, Lyon followed suit. Once the Protestant Henry of Navarre became the legal successor to the monarchy, the ideology of these urban revolts started to veer towards republicanism. At the same time, the tremendous devastation of the countryside by the constant military campaigns of these decades pushed the south-central peasantry of Limousin, Périgord, Quercy, Poitou, and Saintonge into menacingly non-religious risings in the 1590s. It was this dual radicalization in town and country that finally reunited the ruling class. The nobility started to close ranks as soon as there was a real danger of an upheaval from below. Henry IV tactically accepted Catholicism, rallied the aristocratic patrons of the League, isolated the committees, and suppressed the peasant revolts. The religious wars ended in a reaffirmed royal state. French absolutism now came relatively rapidly of age, although there was still to be one radical setback before it was definitively established. Its great administrative architects in the 17th century were, of course, Sully, Richelieu and Colbert. The size and diversity of the country were still largely unconquered when they began their work. Royal princes remained jealous rivals of the monarch, often in possession of hereditary governorships. Provincial parliaments composed of a combination of rural gentry and lawyers represented bastions of traditional particularism. A commercial bourgeoisie was growing in Paris and other cities, and controlled municipal power. The French masses had been aroused by the civil wars of the previous century, when both sides had at different times appealed to them for support, and retained memories of popular insurgency. 11 The specific character of the French absolutist state which emerged in the Grand Siècle was designed to fit, and master, this complex of forces. Henry IV fixed royal presence and power centrally in Paris for the first time, rebuilding the city and making it into the permanent capital of the kingdom. Civic pacification was accompanied by official care for agricultural recovery and promotion of export trades. The popular prestige of the monarchy was restored by the personal magnetism of the founder of the new Bourbon dynasty himself. The Edict of Nantes and its supplementary articles contain the problem of Protestantism, by conceding it limited regional autonomy. No Estates General was summoned, despite promises to do so made during the Civil War. External peace was maintained, and with it administrative economy. Sully, the Huguenot chancellor, doubled the net revenues of the state, mainly by shifting to indirect taxes, rationalizing tax farms and cutting expenses. The most important institutional development of the reign was the introduction of the paulette in 1604, sale of offices in the state apparatus, which had existed for over a century, was stabilized by Paulette's device of rendering them inheritable, in exchange for payment of a small annual percentage on their purchase value, a measure designed not only to increase the income of the monarchy, but also to insulate the bureaucracy from magnate influence. Under the frugal regime of Sully, sale of offices still represented only some 8% of budget receipts. 12 But from the minority of Louis XIII onwards, this proportion rapidly altered. A recrudescence of noble factionalism and religious unrest, marked by the last and ineffectual session of the Estates General before the French Revolution, and the first aggressive intervention of the Parliament of Paris against a royal government, led to the brief dominance of the Duc de Luynes. Pensions to buy off capped ius grandees and resumption of war against the Huguenots in the south increased state expenditures greatly. Henceforward, the bureaucracy and judiciary was to pullulate with the largest single volume of venal transactions in Europe. France became the classical land of sale of offices, as an ever-growing number of sinecures and prebends were created by the monarchy for revenue purposes. By 1620-4, the traffic in these provided some 38% of royal revenues. 13 Tax farms, furthermore, were now regularly auctioned to large financiers, whose collecting systems might tap up to 2/3 of fiscal receipts on their way to the state. The steeply rising costs of foreign and domestic policy in the new international conjuncture of the 30 Years' War, moreover, were such that the monarchy had constantly to resort to forced loans at high interest rates from the syndicates of its own tax farmers, who were themselves at the same time officers who had bought positions in the treasury section of the state apparatus. 14 This vicious circle of financial improvisation inevitably maximized confusion and corruption. The multiplication of venal offices, in which a new noblesse de robe now became lodged, impeded any firm dynastic hold over major agencies of public justice and finance, and dispersed bureaucratic power both centrally and locally. Yet it was in the same epoch that, curiously interlaced with this system, Richelieu and his successors started to build a rationalized administrative machine capable for the first time of direct royal control and intervention throughout France. De facto ruler of the country from 1624 onwards, the cardinal proceeded promptly to liquidate the remaining Huguenot fortresses in the southwest, with the siege and capture of La Rochelle, crushed successive aristocratic conspiracies with summary executions, abolished the highest medieval military dignities, levelled noble castles and banned dueling, and suppressed estates where local resistance permitted. Above all, Richelieu effectively created the intendant system. The intendants de justice, de police et de finances were functionaries dispatched with omnibus powers into the provinces, at first on temporary and ad hoc missions, who later became permanent commissioners of the central government throughout France. Appointed directly by the monarchy, their offices were revocable and non-purchasable, normally recruited from the earlier maîtres de requêtes and themselves small or medium nobles in the 17th century. They represented the new power of the Absolutist State in the farthest reaches of the realm. Extremely unpopular with the officier stratum, on whose local prerogatives they infringed, they were used with caution at first, and coexisted with the traditional governorships of the provinces. But Richelieu broke the quasi-hereditary character of these regional lordships, long the peculiar prey of the highest aristocratic magnates, so that by the end of his rule, only a quarter were still held by men who predated his accession to power. There was thus a simultaneous and contradictory development of both OFFICIR and Commissaire groups within the overall structure of the state during this period. While the role of the intendants grew progressively more prominent and authoritarian, the magistrature of the various parliaments of the land, champions of legalism and particularism, became the most vocal spokesman of OFFICIR resistance to them, intermittently hemming the initiatives of the royal government. The compositional form of the French monarchy thus came, both in theory and practice, to acquire an extreme, ornate complexity. Kossmann has described its contours for the consciousness of the possessing classes of the time. In a striking passage, contemporaries felt that absolutism in no way excluded that tension which seemed to them inherent in the state and altered none of their ideas of government. For them, the state was like a Baroque church in which a great number of different conceptions mingle, clash and are finally absorbed into a single magnificent system. Architects had recently discovered the oval, and space came alive in their ingenious arrangements of it. Everywhere the splendor of oval forms, gleaming from their corners, projected onto the construction as a whole the supple energy and swaying, uncertain rhythms cherished by the new style. 15 These aesthetic principles of French absolutism, nevertheless, corresponded to functional purposes. The relationship between taxes and dues in the traditional epoch, as has been seen, has been termed a tension between centralized and local feudal rent. This economic duplication was in a sense reproduced in the political structures of French absolutism. For it was the very complexity of the architecture of the state which permitted a slow yet relentless unification of the noble class itself, which was gradually adapted into a new centralized mold, subject to the public control of the intendants, while still occupying privately owned positions within the OFFICIR system and local authority in the provincial parliaments. Simultaneously, moreover, it achieved the feat of integrating the nascent French bourgeoisie into the circuit of the feudal state. For the purchase of offices represented such a profitable investment that capital was perpetually diverted away from manufacturing or mercantile ventures into a usurious collusion with the absolutist state. Sinecures and fees, tax farms and loans, honors and bonds all drew bourgeois wealth away from production. The acquisition of noble titles and fiscal immunity became normal entrepreneurial goals for roturiers. The social consequence was to create a bourgeoisie which tended to become increasingly assimilated to the aristocracy itself, via the exemptions and privileges of offices. The state, in its turn, sponsored royal manufactures and public trading companies which, from Sully to Colbert, provided business outlets for this class. 16 The result was to sidetrack the political evolution of the French bourgeoisie for 150 years. The weight of this whole apparatus fell on the poor. The reorganized feudal state proceeded to batten mercilessly on the rural and urban masses. The extent to which local commutation of dues and growth of a monetarized agriculture were compensated by centralized pumping of the surplus from the peasantry can be seen with stark clarity in the French case. In 1610, the fiscal agents of the state collected 17 million livres from the taille. By 1644, the exact ions of this tax had trebled to 44 million livres. Total taxation actually quadrupled in the decade after 1630.17. The reason for this sudden and enormous increase in the fiscal burden was, of course, Richelieu's diplomatic and military intervention in the 30 Years' War. Mediated at first by subventions to Sweden and then by hire of German mercenaries, it ended with large French armies in the field. The international effect was decisive. France settled the fate of Germany and destroyed the ascendancy of Spain. The Treaty of Westphalia, 4 years after the historic French victory at Rocroi, extended the frontiers of the French monarchy from the Meuse to the Rhine. The new structures of French absolutism were thus baptized in the fire of European war. French success in the anti-Spanish struggle, in effect, coincided with domestic consolidation of the dual bureaucratic complex that made up the early Bourbon state. The military emergencies of the conflict facilitated the imposition of intendancy in invaded or threatened zones. Its huge financial expense at the same time necessitated unprecedented sale of offices and yielded spectacular fortunes for banking syndicates. The real costs of the war were borne by the poor, among whom it wrought social havoc. The fiscal pressures of wartime absolutism provoked a constant groundswell of desperate revolts by the urban and rural masses throughout these decades. There were town riots in Dijon, Aix, and Poitiers in 1630, Jacques Ries in the countryside of Angoumois, Saintonge, Poitou, Périgord, and Guyenne in 1636-7, a major plebeian and peasant rebellion in Normandy in 1639. The more important regional upsurges were interspersed with constant minor outbreaks of unrest against tax collectors over large areas of France, frequently patronized by local gentry. Royal troops were regularly deployed for repression at home, while the international conflict was being fought abroad. The Fronde can in certain respects be regarded as a high crest of this long wave of popular revolts 18 in which for a brief period sections of the top nobility, the office-holding magistrature and the municipal bourgeoisie used mass discontents for their own ends against the absolutist state. Mazarin, who succeeded Richelieu in 1642, had skillfully steered French foreign policy through to the end of the 30 Years' War, and with it the acquisition of Alsace. After the Peace of Westphalia, however, Mazarin provoked the crisis of the Fronde by prolonging the anti-Spanish war into the Mediterranean theater, where as an Italian he aimed at the sequestration of Naples and Catalonia. Fiscal extortion and financial manipulation to support the military effort abroad coincided with successive bad harvests in 1647, 1649 and 1651. Popular hunger and fury combined with a war-weary revolt of officiers led by the Parliament of Paris against the intendant system, the disgruntlement of rentiers at an emergency devaluation of government bonds, and the jealousy of powerful peers of the realm at an Italian adventurer manipulating a royal minority. The upshot was a confused and bitter melee in which, once again, the country seemed to fall apart as provinces detached themselves from Paris, marauding private armies wandered across the land, towns set up rebel municipal dictatorships, and complex maneuvers and intrigues divided and reunited the rival princes competing for control of the court. Provincial governors sought to settle scores with local parliaments, while municipal authorities seized the opportunity to attack the regional magistratures. 19 The Fronde thus reproduced many elements of the pattern that marked the religious wars. This time, the most radical urban insurrection coincided with one of the traditionally most disaffected rural zones. The Army of Bordeaux and the extreme southwest were the last centers to hold out against Mazarin's armies. But the popular seizures of power in Bordeaux and Paris occurred too late to affect the outcome of the criss-crossed conflicts of the Fronde. Local Huguenotism in general remained studiously neutral in the south, and no coherent political program emerged from the Army, beyond its instinctual hostility to the local Bordelais bourgeoisie. 20 By 1653, Mazarin and Turenne had stamped out the last refuges of revolt. The progress of administrative centralization and class reorganization achieved within the mixed structures of the French monarchy in the 17th century had revealed its efficacy. Although the social pressure from below was probably more urgent, the Fronde was actually less dangerous to the monarchical state than the religious wars, because the propertied classes were by now more united. For all the contradictions between the officier and intendant systems, both groups were predominantly recruited from the noblesse de robe, while the bankers and tax farmers against whom the parliaments protested were in fact closely connected in personnel to them. The annulling process permitted by the coexistence of the two systems within a single state thus ended by ensuring much prompter solidarity against the masses. The very depth of the plebeian unrest revealed by the Fronde shortened the last emotional breakaway of the dissident aristocracy from the monarchy. Although there were to be further peasant risings in the 17th century, no conflux of rebellion from above and below ever occurred again. The Fronde cost Mazarin his projected gains in the Mediterranean. But when the Spanish War ended with the Treaty of the Pyrenees, Roussillon and Artois had been added to France, and a picked bureaucratic elite was practiced and ready for the imposing administrative order of the next reign. The aristocracy was henceforward to settle down under the consummated, solar absolutism of Louis XIV. The new sovereign assumed personal command of the whole state apparatus in 1661. Once royal authority and executive capacity were reunited in a single ruler, the full political potential of French absolutism was rapidly realized. The parliaments were silenced, their claim to present remonstrances before registering royal edicts annulled. The other sovereign courts were reduced to obedience. The provincial estates could no longer dispute and bargain over taxes, precise fiscal demands were dictated by the monarchy, which they were compelled to accept. The municipal autonomy of the bonnes-villes was bridled, as mayoralties were domesticated and military garrisons were installed in them. Governorships were granted for 3 years only, and their holders frequently obliged to reside with the court, rendering them merely honorific. Command of fortified towns in frontier regions was carefully rotated. The higher nobility was forced to reside at Versailles once the new palace complex was completed, and divorced from effective lordship over its territorial domains. These measures against the refractory particularism of traditional institutions and groups provoked, of course, resentment both among the princes and peers, and the provincial gentry. But they did not alter the objective bond between the aristocracy and the state, henceforward more efficacious than ever in protecting the basic interests of the noble class. The degree of economic exploitation guaranteed by French absolutism can be judged by the recent calculation that throughout the 17th century, the nobility, 2% of the population, appropriated 20 to 30% of the total national income. 21 The central machinery of royal power was thus now concentrated, rationalized, and enlarged without serious aristocratic resistance. Louis XIV inherited his key ministers from Mazarin, Letellier, in charge of military affairs, Colbert who came to combine management of the royal finances, household, and navy, Lionnais who directed foreign policy, and Seguier who as chancellor handled internal security. These disciplined and competent administrators formed the apex of the bureaucratic order now at the disposal of the monarchy. The king presided in person over the deliberations of the small Conseil des Hôtes, comprising his most trusted political servants and excluding all princes and grandees. This became the supreme executive body of the state, while the Conseil de Dépêches dealt with provincial and domestic matters, and the newly created Conseil de Finances supervised the economic organization of the monarchy. The departmental efficacy of this relatively taut system, linked by the tireless activity of Louis XIV himself, was much greater than that of the cumbersome conciliar paraphernalia of Habsburg absolutism in Spain, with its semi-territorial layout and interminable collective ruminations. Below it, the intendant network now covered the whole of France. Brittany was the last province to receive a commissioner in 1689.22. The country was divided into 32 generalites, in each of which the royal intendant now ruled supreme, assisted by subdelegues, and vested with new powers over the assessment and supervision of the taille, vital duties that were transferred from the old officier treasurers formerly in control of them. The total personnel of the civilian sector of the central state apparatus of French absolutism in the reign of Louis XIV was still very modest, perhaps 1,000 responsible functionaries in all, both at court and in the provinces. 23 But these were backed by a massively augmented coercive machinery. A permanent police force was created to keep order and repress riots in Paris, which was ultimately extended throughout France. The army was enormously increased in size during the reign, rising from some 30 to 50,000 to 300,000 by its end. 24 Regular pay, drill and uniforms were introduced by Letellier and Louvois, military weaponry and fortifications were modernized by Vauban. The growth of this military apparatus meant the final disarming of the provincial nobility, and the capacity to strike down popular rebellions with dispatch and efficacy. 25 The Swiss mercenaries who provided Bourbon absolutism with its household troops helped to make short work of the Bolognese and Camisard peasantry. The new dragoons operated the mass ejection of Huguenots from France. The ideological incense surrounding the monarchy, lavishly dispensed by the salaried writers and clerics of the regime, swathed the armed repression on which it relied, but could not conceal it. French absolutism achieved its institutional apotheosis in the last decades of the 17th century. The state structure and concordant ruling culture perfected in the reign of Louis XIV was to become the model for much of the rest of the nobility in Europe. Spain, Portugal, Piedmont, and Prussia were only the most direct later examples of its influence. But the political rayonnement of Versailles was not an end in itself. The organizational accomplishments of Bourbon absolutism were designed in the conception of Louis XIV to serve a specific purpose, the superior goal of military expansion. The first decade of the reign, from 1661 to 1672, was essentially one of internal preparation for external adventures ahead. Administratively, economically, and culturally these were the most effulgent years of Louis XIV's rule. Nearly all its most lasting work dated from them. Under the able superintendency of the early Colbert, fiscal pressure was stabilized and trade promoted. State expenses were cut by the wholesale suppression of new offices created since 1630, the depredations of tax farmers were drastically reduced, although collection was not itself resumed by the state, royal domain lands were systematically recovered. The taille personnelle was lowered from 42 to 34 million livres, while the taille real in the more lightly burdened pays d'etats was raised by some 50%. The yield of indirect taxes was increased some 60% by vigilant control of the farming system. The net revenues of the monarchy doubled from 1661 to 1671, and a budgetary surplus was regularly achieved. 26 Meanwhile, an ambitious mercantilist program to accelerate manufacturing and commercial growth in France, and colonial expansion overseas, was launched. Royal subventions founded new industries, chartered companies were created to exploit the trade of the East and West Indies, shipyards were heavily subsidized, and finally an extremely protectionist tariff system imposed. It was this very mercantilism, however, which led directly to the decision to invade Holland in 1672, with the intention of suppressing the competition of its trade, which had proved easily superior to French commerce, by incorporating the United Provinces into the French domains. The Dutch war was initially successful. French troops crossed the Rhine, lay within striking distance of Amsterdam, and took Utrecht. An international coalition, however, rapidly rallied to the defense of the status quo, above all, Spain and Austria, while the Orange dynasty regained power within Holland, forging a marital alliance with England. 7 years of fighting ended with France in possession of the Franche-Comté and an improved frontier in Artois and Flanders, but with the United Provinces intact and the anti-Dutch tariff of 1,667 retracted, a modest balance sheet abroad. At home, Colbert's fiscal retrenchment had been permanently wrecked, sale of offices was multiplied once again, old taxes were increased, new taxes were invented, loans were floated, commercial subsidies were jettisoned. War was henceforward to dominate virtually every aspect of the reign. 27 The misery and famine caused by the state's exactions and a series of bad harvests led to renewed risings of the peasantry in the Guyenne and Brittany in 1674-5, and summary armed suppression of them. This time no lord or squire attempted to use them for his ends. The nobility, relieved of monetary charges that Richelieu and Mazarin had tried to impose on it, remained loyal throughout. 28. The restoration of peace for a decade in the 1680s, however, merely accentuated the circuitry of Bourbon absolutism. The king now became immured in Versailles, ministerial caliber declined, as the generation chosen by Mazarin gave way to more or less mediocre successors by hereditary co-option from the same group of interrelated families in the noblesse de robe. Clumsy anti-papal gestures were mixed with heedless expulsion of Protestants from the realm. Creaking legal chicanery was used for a series of small annexations in the northeast. Agrarian depression continued at home, if maritime commerce recovered and boomed, to the apprehension of English and Dutch merchants. The defeat of the French candidate for the electorate of Cologne, and the accession of William III to the English monarchy, were the signals for the resumption of international conflict. The War of the League of Augsburg ranged virtually the whole of Western and Central Europe against France, Holland, England, Austria, Spain, Savoy, and most of Germany. French armies had been more than doubled in strength, to some 220,000 in the intervening decade. The most they proved able to do was hold the coalition to a costly draw. Louis XIV's war aims were everywhere frustrated. The sole gain registered by France at the Treaty of Ryswick was European acceptance of the absorption of Strasbourg, secured before the fighting had broken out. All other occupied territories had to be evacuated, while the French navy was driven from the seas. To finance the war effort, a cascade of new offices was invented for sale, titles were auctioned, forced loans and public rents were multiplied, monetary values manipulated, and for the first time a capitation tax was imposed that the nobility itself did not escape. 29 Inflation, hunger, and depopulation ravaged the countryside. But within 5 years, France was plunged back into the European conflict for the Spanish succession. Louis XIV's diplomatic ineptitude and brusque provocations once again maximized the coalition against France in the decisive military contest that was now joined. The advantageous testament of Charles II was flouted for the French heir, Flanders occupied by French troops, Spain directed by French emissaries, the slave contracts with its American colonies annexed by French merchants, the exiled Stuart claimant ostentatiously hailed as legitimate monarch of England. Bourbon determination to monopolize the totality of the Hispanic Empire, refusing any partition or diminution of the vast Spanish haul, inevitably united Austria, England, Holland, and most of Germany against it. By reaching for everything, French absolutism eventually secured virtually nothing from its supreme effort of political expansion. The Bourbon armies, now 300,000 strong, equipped with rifles and bayonets, were decimated at Blenheim, Ramillies, Turin, Oudenarde, Malplaquet. France itself was battered by invasion, as tax farms collapsed at home, the currency was debased, bread riots raged in the capital, frost and famine numbed the countryside. Yet apart from the local Huguenot rising in the Cevennes, the peasantry remained still. Above it, the ruling class was compactly serried about the monarchy, even amidst its autocratic discipline and foreign disasters, which were shaking the whole society. Tranquility only came with final defeat in the war. The peace was mitigated by divisions in the victorious coalition against Louis XIV, which allowed the junior branch of the Bourbon dynasty to retain the monarchy in Spain, at the price of political separation from France. Otherwise, the ruinous ordeal had yielded Gallic absolutism no benefit. It had merely established Austria in the Netherlands and Italy, and made England master of colonial commerce in Spanish America. The paradox of French absolutism, in fact, was that its greatest domestic florescence did not coincide with its greatest international ascendancy. On the contrary, it was the still defective and incomplete state structure of Richelieu and Mazarin, marked by institutional anomalies and torn by internal upheavals, which achieved spectacular foreign successes, while the consolidated and stabilized monarchy of Louis XIV, with its enormously augmented authority and army, momentously failed to impose itself on Europe, or make notable territorial gains. Institutional construction and international expansion were defaced and inverted in the French case. The reason, of course, lay in the acceleration of a time distinct from that of absolutism altogether, in the maritime countries, Holland and England. Spanish absolutism held European dominance for 100 years, first checked by the Dutch Revolution. Its ascendancy was finally broken by French absolutism in the mid-17th century, with the aid of Holland. French absolutism, however, enjoyed no comparable spell of hegemony in Western Europe. Within 20 years of the Treaty of the Pyrenees, its expansion had already been effectively halted. Louis XIV's ultimate defeat was not due to his numerous strategic mistakes, but to the alteration in the relative position of France within the European political system attendant on the advent of the English revolutions of 1640 and 1688.30. It was the economic rise of English capitalism and the political consolidation of its state in the later 17th century which overtook French absolutism, even in the epoch of the latter's own ascent. The real victors of the War of the Spanish Succession were the merchants and bankers of London. A worldwide British imperialism was ushered in by it. The late feudal Spanish state had been brought down by its French counterpart and rival, aided by the early bourgeois state in Holland. The late feudal French state was stopped in its path by two capitalist states of unequal power, England, Holland, assisted by its Austrian counterpart. Bourbon absolutism was intrinsically much stronger and more unified than Spanish absolutism had been, but the forces arrayed against it were proportionately more powerful too. The strenuous inner preparations of Louis XIV's reign for outer dominion proved vain. The hour of supremacy for Versailles, which seemed so near in the Europe of the 1660s, never struck. The advent of the Regency in 1715 announced the social reaction to this failure. The higher nobility, its pent-up grievances against royal autocracy suddenly released, staged an immediate comeback. The regent secured the agreement of the Parliament of Paris to set aside Louis XIV's will in exchange for restoring its traditional right of remonstrance. Government passed into the hands of peers who promptly terminated the ministerial system of the late king, assuming direct power themselves in the so-called polysynody. Both the noblesse d'épée and the noblesse de robe were thus institutionally reinstated by the Regency. The new epoch was in fact to accentuate the overt class character of absolutism. The 18th century witnessed a regression of non-noble influence in the state apparatus, and the collective dominance of an increasingly unified upper aristocracy. The magnate takeover of the Regency itself did not last. Under Fleury and then two weak kings who succeeded him, the decision-making system at the summit of the state reverted to the old ministerial pattern, now no longer controlled by a commanding monarch. But the nobility henceforward maintained a limpid grip on the highest offices of government. From 1714 to 1789, there were only 3 ministers who were not titled aristocrats. 31 The judicial magistrature of the parliaments now likewise formed a closed stratum of nobles, both in Paris and the provinces, from which commoners were effectively barred. The royal intendants, once the scourge of provincial landowners, became a virtually hereditary caste in their turn. 14 of them in the reign of Louis XVI were sons of former intendants. 32 In the church, all archbishops and bishops were of noble origin by the second half of the century, and most abbesses, priories, and canonries were controlled by the same class. In the army, the top military commands were solidly occupied by grandees. Purchase of companies by roturiers was banned in the 1760s, when it became necessary to have unambiguous noble descent in order to qualify for the rank of officer. The aristocratic class as a whole retained a rigorous late feudal statute. It was a legally defined order of some 250,000 persons, which was exempt from the bulk of taxation and enjoyed a monopoly of the highest echelons of the bureaucracy, judiciary, clergy, and army. Its subdivisions were now punctiliously defined in theory, and between the highest peerage and the lowest rural hobereau there existed a great gulf. But in practice the lubricants of money and marriage made its upper reaches in many ways a more flexibly articulated group than ever before. The French nobility in the age of the Enlightenment possessed complete security of tenure within the structures of the absolutist state. Yet an irreducible sentiment of discomfort and friction subsisted between the two, even in this last period of optimal union between aristocracy and monarchy. For absolutism, no matter how congenial its personnel and how attractive its service, remained an inaccessible and irresponsible power wielded over the heads of the nobility as a whole. The condition of its efficacy as a state was its structural distance from the class from which it was recruited and whose interests it defended. Absolutism in France never became unquestioningly trusted and accepted by the aristocracy on which it rested. Its decisions were not accountable to the titled order which gave it life, necessarily so, as we shall see, because of the inherent nature of the class itself, yet also perilously so, because of the danger of unconsidered or arbitrary actions taken by the executive rebounding on it. Plenitude of royal power, even when mildly exercised, bred seigneurial reserve towards it. Montesquieu, president of the Parliament of Bordeaux under the easygoing regime of Fleury, gave unanswerable expression to the new type of aristocratic oppositionism characteristic of the century. In fact, the Bourbon monarchy of the 18th century made very few moves of a levelling type against the intermediary powers which Montesquieu and his consorts cherished so intensely. The Ancien regime in France preserved its bewildering jungle of heteroclite jurisdictions, divisions, and institutions, pays d'états, pays d'élections, parlements, sénéchaussées, generalites, down to the Revolution. After Louis XIV, little further rationalization of the polity occurred, no uniform customs tariff, tax system, legal code or local administration was ever created. The monarchy's one attempt to impose a new conformity on a corporate body was its persistent effort to secure theological obedience in the clergy by persecution of Jansenism, which was invariably and vigorously combated by the Parliament of Paris in the name of traditional Gallicanism. The anachronistic quarrel over this ideological issue became the chief flashpoint of relations between absolutism and the noblesse de robe from the Regency to the epoch of Choiseul, when the Jesuits were formally expelled from France by the parliaments, in a symbolic victory for Gallicanism. Much more serious, however, was to be the financial deadlock which eventually developed between the monarchy and the magistrature. Louis XIV had left a state massively encumbered with debts. The Regency had halved these by the law system, but the costs of foreign policy from the War of the Austrian Succession onwards, combined with the extravagance of the court, kept the exchequer in steady and deepening deficit. Successive attempts to levy new taxes, puncturing the fiscal immunity of the aristocracy, were resisted or sabotaged in the parliaments and provincial estates, by refusal to register edicts or presentation of indignant remonstrances. The objective contradictions of absolutism here unfolded in their plainest form. The monarchy sought to tax the wealth of the nobility, while the nobility demanded controls on the policies of the monarchy. The aristocracy, in effect, refused to alienate its economic privileges without gaining political rights over the conduct of the royal state. In their struggle against the absolutist governments over this issue, the judicial oligarchy of the parliaments came increasingly to use the radical language of the philosophes. Migrant bourgeois notions of liberty and representation started to haunt the rhetoric of one of the most inveterately conservative and caste-like branches of the French aristocracy. 33 By the 1770s and 1780s, a curious cultural contamination of sections of the nobility by the estate below it was pronounced in France. For the 18th century had meanwhile seen a rapid growth in the ranks and fortunes of the local bourgeoisie. The epoch from the Regency onwards was in general one of economic expansion, with a secular increase of prices, relative agrarian prosperity, and demographic recovery. The population of France rose from some 18/19 to 25-26 million between 1700 and 1789. While agriculture remained the overwhelmingly dominant branch of production, manufactures and commerce registered notable advances. French industry increased some 60% in output in the course of the century. 34 true factories started to appear in the textile sector. The foundations of iron and coal industries were laid. Far more rapid, however, was the progress of trade, above all in the international and colonial arenas. Foreign commerce proper quadrupled from 1716 to 20 to 1784 to 8, with a regular export surplus. Colonial trade achieved faster growth with the rise of the sugar, coffee, and cotton plantations in the Antilles. In the last years before the Revolution, it came to two-thirds as much as French foreign trade. 35 The commercial boom naturally stimulated urbanization. There was a wave of new building in the towns, and by the end of the century the provincial cities of France still outdistanced those of England in size and numbers, despite the much higher level of industrialization across the Channel. Meanwhile, sale of offices had dwindled away, with the aristocratic closure of the state apparatus. Absolutism in the 18th century switched increasingly to public loans, which did not create the same degree of intimacy with the state. Rentiers did not receive ennoblement or tax immunity as officiers had done. The wealthiest single group within the French capitalist class remained the financiers, whose speculative investments reaped the huge profits of army contracts, tax farms, or royal borrowing. But by and large, the simultaneous diminution of commoner access to the feudal state and development of a commercial economy outside it, emancipated the bourgeoisie from its subaltern dependence on absolutism. The merchants, manufacturers, and shipowners of the Enlightenment, and the lawyers and journalists who grew up together with them, now increasingly prospered outside the ambit of the state, with inevitable results for the political autonomy of the bourgeois class as a whole. The monarchy, for its part, now proved incapable of protecting bourgeois interests, even when they nominally coincided with those of absolutism itself. Nowhere was this clearer than in the external policies of the late Bourbon state. The wars of the century followed an unerringly traditional pattern. Small annexations of land in Europe always in practice achieved priority over defense or acquisition of overseas colonies. Maritime and commercial power was sacrificed to territorial militarism. 36 Fleury, bent on peace, successfully ensured the absorption of Lorraine in the brief campaigns over the Polish succession in the 1730s, from which England stayed aloof. The War of the Austrian Succession in the 1740s, however, saw the British fleet punish French shipping all the way from the Caribbean to the Indian Ocean, inflicting huge trading losses on France, while Saxe conquered the southern Netherlands in an accomplished but futile land campaign. Peace restored the status quo ante on both sides, but the strategic lessons were already clear to Pitt in England. The 7 Years' War, in which France committed itself to join an Austrian attack on Prussia against every rational dynastic interest, brought disaster for the Bourbon colonial empire. The Continental War was this time fought listlessly by French armies in Westphalia, while the naval war launched by Britain swept away Canada, India, West Africa, and the West Indies. Choiseul's diplomacy recuperated the Bourbon possessions in the Antilles at the Peace of Paris, but the chance of France presiding over a mercantile imperialism on a world scale was over. The American War of Independence allowed Paris to achieve a political revenge on London, by proxy, but the French role in North America, although vital to the success of the American Revolution, was essentially a spoiling operation, which brought no positive gains to France. Indeed, it was the costs of Bourbon intervention in the War of American Independence which forced on the ultimate fiscal crisis of French absolutism at home. By 1788, the state debt was so large, payment of interest on it accounting for nearly 50% of current expenditure, and the budgetary deficit so acute, that Louis XVI's last ministers, Calonne and Loménie de Brienne, resolved to impose a land tax on the nobility and clergy. The parliaments furiously resisted these schemes, the monarchy in desperation decreed their dissolution, then, retreating before the uproar from the propertied classes, re-established them, and finally, capitulating to the parliament's demands for an estates general before any tax reform was granted, convoked the three estates amidst the disastrous grain shortage, widespread unemployment, and popular misery of 1789. The aristocratic reaction against absolutism therewith passed into the bourgeois revolution which overthrew it. Fittingly, the historical collapse of the French absolutist state was tied directly to the inflexibility of its feudal formation. The fiscal crisis which detonated the revolution of 1789 was provoked by its juridical inability to tax the class which it represented. The very rigidity of the nexus between state and nobility ultimately precipitated their common downfall. 5. England. In the Middle Ages, the feudal monarchy of England was generally far more powerful than that of France. The Norman and Angevin dynasties created a royal state unrivaled in its authority and efficacy throughout Western Europe. It was precisely the strength of the English medieval monarchy that permitted its ambitious territorial adventures on the continent, at the expense of France. The 100 Years' War, during which successive English kings and their aristocracy attempted to conquer and hold down huge areas of France, across a hazardous maritime barrier, represented a unique military undertaking in the Middle Ages, aggressive sign of the organizational superiority of the insular state. Yet the strongest medieval monarchy in the West eventually produced the weakest and shortest absolutism. While France became the home ground of the most formidable absolutist state in Western Europe, England experienced a peculiarly contracted variant of absolutist rule, in every sense. The transition from the medieval to the early modern epochs thus corresponded in English history, despite all local legends of unbroken continuity, to a deep and radical reversal of many of the most characteristic traits of prior feudal development. Naturally, certain medieval patterns of great importance were also preserved and inherited. It was precisely the contradictory fusion of traditional and novel forces that defined the particular political rupture that occurred in the island during the Renaissance. The early administrative centralization of Norman feudalism, dictated both by the original military conquest and the modest size of the country, had generated, as we have seen, an unusually small and regionally unified noble class, without semi-independent territorial potentates comparable to those of the continent. Towns, following Anglo-Saxon traditions, were part of the royal domain from the outset, and hence enjoyed commercial privileges without the political autonomy of continental communes. They were never numerous or strong enough in the medieval epoch to challenge this subordinate status. 1 Nor did ecclesiastical lords ever gain large, consolidated seigneurial enclaves. The medieval monarchy in England was thus spared the respective dangers to unitary government that confronted feudal rulers in France, Italy, or Germany. The result was a concurrent centralization, both of royal power, and of noble representation, within the total medieval polity. These two processes were, in fact, not opposites but complements. Within the parcellized system of feudal sovereignty, extra-suzerain monarchical power could in general only be sustained by the assent of exceptional vassal assemblies, capable of voting extraordinary economic and political support, outside the mediatized hierarchy of personal dependences. Medieval estates can therefore virtually never, as pointed out earlier, be directly counterposed to monarchical authority. They were often the precise precondition of it. In England, Angevin royal authority and administration had no exact equivalent anywhere in 12th century Europe. But the personal power of the monarch was soon by the same token followed by precocious collective institutions of the feudal ruling class, of a uniquely unitary character, parliaments. The existence of such medieval parliaments in England from the 13th century onwards was, of course, in no way a national peculiarity. What was distinctive about them was rather that they were both singleton and conglomerate institutions. 2 In other words, there was only one such assembly, which coincided with the boundaries of the country itself, not a number for different provinces, and within the assembly, there was no threefold division of nobles, clergy, and burghers such as generally prevailed on the continent. From the time of Edward III onwards, knights and towns were regularly represented alongside barons and bishops in the English Parliament. The two-chamber system of Lords and Commons was a subsequent development, which did not divide Parliament itself along estate lines, but basically marked an intra-class distinction within the nobility. A centralized monarchy had produced a unified assembly. Two further consequences followed from the early centralization of the English feudal polity. The unitary parliaments which met in London did not achieve the degree of meticulous fiscal control nor the rights of regular convocation which later characterized some of the continental estate systems. But they did secure a traditional negative limitation of royal legislative power, which was to become of great importance in the epoch of absolutism. It became accepted, after Edward I, that no monarch could decree new statutes without the consent of Parliament. 3 Viewed structurally, this veto corresponded closely to the objective exigencies of noble class power. In effect, since centralized royal administration was from the start geographically and technically easier in England than elsewhere, there was proportionately less need for it to be equipped with any innovatory decretal authority, which could not be justified by inherent dangers of regional separatism or ducal anarchy. Thus, while the real executive powers of English medieval kings were usually much greater than those of French monarchs, for that very reason, they never won the relative legislative autonomy eventually enjoyed by the latter. A second comparable feature of English feudalism was the unusual fusion between monarchy and nobility at the local judicial and administrative level. Whereas on the continent, the court system was typically divided between segregated royal and seigneurial jurisdictions, in England the survival of pre-feudal folk courts had provided a kind of common terrain on which a blend of the two could be achieved. For the sheriffs who presided over the shire courts were non-hereditary royal appointees, yet they were selected from the local gentry, not from a central bureaucracy, while the courts themselves retained vestiges of their original character as popular juridical assemblies in which the free men of the rural community appeared before their equals. The result was to block the development either of a comprehensive bailey system of professionalized royal justice or of an extensive baronial haute justice. Instead, an unpaid aristocratic self-administration emerged in the counties, which was later to evolve into the justices of the peace of the early modern epoch. In the medieval period itself, of course, the equipoise of the shire court still coexisted with monoreal courts and some seigneurial franchises of an orthodox feudal type, such as were to be found all over the continent. At the same time, the English nobility of the Middle Ages was fully as militarized and predatory a class as any in Europe. Indeed, it distinguished itself among its counterparts by the scope and constancy of its external aggression. No other feudal aristocracy of the later medieval epoch ranged so far and freely, as a whole order, from its territorial base. The repeated ravages of France during the 100 Years' War were the most spectacular feats of this militarism, but Scotland and Flanders, the Rhineland and Navarre, Portugal and Castile, were also traversed by armed expeditions from England in the 14th century. English knights fought abroad from the Forth to the Ebro in this age. The military organization of these expeditions reflected the local development of a monetarized bastard feudalism. The last feudal array proper, summoned on the basis of land tenure, was called out in 1385, for Richard II's attack on Scotland. The 100 Years' War was essentially fought by indentured companies, raised on the basis of cash contracts by major lords for the monarchy, and owing obedience to their own captains. Shire levies and foreign mercenaries provided supplementary forces. No permanent or professional army was involved, and the scale of the expeditions was numerically modest. Troops dispatched to France never numbered much more than 10,000. The nobles who led the successive forays into Valois territory remained basically freebooting in outlook. Private plunder, ransom, and land were the objects of their ambition, and the most successful captains enriched themselves massively from the wars, in which English forces again and again outfought much larger French armies mustered to expel them. The strategic superiority of the English aggressors throughout most of the long conflict did not lie, as a retrospective illusion might suggest, in control of sea power. For medieval fleets in northern seas were little more than improvised troop transports, mostly composed of temporarily empressed merchant bottoms. They were incapable of patrolling the ocean regularly. Fighting ships proper were still largely confined to the Mediterranean, where the oar-driven galley was the weapon of real maritime warfare. Running battles at sea were consequently unknown in Atlantic waters in this epoch. Naval engagements typically occurred in shallow bays or estuaries, where contending ships could lock together for hand-to-hand combat between the soldiers aboard them. No strategic command of the sea was possible in this epoch. The coasts on either side of the channel thus lay equally undefended against seaborne landings. In 1386, France assembled the largest army and fleet of the entire war for a full-scale invasion of England. Defense plans for the island did not even contemplate arresting this force at sea, but relied on keeping the English fleet out of harm's way in the Thames and luring the enemy to conclusions inland. 4 In the event this invasion was cancelled, but the vulnerability of England to maritime attack was amply demonstrated during the war, in which destructive naval raids played a role equivalent to military chevauchés on land. French and Castilian fleets, using southern-type galleys with their much greater mobility, captured, sacked or burnt a redoubtable list of English ports, all the way from Devon to Essex, among other towns, Plymouth, Southampton, Portsmouth, Lewes, Hastings, Winchelsea, Rye, Gravesend, and Harwich were all seized or pillaged in the course of the conflict. English dominance throughout most of the 100 Years' War, which dictated that the permanent battlefield, with all its train of damage and desolation, should be France, was thus not a result of sea power. 5 It was a product of the far greater political integration and solidity of the English feudal monarchy, whose administrative capacity to exploit its patrimony and rally its nobility was until the very end of the war much greater than that of the French monarchy, harried by disloyal vassals. In Brittany or Burgundy, and weakened by its earlier inability to dislodge the English fief in Guyenne. The loyalty of the English aristocracy, in its turn, was cemented by the successful external campaigns into which it was led by a series of martial princes. It was not until the French feudal polity was itself reorganized under Charles VII, on a new fiscal and military basis, that the tide turned. Their Burgundian allies gone, English forces were thereafter relatively soon evicted by larger and better equipped French armies. The acrid aftermath of the final collapse of English power in France was the outbreak of the Wars of the Roses at home. Once a victorious royal authority no longer held the higher nobility together, the late medieval machinery of war turned inwards, as brutalized retainers and indentured gangs were unleashed across the countryside by magnate feuds, and rival usurpers clawed for the succession. A generation of civil war eventually ended with the foundation of the new Tudor dynasty in 1485, on the field of Bosworth. The reign of Henry VII now gradually prepared the emergence of a new monarchy in England. During the later Lancastrian regime, aristocratic factions had prominently developed and manipulated parliaments for their own ends, whereas Yorkist rulers had striven amidst the prevailing anarchy to concentrate and strengthen the central institutions of royal power again. Himself a Lancastrian by connection, Henry VII essentially developed Yorkist administrative practice. Before the Wars of the Roses, parliaments were virtually annual, and during the first decade of Reconstruction after Bosworth they became so again. But once internal security improved and Tudor power was consolidated, Henry VII discarded the institution. From 1497 to 1509, the last 12 years of his reign, it only assembled once again. Centralized royal government was exercised through a small coterie of personal advisors and henchmen of the monarch. Its primary objective was the subjugation of the rampant magnate power of the preceding period, with its liveried gangs of armed retainers, systematic embracery of juries, and constant private warfare. This program was applied, however, with much greater persistence and success than in the Yorkist phase. Supreme prerogative justice was enforced over the nobility by the use of the Star Chamber, a conciliar court which now became the main political weapon of the monarchy against riot or sedition. Regional turbulence in the north and west was quelled by the special councils delegated to control these areas in situ. Extended sanctuary rights and semi-regalian private franchises were whittled down, liveries were banned. Local administration was tightened up under royal control by vigilant selection and supervision of JPS, recidivist usurper rebellions were crushed. A small bodyguard was created in lieu of armed police. 6 The royal domain was greatly enlarged by resumption of lands, whose yield to the monarchy quadrupled during the reign. Feudal incidents and customs duties were likewise maximally exploited. By the end of Henry VII's rule, total royal revenues had nearly trebled, and there was a reserve of between £1 and £2 million in treasure. 7 The Tudor dynasty had thus made a promising start towards the construction of an English absolutism by the turn of the 16th century. Henry VIII inherited a powerful executive and a prosperous exchequer. The first 20 years of Henry VIII's rule brought little change to the secure domestic position of the Tudor monarchy. Wolsey's administration of the state was marked by no major institutional innovation. At most, the cardinal concentrated unprecedented powers over the church in his own person, as papal legate in England. Both king and minister were mainly preoccupied with foreign affairs. The limited campaigns fought against France, in 1512-14 and 1522, were the main events of this period. To cope with the costs of these military operations on the continent, 2 brief bouts of parliamentary convocation were necessary. 8 An attempt at arbitrary taxation by Wolsey thereafter aroused sufficient propertied opposition for Henry VIII to disavow it. There was no sign yet of any dramatic development in the drift of royal policies within England. It was the marriage crisis of 1527-8, caused by the king's decision to divorce his Spanish wife, and the ensuing deadlock with the papacy over an issue that affected the domestic succession, that suddenly altered the whole political situation. For to deal with papal obstruction, inspired by the dynastic hostility of the emperor to the projected remarriage, new and radical legislation was needed, and national political support had to be rallied against Clement VII and Charles V. Thus in 1529, Henry summoned what became the longest parliament yet to be held, to mobilize the landed class behind him in his dispute with the papacy and the empire, and to secure its endorsement of the political seizure of the church by the state in England. This revival of a neglected institution was, however, far from a constitutional capitulation by Henry VIII or Thomas Cromwell, who became his political planner in 1531. It did not signify a weakening of royal power, but rather a new drive to enhance it. For the Reformation parliaments not only greatly increased the patronage and authority of the monarchy by transferring control of the whole ecclesiastical apparatus of the church to it. Under Cromwell's guidance, they also suppressed the autonomy of seigneurial franchises by depriving them of the power to designate JPS, integrated the marcher lordships into the shires, and incorporated Wales legally and administratively into the Kingdom of England. More significantly still, monasteries were dissolved and their vast landed wealth expropriated by the state. In 1536, the government's combination of political centralization and religious reformation provoked a potentially dangerous rising in the north, the Pilgrimage of Grace, a particularist regional reaction against a reinforced royal state, of a type that was characteristic of Western Europe in this epoch. It was rapidly broken, and a new and permanent Council of the North established to hold down the lands beyond the Trent. Meanwhile, the central bureaucracy was enlarged and reorganized by Cromwell, who converted the office of Royal Secretary into the highest ministerial post and created the beginnings of a regular Privy Council. 10 Soon after his fall, the Privy Council was formally institutionalized as the inner executive agency of the monarchy, and henceforward became the hub of the Tudor state machine. A statute of proclamations, apparently designed to confer extraordinary legislative powers on the monarchy, emancipating it from reliance on Parliament in the future, was eventually neutralized by the Commons. 11 This rebuff did not, of course, prevent Henry VIII from conducting sanguinary purges of ministers and magnates or creating a secret police system of delation and summary arrest. The state apparatus of repression was steadily increased throughout the reign. 9 separate treason laws had been passed by the end of it. 12 Henry VIII's use of Parliament, from which he expected and received few inconveniences, was confidently legalistic in approach. It was a necessary means to his own royal ends. Within the inherited framework of the English feudal polity, which had conferred singular powers on Parliament, a national absolutism was in the making that in practice seemed to bear comparison with that of any of its continental counterparts. Throughout his life, Henry VIII's actual personal power within his realm was fully the equal of that of his contemporary Francis I in France. Nevertheless, the new Tudor monarchy operated within one fundamental limitation, which set it apart from its equivalents abroad: it lacked a substantial military apparatus. To understand why English absolutism took the peculiar form that it assumed in the 16th and early 17th centuries, it is necessary to look beyond the indigenous heritage of a lawmaking parliament to the whole international context of Renaissance Europe. For while the Tudor state was being successfully constructed at home, the geopolitical position of England abroad had swiftly and silently undergone a drastic change. In the Lancastrian epoch, English external power could match or overtop that of any other country in the continent, because of the advanced nature of the feudal monarchy in England. But by the early 16th century, the balance of forces between the major Western states had totally altered. Spain and France, each victims of English invasion in the previous epoch, were now dynamic and aggressive monarchies, disputing the conquest of Italy between them. England had been suddenly outdistanced by both. All three monarchies had achieved an approximately comparable internal consolidation, but it was just this evening up which permitted the natural advantages of the two great continental powers of the epoch to become for the first time decisive. The population of France was 4 to 5 times that of England. Spain had twice the population of England, not to speak of its American empire and European possessions. This demographic and economic superiority was heightened by the geographical necessity for both countries to develop modernized land armies on a permanent basis, for the perpetual warfare of the time. the creation of the companies d'ordonnance and the tertios, the utilization of mercenary infantry and field artillery, all led to a new type of royal military apparatus, far larger and more costly than anything known in the medieval period. The build-up of their troop strengths was an indispensable condition of survival for the Renaissance monarchies on the mainland. The Tudor state was subtracted from this imperative, because of its insular situation. On the one hand, the steady growth in the size and expense of armies in the early modern epoch, and the transport problems of ferrying and supplying large numbers of soldiers across the water, rendered the medieval type of overseas expedition in which England had once excelled, increasingly anachronistic. The military preponderance of the new land powers, based on their much greater financial and manpower resources, precluded any successful repetition of the campaigns of Edward III or Henry V. On the other hand, this continental ascendancy was not translated into any equivalent strike capacity at sea. No major transformation of naval warfare had yet occurred, so that England conversely remained relatively immune from the risk of a maritime invasion. The result was that at the critical juncture of the transition towards a new monarchy in England, it was neither necessary nor possible for the Tudor state to build up a military machine comparable to that of French or Spanish absolutism. Subjectively, however, Henry VIII and his generation within the English nobility were still incapable of grasping the new international situation. The martial pride and continental ambitions of their late medieval predecessors remained a living memory within the English ruling class of the time. The ultra-cautious Henry VII himself had revived Lancastrian claims to the French monarchy, fought to block the Valois absorption of Brittany, and actively schemed to gain the succession in Castile. Wolsey, who directed English foreign policy for the next 20 years, posed as arbiter of European concord with the Treaty of London, and aimed for nothing less than the Italian papacy itself. Henry VIII, in turn, entertained hopes of becoming emperor in Germany. These grandiose aspirations have been dismissed as irrational phantasms by subsequent historians. In fact, they reflected the perceptual difficulty of English rulers to adapt themselves to the new diplomatic configuration, in which the stature of England had in real terms so much diminished, just at a time when their own domestic power was sensibly increasing. Indeed, it was precisely this loss of international standing, unseen by native protagonists, which lay behind the whole miscalculation of the royal divorce. Neither cardinal nor king realized that the papacy was virtually bound to submit to the superior pressure of Charles V, because of the dominance of Habsburg power in Europe. England had been marginalized by the Franco-Spanish struggle for Italy, an impotent onlooker. Its interests had little weight in the Curia. The surprise of the discovery was to propel the defender of the faith into the Reformation. The misadventures of Henry VIII's foreign policy, however, were not confined to this calamitous diplomatic setback. On 3 occasions, the Tudor monarchy did attempt to intervene in the Valois-Habsburg wars in northern France, by an expedition across the Channel. The armies dispatched in these campaigns of 1512-14, 1522-5, and 1543-6, were necessarily of considerable size, composed of English levies bulked up with foreign mercenaries, 30,000 in 1512, 40,000 in 1544. Their deployment lacked any serious strategic objective, and yielded no significant gains. English departure from the sidelines of the struggle between Spain and France proved both expensive and futile. Yet these aimless wars of Henry VIII, whose absence of any coherent purpose has so often been remarked, were not a mere product of personal caprice. They corresponded precisely to a curious historical intermission, when the English monarchy had lost its old military importance in Europe but had not yet found the future maritime role awaiting it. Nor were they without fundamental results in England itself. Henry VIII's last major act, his alliance with the Empire and attack on France in 1543, was to have fateful consequences for the whole ulterior destiny of the English monarchy. Military intervention on the continent was misconducted, its costs escalated greatly, eventually totaling some 10 times those of the first French war of his reign. To cover them, the state not only resorted to forced loans and debasement of the coinage, but also started to unload on the market the huge fund of agrarian property it had just acquired from the monasteries, amounting to perhaps a quarter of the land of the realm. The sale of church estates by the monarchy multiplied as war dragged on towards Henry's death. By the time peace was finally restored, the great bulk of this vast windfall was lost, and with it, the one great chance of English absolutism to build up a firm economic base independent of parliamentary taxation. This transfer of assets not only weakened the state in the long run, it also greatly strengthened the gentry who formed the main purchasers of these lands, and whose numbers and wealth henceforward steadily grew. One of the drabbest and most inconsequential foreign wars in English history thus had momentous, if still hidden consequences on the domestic balance of forces within English society. The dual facets of this final episode of Henricean rule, indeed, presaged much of the evolution of the English landowning class as a whole. For the military conflict of the 1540s was in practice the last aggressive war fought by England on the continent for the rest of the century. The illusions of Crécy and Agincourt died away. But the gradual disappearance of its traditional vocation profoundly altered the caste of the English nobility. The absence of the constraining pressure of constant potential invasion allowed the English aristocracy to dispense with a modernized apparatus of war in the epoch of the Renaissance. It was not directly endangered by rival feudal classes abroad, and it was reluctant, like any nobility at a comparable stage of its evolution, to submit to the massive build-up of royal power at home that was the logical consequence of a large standing army. In the isolationist context of the island kingdom, therefore, there was an exceptionally early demilitarization of the noble class itself. In 1500, every English peer bore arms. By Elizabeth's time, it has been calculated, only half the aristocracy had any fighting experience. 14 On the eve of the Civil War in the 17th century, very few nobles had any military background at all. There was a progressive dissociation of the nobility from the basic military function which defined it in the medieval social order, much earlier than anywhere else on the continent, and this necessarily had important repercussions on the landowning class itself. In the peculiar maritime context, derogation proper, always linked to an intense feeling for the virtues of the sword, and codified against the temptations of the purse, never appeared. This in turn allowed a gradual conversion of the aristocracy to commercial activities long before any comparable rural class in Europe. The prevalence of wool farming, which had been the growth sector in agriculture in the 15th century, naturally accelerated this drift greatly, while the rural cloth industry which was contiguous with it provided natural outlets for gentry investment. The economic path which led from the metamorphoses of feudal rent in the 14th and 15th centuries to the emergence of an expanding rural capitalist sector in the 17th century was thus laid open. Once it was taken, the legally separate character of the English nobility became virtually impossible to sustain. During the later Middle Ages, England had experienced, in common with most other countries, a marked trend towards a formalized stratification of ranks within the aristocracy, with the introduction of new titles, after the original feudal hierarchy of vassals and liege lords had been eroded by the onset of monetarized social relations and the dissolution of the classical fief system. Everywhere, new and more abundant tables of rank were felt necessary by the nobility, once personal dependences had generally declined. In England, the 14th and 15th centuries had seen the adoption of a series of novel grades, dukes, marquises, barons, and viscounts, within the nobility, which, with devices to ensure primogeniture of inheritance, for the first time separated out a distinct peerage from the rest of the class. 15 This stratum henceforward always comprised the most powerful and opulent group within the aristocracy. At the same time, a college of heralds was formed which gave legal definition to the gentry by confining it to armigeros families, and setting up procedures for investigating claims to the status. A tighter, two-tiered aristocratic order, legally demarcated from roturiers below it, thus might well have developed in England, as it did elsewhere. But the increasingly non-military and proto-commercial bent of the whole nobility, stimulated by the land sales and agrarian boom of the Tudor epoch, rendered the concomitant of a derogation bar impossible. 16 The result was to render the strict Army-Jarrow's criterion itself largely inoperative. Hence the peculiarity emerged whereby the social aristocracy in England did not coincide with the patented peerage, which was the only section of it with legal privileges, and untitled gentry and younger sons of peers could dominate a so-called House of Commons. The idiosyncrasies of the English landowning class in the epoch of absolutism were thus to be historically interlocked. It was unusually civilian in background, commercial in occupation and commoner in rank. The correlate of this class was a state that had a small bureaucracy, a limited fiscally, and no permanent army. The inherent tendency of the Tudor monarchy was, as we have seen, strikingly homologous to that of its continental opposites, but the limits of its development were set by the character of the nobility that surrounded it. The immediate legacy of Henry VIII's last incursion into France, meanwhile, was sharp popular distress in the countryside as monetary depreciation and fiscal pressures led to rural insecurity and a temporary commercial depression. The minority of Edward VI thus witnessed a swift regression in the political stability and authority of the Tudor state, with a predictable jockeying between the largest territorial lords for control of the court, in a decade punctuated by peasant unrest and religious crises. Rural risings in East Anglia and the southwest were crushed with hired Italian and German mercenaries. 17 But soon afterwards, in 1551, these professional troops were disbanded to relieve the exchequer. The last serious agrarian explosion for nearly 300 years had been suppressed by the last major force of alien soldiery to be at the domestic disposal of the monarchy. Meanwhile, the rivalry between the Dukes of Somerset and Northumberland, with their respective patronage of lesser nobles, functionaries, and men-at-arms, led to muffled coups and counter-coups in the Privy Council, amidst religious tension and dynastic uncertainty. The whole unity of the Tudor state apparatus seemed temporarily threatened. However, the danger of a real disintegration was not only cut short by the death of the young sovereign, it was unlikely ever to have developed into a full-blown facsimile of the aristocratic conflicts in France, because of the lack of client troops at the disposal of the contending magnates. The upshot of the interlude of rule by Somerset and Northumberland was merely to radicalize the local reformation and fortify monarchical dignity against the greater nobles. The brief passage of Mary, with its dynastic subordination to Spain and ephemeral Catholic restoration, left little political trace. The last English toehold on the continent was lost with the French reconquest of Calais. The long reign of Elizabeth in the latter half of the century thereafter largely restored and developed the domestic status quo ante, without any radical innovations. The religious pendulum swung back to a moderate Protestantism, with the establishment of a domesticated Anglican Church. Ideologically, royal authority was greatly enhanced, as the personal popularity of the Queen rose to new heights. Institutionally, however, there was comparatively little development. The Privy Council was concentrated and stabilized under the long and steady secretaryship of Burleigh in the first part of the reign. The espionage and police networks, mainly concerned with suppression of Catholic activity, were extended by Walsingham. Legislative activity was very reduced by comparison with Henry VIII's reign. 18 Factional rivalries within the higher nobility now mainly took the form of corridor intrigues for honors and offices at court. The final, guttering attempt at an armed magnate putsch, the rebellion at the end of the reign by Essex, the English guise, was easily put down. On the other hand, the political influence and prosperity of the gentry, whom the Tudors had initially sponsored as a counterweight to the peerage, was now an increasingly evident stumbling block to the royal prerogative. Summoned 13 times in 45 years, largely because of external emergencies, Parliament now started to evince independent criticism of government policies. Over the century, the House of Commons grew greatly in size, from some 300 to 460 members, of whom the proportion of country gentlemen steadily increased, as borough seats were captured by rural squires or their patrons. 19 The moral dilapidation of the Church, after the secular dominance and doctrinal zigzags of the previous 50 years, permitted the gradual spread of an oppositional Puritanism among considerable sections of this class. The last years of Tudor rule were thus marked by a new recalcitrance and restiveness in Parliament, whose religious importunity and fiscal obstruction led Elizabeth to further sales of royal lands to minimize reliance on it. The coercive and bureaucratic machinery of the monarchy remained very slim, compared with its political prestige and executive authority. Above all, it had lacked the forcing house of warfare on land which had speeded the development of absolutism on the continent. The impact of Renaissance war, of course, by no means passed Elizabethan England by. Henry VIII's armies had remained hybrid and improvised in character, archaic aristocratic levies raised at home mingled with Flemish, Burgundian, Italian, and Alman mercenaries hired abroad. 20 The Elizabethan state, now confronted with real and constant foreign dangers in the epoch of Alva and Farnese, resorted to a legal stretching of the traditional militia system in England to assemble adequate forces for its overseas expeditions. Technically supposed to serve only as a home guard, some 12,000 or so were given special training and mostly kept for defense within the country. The remainder, often rounded up from the vagabond population, were empressed for use abroad. The development of this system did not produce a permanent or professional army, but it did provide regular troop flows, on a modest scale, for the numerous foreign commitments of the Elizabethan government. The Lords Lieutenant of the Shires acquired greater importance as recruiting authorities, regimental organization was slowly introduced, and firearms overcame native attachment to the longbow. 21 The militia contingents themselves were typically combined with mercenary soldiers, Scots, or Germans. No army sent to the continent ever numbered more than 20,000, half the size of the last Henricean expedition, and most were considerably smaller. The performance of these corps, in the Netherlands or Normandy, was a generally bedraggled one. Their cost was disproportionately high in relation to their utility, discouraging any further evolution in the same direction. 22 The military inferiority of English absolutism continued to preclude any expansionist goals on the mainland. Elizabethan foreign policy was thus largely confined to negative aims: prevention of Spanish reconquest of the United Provinces, prevention of French installation in the Low Countries, prevention of the victory of the League in France. In the event, these limited objectives were attained, although the role of English armies in the outcome of the tangled European conflicts of the period was very secondary. The decisive victory of England in the war with Spain lay elsewhere, in the defeat of the Armada, but it could not be capitalized on land. The lack of any positive continental strategy inevitably resulted in the wasteful and pointless diversions of the last decade of the century. The long Spanish War after 1588, which cost the English monarchy dearly in domestic wealth, ended without acquisitions of territory or treasure. English absolutism nevertheless achieved one major military conquest in this period. Elizabethan expansionism, incapable of frontal advance against the leading monarchies of the mainland, threw its largest armies against the poor and primitive clan society of Ireland. This Celtic island had remained the most archaic social formation in the West down to the end of the 16th century, perhaps in the whole continent. The last of the children of Europe, 23 in Bacon's phrase, had lain outside the Roman world, had not been touched by the Germanic conquests, had been visited but not subdued by the Viking invasions. Christianized in the 6th century, its rudimentary clan system uniquely survived religious conversion without political centralization, the Church rather adapted to the local social order in this distant outpost of the faith, abandoning episcopal authority for communal monastic organization. Hereditary chiefs and optimates ruled over free peasants, grouped in extended kin units, and bound to them by ties of commendation. Pastoralism dominated the countryside. There was no central monarchy, and towns were non-existent, although a literary culture flourished during the 7th to 9th centuries, the nadir of the Dark Ages elsewhere, in the monastic communities. Repeated Scandinavian attacks during the 9th and 10th centuries disrupted both cultural life and clan localism in the island. Norse enclaves created the first towns in Ireland. Under foreign pressure, a central royal authority eventually emerged in the interior to expel the Viking danger in the early 11th century. This precarious Irish high kingship soon collapsed again into warring federations, incapable of resisting a more advanced invasion. In the later 12th century, the Angevin monarchy in England acquired the lordship of Ireland from the papacy, and Anglo-Norman baronial forces crossed over to subjugate and colonize the island. English feudalism, with its heavy cavalry and strong castles, gradually established formal control of most of the country, with the exception of the far north, over the next 100 years. But the density of Anglo-Norman settlement was never enough to stabilize its military success. In the later medieval period, while the energies of the English monarchy and nobility were overwhelmingly engaged in France, Irish clan society steadily recovered ground. The perimeter of English authority shrank to the small pale round Dublin, beyond which lay the scattered liberties of territorial magnates of Anglo-Norman origin, now increasingly Gaelicized, surrounded in turn by the renascent Celtic chieftain rise, whose zones of control covered most of the island again. 24 The advent of the renovated Tudor state, at the turn of the early modern epoch, brought the first serious efforts to reassert and enforce English suzerainty over Ireland for a century. Henry VII dispatched his aide Poynings to break the autonomy of the local baronial parliament in 1494-6. The potentate Kildare dynasty, closely intermarried with leading Gaelic families, nevertheless continued to wield predominant feudal power, accoutred with the dignity of Lord Deputy. Under Henry VIII, Cromwell's administration started to introduce more regular bureaucratic instruments of rule into the Pale. In 1534 Kildare was deposed, and a rebellion by his son crushed. In 1540, Henry VIII, having repudiated the papacy, which had originally vested the English monarchy with the lordship of Ireland as a fief of Rome, assumed the new title of King of Ireland. In practice, however, most of the island remained outside any Tudor control, dominated either by old Irish chiefs or old English lords related to them, both faithful to Catholicism while England underwent the Reformation. Only 2 counties had been formed outside the Pale down to the time of Elizabeth. Fierce rebellions thereafter exploded, in 1559-66, in 1569-72, and 1579-83, as the monarchy tried to impose its authority and install new English plantations of Protestant colonists to resettle the country. Finally, during the long war between England and Spain, an island-wide insurrection against Tudor oppression was launched in 1595 by the Ulster clan leader O'Neill, appealing to the papacy and Spain for aid. Determined to achieve a conclusive settlement of the Irish problem, the Elizabethan regime mobilized the largest armies of the reign to reoccupy the island, and anglicize the country once and for all. The guerrilla tactics adopted by the Irish were met by policies of ruthless extermination. 25 The war lasted 9 years before all resistance was pulverized by the English commander Mountjoy. By Elizabeth's death, Ireland was militarily annexed. This signal operation, however, remained a solitary triumph of Tudor arms on land, one with the greatest exertions against a pre-feudal enemy. It was not repeatable in any other arena. The decisive strategic development of the time for the whole character of the English landed class and its state lay elsewhere, in the slow switch towards naval equipment and expansion in the 16th century. Towards 1500, the traditional Mediterranean division between the long oar-powered galley built for war and the round sail-driven cog used for trade, started to be superseded in northern waters by the construction of large warships equipped with firearms. 26 In the new type of fighting vessels, sails were substituted for oars, and soldiers started to give way to guns. Henry VII, creating the first English dry dock at Portsmouth in 1496, built 2 of these ships. It was Henry VIII, however, who was responsible for a sustained and unprecedented expansion of English naval power. 27 He added 24 warships to the navy by purchase or construction in the first 5 years after his accession, quadrupling it in size. By the end of his reign, the English monarchy possessed 53 ships and a permanent navy board, created in 1546. The huge carracks of this phase, with their top-heavy castles and newly installed artillery, were still clumsy instruments. Sea battles continued to be essentially grappling matches between troops on water, and in Henry VIII's final war, French galleys still held the initiative, attacking up the Solent. A new dock was built at Chatham during the reign of Edward VI, but there was otherwise a sharp decrease in Tudor maritime strength in the succeeding decades, when Spanish and Portuguese naval design moved ahead of English with the invention of the faster galleon. But from 1579 onwards, Hawkins's tenure at the Navy Board saw a rapid expansion and modernization of the Royal Fleet. Low-slung galleons were equipped with long-range cannon, making them into highly maneuverable gun platforms, designed to sink enemy craft from maximum distance in a running battle. The onset of a seaborne war with Spain, long rehearsed by English piracy on the Main, demonstrated the technical superiority of these new ships. By 1588 Elizabeth I was mistress of the most powerful navy Europe had ever seen. 28 The Armada was outshot by English demi-culverines, and scattered into the storm and mist. Insular security was assured, and the foundations of an imperial future laid. The ultimate results of the new marine mastery won by England were to be twofold. The substitution of naval for terrestrial warfare tended to specialize and segregate the practice of military violence, safely extruding it overseas. At the same time, the naval focus of the ruling class was preeminently conducive to a commercial orientation. For while the army always remained a single-purpose institution, the navy was by its nature a dual instrument, bracketed not only on war, but on trade. 29 In fact, the bulk of the English fleets throughout the 16th century still remained merchant ships temporarily converted for battle by the addition of cannon, and capable of reverting to commerce afterwards. The state naturally promoted this adaptability by premia for merchant design that conformed to it. The navy was thus to become not only the senior instrument of the coercive apparatus of the English state, but an ambidextrous one, with profound consequences for the nature of the governing class. 34 Although higher per unit 31 the total costs of naval construction and maintenance were far below those of a standing army, in the last decades of Elizabeth's reign, the ratio of expenditure was 1:3 on them. Yet the yields throughout the next centuries were to be far higher. The British colonial empire was to be the sum of them. The full harvest of this navalism was yet to be seen. But it was in large measure because of it that already by the 16th century, the landowning class could develop not in antagonism, but in unison, with mercantile capital in the ports and shires. The extinction of the Tudor line in 1603, and the advent of the Stuart dynasty, created a fundamentally new political situation for the monarchy. For with the accession of James I, Scotland was for the first time joined in a personal union with England. Two radically distinct polities were now combined under the same ruling house. The Scottish impact on the pattern of English development appeared initially very slight, precisely because of the historical distance between the social formations, but in the long run it was to prove critical for the fortunes of English absolutism. Scotland, like Ireland, had remained a Celtic fastness beyond the bounds of Roman control. Receiving an admixture of Irish, Germanic, and Scandinavian immigration in the Dark Ages, its variegated clanic map was subjected to a central royal authority, with jurisdiction over the whole country except for the northwest, in the 11th century. In the High Middle Ages the impingement of Anglo-Norman feudalism here too recast the shape of the indigenous political and social system, but whereas in Ireland, it took the form of a precarious military conquest that was soon awash with a Celtic reflux, in Scotland the native Kenmore dynasty itself imported English settlers and institutions, promoting intermarriage with the nobility to the south and emulating the structures of the more advanced kingdom on the other side of the border, with its castles, sheriffs, chamberlains, and justiciars. The result was a much deeper and more thorough feudalization of Scottish society. Self-imposed normalization eliminated the old ethnic divisions of the country, and created a new line of linguistic and social demarcation between the lowlands, where English speech came to stay, together with manners and fiefs, and the highlands, where Gaelic remained the language of a backward clan pastoralism. Unlike the situation in Ireland, the purely Celtic sector was permanently reduced to a minority, confined to the northwest. During the later medieval period, the Scottish monarchy in general failed to consolidate royal discipline over its dominions. Mutual contamination between lowland and highland political patterns led to a semi-seigneurialization of Celtic clan leadership in the mountains, and clan infection of Scottish feudal organisation on the plains. 32 Above all, constant frontier warfare with England repeatedly battered the royal state. In the anarchic conditions of the 14th and 15th centuries, amidst ceaseless border turmoil, barons seized hereditary control of sheriffdoms and set up private jurisdictions, magnates wrested provincial regalities from the monarchy, and vassal kin networks proliferated under both. The successor Stuart dynasty, dogged by unstable minority and regency governments, was unable to make much headway against the endemic disorder of the country in the next 150 years, while Scotland became increasingly tied to diplomatic alliance with France, as a shield against English pressure. In the mid-16th century, outright French domination through a Guise regency provoked an aristocratic and popular xenophobia that provided much of the driving power for the local Reformation. Towns, lairds, and nobles revolted against the French administration, whose lines of communication to the continent were cut by the English navy in 1560, ensuring the success of Scottish Protestantism. But the religious change, which henceforward set Scotland off from Ireland, did little to alter the political complexion of the country. The Gaelic Highlands, which alone remained loyal to Catholicism, became even wilder and more turbulent in the course of the century. While glass-paned country mansions were the new feature of Tudor landscape to the south, massively fortified castles continued to be constructed in the border country and the lowlands. Private armed feuds remained rife throughout the kingdom. It was not until the assumption of power by James VI himself, from 1587 onwards, that the Scottish monarchy seriously improved its position. James VI, employing a mixture of conciliation and coercion, developed a strong privy council, patronized and played off the great magnates against each other, created new peerages, gradually introduced bishops into the church, increased the representation of smaller barons and burghs in the local parliament, subordinated the latter by the creation of a closed steering committee, and pacified the border. 33 By the turn of the 17th century, Scotland was apparently a recomposed land. Its socio-political structure nevertheless remained in notable contrast to that of contemporary England. Population was thin, some 750,000, towns very few and small, ridden by pastors. The largest noble houses comprised territorial potentates of a type unknown in England: Hamilton, Huntly, Argyll, Angus, controlling huge areas of the country, with full regalia and powers, military retinues, and dependent tenant rise. Seigneurial lordships were widespread among the lesser baronage. Justices of the peace cautiously sent out by the king had been nullified. The numerous class of small lairds was habituated to petty armed disputes. The depressed peasantry, released from serfdom in the 14th century, had never staged a major rebellion. Economically poor and culturally isolated, Scottish society was still heavily medieval in character. The Scottish state was little more secure than the English monarchy after Bosworth. The Stuart dynasty, transplanted to England, nevertheless pursued the ideals of absolutist royalty that were now the standard norms of courts all over Western Europe. James I, inured to a country where territorial magnates were a law to themselves and Parliament was of little account, now found a realm where grandee militarism had been broken and failed to see that Parliament, on the other hand, represented the central locus of noble power. The much more developed character of English society thus for a time made it appear delusively easier for him to rule. The Jacobean regime, contemptuous and uncomprehending of Parliament, made no attempt to assuage the growing oppositional temper of the English gentry. An extravagant court was combined with an immobilist foreign policy, based on rapprochement with Spain, both equally unpopular with the bulk of the landowning class. Divine right doctrines of monarchy were matched by high church ritualism in religion. Prerogative justice was used against common law, sale of monopolies and offices against parliamentary refusal of taxation. The unwelcome trend of royal government in England, however, did not encounter similar resistance in Scotland or Ireland, where the local aristocracies were coaxed with calculating patronage by the king, and Ulster was colonized by a mass plantation from the lowlands to ensure Protestant ascendancy. But by the end of the reign, the political position of the Stuart monarchy was dangerously isolated in its central kingdom. For the underlying social structure of England was sliding away from beneath it, as it sought to pursue institutional goals that were nearly everywhere being successfully accomplished on the continent. In the century after the dissolution of the monasteries, while the population of England doubled, the size of the nobility and gentry had trebled, and their share of national wealth increased more than proportionately, with a particularly notable climb in the early 17th century, when rent rises overtook price increases, benefiting the whole landowning class. The net income of the gentry perhaps quadrupled in the century after 1530.34. The triadic system of landlord, farmer, and agricultural laborer, future archetype of the English countryside, was already emergent in the richer parts of rural England. At the same time, an unprecedented concentration of trade and manufactures had occurred in London, some 7 to 8 times larger in the reign of Charles I than that of Henry VIII, making it the most dominant capital city of any country in Europe by the 1630s. By the end of the century, England would already form something like a single internal market. 35 Agrarian and mercantile capitalism had thus registered more rapid advances than in any other nation except the Netherlands, and major swathes of the English aristocracy itself, peerage and gentry, had successfully adapted to it. The political refortification of a feudal state thus no longer corresponded to the social character of much of the class on which it would inevitably have to rest. Nor was there a compelling social danger from below to tighten the links between the monarchy and the gentry. Because there was no need for a large permanent army, the tax level in England had remained remarkably low, perhaps a third to a quarter of that in France in the early 17th century. 36 Little of this fell on the rural masses, while the parish poor received a prudential charity from public funds. The result was a relative social peace in the countryside, after the agrarian unrest in the mid-16th century. The peasantry, moreover, was not only subject to a much lighter tax burden than elsewhere, but was more internally differentiated. With the gathering commercial impetus in the countryside, this stratification in turn made possible and profitable a virtual abandonment of domain cultivation for leasing of land by the aristocracy and gentry. The result was the consolidation of a relatively well-off Kulak stratum and a large number of rural wage laborers, side by side with the general peasant mass. The situation in the villages was thus a reasonably secure one for the nobility, which did not have to fear rural insurrections any longer, and therefore had no stake in a strong central coercive machine at the disposal of the state. At the same time, the low tax level which contributed to this agrarian calm checked the emergence of any large bureaucracy erected to man the fiscal system. Since the aristocracy had assumed local administrative functions since the Middle Ages, the monarchy was always deprived of any professional regional apparatus. The Stuart drive for a developed absolutism was thus very handicapped from the start. In 1625, Charles I conscientiously, if in general ineptly, took up the work of constructing a more advanced absolutism with the unpromising materials available. The variant auras of successive court administrations did not help the monarchy. The peculiar combination of Jacobean corruption and Caroline censoriousness, from Buckingham to Laud, proved especially jarring to many of the gentry. 37 The vagaries of its foreign policy also weakened it at the outset of the reign. English failure to intervene in the 30 Years' War was compounded by an unnecessary and unsuccessful war with France, the confused inspiration of Buckingham. Once this episode was terminated, however, the general direction of dynastic policy became relatively coherent. Parliament, which had vigorously denounced the conduct of the war and the minister responsible for it, was dissolved indefinitely. In the succeeding decade of personal rule, the monarchy tended to draw closer to the higher nobility once again, reinvigorating the formal hierarchy of birth and rank within the aristocracy by conferring privileges on the peerage, now that the risk of magnate militarism in England was past. In the cities, monopolies and benefits were reserved for the topmost stratum of urban merchants, who formed the traditional municipal patriciates. The bulk of the gentry and the newer mercantile interests were excluded from the royal concert. The same preoccupations were evident in the episcopal reorganization of the church effected under Charles I, which restored the discipline and morale of the clergy, at the cost of widening the religious distance between local ministers and squires. The successes of Stuart absolutism, however, were largely confined to the ideological/clerical apparatus of the state, which under both James I and Charles I began to inculcate divine right and hieratic ritual. But the economic/bureaucratic apparatus remained subject to acute fiscal cramp. Parliament controlled the right to taxation proper, and from the earliest years of James I resisted every effort to bypass it. In Scotland, the dynasty could increase taxes virtually at will, especially on the towns, since there was no strong tradition of bargaining over grants in the estates. In Ireland, Strafford's draconian administration reclaimed lands and revenues from the carpetbagger gentry who had moved in after the Elizabethan conquest, and made the island for the first time a profitable source of income for the state. 38 But in England itself, where the central problem lay, no such remedies were feasible. Hampered by earlier Tudor profligacy with royal estates, Charles I resorted to every possible feudal and neo-feudal device in the quest for tax revenues capable of sustaining an enlarged state machine beyond parliamentary control. Revival of wardship, fines for knighthood, use of purveyance, multiplication of monopolies, inflation of honors. It was in these years, especially, that sale of offices for the first time became a major source of royal income, 30 to 40%, and simultaneously remuneration of office holders a major share of state expenditure. 39 All these devices proved inadequate, their profusion only antagonized the landowning class, much of it gripped by Puritan aversion to the new court and church alike. Significantly, Charles I's final bid to create a serious fiscal base was an attempt to extend the one traditional defense tax which existed in England, the payment of ship money by ports for the maintenance of the navy. Within a few years, it was sabotaged by the refusal of unpaid local JPS to operate it. The selection of this scheme, and its fate, revealed en creux the elements which were missing for an English version of Versailles. Continental absolutism was built on its armies. By a strange irony, insular absolutism could only exist on its meager revenues so long as it did not have to raise any army. For Parliament alone could provide the resources for one, and once summoned was soon certain to start dismantling Stuart authority. Yet for the same historical reasons, the rising political revolt against the monarchy in England possessed no ready instruments for an armed insurrection against it. Gentry opposition even lacked any focus for a constitutional assault on the personal rule of the king, so long as there was no convocation of Parliament. The deadlock between the two antagonists was broken in Scotland. In 1638, Caroline clericalism, which had already threatened the Scots nobility with resumption of secularized church lands and tithes, finally provoked a religious upheaval by the imposition of an Anglicanized liturgy. The Scottish estates united to reject this, and their covenant against it acquired immediate material force. For in Scotland, the aristocracy and gentry were not demilitarized. The more archaic social structure of the original Stuart realm preserved the warlike bonds of a late medieval polity. The Covenant was able to field a formidable army to confront Charles I within a few months. Magnates and lairds rallied their tenantry in arms, burghs provided funds for the cause, mercenary veterans of the 30 Years' War supplied professional officers. The command of an army backed by the peerage was entrusted to a general returned from Swedish service. 40 No comparable force could be raised by the monarchy in England. There was thus an underlying logic in the fact that it was the Scottish invasion of 1640 which finally put an end to Charles I's personal rule. English absolutism paid the penalty for its lack of armor. Its deviation from the rules of the late feudal state only provided a negative confirmation of their necessity. Parliament, convoced in extremis by the king to deal with military defeat by the Scots, proceeded to erase every gain registered by the Stuart monarchy. proclaiming a return to a more pristine constitutional framework. A year later, Catholic rebellion erupted in Ireland. 41 The second weak link in the Stuart peace had snapped. The struggle to seize control over the English army that now had to be raised to suppress the Irish insurrection drove Parliament and King into the Civil War. English absolutism was brought to crisis by aristocratic particularism and clanic desperation on its periphery, forces that lay historically behind it. But it was felt at the center by a commercialized gentry, a capitalist city, a commoner artisanate and yeomanry, forces pushing beyond it. Before it could reach the age of maturity, English absolutism was cut off by a bourgeois revolution. 6. Italy. The absolutist state arose in the era of the Renaissance. A great many of its essential techniques, both administrative and diplomatic, were pioneered in Italy. It is therefore necessary to ask, why did Italy itself never achieve a national absolutism? It is clear, of course, that the universalist medieval institutions of the papacy and the empire acted to check the development of an orthodox territorial monarchy in both Italy and Germany. In Italy, the papacy resisted any attempt at a territorial unification of the peninsula. However, this in itself would not necessarily have sufficed to block such an outcome. For the papacy was notoriously weak for long periods. A strong French king such as Philippe le Bel had no difficulty in dealing with it manu militari, by simple and obvious means, kidnapping at Anagni, captivity at Avignon. It was the absence of any such ascendant power in Italy which allowed the papacy's political maneuvers. The critical determinant of the failure to produce a national absolutism should be sought elsewhere. It lies precisely in the premature development of mercantile capital in the North Italian cities, which prevented the emergence of a powerful reorganized feudal state at the national level. It was the wealth and vitality of the Lombard and Tuscan communes which defeated the most serious effort to establish a unified feudal monarchy which could have provided the basis for a later absolutism. Frederick II's attempt in the 13th century to extend his relatively advanced baronial state from its base in the south. The emperor had many assets for his projects. Southern Italy was the one part of Western Europe where a pyramidal feudal hierarchy, implanted by the Normans, had been combined with a strong Byzantine legacy of imperial autocracy. The Kingdom of Sicily had fallen into disrepair and confusion in the last years of Norman rule, when local barons had seized provincial powers and regal estates for themselves. Frederick II signaled his arrival in southern Italy with the promulgation of the laws of Capua of 1220, which reasserted formidable centralized control of the Regno. Royal bailiffs replaced city mayors in the towns, key castles were repossessed from nobles, inheritance of fiefs was subjected to monarchical supervision, donations of domain lands were cancelled, and feudal dues for the upkeep of a fleet were restored. 1 The Capuan laws were enforced at the point of the sword. They were completed a decade later by the constitutions of Melfi, which codified the legal and administrative system of the kingdom, suppressing the last vestiges of urban autonomy and tightly constricting clerical lordships. Nobles, prelates, and towns were subordinated to the monarchy by a sophisticated bureaucratic system, comprising a corps of royal justiciars who acted as both commissioners and judges in the provinces, working with written documents, officials who were revolved to prevent them becoming enmeshed in local seigneurial interests. 2 Castles were multiplied to intimidate rebellious cities or lords. The Muslim population of western Sicily, which had held out in the mountains to become a constant thorn in the side of the Norman state, was conquered and resettled in Apulia. The Arab colony at Lucera henceforward provided Frederick with a unique force of professional Islamic troops for his campaigns in Italy. Economically, the Regno was no less rationally organized. Internal tolls were abolished, and a strict external customs service installed. State control of foreign trade in grain permitted large profits for the royal domain, the greatest Sicilian wheat producer. Important commodity monopolies and increasingly regular land taxes yielded substantial fiscal revenues. A nominal gold coinage was even minted. 3 The solidity and prosperity of this Hohenstaufen fortress in the south allowed Frederick II to make a redoubtable bid to create a unitary imperial state throughout the peninsula. Claiming all Italy as his heritage, and rallying most of the feudal lords scattered through the north to his cause, the emperor seized the march and invaded Lombardy. For a brief period, his ambitions seemed to be on the brink of realization. In 1239–40, Frederick fashioned a blueprint for the future administration of Italy as a single royal state, divided into provinces governed by vicars general and captains generals modelled on the Sicilian justiciars, appointed by the emperor and selected from his Apulian entourage. 4 The shifting tides of war prevented any stabilization of this structure, but its logic and coherence were unmistakable. Even the final setbacks and death of the emperor did not undo the Ghibelline cause. His son Manfred, without even legitimate birth or the imperial title, was soon able to restore the strategic dominance of Hohenstaufen power in the peninsula, routing the Florentine Guelphs at Monteperti. A few years later, his armies threatened to capture the Supreme Pontiff himself at Orvieto, in a move foreshadowing the future French coup de main at Anagni. Yet the temporary successes of the dynasty were to prove finally illusory. In the protracted Guelph-Ghibelline wars, the Hohenstaufen line was eventually defeated and destroyed. The papacy was the formal victor of this contest, clamorously orchestrating the struggle against the imperial Antichrist and his progeny. But the ideological and diplomatic role of successive popes, Alexander III, Innocent IV, and Urban IV, in the attack on Hohenstaufen power in Italy, never corresponded to the real political or military strength of the papacy. For a long time, the Holy See had lacked even the modest administrative resources of a medieval princedom. It was not until the 12th century, after the investiture conflict with the Empire in Germany, that the papacy acquired a normal court machinery comparable to that of the secular states of the epoch. With the constitution of the Curia Romana. 5 Thereafter, papal power followed curiously divergent paths, along its dual ecclesiastical and secular tracks. Within the universal church itself, the papacy gradually built up an autocratic, centralist authority whose prerogatives far surpassed those of any temporal monarchy of the epoch. The plenitude of power accorded to the pope was wholly unlimited by normal feudal constraints, estates or councils. Clerical benefices throughout Christendom came to be controlled by it, legal transactions were concentrated in its courts, a general income tax on the clergy was successfully imposed. 6 At the same time, however, the position of the papacy as an Italian state remained extremely weak and ineffectual. Enormous efforts were invested by successive popes in the attempt to consolidate and expand the patrimony of Peter in central Italy. But the medieval papacy failed to establish any secure or reliable control even of the modest region under its nominal suzerainty. The small hill towns of Umbria and the March vigorously resisted papal intervention in their government, while the city of Rome itself was often troublesome or disloyal. 7 No viable bureaucracy was created to administer the papal state, whose internal condition was consequently for long periods very ragged and anarchic. The fiscal receipts of the patrimony amounted to a mere 10% of the total income of the papacy. The cost of maintaining and protecting it was probably for most of the time much greater than the revenues it yielded. The military service owed by papal subjects, towns and feudatories of the pontifical territory, was equally inadequate to cover the defense needs it involved. 8 Financially and militarily, the papal state as an Italian principality was a deficitary unit. Arrayed alone against the Regno in the south, it had no chance. The basic reason for the failure of the Hohenstaufen drive to unify the peninsula lay elsewhere, in the decisive economic and social superiority of northern Italy, which had twice the population of the south and the overwhelming majority of the productive urban centers of trade and manufacture. The Kingdom of Sicily had only 3 towns of over 20,000 inhabitants. The north had more than 20.9. The cereal exports which furnished the main wealth of the south were, in fact, an indirect symptom of the commercial predominance of the north. For it was the thriving communes of Lombardy, Liguria, and Tuscany which imported grain because of their advanced division of labor and demographic concentration, while the surpluses of the Mezzogiorno were conversely the sign of a thinly settled countryside. The resources of the communes were thus always much greater than those the emperor was able to mobilize in Italy, although they were often divided, while their very existence as autonomous city republics was menaced by the prospect of a unitary peninsular monarchy. The initial Hohenstaufen attempt to enforce imperial sovereignty in Italy, Frederick I's descent across the Alps from Germany in the 12th century, had been resoundingly rebuffed by the Lombard League, with the great victory of its urban militias over Barbarossa's army at Legnano in 1160. With the transfer of the dynastic base of Hohenstaufen power from Germany to Sicily, and the implantation of Frederick I's centralized monarchy on South Italian soil, the danger to the communes of royal and seigneurial absorption increased proportionately. Once again, it was essentially the Lombard cities, led by Milan, which frustrated the advance into the north of the emperor, flanked by his feudal allies in Savoy and the Veneto. After his death, Manfred's recovery of the Ghibelline position was challenged most effectively in Tuscany. The Guelph bankers of Florence, exiled after Monteperti, were the financial architects of the final ruin of the Hohenstaufen cause. It was their massive loans, some 200,000 livres tournois were made available in all, which alone made possible the Angevin conquest of the Regno, while at the battles of Benevento and Tagliacozzo, it was the Florentine cavalry which helped to give the French armies their winning margin. In the long struggle against the spectre of a unified Italian monarchy, the papacy regularly supplied the anathemas. It was the communes which provided the funds and, until the very end, most of the troops. The Lombard and Tuscan towns proved strong enough to stifle any territorial regroupment on a rural feudal basis. On the other hand, they were inherently incapable of achieving any peninsular unification themselves. Merchant capital had no possibility whatever of dominating a social formation of national dimensions at the state. Thus, while the Lombard League could victoriously defend the north against imperial invasions, it was not itself capable of conquering the feudal south. French knights had to launch the attack on the Kingdom of Sicily. Logically enough, it was not the Tuscan or Lombard cities which inherited the south, but Angevin nobles, the necessary instrument of urban victory, who appropriated its fruits. Soon afterwards, the revolt of the Sicilian Vespers against French rule ended the integrity of the old Regno itself. The baronial territories of the south split apart between warring Angevin and Aragonese claimants in a confused melee, whose ultimate result was to finish off any further prospect of a southern mastery of Italy. The papacy, now a mere hostage to France, was deported to Avignon, evacuating the peninsula altogether for half a century. The towns of the north and center were thus freed for their own bewitching political and cultural development. The simultaneous eclipse of the empire and the papacy made Italy the weak link of Western feudalism. From the mid-14th century to the mid-16th century, the cities between the Alps and the Tiber lived out the revolutionary historical experience that men themselves termed a Renaissance, the rebirth of the civilization of classical antiquity, after the intervening darkness of the Middle Ages. The radical reversal of time implied in these definitions, in contradiction of all evolutionary or religious chronology, has provided the foundation of the categoric structures of European historiography ever since. The age which posterity was to regard as a basic dividing line of the past, itself drew the boundaries that separated it from its predecessors, and demarcated its remote from its immediate antecedents, a unique cultural achievement. No real sense of distance had separated the Middle Ages from antiquity. It had always regarded the classical eras simply as its own natural extension backwards into a still unredeemed, pre-Christian world. The Renaissance discovered itself with a new, intense consciousness of rupture and loss. 11 Antiquity was far in the past, cut off from it by all the obscurity of the medium evum between them, and yet far in advance of the crude barbarism which had prevailed throughout the supervening centuries. Petrarch's passionate call, at the threshold of the new age, proclaimed the vocation of the future. This slumber of forgetfulness will not last forever. After the darkness has been dispelled, our grandsons will be able to walk back into the pure radiance of the past. The poignant awareness of a long break and relapse after the fall of Rome was combined with a fierce determination to achieve once more the paragon standard of the ancients. The recreation of the classical world was to be the superb innovation and ideal of the modern. The Italian Renaissance thus witnessed a deliberate revival and imitation of one civilization by another, across its entire range of civic and cultural life, without example or sequel in history. Roman law and Roman magistracies had already resurfaced in the later medieval communes. Hereditary property had everywhere left its stamp on the economic relations of the Italian towns, while Latinate consuls replaced episcopal authorities as their rulers. Plebeian tribunes soon provided the model for captains of the people in the Italian cities. The advent of the Renaissance proper, bringing with it the new sciences of archaeology, epigraphy and textual criticism to illuminate the classical past, suddenly extended the remembrance and emulation of antiquity on an enormous, explosive scale. Architecture, painting, sculpture, poetry, history, philosophy, political and military theory all vied to recover the liberty or beauty of works once consigned to oblivion. Alberti's churches were derived from his study of Vitruvius, Montaigne drew in emulation of Apelles, Piero di Cosimo painted panels inspired by Ovid, Petrarch's odes were based on Horace, Guicciardini learned his irony from Tacitus, Ficino's spiritualism descended from Plotinus, Machiavelli's discourses were a commentary on Livy, his dialogues on war an appeal to Vegetius. The Renaissance civilization that resulted in Italy was of such iridescent vitality that it still seems a true repeal of that of antiquity, the only one. Their Khmer historical setting in city-state systems naturally provided the objective basis of the suggestive illusion of correspondent incarnations. The parallels between the urban flowering of classical antiquity and the Italian Renaissance were striking enough. Both were originally the product of autonomous city republics, composed of municipally conscious citizens. Both were dominated at the outset by nobles, and in both the majority of the early citizenry owned landed property in the rural territory surrounding the city. 12 Both were, of course, intense centers of commodity exchange. The same sea provided the main commercial routes of each. 13 Both exacted military service from their citizens, cavalry or infantry according to property qualifications. Even some of the political singularites of the Greek polis had their close counterpart in the Italian communes, the very high proportion of citizens who held temporary office in the state, or the use of sortition for selecting magistrates. 14 All these shared characteristics appeared to form a kind of partial superimposition of one historical form on the other. In reality, of course, the whole socio-economic natures of the ancient and Renaissance city-states were profoundly different. Medieval towns were, as we have seen, urban enclaves within the feudal mode of production, structurally permitted by its parcelization of sovereignty. They essentially existed in dynamic tension with the countryside, where ancient cities were largely an emblematic resumption of it. The Italian towns started as market centers, dominated by petty nobles and populated with semi-peasants, often combining rural and urban occupations, cultivation with crafts. But they had rapidly assumed a pattern utterly distinct from their classical forebears. Merchants, bankers, manufacturers, or lawyers came to form the patrician elite of the city republics, while the basic mass of the citizenry were soon artisans, in polar contrast to ancient towns where the dominant class was always a landowning aristocracy, and the bulk of the citizenry were yeoman farmers or dispossessed plebeians, and where slaves constituted the great underclass of immediate producers excluded from citizenship altogether. 15 Medieval cities not merely and naturally made no use of slave labor in domestic industry or agriculture. 16 They typically banned even serfdom within their precincts. 2. The entire economic orientation of the two urban civilizations was thus in key respects antipodal. While both represented advanced focal points of commodity exchange, Italian towns were fundamentally centers of urban production, whose internal organization was based on craft guilds, while ancient cities had always been primarily centers of consumption, articulated in clan or territorial associations. 17 The division of labor and technical level of manufacturing industries in the Renaissance cities, textile or metallurgical, was consequently far more developed than that of antiquity, as was maritime transport. Mercantile and banking capital, always lamed in the classical world by the absence of the necessary financial institutions to ensure its secure accumulation, now expanded vigorously and freely with the advent of the joint stock company, bill of exchange and double account bookkeeping, the device of the public debt, unknown to ancient cities, increased both state revenues and investment outlets for urban rentiers. Above all, the completely distinct bases of slave and feudal modes of production were evident in the diametrically opposite relations between town and country in each. The cities of the classical world formed an integral civic and economic unity with their rural milieu. The municipia included indistinctly both the urban center and its agrarian periphery, and juridical citizenship was common to both. Slave labor linked the productive system of each, and there was no specifically urban economic policy as such. The town essentially functioned simply as a consumer agglomeration for agrarian produce and landed rents. The Italian cities, by contrast, were sharply separated from their countryside. The rural contado was typically a subject territory, whose inhabitants had no rights of citizenship in the polity. Its name, indeed, came to furnish the familiar, contemptuous term for peasants, contadini. The communes customarily combated certain basic institutions of agrarian feudalism. Vassalage was often expressly banned within the towns, and serfdom was abolished in the countryside controlled by them. At the same time, the Italian cities systematically exploited their contado for urban profit and production, levying grain and recruits from it, fixing prices and imposing meticulous crop regulations and directives on the subjugated agricultural population. 18 These anti-rural policies were part and parcel of the city republics of the Renaissance, whose economic dirigisme was quite foreign to their predecessors of antiquity. The fundamental means of expansion of the classical town was warfare. Booty in treasure, land, and labor were the economic goals pursuable within the slave mode of production, and the internal structure of the Greek and Roman cities largely followed from this. The military vocation of hoplites or assiduи was central to their whole municipal constitution. Armed aggression was constant among the Italian communes, but it never acquired equivalent primacy. The state eluded a comparable military definition, because competition in trade and manufactures, escorted and enforced by extra economic coercion, the protection costs of the age 19, had become an economic purpose of the community in its own right. Markets and loans were more important than prisoners, plunder was secondary to engrossment. The cities of the Italian Renaissance, as their ultimate fate was to show, were complex commercial and industrial organisms, whose capacity as landed or even naval belligerents was to prove relatively limited. These great socio-economic contrasts inevitably found their reflection within the cultural and political fluorescence in which the city-states of antiquity and the Renaissance seemed to converge most closely. The freecraft substructure of the Renaissance cities, where manual labor in the guilds was never tainted with servile social degradation, produced a civilization in which the plastic and visual arts of painting, sculpture, and architecture occupied an absolutely predominant position. Sculptors and painters were themselves organized in artisan guilds, and initially enjoyed the median social position accorded to analogous trades. Eventually, they were to attain an honor and prestige immeasurably greater than that of their Greek or Roman predecessors. The 9 muses of the classical world had significantly omitted the visual arts altogether. 20 Sensuous imagination was the supreme domain of the Renaissance, yielding an artistic wealth and profusion that trumped antiquity itself, as contemporaries themselves proudly became aware. On the other hand, the intellectual and theoretical achievements of Renaissance culture in Italy were much more restricted. Literature, philosophy, and science, ranged in descending order of contribution, produced no body of works comparable to that of ancient civilization. The slave basis of the classical world, divorcing manual from cerebral labor far more radically than medieval civilization had ever done, produced a leisured landed class remote from the affaire patriciate of the city-states of Italy. Words and numbers, in their abstraction, were more native to the classical universe. Images took precedence at its rebirth. Literary and philosophical humanism, with its secular and scholarly inquiries, was always confined to a fragile and narrow intellectual elite during the Italian Renaissance. 21 Science made its brief and isolated debut only in the aftermath. The aesthetic vitality of the towns had much deeper civic roots, and would survive them both. Galileo was to expire in solitude and silence, while Bernini emblazoned the capital and court that had disbarred him. The political evolution of the Renaissance towns, however, diverged still more than their cultural configuration from that of their ancient prototypes. Up to a certain point, there were marked formal analogies between the two. After the eviction of episcopal rule, a prehistory that might be compared with the overthrow of royal rule in antiquity, the Italian towns were dominated by landed aristocrats. The resultant consular regime soon gave way to oligarchic government with an external podesta system, which was then assailed by the more prosperous plebeian guilds, who created their own civic counter-institutions, while eventually the top stratum of guild masters, notaries, and merchants who led the struggle of the popolo coalesced with the urban nobility above them, to form a single municipal block of privilege and power, repressing or manipulating the artisan mass beneath them. The exact shape and composition of these struggles varied from city to city, and the political evolution of different towns might abridge or extend their sequence. In Venice, the mercantile patriciate confiscated the fruits of a craftsman's rebellion against the old aristocracy very early on, and blocked any further political development by a rigid closure of its ranks. The Serrata of 1297 checked any emergence of a popolo. In Florence, on the other hand, famished wage earners, a miserable proletariat below the artisan class, revolted in their turn against a neoconservative guild government in 1378, before being crushed. But in most of the cities, urban republics with extensive formal suffrages emerged, which were in fact ruled by restricted groups of bankers, manufacturers, merchants, and landlords, whose common denominator was no longer birth but wealth, the possession of mobile or fixed capital. The Italian sequence of bishopric to consulate and podesteria to popolo, and the mixed constitutional systems that were its outcome, is obviously reminiscent in some ways of the trajectory from monarchy to aristocracy and oligarchy to democracy or tribunate, and its complex results, in the classical world. But there was one clear and critical difference between the two orders of succession. In antiquity, tyrannies had typically supervened between aristocratic and popular constitutions, as transitional systems for enlarging the social bases of the polity. They were a prelude to a wider franchise and freer agora. In the Renaissance, by contrast, tyrannies closed the whole parade of civic forms. The Signori were the last episode in the evolution of the city republics, and signified their final fall to an aristocratic authoritarianism. The ultimate upshot of the ancient and Renaissance city-states, in fact, reveals perhaps more than anything else in their history the deep gulf between them. The municipal republics of the classical epoch could give birth to universal empires, without any basic break in their social continuity, because territorial expansionism was a natural prolongation of their agrarian and military bent. The countryside was always the incontestable axis of their existence. They were therefore in principle perfectly adapted to ever greater annexations of it, their economic growth resting on the successful conduct of war, which had always been a central civic purpose. Military conquest thus proved a comparatively straightforward gangway from republican to imperial states, and the latter could come to seem something like a predestined terminus. The Renaissance cities, on the other hand, were always fundamentally towns at variance with the countryside. Their laws of motion were centered in the urban economy itself, whose relation to its rural environment was one of structural antagonism. The advent of the Signori, princely dictatorships with a pervasive agrarian background, thus ushered in no further cycle of major political or economic growth. Rather, they concluded the fortunes of the Italian cities altogether. For the Renaissance republics had no chance of a career of imperial conquest and unification, precisely because they were so quintessentially urban. They could never reassemble and command whole feudal social formations, still massively dominated by the country. There was no economic passage for them to political aggrandizement on a peninsular scale. Moreover, their military forces were radically inadequate for such a task. The emergence of the signoria as an institutional form was a presage of their future impasse. North and Central Italy formed an exceptional zone within the European economy of the later Middle Ages, the most advanced and thriving region in the West, as we have seen. The apogee of the communes, in the 13th century, was an age of vigorous urban boom and demographic growth. This early lead gave Italy a peculiar position in the subsequent economic development of the continent. Like every other West European country, it was ravaged by the depopulation and depression of the 14th century. Commercial regression and banking failures both cut back manufacturing output and probably stimulated building investment, diverting capital into sumptuary expenditure and real estate. The trajectory of the Italian economy in the 15th century is more obscure. 22 The drastic fall in output of woolen textiles was now offset by a switch into production of silks, although the extent of the compensatory effects remains difficult to assess. A renewed growth in population and production may still have left overall levels of economic activity below the peak of the 13th century. Nevertheless, it seems probable that the city-states weathered the general crisis of European feudalism better than any other area in the West. The general resilience of the urban sector and the relative modernity of the agrarian sector, at least in Lombardy, perhaps allowed northern Italy to recover economic impetus some half a century ahead of the rest of Western Europe, towards 1400. Now, however, the fastest demographic gains seem to have been located in the countryside rather than the towns, and capital investment tended to become increasingly oriented towards the land. 23 The quality of manufactures became increasingly sophisticated, with a shift into elite goods. The silk and glass industries were among the most dynamic sectors of urban production in this epoch. Moreover, for another 100 years thereafter, revived European demand sustained Italian luxury exports at high levels. Yet there were to be fatal limits to the commercial and industrial prosperity of the towns. For the guild organization which set the Renaissance towns off from classical cities posed in its turn inherent restrictions to the development of capitalist industry in Italy. The craft corporations blocked the full separation of direct producers from the means of production that was the precondition of the capitalist mode of production as such. Within the urban economy, they were defined by the persistent unity of the artisan and his tools, which could not be broken within this framework. The woolen textile industry, in certain advanced centers such as Florence, achieved to some extent a proto-factory organization based on wage labor proper, but the norm in cloth manufactures always remained the putting out system under the control of merchant capital. In sector after sector, craftsmen tightly grouped in guilds regulated their methods and tempo of work according to corporate traditions and customs, which presented formidable obstacles to progress in technique and exploitation. Venice developed the latest and most competitive woolen cloth industry in Italy in the 16th century, when it captured markets from Florence and Milan, perhaps the most notable commercial success of the time. Yet even in Venice, craft corporations also eventually proved an insuperable barrier to technical progress. There too, it may be said that the entire body of guild legislation was aimed at preventing any sort of innovation. 24 Manufacturing capital proper was thus held within a constricted space, with little possibility of enlarged reproduction. Competition from freer, rurally located industries abroad, with lower costs of production, would eventually ruin it. Mercantile capital flourished longer, because trade was subject to no such fetters, but it too eventually paid the penalty of relative technical inertia, when maritime dominance passed from Mediterranean to Atlantic shipping with the advent of faster and cheaper forms of sea transport developed by the Dutch and English. 25 Banking capital maintained its profit levels longest of all, because it was most dissociated from the material processes of production. Yet its parasitic dependence on international courts and armies made it peculiarly vulnerable to their vicissitudes. The careers of Florence, Venice, and Genoa, victims of English or French cloths, Portuguese or Anglo-Dutch shipping, and Spanish bankruptcies, were to illustrate these successive contingencies. The economic lead of the Renaissance towns of Italy proved a precarious one. At the same time, the political stabilization of the republican oligarchies which generally emerged from the struggles between the patriciates and guilds often proved difficult. The social resentments of the mass of artisans and city poor always remained just below the surface of municipal life, ready to explode again in new crises, whenever the established circle of the powerful became factionally divided. 26 Finally, the great growth in the scale and intensity of war with the advent of field Artillery and professional pike infantry rendered the modest defense capabilities of small city-states increasingly outmoded. The Italian republics became ever more militarily vulnerable as the size and firepower of European armies in the early modern epoch developed. These conjointment strains, visible in different degrees at different times in the northern and central cities, set the stage for the rise of the Signory. The social backdrop of these parvenu lordships over the towns lay in the feudal hinterlands of the countryside. The network of communes had never covered the north and center of the peninsula entirely. Large rural interstices, dominated by seigneurial nobles, had always persisted between them. They had provided much of the aristocratic support for the Hohenstaufen campaigns against the Guelph towns, and the origin of the Signory can be traced back to the noble allies or lieutenants of Frederick II in the less urbanized regions of Saluzzo or the Veneto. 27 In the Romagna, the very expansion of communes into the countryside, by the creation of a subject contado, led to the conquest of the cities by rural lords whose territories were incorporated in them. 28 Most of the early tyrants throughout the north were feudatories or condottieri, who seized power through their tenure of the podesteria or capitanaria of the cities. In many cases, they enjoyed temporary popular sympathy because of their suppression of hated municipal oligarchies, or their restoration of civic order after endemic outbreaks of factional violence between the previous ruling families. Nearly always, they brought or created an enlarged military apparatus, better adapted to the modern necessities of war. Their provincial conquests then tended by themselves to increase the weight of the rural component of the city-states which they now governed. 29. For the link of the Signory with the land from which they drew troops and revenues remained a close one, as the pattern of their spread testified. Originating in the more backward wings of northern Italy, along the Alpine passes in the west and the Po Delta in the east, princely power moved to the sophisticated center of the political scene with the Visconti capture of Milan, once the communal soul of the Lombard League, in the late 13th century. Milan thereafter always represented the most stable and powerful princedom of the major Italian cities, because of the specific internal composition of the state. It was neither a maritime port, nor a major manufacturing center, its industries being numerous and prosperous but also small and fragmented. On the other hand, it possessed the most advanced agricultural zone in Italy, with the irrigated meadows of the Lombard plain, and one which was to resist the agrarian depression of the 14th century probably better than any other region in Europe. Milan, the most rural in wealth of the large Italian cities, was the natural springboard for the first internationally significant signoria in the north. By the end of the 13th century, most of Italy above the Apennines had fallen to petty lords or military adventurers. Tuscany resisted for another 100 years, but in the course of the 15th century it too succumbed to gilded tyrannies. Florence, the greatest manufacturing and banking center of the peninsula, eventually slid into the smooth hereditary fist of the Medici, although not without recidivist republican episodes. The diplomatic and military protection of the Sforza rulers of Milan 30 and later the pressure of Medici popes in Rome, was necessary to ensure the final victory of a princely regime in Florence. In Rome itself, the rule of the Delier over a Pope Julius II in the early 16th century for the first time pressed the political and military structure of the Papal State into a form close to that of the rival powers beyond the Tiber. Predictably, the two marine republics, Venice and Genoa, alone withstood the onset of the new type of court and prince, safeguarded by the relative lack of rural belts surrounding them. The Venetian Cereta, however, produced a tiny hereditary clique of rulers that froze the political development of the city thereafter, and proved incapable of integrating the mainland possessions which the Republic came to acquire into any modern or unitary state. 31 The Genoese patriciate, mercenary and asocial, survived in the car of Hispanic imperialism. Everywhere else, most of the city republics disappeared. Culturally, of course, the Renaissance reached its apogee in this final act of Italian urban civilization, before what came to be seen as the new barbarian invasions from the other side of the Alps and the Mediterranean. The princely and clerical patronage of the new and gorgeous courts of the peninsula invested lavishly in arts and letters, Architecture, sculpture, painting, philology, and history were all beneficiaries, in the conservatory warmth of an overtly aristocratic climate of erudition and etiquette. Economically, the creeping stagnation of technique and enterprise was concealed by the boom in the rest of Western Europe, which continued to expand demand for Italian luxury goods after domestic manufactures had ceased to innovate, and assured the ostentatious wealth of the Signory. But politically, the potential of these sub-regal states proved very limited. The mosaic of communes in the north and center had given way to a smaller number of consolidated urban tyrannies, which then engaged in constant wars and intrigues against each other to gain predominance in Italy. But none of the 5 major states in the peninsula, Milan, Florence, Venice, Rome, and Naples, had the strength to overcome the others, or even to absorb the numerous lesser principalities and towns. The penning back of Gian Galeazzo Visconti into Lombardy, by the combined pressure of his foes at the turn of the 15th century, marked the end of the most successful bid for paramountcy. The ceaseless political and military rivalry between middle-strength states eventually reached a precarious equilibrium with the Treaty of Lodi in 1451. By that date, the Renaissance cities had already developed the basic instruments of secular statecraft and aggression which they were to bequeath to European absolutism, a heritage whose enormous importance has already been seen. Fiscal impositions, funded debts, sale of offices, foreign embassies, espionage agencies, all these were pioneered in the Italian city-states, in a kind of reduced-scale rehearsal of the great international state system and its conflicts to come. 32. Nevertheless, the regime of the Signory could not alter the basic parameters of the deadlock in Italian political development that had set in after the defeat of the project of a unitary imperial monarchy in the Hohenstaufen epoch. The communes had been structurally incapable of achieving the unification of the peninsula, because of the very precocity of their urban commercial development. The Signory represented a political reassertion of the rural and seigneurial circumambience within which they had always been inserted. But no real social victory of the countryside over the towns was ever possible in northern and central Italy. The attractive strength of the cities was much too great, while the local landowning class never formed a cohesive feudal nobility with an ancestral tradition or esprit de corps. The lords who usurped power in the republics were frequently mercenaries, upstarts, or adventurers, while others were elevated bankers or merchants. The sovereignty of the signoria was consequently always in a deep sense illegitimate. 33. It rested on recent force and personal fraud, without any collective social sanction in aristocratic hierarchy or duty behind it. The new princedoms had extinguished the civic vitality of the republican towns, but they could not rely on the loyalty or discipline of a seigneurialized countryside. Thus, despite their often apparently outre modernism of means and techniques, their famous inauguration of pure power politics, as such, the Signory were in fact inherently unable to generate the characteristic state form of the early modern epoch, a unitary royal absolutism. It was the turbid historical experience of these lordships that produced the political theory of Machiavelli. Conventionally presented as the acme of modern realpolitik, forecasting the practice of the secular monarchies of absolutist Europe, it was in fact an idealized program for an all-Italian, or perhaps merely Central Italian, signoria, on the eve of the historical supersession of this form. 34 Machiavelli's alert intelligence was aware of the distance between the dynastic states of Spain or France and the provincial tyrannies of Italy. He noted that the French monarchy was surrounded by a powerful aristocracy and based on a venerated legitimacy. Its distinctive traits were the prominence of autonomous nobles and traditional laws. The King of France is surrounded by a time-honored company of nobles, who are acknowledged and loved by their own subjects. They have their prerogatives, and the king cannot deprive them of these except at his own peril. The Kingdom of France is more regulated by laws than any other of which we have knowledge today. 35 But he failed to comprehend that the strength of the new territorial monarchies lay in precisely this combination of a feudal nobility and constitutional legality. He believed the French parliaments were merely a royal facade for the intimidation of the aristocracy and the placation of the masses. 36 For Machiavelli's aversion to aristocracy was so intense and general that he could declare a landed gentry incompatible with any stable or viable political order whatever. Those states whose political life remains uncorrupted do not permit any of their citizens to be gentry, or to live after the fashion of gentry. To clarify the term, I will say that by gentry are meant those who live idly on the abundant incomes yielded by their estates, without playing any role in cultivation or performing any other tasks necessary to life. Such men are pernicious in any republic and in any province, but still more maleficent are those who, in addition to the rents from their estates, control castles and command subjects who obey them. Men of this stamp are wholly inimical to any form of civic government. 37 Wistfully glancing at the German cities that had no seigneurial periphery at all. 38 He kept a certain nostalgic republicanism, compounded of fading memories of the Republic of Sovereignty that he had served, and of antiquarian reverence for the heroic age of Rome recorded by Livy. But Machiavelli's republicanism in the discourses was at bottom sentimental and occasional. For all political regimes were dominated by a small inner circle of power. In all states, whatever their type of government, the real rulers are never more than 40 or 50 citizens. 39 The great mass of the population below this elite cared only for its own safety. The overwhelming majority of those who demand freedom, merely desire to live in security. Successful government could always suppress traditional liberties, so long as it left the property and family of its subjects intact. It should, if anything, seek to promote their economic enterprises, since these would contribute to its own resources. A prince can always inspire fear yet avoid hatred if he abstains from the property of his subjects and citizens and from their women. 40 These maxims were indifferently true of any political system, principality or republic. Republican constitutions, however, were adapted only for endurance. They could preserve an existent polity, but not inaugurate a new one. 41 To found an Italian state capable of resisting the barbarian invaders from France, Switzerland, and Spain, the concentrated will and ruthless energy of a single prince was necessary. Machiavelli's real passion lay here. His prescriptions were essentially addressed to the future architect of a, necessarily parvenu, peninsular lordship. The prince declares at the outset that it will examine the two types of principality, hereditary and new, and it never quite loses sight of the distinction between them. But the burning preoccupation of the treatise, which dominates its actual content throughout, is essentially the creation of a new princedom, a task which Machiavelli ends by expressly pronouncing to be the greatest achievement of any ruler. A new prince, if he carefully observes the lessons set out above, will take on the appearance of a traditional ruler, and his government will soon become safer and firmer than if he had been long entrenched in it. For the deeds of a new prince attract much more notice than those of a hereditary ruler, and when his actions are of valor, they captivate and bind men far more than royal blood. The new prince will have a twofold glory. 42. This covert imbalance of focus is evident throughout the book. Thus Machiavelli states that the two main foundations of government are good laws and good arms, but he promptly adds that since coercion creates legality, and not vice versa, he will consider only coercion. The main foundations of every state, new or ancient or composite, are good laws and good arms, and since there cannot be good laws without good arms, and where there are good arms there must be good laws, I will not consider laws but speak of arms. 43 In perhaps the most famous passage of the Prince, he repeats the same revealing conceptual slide. Law and force are the respective modes of conduct natural to men and beasts, he asserts, and a prince should be a centaur, combining both. But in practice the princely combination he discusses is not that of the centaur, half man and half beast, but, by immediate slippage, that of two beasts, the lion and the fox, force and fraud. There are two ways of fighting, by law or by force. The first is proper to men, and the second to beasts, but as the first way is often inadequate, recourse is necessary to the second. Thus a prince must know how to make good use of the beast and the man. The ancient writers instructed princes in this lesson by an allegory. They told how Achilles and many other rulers of antiquity were given in infancy to the centaur, Chiron, to be reared and trained by him. The meaning of the story of a teacher who is half beast and half man, is that a prince must acquire the nature of both. If he possesses the qualities of one without the other, he will be lost. Therefore, as a prince is obliged to know how to act like a beast, he should learn from the fox and the lion. 44 For fear is always preferable to affection in subjects, violence and deception are superior to legality in controlling them. One can say this in general of men: they are ungrateful, disloyal, insincere, and deceitful, timid of danger and avid of profit. Love is a bond of obligation which these miserable creatures break whenever it suits them to do so, but fear holds them fast by a dread of punishment that never passes. 45. These summary precepts were, in effect, the house rules of the petty tyrannies of Italy. They were remote from the realities of the much more complex ideological and political structure of class power in the new monarchies of Western Europe. Machiavelli had little understanding of the immense historical strength of dynastic legitimacy, in which emergent absolutism was rooted. His world was that of the transient adventurers and upstart tyrants of the Italian Signori, his cynosure Cesare Borgia. The result of the studied illegitimism of Machiavelli's outlook was his famous technicism, the advocacy of morally unsanctioned means for the attainment of conventional political ends, dissociated from ethical restraints and imperatives. The conduct of a prince could only be a catalogue of perfidy and crime, once all stable juridical and social bases of dominion were dissolved, aristocratic solidarity and fealty annulled. To later epochs, this stripping away of feudal or religious ideology from the practical exercise of power, seemed to be the secret, and greatness, of Machiavelli's modernity. 46 But in fact his political theory, apparently so modern in its intention of clinical rationality, significantly lacked any secure, objective concept of the state at all. There is a constant wavering of vocabulary in his writings, in which the terms città, governo, repubblica, or stato alternate uncertainly, but all tend to become subordinate to the notion which gave its name to his central work, Principe, the prince who could be master either of a republic or a principality. 47 Machiavelli never fully separated the personal ruler who could in principle parachute anywhere at will and the impersonal structure of a political order with territorial fixity. 48 The functional interconnection between the two in the age of absolutism was real enough, but Machiavelli, by failing to grasp the necessary social bond between monarchy and nobility which mediated it, tended to reduce his notion of the state simply to that of the passive property of the individual prince, accessory ornament of his will. The consequence of this voluntarism was the curious, central paradox of Machiavelli's work, his constant denunciation of mercenaries and strenuous advocacy of an urban militia as the only military organization capable of executing the projects of a strong prince, who could be the author of a new Italy. This is the theme of the vibrant closing call of his most celebrated work, addressed to the Medici. Mercenaries and auxiliaries are useless and dangerous. They have led Italy into slavery and ignominy. Therefore, if your illustrious house wants to emulate those celebrated men who saved their countries, it must before all else raise its own army. 49 Machiavelli was later to devote the art of war to arguing out his military case for a citizen army again at full length, buttressed with all the examples of antiquity. Machiavelli believed mercenaries to be the bane of Italian political weakness, and as Secretary of the Republic, he had himself tried to arm local peasants to defend Florence. In fact, of course, mercenaries were the precondition of the new royal armies beyond the Alps, while his neo-communal militia were routed by regular troops with the greatest of ease. 50 The reason for his military error, however, went to the core of his political tenets. For Machiavelli confused the European mercenary with the Italian condottieri system. The difference was precisely that the condottieri in Italy owned their troops, auctioning them and switching them from side to side in local wars, while royal rulers beyond the Alps formed or contracted mercenary corps directly under their own control, to constitute the forerunner of permanent, professional armies. It was the combination of Machiavelli's concept of the state as the adventitious property of the prince, with his acceptance of adventurers as princes, that misled him into thinking the volatile condottieri were typical of mercenary warfare in Europe. What he failed to see was the power of dynastic authority, rooted in a feudal nobility, which rendered the use of household mercenary troops not only safe, but superior to any other military system then available. The logical incongruity of a citizen militia under a usurper tyranny, as a formula for the liberation of Italy, was merely a desperate sign of the historical impossibility of a peninsular signoria. Beyond it, there remained only the banal recipes of deceit and ferocity that came to bear the name of Machiavellianism. 51 These counsels of the Florentine secretary were merely a theory of political weakness. Their technicism was an unseeing empiricism, incapable of identifying the deeper social causes of the events which it recorded, and confined to a vain surface manipulation of them, Mephistophelian and utopian. Machiavelli's work thus fundamentally reflected, in its inner structure, the final impasse of the Italian city-states, on the eve of their absorption. It remains the best guide to their eventual end. In Prussia and Russia, as will be seen, a super-absolutism emerged above a void of towns. In Italy, and in Germany west of the Elbe, the density of towns produced a kind of micro-absolutism only, a proliferation of petty princedoms that crystallized the divisions of the country. These miniature states were in no position to resist neighboring feudal monarchies, and the peninsula was soon forcibly aligned with European norms by foreign conquerors. France and Spain joined issue for its control within the first decades of their respective political integration, in the last years of the 15th century. Unable to produce a national absolutism from within, Italy was condemned to suffer an alien one from without. In the half-century between Charles VIII's march to Naples in 1494 and the defeat of Henry II at St. Quentin in 1557, the Valois were checked by the Habsburgs and the prize fell to Spain. Henceforward, Spanish rule, anchored in Sicily, Naples, and Milan, coordinated the peninsula and domesticated the papacy under the banner of the Counter-Reformation. Paradoxically, it was the economic advance of northern Italy that condemned it to a long cycle of political backwardness thereafterwards. The eventual result, once Habsburg power had been consolidated, was economic retrogression too, a ruralization of the urban patriciates, which in their decadence abandoned finance or manufactures for investment in land. Hence the 100 cities of silence, to which Gramsci was to advert again and again. 52 By a curious compression of historical epochs, it was ultimately to be the Piedmontese monarchy which achieved national unification, in the era of bourgeois revolutions in the West. In fact, Piedmont provided the logical base for this unification, for there alone a rigorous and indigenous absolutism emerged, squarely founded on a feudal nobility in a social formation dominated by serfdom. The state constructed by Emanuele Filiberto and Carlo Emanuele in Savoy was economically rudimentary by comparison with Venice or Milan. Precisely for that reason it proved to be the only territorial nucleus capable of later political advance. Its geographical position astride the Alps was critical for this exceptional destiny. For it meant that for 3 centuries, Savoy could maintain its autonomy and enlarge its borders, by playing off the 2 major powers of the continent against each other, first France against Spain, then Austria against France. In 1460, on the eve of the foreign invasions which were to close the Renaissance, Piedmont was the only independent state in Italy with an influential estates system. 53, precisely, of course, because it was perhaps the most feudal social formation in the peninsula. The estates were organized in a conventional 3-curia system dominated by the nobility. The revenues of the ruling dukes were small and their authority limited, although the clergy, who owned a third of the land, were generally their allies. The estates refused to grant subsidies for a permanent army. Then, in the 1530s, French and Spanish troops occupied the western and eastern parts of Piedmont respectively. In the French zone, the estates were maintained as provincial états of the Valois realm, while in the Spanish they were suppressed from 1555 onwards. The French administration reorganized and modernized the archaic local polity. The beneficiary of their work was Duke Emanuele Filiberto. Educated in Spain and combatant in Flanders, this Habsburg ally and victor of St. Quentin regained the whole of his patrimony in 1559 with the Treaty of Cateau Cambresis. The vigorous and authoritarian Duke, testaferro to his contemporaries, summoned the estates for the last time in 1560, raised a large grant for a standing army of 24,000, and then dismissed them forever. Thereafter, the institutional innovations of 30 years of Valois rule were preserved and developed: Executive Council of State, judicial parliaments, royal letteredigiation, unitary legal code, single coinage, and a reorganized exchequer, sumptuary legislation. Quintupling his revenues, Emanuele Filiberto created a new and loyal court nobility by astute distribution of titles and offices. Under the rule of a duke who was one of the first rulers in Europe to proclaim himself freed from all legislative restraints, Noi, cum principi, siamo da ogni legge e liberi 54, Piedmont traveled rapidly towards an early princely centralization. Henceforward the Piedmontese dynasty always tended to borrow the political forms and mechanics of French absolutism, while resisting its territorial absorption into it. The 17th century, however, witnessed prolonged relapses into anarchic civil wars and noble feuds under weak rulers, graver and longer echoes of the Fronde. The multiple enclaves and uncertain frontiers of the state in a buffer region of Europe hampered firm ducal control of the Alpine uplands. Advance towards a centralized absolutism was decisively resumed by Vittorio Emanuele II in the early 18th century. A skillful switch of sides in the War of the Spanish Succession, from France to Austria, secured Piedmont the county of Montferrat and the island of Sardinia, and European acknowledgement of its elevation from duchy to monarchy. Sinuous in war, Vittorio Emanuele used the succeeding peace to install a rigid administration modelled on that of Colbert, complete with council and intendant system. He then de-enfiefed large tracts of noble land by a new cadastral register, the Perquaitone of 1731, thereby increasing fiscal revenues, since allodial estates were liable for tax. 55 built up a large military and diplomatic establishment into which the aristocracy was integrated, eliminated clerical immunities and subordinated the church, and prosecuted a vigorous protectionist mercantilism, including the development of roads and canals, promotion of export manufactures, and construction of an aggrandized capital at Turin. His successor, Carlo Emanuele III, deftly allied with France against Austria in the War of the Polish Succession, to gain part of the Lombard Plain, and then with Austria against France in the War of the Austrian Succession, to keep it. Piedmontese absolutism was thus one of the most coherent and successful of the epoch. Like the two other southern experiments of a strong, modernized absolutism in small states, Tanucci's regime in Naples and Pombal's in Portugal, it was chronologically lagged. Its creative peak was in the 18th, not the 17th century. But its pattern was otherwise closely similar to that of its larger mentors. Indeed, by the time of its apogee, Piedmontese absolutism was spending proportionately more on its army, a skilled professional corps, than perhaps any other state in Western Europe. 56 This aristocratic military apparatus was to be a gauge for the future. 7. Sweden. The sudden ascent of a Swedish absolutism in the first years of the 16th century, passing virtually without transition from an early medieval to an early modern type of feudal state, had no real equivalent in Western Europe. The emergence of the new state was precipitated from outside. In 1520 the new Danish king, Christian II, marched with an army into Sweden to enforce his authority there, defeating and executing the oligarchic faction which had de facto ruled the country as a local regency in the last years of the Union of Kalmar. The prospect of a strong foreign monarchy imposing itself on Sweden rallied the local aristocracy and sections of the independent peasantry behind a usurper noble, Gustavus Vasa, who rose against Danish dominion and established his own rule over the country 3 years later, with the aid of Lübeck, Hanseatic enemy and rival of Denmark. Gustavus, once installed in power, promptly and ruthlessly proceeded to lay the bases of a stable monarchical state in Sweden. His first, and decisive, move was to set in train the expropriation of the Church, under the timely banner of the Reformation. Initiated in 1527, the process was effectively completed in 1544, when Sweden officially became a Lutheran country. The Vasa Reformation was undoubtedly the most successful economic operation of its kind accomplished by any dynasty in Europe. 4. By contrast with the dissipated results of the Tudor seizure of the monasteries, or the German prince's secularization of church lands, virtually the entire windfall of ecclesiastical estates accrued en bloc to the Swedish monarchy. By his confiscations, Gustavus quintupled the royal farms, besides annexing 2/3 of the tithes previously levied by the bishops on the population, and seizing massive hoards of plate from churches and monasteries. 1. Exploiting silver mines, promoting bar iron exports, and minutely supervising the revenues and receipts in his realm, Gustavus accumulated a vast surplus by the time of his death, without any commensurate increase in taxes. He simultaneously expanded the royal administrative apparatus for the management of the country by trebling the number of bailiffs, and experimenting with a central bureaucracy designed for him by German advisors. Regional autonomies in the turbulent Dalarna mining districts were suppressed and Stockholm was permanently garrisoned. The nobility, whose economic rivalry with the clergy had been used to associate it with the expropriation of church lands, was decreasingly invested with the straightforward knight's fief, the old land Pt-tjänst, and was more and more granted the new verläning, a type of semi-ministerial benefice that was much more limited in scope, amounting to an allocation of specific royal revenues for specific administrative assignments. This measure of centralization did not antagonize the aristocracy, which evinced a basic solidarity with the regime throughout Gustavus's rule, enhanced by his defeat of peasant rebellions in Dalarna and Somland, and military humbling of Lübeck. The traditional magnate RD was preserved for advice in matters of political importance, but excluded from day-to-day administration. The critical innovation of the Vasa political machinery was rather the constant use in the early part of Gustavus's reign of the Estates Assembly, the Riksdag, which was repeatedly summoned to legitimate the acts of the new dynasty by giving the stamp of popular approval to royal policies. Gustavus's most important achievement in this respect was to secure in 1544 the acceptance by the estates at Västerås of the principle that the monarchy should no longer be elective, but henceforward hereditary in the House of Vasa. 2. Gustavus's sons, Eric XIV and John, thus inherited a vigorous, if still somewhat primitive state that had maintained cordial relations with the aristocratic class by imposing few burdens and injuring no privileges. Eric XIV, who succeeded in 1560, reformed and expanded the army, intensifying the military service obligations of the nobility. He also created a new title system, conferring on magnates the ranks of count and baron, and investing them with classical, hereditary fiefs. Externally, his reign inaugurated Swedish expansionism in the northern Baltic. With the imminent collapse of the Order of Livonian Knights before Russian attack, and the intervention of Poland to secure their inheritance, Sweden occupied Reval on the other side of the Gulf of Finland. A confused and intricate struggle ensued among the Baltic powers for control of Livonia. In 1568, Eric XIV, prey to violent suspicions of leading magnates, was deposed as unbalanced. His brother John III, who succeeded, prosecuted the Livonian Wars with greater success by switching to alliance with Poland against Russia. In the late 1570s, Polish forces swept Ivan IV's armies back to Pskov, while Swedish troops conquered Estonia. The foundation of Sweden's overseas empire was laid. At home, meanwhile, there was an accelerated drift towards the Horldning benefices, which were increasingly confided by the monarchy to parvenu functionaries and bailiffs, until by the 1590s only 1/3 were in the hands of the nobility. 3 Friction between the monarchy and aristocracy was thus visibly developing by the end of the century, despite Vasa's success in the Livonian Wars. The accession of John Ill's Catholic son Sigismund, in 1592, soon precipitated a period of acute religious and political conflicts which threatened the whole stability of the royal state. Sigismund, a devout adherent of the Counter-Reformation, had been elected King of Poland 5 years earlier, partly because of Vasa dynastic ties by marriage with the now defunct Jagiellonian line. Obliged by the Swedish nobility, as a condition of acceptance, to respect Lutheranism in Sweden and to refrain from any administrative unification of his two kingdoms, he resided as an absentee monarch in Poland for 10 years. In Sweden itself, his uncle Charles, Duke of Södermanland, and the magnate RD governed the country, Sigismund was effectively kept out of his northern realm by an entente between the Duke and the nobility. The increasingly arbitrary personal power concentrated by Charles eventually antagonized the higher aristocracy, who rallied to Sigismund when he returned in 1604 to reclaim his patrimony from the usurpation of his uncle. The armed confrontation which followed ended in ducal victory, much assisted by anti-papal propaganda against Sigismund, who was presented as menacing Sweden with recatholicization. The seizure of power by the Duke, who now became Charles IX, was sealed by a judicial massacre of the constitutionalist magnates of the RD who had sided with the losing contender in the dynastic conflict. Charles IX's repression and neutralization of the RD was characteristically accompanied by a flurry of convocations of the Riksdag, which once again proved a docile and manipulable instrument of Swedish absolutism. The nobility was kept at arm's length from the central administration, and its military obligations were augmented. To mollify aristocratic dislike and contempt for his usurpation, the king distributed lands confiscated from oppositional magnates who had fled into emigration with Sigismund, and accorded a larger share of Forldningar to the nobility. 4 But on his death in 1611, the degree of tension and suspicion between the dynasty and aristocracy that had built up over the years was sharply revealed. For the nobility immediately seized the opportunity of a royal minority to impose a charter in 1612 which formally condemned the illegalities of the past reign, restored the power of the RD over taxation and affairs of state, guaranteed noble primacy in appointments to the bureaucracy, and gave security of tenure and fixed salaries to state functionaries. The reign of Gustavus Adolphus was thus ushered in by a constitutional compact carefully designed to prevent any repetition of the tyrannies of his father. In fact, Gustavus Adolphus showed no inclination to revert to a crude royal autocracy. His rule, on the contrary, witnessed reconciliation and integration of the monarchy and nobility. The state apparatus ceased to be a rudimentary dynastic patrimony, as the aristocracy collectively enlisted in the modern and powerful administration and army now constructed in Sweden. Gustavus Adolphus's grandee Chancellor Oxenstierna reorganized the whole executive system into 5 central colleges, staffed by noble bureaucrats. The RD became a regular privy council for deliberation of public policies. The legislative procedures and composition of the Riksdag were codified in 1617. An ordinance legally divided the aristocracy into 3 grades and accorded it a special chamber or Riddarhus in 1626, which henceforward became the dominant focus of the estate assemblies. The country was divided into 24 provincial units, over each of which a landhovding or lord lieutenant picked from the nobility was installed. 5 A modernized educational system was promoted, while official ideology exalted the ethnic descent of the Swedish ruling class, whose Gothic ancestors had once dominated Europe. Meanwhile, expenditure on the fleet increased 6-fold during Gustavus Adolphus's reign, while native troop strengths quadrupled. 6 The sweeping rationalization and reinvigoration of Swedish absolutism at home provided the platform for Gustavus Adolphus's military expansion abroad. Extricating himself from the unsuccessful war with Denmark which Charles IX had bequeathed to him, by signing a costly peace at the start of his reign, the king concentrated his initial objectives in the northern Baltic theater, where Russia was still convulsed by the time of troubles and his brother Charles Philip was nearly installed as Tsar with Boyar and Cossack backing. Territorial gains were soon clinched at Russian expense. By the Treaty of Stilbova in 1617, Sweden acquired Ingria and Karelia, giving it total command of the Gulf of Finland. 4 years later, Gustavus Adolphus seized Riga from Poland. Then in 1625-6, Swedish armies rolled up Polish forces throughout Livonia, conquering the whole region. The next operation was an amphibious attack on Poland itself, where Sigismund still ruled. The strategic approaches to East Prussia were seized, with the annexation of Memel, Pilau, and Elbing, and heavy tolls henceforward levied on the South Baltic corn trade. The conclusion of the Polish campaign in 1629 was promptly followed by the Swedish landing in Pomerania in 1630, inaugurating Gustavus Adolphus's momentous intervention in the struggle for Germany during the 30 Years' War. By now, the total strength of the Swedish military apparatus comprised some 72,000 troops, of whom just over half were native soldiers. The war plans for 1,630 envisaged the deployment of 46,000 men for the expedition to Germany, but in practice this target was not fulfilled. 7 Nevertheless, in 2 brief years, Gustavus Adolphus led his armies victoriously in a great arc from Brandenburg through the Rhineland and into Bavaria, shattering the Habsburg position in the empire. At the death of the king in 1632, on the triumphal field of Lutzen, Sweden was the arbiter of Germany and the dominant power throughout northern Europe. What had rendered possible this meteoric ascent of Swedish absolutism? To understand its nature and dynamic, it is necessary to look back at the distinctive traits of medieval Scandinavia outlined earlier. The central peculiarity of the Swedish social formation on the eve of the Vasa epoch was the markedly incomplete feudalization of the relations of production in the rural economy. A smallholder peasantry of a pre-feudal type still occupied half the cultivated land in the early 16th century. This did not mean, however, that Sweden never knew feudalism, as is often asserted. 8 For the other half of Swedish agriculture was in the royal clerical noble complex, where conventional surplus extraction of a feudal character from a dependent peasantry obtained, although the tenants in this sector were never juridically reduced to serfdom. Extra economic coercion pressed dues and services out of them in the fashion familiar all over Western Europe at this time. The predominant sector in the Swedish economy throughout the period was thus doubtless always feudal agriculture proper, since while there was an approximate equality of cultivated surface between the sectors, it may safely be assumed that productivity and output was generally higher on the larger noble and royal estates, the normal rule in Western Europe. Nevertheless, the extreme backwardness of the whole economy was at first glance its most striking characteristic in any comparative perspective. Less than half the soil was suitable for arable cultivation. Barley was overwhelmingly the main grain crop. Domain consolidation was very limited. As late as the mid-17th century, only some 8% of farms were monoreal units. 9 Moreover, the unique extent of petty production in the villages meant that the index of commercialization in agriculture was probably the lowest anywhere in the continent. A natural economy prevailed over vast areas of the country, to such an extent that as late as the 1570s, a mere 6% of royal revenues, taxes and rents, were paid in cash, while most state officials were equally remunerated in kind. 10 In these conditions, where the temperature of monetary exchange was still subarctic, there was no possibility of a blossoming urban economy. Swedish towns were few and feeble, most of them German-founded and settled. Foreign trade was virtually a monopoly of Hanseatic merchants. Prima facie, this configuration appears notably unpropitious for the sudden and successful emergence of a modern absolutism. What is the explanation for the historical success of the Vasa state? The answer to this question takes us to the center of the specific character of Swedish absolutism. The centralization of royal power in the 16th and 17th centuries was not a response to the crisis of serfdom and the disintegration of a monoreal system by commodity exchange and social differentiation in the villages. Nor did it obliquely reflect the growth of local mercantile capital and an urban economy. Its initial impulse was transmitted from without. It was the threat of a rigorous Danish overlordship that mobilized the Swedish nobility behind Gustavus I, and it was Lubeck capital that financed his war effort against Christian II. But the conjuncture of the 1520s did not form the fundamental matrix of Swedish absolutism thereafter. This must be sought in the triangular relationship of class forces within the country. The basic, and determinant, social pattern behind it can for our purposes be summarized into a brief formula. The typical Western constellation in the early modern epoch was an aristocratic absolutism raised above the social foundations of a non-servile peasantry and ascendant towns. The typical Eastern constellation was an aristocratic absolutism erected over the foundations of a servile peasantry and subjugated towns. Swedish absolutism, by contrast, was built on a base that was unique, because, for historical reasons outlined earlier, it combined free peasants and nugatory towns, in other words, a set of two contradictory variables running across the master division of the continent. In the overwhelmingly rural societies of the time, the first term of the peculiar Swedish constellation, a personally free peasantry, was dominant, and ensured the fundamental convergence of Swedish history, from its very different point of departure, with that of Western and not Eastern Europe. But its second term, the insignificance of the towns, itself the corollary of a large subsistence peasant sector never pumped by orthodox feudal mechanisms of surplus extraction, sufficed to give the nascent state structure of the Swedish monarchy its distinctive cast. For the nobility, while in one sense much less absolutely paramount in the countryside than its counterparts elsewhere in Western Europe, was also much less objectively constricted by the presence of an urban bourgeoisie. There was little chance of any wholesale reversal of the position of the peasantry, for the balance of social forces in the rural economy was too heavily weighted against the possibility of a violent enserfment. The deep roots and broad expanse of independent peasant property made this unfeasible, particularly since the very extent of the sector conversely reduced the numbers of the nobility outside it to an exceptionally low level. It must always be remembered that the Swedish aristocracy throughout the first century of Vasa rule was a very small class, by any European standards. Thus in 1611, it numbered some 400 to 500 families, out of a population of 1,300,000. However, at least a half to two-thirds of these were modest bucolic backwoodsmen, or napar, with incomes little different from those of prosperous peasants. When Gustavus Adolphus established a riddarhusordning to fix the limits of the whole estate legally, only 126 families passed the tests for admittance to it. In 1626.11 of these, some 25 to 30 families constituted the inner circle of magnates who traditionally provided the councillors of the RD. The critical mass of the Swedish aristocracy in this epoch was thus always structurally inadequate to any frontal assault on the peasantry. At the same time, there was no burgher challenge whatever to its monopoly of political power. The Swedish social order was thus an unusually stable one, so long as no exogenous pressures were brought to bear on it. It has been seen that it was precisely such pressures which precipitated the initial advent of Vasa rule. At this point, a further peculiarity of the Swedish situation became important. There had never been an articulated feudal hierarchy within the aristocracy during the Middle Ages, with full-scale parcelization of sovereignty, or chains of subinfeudation. The fief system itself was late and imperfect. Thus no territorial potentates or feudal separatism of the continental type ever developed. Just because the vassal system was recent and relatively shallow, it never produced entrenched regional divisions among the small Swedish nobility. The first real emergence of vociferous provincial power was actually a subsequent creation of the unitary monarchy itself, not a prior obstruction to it. The ducal appanages of Finland, Östergötland and Södermanland left by Gustavus Vasa in his testament to his younger sons, which disappeared in the next century. 12 The result was that while the internal urgency of a centralized absolutism was not great in Sweden, since depression of the peasantry was not practicable and control of the towns was not arduous, the obstacles to it within the landed ruling class were not very great either. A small and compact nobility could adapt relatively easily to a centralized monarchy. The low-pressure character of the basic class situation which underlay Swedish absolutism, and determined its form and evolution, was visible in the odd role of the estates system in it. For, on the one hand, the Riksdag was politically unique in its inclusion of a separate peasant estate within its four-curia system. There was no parallel to this in any other major country in Europe. On the other hand, the Riksdag in general, and the peasant delegates to it above all, formed a curiously passive body throughout this epoch, devoid of legislative initiative and virtually unswerving in complaisance to royal requests. Thus Vasa rule, indeed, had such frequent recourse to the Riksdag that it had been described without paradox as the epitome of parliamentary absolutism, For virtually every important increment of royal power from Gustavus I's seizure of church lands in 1527 to Charles XI's proclamation of divine right in 1680 was solemnized by a loyal assembly. Aristocratic resistance to the monarchy was thus nearly always focused in the RD, lineal descendant of a medieval curia regis, and not in the Riksdag, where the reigning sovereign could usually manipulate the non-noble orders against it. If a conflict should arise between the two. 13 The Riksdag, on the surface an audacious institution for its time, was in fact a remarkably innocuous one. The monarchy never had any difficulty in using it for its political purposes in this period. Another, complementary reflection of the same basic social situation underlying the docility of the estates was to be found in the army. For precisely because of the existence of an independent peasantry, the Swedish state could afford a conscript army, alone in Renaissance Europe. Gustavus Vasa's decree creating the utskrivning system of rural conscription in 1544 never ran the risk of arming a jacquerie, because the soldiers thus recruited had never been serfs, their legal and material condition was compatible with loyalty in the field. The question remains, how Swedish absolutism acquired not merely the political ideological accoutrements, but the economic and military resources necessary for its European showing, with a domestic population of no more than 900,000 in the early 17th century. Here the general law that a viable absolutism presupposed a substantive level of monetarization could not be evaded. A natural rural economy appeared to preclude this. In Sweden, however, there was one crucial enclave of commodity production, whose disproportionate profits compensated for the subnormal commercialization of agriculture, and provided the fortunes of the Vasa state in its phase of outward expansion. This was the mineral wealth of the iron and copper deposits of the Bergslagen. Mining everywhere occupies a special position in the transitional economies of early modern Europe. Not only did it represent for a long time the largest concentration of workers in a single form of enterprise, but it was always the direct fulcrum of the monetary economy by its supply of precious metals, yet without itself necessarily involving any advanced level of manufacturing process or market demand. Moreover, the tradition of regalian rights over the subsoil in feudal Europe meant that it was often in one way or another an appurtenance of princes. Swedish copper and iron ore can thus be compared with Spanish silver and gold in their impact on the local absolutism. Both allowed the combination of a powerful and aggressive state with a social formation without either great agrarian wealth or mercantile dynamism. Sweden was, of course, far more bereft of these than Spain. The zenith of the copper boom in Sweden was actually linked directly to the collapse of silver currency in Castile. For it was the issue of the new copper vellon by Lerma in the devaluation of 1599 that created a soaring international demand for the output of the Kopparberg at Falun. Gustavus Adolphus levied heavy regalian tolls on the copper mines, organized a royal export company to corner supply and fix price levels, and raised large Dutch credits for his wars against his mineral assets. Although the vellon was suspended in 1626, Sweden continued to possess virtually a copper monopoly throughout Europe. Meanwhile, the iron industry steadily progressed, increasing its production fivefold by the end of the 17th century, when it amounted to half of all exports. 14 Moreover, both copper and iron were not merely direct sources of cash revenue for the absolutist state, they were also the indispensable materials for its arms industry. Bronze cast cannon were the decisive artillery arm in this epoch, while all other types of weaponry demanded high-grade iron. With the arrival of the legendary Walloon entrepreneur Louis de Geer in the 1620s, Sweden soon possessed one of the largest armaments complexes in Europe. The mines thus felicitously supplied Swedish absolutism with both the financial and military substructure necessary for its surge across the Baltic. Prussian tolls, German booty and French subsidies completed its war budget for the duration of the 30 Years' War, and rendered possible the hiring of vast numbers of mercenaries who eventually came to swamp the Swedish expeditionary troops themselves. 15. The empire thus won proved, unlike the Spanish possessions in Europe, reasonably profitable. The Baltic provinces, in particular, with their corn shipments to Sweden, always yielded substantial tax revenues, with a large net surplus after local expenditures had been deducted. Their share of total royal receipts was well over a third in the budget of 1,699.16. Moreover, the Swedish nobility gained particularly extensive estates in conquered Livonia, where agriculture approximated much more closely to a manorial pattern than in the homeland. The overseas branches of the aristocracy in their turn played an important role in staffing the expensive military machine of Swedish imperial expansion. In the early 18th century, 1 out of every 3 of Charles XII's officers in his Polish and Russian campaigns was from the Baltic provinces. Swedish absolutism, indeed, always functioned most smoothly during phases of aggressive expansion outwards. It was during the reigns of royal generalissimos, Gustavus Adolphus, Charles X, and the early years of Charles XII, that harmony between monarchy and nobility was customarily greatest. But the external success of Swedish absolutism never wholly cancelled its internal limitations. It suffered from a fundamental underdetermination, because of the comparatively dormant class configuration within Sweden itself. Thus it always remained a facultative form of rule for the noble class itself. In socially atonic conditions, absolutism tended to lack the pressure of vital class necessity. Hence the curious pendular trajectory of Swedish absolutism, unlike that of any other in Europe. Instead of a progression through initial grave contradictions, to an ultimate stabilization and tranquil integration of the nobility, which as we have seen was the normal evolution elsewhere, in Sweden the absolute monarchy suffered recurrent reverses whenever there was a royal minority, and yet later regained lost ground no less recurrently. The aristocratic charters of 1611, 1632 and 1720, limiting royal power, were succeeded by the recrudescence of absolutist power in the 1620s, 1680s and 1772 to 89.17. What is striking about these oscillations is the relative ease with which the aristocracy adjusted to either form of state, royal or representative. Throughout the entire 3 centuries of its existence, Swedish absolutism suffered frequent institutional relapses, but never a real political upheaval of the nobility against it, comparable to those in Spain, France, and England. Just because it was domestically to a certain extent a facultative state for the ruling class, the aristocracy could convert backwards and forwards to it without undue emotion or discomfort. The history of Sweden from the death of Gustavus Adolphus in 1632 to the putsch of Gustavus III in 1789 is largely that of its successive adjustments. Naturally, divisions and conflicts within the nobility itself were one of the central regulators of these serial changes. Thus the form of government imposed by Oxenstierna after Lutzen codified magnate rule in the RD during the Regency from 1632 to 44. The Chancellor was soon confronted with a strategic downturn in Germany. The imperial victory at Nordlingen in 1634 was followed by the defection of most of the Protestant princes in 1635, while the lucrative Prussian tolls, critical for the Swedish war efforts, now lapsed by treaty. Swedish tax revenues paid only for the maintenance of the Baltic Navy, trebled to some 90 ships by Gustavus Adolphus, and home defense. French subsidies henceforward became indispensable for the pursuit of the struggle by Stockholm. In 1641, they amounted to a third of the domestic income of the state. 18 The campaigns in Germany during the last half of the 30 Years' War, fought with much smaller armies than the huge hosts assembled at Breitenfeld or Lutzen, were financed by foreign subventions or loans and ruthless local extortions by the commanders abroad. In 1643, Oxenstierna unleashed Torstensson, the best Swedish general, against Denmark, in a side campaign. The yield of this stroke was satisfactory: provincial gains along the Norwegian frontier, and island bases in the Baltic which ended Danish control of both sides of the Sound. In the wider conflict, Swedish troops had reached Prague when peace was restored in 1648. The Treaty of Westphalia consecrated the international stature of Sweden as co-victor with France of the long contest in Germany. The Vasa state acquired western Pomerania and Bremen on the German mainland itself, and control of the mouths of the Elbe, Oder, and Weser, the 3 great rivers of northern Germany. Meanwhile, however, the accession of Christina in 1644 had formally led to the political reassertion of royal power, but it was used by the light-headed queen to shower titles and lands on the upper stratum of the aristocracy and the swarm of military bureaucratic adventurers drawn to Swedish service in the 30 Years' War. Christina sextupled the number of counts and barons in the top rank of the Riddarhus, and doubled the size of the two lower ranks. For the first time the Swedish nobility acquired an appreciable numerical strength, mainly drawn from abroad. More than half the aristocracy was to be of foreign descent by 1700.19. Moreover, encouraged by Oxenstierna, who advocated commutation of traditional state revenues in kind into reliable cash flows, the monarchy alienated royal lands and taxes on an enormous scale to its elite of functionaries and retainers. The total area of noble land in Sweden doubled between 1611 and 1652, while state incomes cascaded proportionately downwards under Christina. 20 The alienations to private landowners of fiscal receipts from free peasants threatened to reduce the latter to full dependence on them, and provoked vigorous reactions from the peasantry. But it was the hostility of the lower nobility, which had not benefited from the gratuitous profligacy of the Queen, that was to ensure that this upheaval in the property pattern of Sweden would be a brief one. In 1654 Christina abdicated to embrace Catholicism, after prearranging the succession of her cousin. The new ruler, Charles X, immediately relaunched Swedish expansionism with a savage thrust into Poland in 1655. Cutting off Russian advances from the east, and scattering Polish armies, Swedish expeditionary forces took Poznan, Warsaw, and Krakow in quick succession. East Prussia was officially declared a Swedish fief, and Lithuania joined to Sweden. Dutch harassment by sea and Polish revival weakened the grip of this spectacular occupation, but it was a direct Danish attack on Sweden in the rear of the king that undid the conquest of Poland. Pulling the bulk of his corps rapidly back through Pomerania, Charles X marched to Copenhagen and knocked Denmark out of the war. Victory in the Sound brought annexation of Scania. Renewed hostilities to clinch Swedish control of the gateway to the Baltic were thwarted by Dutch intervention. The death of Charles X in 1660 terminated both the adventure in Poland and the conflict in Denmark. Another magnate regency followed during the minority of 1660–72, dominated by the Chancellor de la Gardie. Royal schemes for resumption of alienated revenues, briefly envisaged by Charles X before his headlong overseas campaigns, were shelved. A drifting government of the high nobility continued to sell off the property of the monarchy, while steering an unambitious foreign policy. It was in this decade, significantly, that monoreal codes of GDR-DSR-DTT were enforced for the first time in Swedish history, giving landowners private jurisdiction over their own peasantry. 21 The outbreak of a major European war, with Louis XIV's attack on Holland, eventually forced this regime, as a French ally and client, into a lethargic diversionary conflict with Brandenburg in 1674. Military failure in Germany discredited the de la Gardie Camarilla, and paved the way for the dramatic reascendancy of the monarchy under the new sovereign, who had achieved his majority during the wars. In 1680, Charles XI used the Riksdag to abolish the traditional privileges of the RD, and to reappropriate the alienated lands and revenues of the dynasty, with the support of the lower gentry. The royal reductions were on a very large scale. 80% of all alienated estates were recovered for the monarchy without compensations, and the proportion of cultivated land owned by nobles in Sweden was halved. 22 The creation of new tax-exempt properties was forbidden. Territorial counties and baronies were liquidated. The reductions were implemented with special thoroughness in the overseas possessions. They did not affect monoreal consolidation within the holdings of the aristocracy. Their final upshot was to restore the status quo ante in the distribution of agrarian property which had prevailed at the beginning of the century. 23 State revenues, refurbished by this program at the expense of the magnate stratum, were further augmented by higher taxation on the peasantry. The Riksdag submissively assented to the unprecedented increase in the personal power of Charles XI which accompanied the reduction, abdicating virtually all rights to control or check his government. Charles XI used his position to reform the army by planting a soldier peasantry on specially distributed lands in the so-called indelningsverket or allotment system, which relieved the treasury of cash payments for troops at home. The permanent military establishment was enlarged to a force of some 63,000 in the 1680s, of which over a third were professional units stationed overseas. The fleet was assiduously built up, for both strategic and commercial reasons. The bureaucracy, to which the lower nobility now had equal access, was drilled and streamlined. Scania and Livonia were subjected to tightening centralization and Swedification. 24 The royal sway appeared complete by the last decade of the reign. In 1693 the Riksdag ended by passing a fulsome resolution declaring the divine right of the king to absolute sovereignty over his realm, as the anointed delegate of his maker. Charles XI, like Frederick William I of Prussia, a thrifty and cautious ruler abroad, brooked no opposition to his will at home. The best testament to his work was the astonishing reign of his son Charles XII, who surpassed his father in an autocratic power that was ideologically trumpeted from the day of his accession in 1697. The last of the Vasa warrior kings, he was able to spend 18 years abroad, 9 of them in Turkish captivity, without the civil administration of his country ever being seriously challenged or disrupted in his absence. It is doubtful if any other contemporary ruler could have been so confident of his patrimony. In effect, virtually the entire reign of Charles XII was occupied with his long odyssey in Eastern Europe, during the Great Northern War. For by 1700, the Swedish imperial system in the Baltic was approaching its day of reckoning. Despite the rigorous administrative overhaul it had recently undergone under Charles XI, its demographic and economic base was too small to sustain its spread, against the combined enmity of its neighbors and rivals. A domestic population of perhaps 1,500,000 was doubled by the overseas possessions to some 3 million, its manpower and financial reserves permitted a maximum mobilization of some 110,000 troops under Charles XII, of whom less than half were available for his major offensive campaigns. 25 Moreover, Vasa's centralization had provoked a particularist backlash among the semi-Germanic nobility of the Baltic provinces, who had suffered especially from the royal reclamations of the preceding reign. The experience of Catalonia and Scotland was now to be re-edited in Livonia. By 1699, Denmark, Saxony, Poland and Russia were arrayed against Sweden. The signal for war was given by a secessionist revolt in Latvia, led by local nobles declaring for incorporation into Poland. Charles XII struck first at Denmark, which he rapidly defeated with Anglo-Dutch naval aid, then at Russia, where a small Swedish force annihilated Peter I's army at Narva, then at Poland, where Augustus II was driven from the country after heavy fighting and a Swedish nominee prince installed, and finally at Saxony, which was mercilessly occupied and pillaged. After this circular military progress round the Baltic, the Swedish army was thrown deep into the Ukraine for a juncture with the Zaporozhye Cossacks and march on Moscow. 26 Russian absolutism under Peter I was now, however, more than a match for the columns of Charles XII. At Poltava and Perevalachna in 1709, the Swedish Empire was destroyed at the furthest historical point of its military penetration to the east. A decade later, the Great Northern War ended with Sweden bankrupt and stripped of Ingria, Karelia, Livonia, Western Pomerania, and Bremen. The imperious autocracy of Charles XII disappeared with him. When the disasters of the Great Northern War debouched onto the king's death, amid a disputed succession, the nobility deftly engineered a constitutional system which left the estates politically supreme and the monarchy temporarily a cipher. The Age of Liberty from 1720 to 72 established a regime of corrupt aristocratic parliamentarism, divided by factional conflicts between hat and cap parties, which were manipulated in turn by the nobiliary bureaucracy, and ballasted by English, French and Russian gratifications and subventions. The new order was no longer a magnate one. The mass of the medium and lower aristocracy, which dominated the civil service and army, had increasingly come into its own. The three-rank division within the noble estate was abolished. The social and economic privileges of the aristocracy as a whole were jealously preserved, commoner access to noble lands or marriages was banned. The Riksdag, from whose key secret committee peasant representatives were excluded, became the formal center of constitutional politics, while its real arena lay in the Riddarhus. 27 Eventually, increasing social agitation against noble privileges among the lower clergy, smaller towns, and peasantry threatened to break the charmed circle of maneuvers within this system. The program of the younger Kapp party in the 1760s, although combined with an unpopular deflation of the economy, expressed the rising tide of plebeian discontent. Aristocratic alarm at the prospect of a challenge from below thus produced a final, abrupt abandonment of parliamentarism. The accession of Gustavus III proved the signal for the aristocracy to rally once again back to an absolutist formula. A royal putsch was smoothly conducted with the help of the guards and the connivance of the bureaucracy. The Riksdag duly rubber-stamped a new constitution, reconsecrating the authority of the monarchy, initially without a full reversion to the absolutism of Charles XI or XII. The new monarch, however, energetically proceeded towards an enlightened despotism of the 18th century type, renovating the administration, and reserving more and more arbitrary power to his person. When the nobility resisted this trend, Gustavus III forced an emergency act of union and security through the Riksdag, which restored a thoroughgoing absolutism in 1789. To gain his ends, the king had to promise the lower estates access to the civil service and judiciary, the right to purchase noble lands, and other socially egalitarian demands. The last hours of Swedish absolutism were thus lived in the anomalous atmosphere of a career open to the talents and curbs on the privileges of the nobility. The political rationale of absolute monarchy thereby lost its basic moorings, a sure sign of its approaching end. In a final, bizarre permutation of roles, the radical autocrat became the most fervent European champion of counter-revolutionary intervention against the French Revolution, while disgruntled nobles adopted the republican ideals of the rights of man. In 1792, Gustavus was assassinated by a dissident aristocratic officer. The historical underdetermination of Swedish absolutism was never more visible than in this strange climax. A facultative state finished in apparently full contingency. 2. Eastern Europe. 1. Absolutism in the East. It is now necessary to revert to the eastern half of Europe, or more accurately that part of it which was spared the Ottoman invasion that overran the Balkans in successive waves of advance, subjecting it to a local history separate from that of the rest of the continent. It has been seen how the great crisis which struck the European economies in the 14th and 15th centuries produced a violent monoreal reaction east of the Elbe. The seigneurial repression unleashed against the peasants increased in intensity throughout the 16th century. The political result, in Prussia and Russia, was an absolutism of the East, coeval with that of the West yet basically different in lineage. The absolutist state in the West was the redeployed political apparatus of a feudal class which had accepted the commutation of dues. It was a compensation for the disappearance of serfdom, in the context of an increasingly urban economy which it did not completely control and to which it had to adapt. The absolutist state in the East, by contrast, was the repressive machine of a feudal class that had just erased the traditional communal freedoms of the poor. It was a device for the consolidation of serfdom, in a landscape scoured of autonomous urban life or resistance. The monoreal reaction in the East meant that a new world had to be implanted from above, by main force. The dose of violence pumped into social relations was correspondingly far greater. The absolutist state in the East never lost the signs of this original experience. Yet at the same time, the internal class struggle within the Eastern social formations and its outcome, the enserfment of the peasantry, do not in themselves provide an exhaustive explanation for the emergence of the distinctive type of absolutism of the region. The distance between the two can be measured chronologically in Prussia, where the monoreal reaction of the nobility had already rolled over much of the peasantry with the spread of the Gutsherrschaft in the 16th century, 100 years before the establishment of an absolutist state in the 17th century. In Poland, classical land of the second serfdom, no absolutist state ever emerged, although this was a failure for which the noble class was eventually to pay with its national existence. Here, too, however, the 16th century witnessed decentralized feudal rule, dominated by a representative system totally under aristocratic control, and very weak princely authority. In Hungary, the definitive enserfment of the peasantry was accomplished after the Austro-Turkish War at the turn of the 17th century, while the Magyar nobility was successfully resisting the imposition of a Habsburg absolutism. 1 In Russia, the installation of serfdom and the erection of absolutism were more closely coordinated, but even there the onset of the first preceded the consolidation of the second, and did not always develop pari passu with it thereafter. Since servile relations of production involve an immediate fusion of property and sovereignty, lordship and landlordship, there is nothing in itself surprising in a polycentric nobiliary state, such as initially existed in Ostelbian Germany, Poland, or Hungary after the monoreal reaction in the East. To explain the subsequent ascent of absolutism, it is necessary first of all to reinsert the whole process of the second serfdom into the international state system of late feudal Europe. We have seen that the pull of the more advanced Western economy on the East has often been exaggerated in this epoch, as the sole or main force responsible for the monoreal reaction there. In fact, while the corn trade undoubtedly intensified servile exploitation in Eastern Germany or Poland, it did not inaugurate it in either country, and played no role at all in the parallel development of Bohemia or Russia. In other words, if it is incorrect to ascribe central importance to the economic bonds of the export-import trade from east to west, this is because the feudal mode of production as such, by no means finally surpassed in Western Europe during the 16th and 17th centuries, could not create a unified international economic system. It was only the world market of industrial capitalism that accomplished this, radiating out from the advanced countries to mold and dominate the development of backward ones. The composite Western economies of the transitional epoch, typically combining a semi-monetarized and post-servile feudal agriculture too with enclaves of mercantile and manufacturing capital, had no such compulsive pull. Foreign investment was minimal, except in the colonial empires and to some extent Scandinavia. Foreign trade still represented a small percentage of the national product of all countries except Holland or Venice. Any wholesale integration of Eastern Europe into a Western European economic circuit, often implied by historians' use of such phrases as a colonial economy or plantation business concerns to refer to the Gutsherrschaft system beyond the Elbe, is thus inherently implausible. This is not to say, however, that the impact of Western on Eastern Europe was not determinant for the state structures which emerged there. For transnational interaction within feudalism was typically always first at the political, not the economic level, precisely because it was a mode of production founded on extra-economic coercion. Conquest, not commerce, was its primary form of expansion. The uneven development of feudalism within Europe thus found its most characteristic and direct expression, not in balances of trade, but in balances of arms, between the respective regions of the continent. In other words, the main mediation between East and West in these centuries was military. It was the international pressure of Western absolutism, the political apparatus of a more powerful feudal aristocracy, ruling more advanced societies, which obliged the Eastern nobility to adopt an equivalently centralized state machine, to survive. For otherwise the superior military force of the reorganized and magnified absolutist armies would inevitably take its toll in the normal medium of interfeudal competition, war. The very modernization of troops and tactics brought about by the military revolution in the West after 1560 rendered aggression into the vast spaces of the East more feasible than ever before, and the dangers of invasion correspondingly greater for the local aristocracies there. Thus, at a time when infrastructural relations of production were diverging, there was a paradoxical convergence of superstructures in the two zones. The concrete form which the military threat from Western absolutism initially took was, fortunately for the Eastern nobility, historically circuitous and transient. It is nevertheless all the more striking how immediately catalytic its effects were for the whole political pattern in the East. To the south, the front between the two zones was occupied by the long Austro-Turkish duel, which for 250 years focused the Habsburgs on their Ottoman enemies and Hungarian vassals. In the center, Germany was a maze of small, weak states divided and neutralized by religious conflicts. It was thus from the relatively primitive north that the attack came. Sweden, most recent and surprising of all the Western absolutisms, a new country with a very limited population and rudimentary economy, proved to be the hammer of the East. Its impact on Prussia, Poland, and Russia in the 90 years from 1630 to 1720 bears comparison with that of Spain in Western Europe in an earlier age, although it has never received the same study. Yet it was one of the greatest cycles of military expansion in the history of European absolutism. At its height, Swedish cavalry rode victoriously into the five capitals of Moscow, Warsaw, Berlin, Dresden, and Prague, operating across a huge arc of territory in Eastern Europe that exceeded even the campaigns of the Spanish tercios in Western Europe. The Austrian, Prussian, Polish, and Russian state systems all experienced its formative shock. Sweden's first overseas conquest was the seizure of Estonia, in the long Livonian Wars with Russia in the last decades of the 16th century. It was the 30 Years' War, however, which produced the first fully formalized international state system in Europe, that appropriately marked the decisive onset of the Swedish eruption into the east. The spectacular march of Gustavus Adolphus's armies into Germany, rolling back Habsburg power to the astonishment of Europe, proved the turning point of the war, while the later successes of Baner and Torstensson scotched any long-term recovery of the imperial cause. From 1641 onwards, Swedish troops permanently occupied large parts of Moravia III, and when the war ended in 1648, were camped on the left bank of the Vltava in Prague. The intervention of Sweden had definitively broken the prospect of a Habsburg imperial state in Germany. The whole course and character of Austrian absolutism were henceforward to be determined by this defeat, which deprived it of any chance of a consolidated territorial center in the traditional lands of the Reich, and, to its cost, shifted its whole center of gravity eastwards. At the same time, the impact of Swedish power on the evolution of Prussia, less visible internationally, was domestically even deeper. Brandenburg was occupied by Swedish armies from 1631 onwards, and although technically an ally in the Protestant cause, was immediately subjected to ruthless military requisitioning and fiscal exactions, such as it had never known before. The traditional privileges of the Junker estates were dismissed out of hand by Swedish commandants. For the trauma of this experience was compounded by the Swedish acquisition of Western Pomerania with the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648, which ensured Sweden a large and permanent beachhead on the southern shores of the Baltic. Swedish garrisons now controlled the Oder, posing a direct threat to the hitherto demilitarized and decentralized ruling class of Brandenburg, a country with virtually no army at all. The construction of Prussian absolutism by the Great Elector from the 1650s onwards was in large measure a direct response to the impending Swedish menace. The standing army, which was to be the cornerstone of Hohenzollern autocracy, and its tax system, was accepted by the Junkers in 1653 to deal with an imminent war situation in the Baltic theater and resist external dangers. In fact, the Swedo-Polish War of 1655–60 proved to be the turning point in the political evolution of Berlin, which itself avoided the brunt of Swedish aggression by participating as an apprehensive junior partner on the side of Stockholm. The next great step in the construction of Prussian absolutism was once again taken in response to military conflict with Sweden. It was during the 1670s, in the throes of the Swedish campaigns against Brandenburg that formed a northern theater of the war unleashed by France in the west, that the notorious Generalkriegscommissariat came to occupy the functions of the earlier Privy Council and to mold henceforward the whole structure of the Hohenzollern state machine. Prussian absolutism, and its ultimate shape, came into being during the epoch and under the pressure of Swedish expansionism. Meanwhile, it was in these same decades after Westphalia that the heaviest Nordic blow of all was unleashed in the east. The Swedish invasion of Poland in 1655 quickly shattered the loose aristocratic confederation of the Zlachta. Warsaw and Krakow fell, and the whole Vistula Valley was torn up by the march and counter-march of Charles X's troops. The main strategic result of the war was to deprive Poland of any suzerainty over Ducal Prussia. But the social results of the devastating Swedish attack were far more serious. Polish economic and demographic patterns were so badly damaged that the Swedish invasion came to be known as the Deluge, which forever after separated the previous prosperity of the Rzeczpospolita from the irretrievable crisis and decline into which it sank thereafter. The last brief revival of Polish arms in the 1680s, when Sobieski led the relief of Vienna against the Turks, was soon followed by the second Swedish ravage of the Commonwealth, during the Great Northern War of 1701-21, in which the main theatre of destruction was once again Poland. When the last Scandinavian troops withdrew from Warsaw, Poland had ceased to be a major European power. The Polish nobility, for reasons which will be discussed later, did not succeed in generating an absolutism during these ordeals. It thereby demonstrated in practice what the consequences of not doing so were. For a feudal class in the East, unable to recover from the lethal blows delivered by Sweden, Poland ultimately ceased to exist as an independent state. Russia, as always, presents a somewhat different case, within a common historical field. There, the impulse within the aristocracy towards a military monarchy was evident much earlier than anywhere else in Eastern Europe. In part, this was due to the prehistory of the Kievan state, and the Byzantine imperial tradition it transmitted across the chaotic Russian Middle Ages. Through the ideology of the Third Rome, Ivan III had married the niece of the last Paleologous emperor of Constantinople and arrogated the title of Tsar or emperor in 1480. The ideology of the Translatio Imperii was doubtless, however, less important than the constant material pressure on Russia of the Tartar and Turkoman pastoralists of Central Asia. The political suzerainty of the Golden Horde lasted until the late 15th century. The successor Khanates of Kazan and Astrakhan launched constant slaving incursions from the east until their defeat and absorption in the mid-16th century. For another 100 years, the Crimean Tatars, now under Ottoman overlordship, raided Russian territory from the south. Their looting and enslaving expeditions kept most of the Ukraine a depopulated wilderness. 5 Tartar horsemen lacked the capacity to conquer or occupy permanently, in the early modern epoch. But Russia, sentinel of Europe, had to bear the brunt of their attacks, and the result was an earlier and greater impetus towards a centralized state in the Duchy of Muscovy than in the more sheltered electorate of Brandenburg or the Polish Commonwealth. But from the 16th century onwards, the military threat in the west was always much greater than that in the east, field artillery and modern infantry now easily outclassing mounted archery as weapons of warfare. Thus in Russia too, the really decisive phases of the transition towards absolutism occurred during successive phases of Swedish expansion. The pivotal reign of Ivan IV in the late 16th century was dominated by the long Livonian Wars, of which Sweden was the strategic victor, annexing Estonia by the Treaty of Yamzopolski in 1582, a springboard for mastery of the northern Baltic littoral. The time of troubles in the early 17th century, which ended with the critical accession of the Romanov dynasty, saw Swedish power unfurled into the depths of Russia. Amidst mounting chaos, a corps commanded by de la Gardie fought its way to Moscow to shore up the usurper Shuisky. 3 years later a Swedish candidate, Gustavus Adolphus's brother, came within an ace of election to the Russian monarchy itself, only just being blocked by that of Mikhail Romanov in 1613. The new regime was promptly obliged to cede Karelia and Ingria to Sweden, which within another decade had seized the whole of Livonia from Poland, giving it virtually complete control of the Baltic. Swedish influence was also extensive within the Russian political system itself, in the early years of Romanov rule. 6 Finally, of course, the massive stadtile edifice of Peter I in the early 18th century was erected during and against the supreme Swedish military offensive into Russia, led by Charles XII, which had started by shattering Russian armies at Narva and was eventually to thrust deep into the Ukraine. Tsarist power within Russia was thus tested and forged in the international struggle for ascendancy with the Swedish Empire in the Baltic. The Austrian state had been turned back from Germany by Swedish expansion, the Polish state disjointed altogether. The Prussian and Russian states, by contrast, withstood and repelled it, acquiring their developed form in the course of the contest. Eastern absolutism was thus centrally determined by the constraints of the international political system into which the nobilities of the whole region were objectively integrated. 7. It was the price of their survival in a civilization of unremitting territorial warfare. The uneven development of feudalism obliged them to match the state structures of the West before they had reached any comparable stage of economic transition towards capitalism. Yet this absolutism was, inevitably, also overdetermined by the course of class struggle within the Eastern social formations. It is now necessary to consider the endogenous pressures which contributed to its emergence. An initial concordance is striking. The decisive juridical and economic consolidation of serfdom in Prussia, Russia, and Bohemia occurred during precisely the same decades in which the political foundations of the absolutist state were firmly laid. This double development, institutionalization of serfdom and inauguration of absolutism, was in all three cases closely and clearly linked in the history of the social formation concerned. In Brandenburg, the great elector and the estates sealed the famous bargain of 1653, consigned in a formal charter, whereby the nobility voted taxes for a permanent army, and the prince decreed ordinances binding the rural labor force irretrievably to the land. The taxes were to be levied on the towns and peasants, not on the Junkers themselves, while the army was to be the core of the whole Prussian state. It was a pact which both increased the political power of the dynasty over the nobility, and that of the nobility over the peasantry. East German serfdom was now normalized and standardized everywhere in the Hohenzollern lands beyond the Elbe, while the estate system was relentlessly suppressed by the monarchy, in province after province. By 1683, the Landtage of Brandenburg and East Prussia had lost all power, permanently. 8 Meanwhile, in Russia a very similar conjuncture had occurred. In 1648, the Zemsky Sobor, Assembly of the Land, gathered in Moscow, to pass the historic Soborno-Ulogini, which for the first time codified and universalized serfdom for the rural population, instituted strict state control over the towns and their inhabitants, while at the same time confirming and clinching the formal liability of all noble lands for military service. The Soborno-Ulogini was the first comprehensive legal code to be promulgated in Russia, and its advent was a momentous event. It provided, in effect, Tsarism with the regulative juridical framework for its solidification as a state system. The solemn proclamation of the enserfment of the Russian peasantry was followed, here too, by the swift desuetude of the estate system. Within a decade the Zemsky Sobor had effectively faded away, while the monarchy built up a large semi-permanent army that eventually superseded the old gentry levies altogether. The last, token Zemsky Sobor passed into oblivion in 1683, by now a shadowy court claque. The social pact between the Russian monarchy and aristocracy was sealed, establishing absolutism in exchange for finalizing serfdom. There was a comparable synchronism of developments in Bohemia, within much the same period, if in the differing context of the 30 Years' War. The Treaty of Westphalia, which ended the long military struggle in 1648, consecrated the dual victory of the Habsburg monarchy over the Bohemian estates, and the landed magnates over the Czech peasantry. The bulk of the old Czech aristocracy had been eliminated after the Battle of the White Mountain, and with it the political constitution which embodied their local power. The Verkehrsordnung, which now came into unchallenged effect, concentrated all executive power in Vienna. The estates, their traditional social leadership wiped out, were reduced to a perfunctory ceremonial role. The autonomy of the towns was crushed. In the countryside, ruthless measures of enserfment followed, on the great estates. The wholesale prescriptions and confiscations of the former Czech nobility and gentry created a new, cosmopolitan aristocracy of military adventurers and court functionaries, which together with the church henceforward controlled nearly 3/4 of all lands in Bohemia. Demographic losses were enormous after the 30 Years' War, creating acute labor shortages. The labor services of the robot soon reached half the working week, while feudal dues, Tithes and taxes could take up to 2/3 of the peasants' produce. 9 Austrian absolutism, checked in Germany, triumphed in Bohemia, and with it, the remaining liberties of the Czech peasantry were extinguished. Thus in all three regions, the consolidation of landlord control over the peasantry, and discrimination against the towns, was tied to a sharp increase in the prerogatives of the monarchy and was succeeded by a disappearance of the estate system. The cities of Eastern Europe, as we have seen, had been generally curtailed and repressed in the late medieval depression. The economic upswing throughout the continent in the 16th century, however, fostered a new if uneven urban growth in certain zones of the East. From 1550 onwards, the Bohemian towns regained much of their prosperity, although under the aegis of urban patriciates closely linked to the nobility by municipal land ownership, and without the popular vitality which had once distinguished them in the Hussite epoch. In East Prussia, Königsberg still remained a robust outpost of burgher autonomy. In Russia, Moscow had burgeoned after the formal emergence of the Tsardom with Ivan III, benefiting notably from the long-distance trade between Europe and Asia that crossed Russia, in which the older mercantile centers of Novgorod and Pskov also participated. The maturation of the absolutist states in the 17th century now effectively dealt a death blow to the possibility of a revival of urban independence in the East. The new monarchies, Hohenzollern, Habsburg, and Romanov, unshakably assured the political supremacy of the nobility over the towns. The only corporate body seriously to resist the Gleichschaltung of the Great Elector after the recess of 1653 was the city of Königsberg in East Prussia. It was crushed in 1662-3 and 1674, while the local Junkers looked on. 10 In Russia, Moscow itself lacked any substantial burgher class, trade being cornered by boyars, officials, and a small ring of Gosti merchants dependent on the government for their status and privileges, but it did contain numerous artisans, an anarchic semi-rural labor force, and the truculent and demoralized musketeers of the Streltsy militia. The immediate cause of the convocation of the fateful Zemsky Sobor which promulgated the Soborno Eulogini had been a sudden explosion by these heterogeneous groups. Rioting mobs enraged by rising prices of basic commodities, following tax increases by the Morozov administration, seized Moscow and forced the Tsar to flee the city, while disaffection rumbled in the rural provinces toward Siberia. Once royal control of the capital was regained, the Zemsky Sobor was summoned, and the Eulogini decreed. Novgorod and Pskov revolted against fiscal exactions, and were definitively suppressed, ceasing to have any economic importance thereafter. The last urban tumults in Moscow occurred in 1662, when protesting craftsmen were easily subdued, and in 1683, when Peter I finally liquidated the Streltsy. Thereafter, Russian towns gave no trouble to monarchy or aristocracy. In the Czech lands, the 30 Years' War finished off the pride and growth of the Bohemian and Moravian cities. The ceaseless devastations and sieges during the campaigns of the war, coupled with the cancellations of municipal autonomy after it, henceforward reduced them to passive counters within the Habsburg Empire. The most fundamental domestic rationale of Eastern absolutism, however, lay in the countryside. Its complex machinery of repression was essentially and primarily directed against the peasantry. The 17th century was an epoch of declining prices and population throughout most of Europe. In the East, wars and civil disasters had created particularly acute labor crises. The 30 Years' War had inflicted a brutal setback to the whole German economy east of the Elbe. There were demographic losses of up to 50% in many districts of Brandenburg. 11 In Bohemia, the total population declined from 1,700,000 to less than 1 million by the signature of the Peace of Westphalia. 12 In the Russian lands, the intolerable strain of the Livonian Wars and the Oprichnina had led to a calamitous depopulation and evacuation of central Russia in the last years of the 16th century. From 76 to 96% of the settlements in the province of Moscow itself were abandoned. 13 The time of troubles, with its civil wars, foreign invasions, and rural rebellions, then compounded the instability and scarcity of the workforce at the disposal of the landowning class. The demographic downturn of this epoch thus created, or aggravated, a constant shortage of rural labor for domain cultivation. There was, moreover, a permanent regional background to this phenomenon, the endemic problem for Eastern feudalism of the land/labor ratio, the existence of too few peasants scattered over too vast spaces. A comparison may give some idea of the contrast of conditions with those of Western Europe. The population density of Russia in the 17th century was 3 to 4 persons per square kilometer, at a time when that of France was 40, or some 10 times greater. 14 In the fertile lands of southeastern Poland and western Ukraine, the richest agricultural zone of the Rzeczpospolita, demographic density was little more, some 3 to 7 persons per square kilometer. 15 Most of the central Hungarian plain, now the borderlands between the Austrian and Turkish empires, was equally depopulated. The first objective of the landlord class was thus everywhere, not so much as in the West to fix the level of dues to be paid by the peasant, as to arrest the mobility of the villager and bind him to the estates. Conversely, over huge areas of Eastern Europe, the most typical and effective form of class struggle waged by the peasantry was simply flight, collective desertion of the land for uninhabited and uncharted spaces beyond. The measures taken by the Prussian, Austrian, and Czech nobility to prevent this traditional mobility in the late medieval epoch have already been described. They were naturally intensified in the inaugural era of absolutism. Farther east, in Russia and Poland, the problem was even more serious. No stable frontiers or boundaries of settlement existed in the wide Pontic hinterlands lying between the two countries. The deeply forested north of Russia was traditionally a zone of black earth peasantry beyond seigneurial control, while western Siberia and the Volga-Don region in the southeast constituted remote, trackless expanses still in the process of gradual colonization. Uncovenant rural emigration in all these directions offered the possibility of escaping monoreal exploitation for independent peasant farming in frontier conditions, however harsh. Throughout the 17th century, the whole, long-drawn-out process of the enserfment of Russian peasantry must be set against this inchoate natural context. A huge, friable margin existed all round the pattern of noble land holdings. Thus it is a historical paradox that Siberia was being opened up largely by peasant smallholders from the black earth communities of the north, seeking greater personal freedom and economic opportunities, during the very period when the great mass of the central peasantry was sinking into abject bondage. 16 It was this absence of normal territorial fixitude in Russia that accounts for the striking survival of slavery on a very considerable scale. In the later 16th century, slaves still cultivated some 9 to 15% of Russian estates. 17 For, as has repeatedly been seen, the presence of rural slavery in a feudal social formation always signifies that the system of serfdom itself is not yet closed, and that considerable numbers of direct producers in the countryside are still obversely free. The possession of slaves was one of the great assets of the boyar class, giving them a critical economic advantage on their estates over the smaller service gentry. 18 It ceased to be necessary only when the net of enserfment had drawn tight over virtually the whole Russian peasantry in the 18th century. Meanwhile, there was unremitting interfeudal competition for control of souls to cultivate noble or clerical lands. Boyars and monasteries with more profitable and rational manners often took in fugitive serfs from smaller estates, obstructing their recovery by their former masters, to the fury of the squire class. It was not until a stable and powerful central autocracy was established, with a coercive state apparatus capable of enforcing adscription throughout Russian territory, that these conflicts were suspended. It was thus the constant seigneurial preoccupation with the problem of labor mobility in the East which undoubtedly lay behind much of the internal drift towards absolutism. 19 Seigneurial laws tying the peasantry to the soil had already been widely passed in the preceding epoch. But as we have seen, their implementation usually remained very imperfect. Actual labor patterns by no means always corresponded to the provisions of statute books. The mission of absolutism was everywhere to convert juridical theory into economic practice. A ruthlessly centralized and unitary repressive apparatus was an objective necessity for the surveillance and suppression of widespread rural mobility in times of economic depression. No mere network of individual landlord jurisdictions, no matter how despotic, could be wholly adequate to cope with the problem. The domestic policing functions necessary for the second serfdom in the East were in this respect more exigent than those needed for the first serfdom in the West. The result was to render possible an absolutist state in advance of the relations of production on which it was founded, contemporary with that of the West in the transition beyond serfdom. Poland, again, was the apparent exception to the logic of this process. But just as externally it paid the penalty of the Swedish deluge for not producing an absolutism, so internally the price of its failure was the greatest peasant insurrection of the epoch, the ordeal of the Ukrainian Revolution of 1648, which cost it a third of its territory and dealt Zlachta morale and prowess a blow from which it never fully recovered, which was, indeed, the immediate prelude to the Swedish War, with which it interlocked. The peculiar character of the Ukrainian Revolution was the direct result of the basic problem of peasant mobility and flight in the East. 20 For it was a rebellion set off by relatively privileged Cossacks in the Dnieper region, who were in origin fugitive Russian or Ruthenian peasants, or Circassian Highlanders, who had settled in the vast borderlands between Poland, Russia, and the Tartar Khanate of the Crimea. In these no-man's lands, they had come to adopt a semi-nomadic, equestrian mode of life similar to that of the Tartars against whom they customarily fought. Over time, a complex social structure had developed in the Cossack communities. Their political and military center came to be the fortified island or Siek below the Dnieper Rapids, created in 1557, which formed a warrior encampment, organized into regiments which elected delegates to a council of officers or starshina, that in turn selected a supreme commander or hetman. Outside the Zaporozhye Siek, roving bands of brigands and foresters mingled with settled villages of farmers under their own elders. The Polish nobility, when it encountered these communities in its expansion into the Ukraine, had found it necessary to tolerate the armed force of the Zaporozhian Cossacks in a limited number of registered regiments technically under Polish command. Cossack troops were used as mounted auxiliaries in Polish campaigns into Moldavia, Livonia, and Russia, and successful officers came to constitute a propertied elite, dominating the rank-and-file Cossacks, sometimes eventually becoming Polish nobles themselves. This social convergence with the local Zlachta, who had steadily extended their lands eastwards, did not alter the military anomaly of the regimental independence of the Siek, with its semi-popular freebooting basis, nor did it affect the clusters of agricultural Cossacks living among the serf population tilling the latifundia of the Polish aristocracy in the region. Peasant mobility had thus given birth in the Pontic grasslands to a sociological phenomenon virtually unknown in the West at the time, commoner rural masses capable of fielding organized armies against a feudal aristocracy. The sudden mutiny of the registered companies under their hetman Khmelnytsky in 1648 was thus professionally able to take on Polish armies sent against them, and their rebellion in its turn set off a vast general rising of the serfs of the Ukraine, who fought side by side with the poor Cossack peasantry to throw off their Polish landlords. 3 years later, the Polish peasants themselves revolted in the Krakow region of Podhalie, in an agrarian movement inspired by that of the Ukrainian Cossacks and serfs. A savage social war was waged in Galicia and the Ukraine, in which the Zlachta armies were repeatedly worsted by Zaporozhian forces. It ended with the fateful transfer of allegiance by Khmelnytsky from Poland to Russia at the Treaty of Pereyaslav in 1654, which brought the whole of the Ukraine beyond the Dnieper under the rule of the Tsars, and secured the interests of the Cossack Starshina. 21 The Ukrainian peasantry, Cossack and non-Cossack, were the victims of the operation. The pacification of the Ukraine with the integration of the officer corps into the Russian state restored their bonds. Eventually, indeed, after a long evolution, Cossack squadrons were to form an elite corps of the Tsarist autocracy. The Treaty of Pereyaslav symbolized, in effect, the respective parabola of the two great rivals of the region in the 17th century. The parcellized Polish state proved unable to defeat and subordinate the Cossacks, just as it failed to resist the Swedes. The centralized Tsarist autocracy was able to do both, repel the Swedish threat and not only subjugate, but in the end utilized the Cossacks as repressive dragoons against its own masses. The Ukrainian Rising was the most formidable peasant war of the epoch in the East. But it was not the only one. All the major East European nobilities were at one time or another in the 17th century confronted with serf rebellions. In Brandenburg, there were repeated outbreaks of rural violence in the central district of Prignitz, during the closing phase of the 30 Years' War and the decade which succeeded it, in 1645, 1646, 1648, 1650 and again in 1656.22. The concentration of princely power by the great elector must be seen against this background of unrest and despair in the villages. The Bohemian peasantry, subjected to a steady degradation of its economic and legal position after the Treaty of Westphalia, rose against its lords across the country in 1680, when Austrian troops had to be dispatched to suppress them. Above all, in Russia itself, there was an unequaled record of rural insurrections, which stretched from the time of troubles at the turn of the 17th century to the era of the Enlightenment in the 18th century. In 1606-7, peasants, plebeians and Cossacks in the Dnieper region seized provincial power under the ex-slave Bolotnikov. Their armies nearly installed the false Dmitry as Tsar in Moscow. In 1633-4, serfs and deserters in the war zone of Smolensk revolted under the peasant Balish. In 1670-1, virtually the whole of the southeast, from Astrakhan to Simbirsk, threw off landlord control as teeming armies of peasants and Cossacks marched up the Volga Valley led by the bandit Razin. In 1707-8, the rural masses of the Lower Don followed the Cossack Bulavin in a fierce rebellion against the increased tax loads and forced labor in the shipyards imposed by Peter I. Finally, in 1773-4, there occurred the last and most formidable insurrection of all, the awesome rising of multiple exploited populations from the foothills of the Urals and the deserts of Bashkiria to the shores of the Caspian, commanded by Pugachov, which mingled mountain and steppe Cossacks, empressed factory workers, peasants of the plains, and pastoral tribes in a series of risings that necessitated the full-scale deployment of the Russian imperial armies to be defeated. All these popular revolts originated in the indeterminate borderlands of Russian territory, Galicia, Belorussia, Ukraine, Astrakhan, Siberia. For there the power of the central state dwindled and shifting masses of freebooters, adventurers and fugitives mixed with settled serfs and noble estates. The four largest rebellions were all led by armed Cossack elements, who provided the military experience and organization which made them so dangerous to the feudal class. Significantly, it was with the final closure of the Ukrainian and Siberian frontiers in the late 18th century, after Potemkin's colonization schemes were completed, that the Russian peasantry was finally beaten into sullen quiescence. Thus throughout Eastern Europe, the intensity of class struggle in the countryside, always latent in the form of rural flights, also detonated peasant explosions against serfdom in which the collective power and property of the nobility was frontally threatened. The planar social geography of most of the region, which distinguished it from the more segmented space of Western Europe 23 could lend this menace particularly serious forms. The widespread danger from their own serfs consequently acted as a general centripetal force on the Eastern aristocracies. The ascent of the absolutist state in the 17th century ultimately answered to social fear. Its politico-military apparatus of coercion was the guarantee of the stability of serfdom. There was thus an internal order to absolutism in the East that complemented its external determination. The function of the centralized state was to defend the class position of the feudal nobility against both its rivals abroad and its peasants at home. The organization and discipline of the one and the fluidity and contumacy of the other dictated a quickened political unity. The absolutist state was thus reduplicated beyond the Elbe, to become a general European phenomenon. What were the specific traits of the Eastern variant of this fortified feudal machine? Two basic and interrelated peculiarities may be singled out. Firstly, the influence of war in its structure was even more preponderant than in the West, and took unprecedented forms. Prussia represents perhaps the extreme limit reached by the militarization of the genesis of this state. Functional focus on war here effectively reduced the nascent state apparatus to a byproduct of the military machine of the ruling class. The absolutism of the great Elector of Brandenburg was, as we have seen, born amidst the turmoil of the Swedish expeditions across the Baltic in the 1650s. Its internal evolution and articulation was to represent an expressive fulfillment of Treitschke's dictum, war is the father of culture and the mother of creation. For the entire tax structure, civil service, and local administration of the Great Elector came into being as technical sub-departments of the Generalkriegskommissariat. From 1679 onwards, during the war with Sweden, this unique institution became, under the command of von Grumkow, the supreme organ of Hohenzollern absolutism. The Prussian bureaucracy, in other words, was born as an offshoot of the army. The Generalkriegskommissariat formed an omnicompetent war and finance ministry which not only maintained the standing army, but collected taxes, regulated industry, and provided the provincial officialdom of the Brandenburger state. The great Prussian historian Otto Hintze described the development of this structure into the next century. The whole organization of officialdom was interlocked with military objectives and designed to serve them. The very provincial police officials were derived from the war commissariats. Every minister of state was simultaneously entitled a war minister, every councillor in the administrative and fiscal chambers was simultaneously entitled a war councillor. One-time officers became provincial councillors, or indeed presidents and ministers. The administrative officials were mostly recruited from former regimental quartermasters and auditors. The lower positions were filled as much as possible with retired NCOs and war invalids. The entire state thus acquired a military trim. The whole social system was placed in the service of militarism. Nobles, burghers, and peasants were merely there, each in their own sphere, to serve the state and travailler pour l'Eroi de Prusse 24. By the end of the 18th century, the percentage of the population enrolled in the army was perhaps 4 times higher than that of contemporary France 25 and was typically replenished by ruthless press ganging of foreign peasants and deserters. Junker control of its command was virtually absolute. This formidable military machine regularly absorbed some 70 to 80% of the fiscal revenues of the state by the time of Frederick 2.26. Austrian absolutism, as will be seen, was always much more heteroclite in structure, exhibiting an imperfect compound of Western and Eastern traits, befitting its mixed territorial basis in Central Europe. No concentration comparable to that of Berlin ever prevailed in Vienna. But it is nevertheless noticeable that within the eclectic administrative system of the Habsburg state, much of the hard center and innovating impetus from the mid-16th to the late 18th centuries derived from the imperial military complex. Indeed, for a long time, it was this alone which gave practical reality to the dynastic unity of the disparate lands ruled by the Habsburgs. Thus the Supreme War Council or Hofkriegsrat was the only governing body with jurisdiction throughout the Habsburg territories in the 16th century, the sole executive agency uniting them under the ruling line. In addition to its defense duties against the Turks, the Hofkriegsrat was responsible for direct civil administration of the whole band of territory along the southeastern frontier of Austria and Hungary, which was garrisoned with Grenzer militia subject to it. Its subsequent role in the slow growth of Habsburg centralization, and the construction of a developed absolutism, was always a determinant one. Probably of all the central organs of government, it was ultimately the most influential in assisting the unification of the various hereditary territories, and all, including Bohemia and particularly Hungary, for the protection of which it had been primarily designed, accepted its supreme control over military affairs. 27 The professional army which emerged after the 30 Years' War sealed the victory of the dynasty over the Bohemian estates, maintained by the taxes of the Bohemian and Austrian lands. It became the first permanent apparatus of government in both realms, remaining without a real civilian equivalent for over a century. In the Magyar lands, too, it was the extension of the Habsburg army into Hungary in the early 18th century which finally drew it into a closer political union with the other dynastic possessions. Absolutist power here dwelt exclusively within the military branch of the state. Hungary henceforward provided cantonments and troops for the Habsburg armies, which occupied geographical terrain that otherwise remained constitutionally beyond bounds for the rest of the imperial administration. At the same time, the newly conquered territories further to the east, wrested from the Turks, were put under army control. Transylvania and the Banat were managed directly by the Supreme War Council in Vienna, which organized and supervised the systematic colonization of these lands by German immigrants. The machinery of war was thus always the most constant escort of the development of Austrian absolutism. But the Austrian armies nonetheless never achieved the position of their Prussian counterparts. The militarization of the state was checked by the limits to its centralization. The ultimate lack of a rigorous political unity in the Habsburg domains was to prevent any comparable elevation of the military establishment within Austrian absolutism. The role of the military apparatus in Russia, on the other hand, was scarcely less great than in Prussia. In his discussion of the historical specificity of the Muscovite Empire, Klyuchevsky commented, "The first of these peculiarities was the warlike organization of the state. The Muscovite Empire was Great Rus in arms. 28 The most celebrated masons of this edifice, Ivan IV and Peter I, both designed their basic administrative system to augment Russian war capacity. Ivan IV tried to reshuffle the whole land-holding pattern of Muscovy to convert it to service tenure, increasingly committing the nobility to permanent military duties in the Muscovite state. Land became an economic means of securing to the state a sufficiency of military service, while land ownership by the official class became the basis of a system of national defense. 29 Warfare was perennial throughout most of the 16th century, with Swedes, Poles, Lithuanians, Tartars, and other antagonists. Ivan IV finally plunged into the long Livonian Wars, which ended in a generalized catastrophe in the 1580s. The time of troubles and the subsequent consolidation of the Romanov dynasty, however, developed the basic trend of linking ownership of land to a build-up of the army. Peter I then gave the system its most implacable and universal form. All land became liable for military duty, and all nobles had to start indefinite state service at the age of 15. 2/3 of the members of every noble family had to enter the army. Only every third son was allowed to do his service in the civilian bureaucracy. 30 Peter's military and naval expenses in 1724 totaled 75% of state revenues. 31, for one of the few years of peace of his reign. The overwhelming focus of the absolutist state on war was not supererogatory. It corresponded to much greater upheavals of conquest and expansion than occurred in the West. The cartography of Eastern absolutism closely corresponded to its dynamic structure. Muscovy multiplied some 12 times over in size during the 15th and 16th centuries, absorbing Novgorod, Kazan, and Astrakhan. The Russian state then expanded steadily in the 17th century by annexing the western Ukraine and part of Belorussia, while in the 18th century it seized the Baltic lands, the rest of the Ukraine and Crimea. Brandenburg acquired Pomerania in the 17th century. The Prussian state then doubled its size by the conquest of Silesia in the 18th century. The Habsburg state, based in Austria, reconquered Bohemia in the 17th century, had subdued Hungary by the 18th century, and annexed Croatia, Transylvania, and Oltenia in the Balkans. Finally, Russia, Prussia and Austria divided the whole of Poland between them, once the largest state in Europe. The rationality and necessity of a super-absolutism for the feudal class in the East received in this final denouement a symmetrical demonstration, from the example of its absence. The monoreal reaction of the Prussian and Russian nobles was completed by a perfected absolutism. Their Polish homologues, after no less ferocious a subjection of the peasantry, failed to generate one. By thus jealously preserving the individual rights of every squireen against every other, and all against any dynasty, the Polish gentry committed collective suicide. Their pathological fear of a central state power institutionalized a nobiliary anarchy. The result was predictable: Poland was wiped off the map by its neighbors, who demonstrated on the battlefield the higher necessity of the absolutist state. The extreme militarization of the state was structurally linked to the second major peculiarity of absolutism in both Prussia and Russia. This lay in the nature of the functional relationship between the feudal landowners and the absolutist monarchies. The critical difference between the Eastern and Western variants can be seen in the respective modes of integration of the nobility into the new bureaucracy created by them. In neither Prussia nor Russia did sale of offices exist on any considerable scale. The Ostelbian Junkers had been characterized by grasping public greed in the 16th century, when there was generalized corruption and malversation of state funds, farming of sinecures, and manipulations of royal credit. 32 This was to be the epoch of unchallenged domination by the Herrenstand and Ritterstadt, and enfeeblement of any central public authority. The advent of Hohenzollern absolutism in the 17th century radically altered the situation. The new Prussian state henceforward enforced an increasing financial probity in its administration. Purchase of profitable positions in the bureaucracy by nobles was not permitted. Significantly, only in the much more socially advanced Hohenzollern enclaves of Clovis and Mark in the Rhineland, where there was a flourishing urban bourgeoisie, was purchase of office formally sanctioned by Frederick William I and his successors. 33 In Prussia itself, the civil service was on the whole remarkable for its conscientious professionalism. In Russia, on the other hand, frauds and embezzlement were endemic in the Muscovite and Romanov state machines, which regularly lost a large proportion of their revenues in this way. But this phenomenon was merely a straightforward and primitive variety of peculation and theft, if on a huge and chaotic scale. Sale of offices proper, as a regulated and legal system of recruitment to the bureaucracy, never became seriously established in Russia. Nor was it ever a significant practice in the relatively more advanced Austrian state either, which, unlike some of its princely neighbors in South Germany, never harbored an officer class that had purchased its administrative positions. The reasons for the general Eastern disjuncture from the Western pattern are evident. S. Wart's comprehensive study of the distribution of the phenomenon of sale of offices justly emphasizes its connection with the existence of a local commercial class. 34 In other words, in the West, sale of offices corresponded to the overdetermination of the late feudal state by the swift growth of mercantile and manufacturing capital. The contradictory nexus which it established between public office and private persons reflected medieval conceptions of sovereignty and contract, in which an impersonal civic order did not exist, yet this was simultaneously a cash nexus, reflecting the presence and interference of a monetary economy and its future masters, the urban bourgeoisie. Merchants, lawyers, and bankers had access to the state machine if they could unbelt the sums necessary to buy positions in it. The exchange nature of the transaction was also, of course, an index of the intra-class relationship between the ruling aristocracy and its state. Unification by corruption rather than coercion produced a milder and more advanced absolutism. In the East, on the other hand, there was no urban bourgeoisie to inflect the character of the absolutist state, it was not tempered by a mercantile sector. The stiflingly anti-urban policies of the Prussian and Polish nobility have already been seen. In Russia, the Tsars controlled trade, frequently through their own monopoly enterprises, and administered the towns. Uniquely, urban residents were often serfs. The result was to make the hybrid phenomenon of sale of offices impracticable. Undiluted feudal principles were to govern the construction of the state machine. The device of a service nobility was in many respects the Eastern correlate of sale of offices in the West. The Prussian Junker class was incorporated directly into the War Commissariat and its financial and tax services, by recruitment to the state. In the civilian bureaucracy, there was always an important leavening of non-aristocratic elements, although these were normally ennobled once they reached the top positions in it. 35 In the countryside, the Junkers maintained rigorous control of the local Gutsbezirk and were thus vested with a complete panoply of fiscal, juridical, police and conscription powers over their peasants. The provincial bureaucratic organs of the 18th century civil service, the suggestively entitled Kriegs- und Dominenkammern, were likewise increasingly dominated by them. In the army itself, officer command was the professional reserve of the landowning class. Only young noblemen were admitted into the cadet companies and schools which he founded, and noble non-commissioned officers were listed by name in the quarterly returns made to his son, indicating that noblemen were eo ipso considered to be officer aspirants. Although many commoners were commissioned under the stress of the War of the Spanish Succession, they were purged soon after its end. Thus the nobility became a service nobility. It identified its interests with those of the state, which gave them positions of honor and profit. 36. In Austria, there was no such compact fit between the absolutist state apparatus and the aristocracy. The insurmountable heterogeneity of the landed classes of the Habsburg realms effectively precluded it. Yet a drastic if incomplete sketch for a service nobility occurred there too, for the Habsburg reconquest of Bohemia in the 30 Years' War was followed by the systematic destruction of the old Czech and German aristocracy of the Bohemian lands, which were planted with a new and foreign nobility, of Catholic faith and cosmopolitan origins, which owed its estates and fortunes entirely to the fiat of the dynasty that had created it. The new Bohemian aristocracy henceforward provided the dominant contingent of cottars to the Habsburg state, becoming the major social basis of Austrian absolutism. But the abrupt radicalism of its construction from above was not reproduced in the subsequent forms of its integration into the state machine. The composite dynastic polity ruled by the Habsburgs rendered a uniform or regulated bureaucratic co-option of the nobility into the service of absolutism impossible. 37 Military positions above certain ranks and after certain periods of duty were to confer titles automatically, but no general or institutionalized linkage between state service and the aristocratic order emerged, to the ultimate detriment of the international strength of Austrian absolutism. In the more primitive environment of Russia, on the other hand, the principles of a service nobility were to go much further even than in Prussia. There, Ivan IV promulgated a decree in 1556 which made military service obligatory for every lord, and laid down precise allocations of warriors to be supplied from given units of land, thereby consolidating the pomeshchik class of gentry which had started to emerge under his predecessor. Conversely, only persons performing state service could henceforward technically own land in Russia, apart from religious institutions. This system never achieved the universality or efficacy in practice which was conferred on it by law, and by no means ended the autonomous power of the anterior magnate class of boyars whose estates remained in allodial tenure. But despite many zigzags and reverses, Ivan's successors inherited and developed his work. Bloom comments on the first Romanov ruler: the state over which Michael was called to rule was a unique kind of political organization. It was a service state and the Tsar was its absolute ruler. The activities and obligations of all subjects, from the greatest lord to the meanest peasant, were determined by the state in the pursuit of its own interests and policies. Every subject was bound to certain specific functions that were designed to preserve and aggrandize the power and authority of the state. The seigneurs were bound to do service in the army and bureaucracy, and the peasants were bound to the seigneurs to provide them with the means to perform their state service. Whatever freedoms or privileges a subject might enjoy were his only because the state allowed them to him as a perquisite of the function he performed in its service. 38 This is a rhetorical evocation of the claims of Tsarist autocracy or samodержavie, not a description of the actual state structure itself. The practical realities of the Russian social formation were far from corresponding to the omnipotent political system suggested by it. The ideological theory of Russian absolutism never coincided with its material powers, which were always much more limited than contemporary Western observers, often prone to travelers' exaggeration, tended to believe. Yet in any comparative European perspective, the peculiarity of the Muscovite service complex was nevertheless unmistakable. In the late 17th and early 18th centuries, Peter I generalized and radicalized its normative principles yet further. By merging conditional and hereditary estates, he assimilated the pomeshchik and boyar classes. Every noble henceforward had to become a permanent servitor of the Tsar. The state bureaucracy was divided into 14 ranks, the top 8 of which involved hereditary noble status, and the bottom 6 non-hereditary aristocratic status. In this way, feudal rank and bureaucratic hierarchy were organically fused, the device of the service nobility in principle made the state a virtual simulacrum of the structure of the landowning class, under the centralized power of its absolute delegate. 2. Nobility and monarchy, the Eastern variant. It remains to establish the historical significance of the service nobility. This can best be done by looking at the evolution of the relationship between the feudal class and its state, this time in the East. It has been seen that prior to the expansion of Western feudalism eastwards in the Middle Ages, the mainly Slav social formations of Eastern Europe had nowhere produced a fully articulated feudal polity of the type which emerged from the Romano-Germanic synthesis in the West. All of them were at different stages in the transition from the inchoate tribal federations of the original settlements to stratified social hierarchies with stabilized state structures. The typical pattern, it will be remembered, combined a ruling warrior aristocracy with a heteroclite population of free peasants, debt peons, and captured slaves, while the structure of the state was still often close to the retinue system of the traditional military leader. Even Kievan Russia, the most advanced sector in the whole region, had not yet produced a unitary hereditary monarchy. The impact of Western feudalism on the social formations of the East has already been discussed at the level of its effects on the prevalent mode of production in the estates and villages, and on the organization of the towns. There has been less study of its influence on the nobility itself, but as we have seen, it is clear that there was an increasing adaptation to Western hierarchical norms within the ruling class. The higher aristocracy in Bohemia and Poland, for example, took shape precisely from the mid-12th to the early 14th centuries, the peak period of German expansion. It was also then that the Czech rytiery and vladky or knight class emerged, together with the magnate barons, while the use of crests and titles was adopted in both countries from Germany by the second half of the 13th century. 1 Indeed, in most of the Eastern countries, the title system was borrowed from German usages. Count, Margrave, Duke, and so on were successively naturalized in the Slavonic languages. Nevertheless, throughout both the era of economic expansion in the 11th to 13th centuries, and contraction in the 14th to 15th centuries, two critical features of the Eastern ruling classes can be noted, which date back to the absence of the Western feudal synthesis. Firstly, the institution of conditional tenure, the fief system proper, never really became entrenched beyond the Elbe. It is true that it did initially follow the path of German colonization, and always had more grip in the Ostelbian lands permanently occupied by German Junkers than elsewhere. But the German estates which owed knight service in the East were technically allodial in the 14th century, even though they bore military obligations. 3 By the 15th century juridical fictions in Brandenburg were increasingly ignored, and the Rittergut was tending to become a patrimonial estate, in this respect, a process not unlike that which was occurring in West Germany. Elsewhere, too, conditional tenure generally failed to become firmly established. In Poland allodial estates outnumbered fiefs during the Middle Ages, but as in Eastern Germany, both types of property owed military service, although it was lighter on the former. From the second half of the 15th century onwards, the gentry successfully turned many feudal into allodial estates, against the efforts of the monarchy to reverse this process. From 1561 to 1588 the same then passed enactments finally commuting feudal to allodial tenures everywhere. 4 In Russia, as we have seen, the typical boyar property was always the allodial votchina. The imposition from above of the conditional pomesty system was the later work of the Tsarist autocracy. In all these lands, moreover, there were few or no intermediary lordships between knights and monarchs, tenants-in-chief of the type which played such an important role in the compact feudal hierarchies of the West. Complex chains of rear vassalage or sub-infeudation were effectively unknown. On the other hand, public authority never became so juridically limited or divided as in the medieval West either. Local administrative offices in all these lands were appointive rather than hereditary, and rulers retained the formal right to tax the whole peasant population, which was not subtracted from the public realm by integral private immunities or jurisdictions, although in practice the fiscal and legal powers of princes or dukes were often very limited. The result was a much less cohesive network of intra-feudal relationships than in the West. There is little doubt that this pattern was linked to the spatial setting of Eastern feudalism. Just as the vast, sparsely populated tracts of land in the East created specific problems of labor exploitation for the nobility, because of the possibility of flights, so they also created special problems for a hierarchical integration of the nobility by princes and overlords. The frontier character of the Eastern social formations rendered it extremely difficult for dynastic rulers to enforce liege obedience from military settlers and landowners, in an unbounded milieu where armed adventurers and anarchic velleities were often at a premium. The result was that vertical feudal solidarity was much weaker than in the West. There were few organic ties binding the various aristocracies internally together. This situation was not substantially altered by the introduction of the monoreal system during the Great Crisis of European feudalism. Domain farming and servile labor now aligned Eastern agriculture more closely with the production norms of the early medieval West. But the seigneurial reaction which created them did not simultaneously reproduce the distinctive fief system that had accompanied it. One consequence of this, of course, was to concentrate seigneurial power over the peasantry to a degree unknown in the West, where parcellized sovereignty and scalar property created plural jurisdictions over villains, with confusions and overlaps that were objectively propitious to peasant resistance. In Eastern Europe, by contrast, territorial, personal and economic lordship were generally fused in a single monoreal authority, which exercised cumulative rights over its subject serfs. 5 This concentration of powers could go so far that in Russia and Prussia serfs might actually be sold, apart from the estates on which they worked, to other landowners, a condition of personal dependence close to that of outright slavery. The monoreal system thus did not initially affect the predominant type of aristocratic tenure of land, although it greatly enlarged it at the expense of village commons and peasant small holdings. On the contrary, if anything, it increased despotic local power within the seigneurial class. The double pressures which eventually created an absolutist state in the East have been outlined above. What is important to stress here is that the transition towards absolutism could not take the same path as in the West, not only because of the nullification of the towns and the enserfment of the peasantry, but also because of the peculiar character of the nobility which accomplished these. It had experienced no long, secular adaptation into a relatively disciplined feudal hierarchy to prepare for its integration into an aristocratic absolutism. Yet once confronted with the historical dangers of foreign conquest or peasant desertions, the nobility needed an instrument capable of endowing itself ex novo with an iron unity. The type of political integration realized by absolutism in Russia and Prussia always bore the marks of this original class situation. Hitherto, we have emphasized the extent to which the clock of absolutism in Eastern Europe ran fast, to which it was a state structure in advance of the social formations which supported it, because level with the Western states which were in front of them. It is now necessary to underline the converse of the same dialectical contraction. Precisely the construction of the modern absolutist edifice in the East necessitated the creation of the archaic service relationship once characteristic of the fief system in the West. This relationship had never previously taken serious hold in the East, yet just as it was disappearing in the West with the advent of absolutism, it was appearing in the East at the behest of absolutism. Much the clearest case of this was, of course, Russia. The medieval centuries after the fall of the Kievan state had known mediatized political authority and mutual suzerain-vassal relationships between princes and nobles, but these were dissociated from monoreal lordship and land tenure, which remained dominated by the allodial votchina of the boyar class. 6 From the early modern epoch onwards, however, the whole progress of Tsarism was built on the conversion of allodial into conditional tenures, with the implantation of the pomesty system in the 16th century, its domination over the votchina in the 17th century, and the eventual merging of the two in the 18th century. For the first time, land was now held in exchange for knight service to the feudal overlord, the Tsar, in a formal replica of the fief in the medieval West. In Prussia, there was no such radical juridical alteration of land tenure, apart from a large-scale resumption of the royal domain after the alienations of the 16th century, because there the traces of a fief system still survived. But here too, the horizontal dispersal of the Junker class was broken by a rigorous vertical integration into the absolutist state under the ideological imperative of the universal duty of the noble class to serve its feudal suzerain. In fact, the ethos of military service to the state was to go much deeper in Prussia than in Russia, and eventually to produce perhaps the most devoted and disciplined aristocracy in Europe. There was thus correspondingly less need for the legal reformation and material constraint which Tsarism had to apply so ruthlessly in its efforts to force the Russian landowning class into military service for the state. 7 In both cases, however, the revival of the service relationship in Europe in fact inflicted a drastic modification of it. For the military service demanded was no longer simply to a liege lord in the mediatized chain of personal dependence that was the feudal hierarchy of the medieval epoch, it was to a hyper-centralized, absolutist state. There were two inevitable consequences to this displacement of the relationship. Firstly, the service involved was not the occasional and autonomous bearing of arms by a knight at the summons of his feudal superior, the conventional equestrian outing of 40 days in the field stipulated in the Norman fief system, for example. It was an induction into a bureaucratic apparatus, and tended to become vocational and permanent in character. The extreme here was reached by the Petrine decrees which made the Russian dvoryanstvo legally liable for lifelong service to the state. Once again, the very ferocity and irrealism of this system reflected the greater practical difficulty of integrating the Russian nobility into the Tsarist apparatus, rather than any greater degree of actual success in doing so. There was no need for such extreme measures in Prussia, where the Junker class was smaller and more pliable from the start. In either case, it is evident that bureaucratic service proper, whether military or civilian, contradicts one central principle of the original feudal contract in the medieval epoch in the West, namely, its reciprocal nature. The fief system proper always contained an explicit component of mutuality. The vassal had not only duties to his lord, but also rights which the lord was bound to respect. Medieval law expressly included the notion of seigneurial felony, the illegal breaking of the compact by the feudal superior, not his inferior. Now it is plain that such a personal reciprocity, with its comparatively strict legal safeguards, was incompatible with a full-scale absolutism, which presupposed a new and unilateral power of the central state apparatus. So, in fact, the second distinctive trait of the service relationship in the East was necessarily its heteronomy. The pomeshchik was not a vassal, with his own rights claimable against the Tsar. Phi was a servitor, who received estates from the autocracy and was bound to unconditional obedience to it. His submission was legally direct and unequivocal, it was not mediatized through intervening instances of a feudal hierarchy. This extreme Tsarist conception never became assimilated in Prussia. But there too the critical element of mutuality was arrestingly lacking in the bond between the Junker and the Hohenzollern state. The ideal of the sergeant king was notoriously expressed in his demand, "I must be served with life and limb, with house and wealth, with honor and conscience, everything must be committed except eternal salvation, that belongs to God, but all else is mine." Nowhere did the cult of mechanical military obedience, the Kadavergehorsamkeit of the Prussian bureaucracy and army, so come to permeate the landowning class. There was thus never a complete replication of the Western feudal synthesis in the East, either before or after the divide of the late medieval crisis. Rather, the component elements of this feudalism were strangely reshuffled into listing and asynchronous combinations, none of which ever quite possessed the completion or unity of the original synthesis. Thus the monoreal system functioned both under nobiliary anarchy and centralized absolutism. Dispersed sovereignty existed but in epochs of non-conditional tenure, conditional tenures appeared, but with non-reciprocal service bonds, feudal hierarchy was eventually codified in the framework of state bureaucracy. Absolutism itself represented the most paradoxical reconjugation of all, in Western terms, a bizarre mixture of modern and medieval structures, consequence of the peculiar squash temporality of the East. The adaptation of the landowners of Eastern Europe to the advent of absolutism was itself not a smooth process, without vicissitudes, any more than it had been in the West. In fact, the Polish Szlachta, alone of any such social class in Europe, defeated all efforts to create a strong dynastic state, for reasons which will be discussed later. In general, however, the relationship between monarchy and nobility in the East followed a trajectory not unlike that of the West, if with certain significant regional characteristics of its own. Thus comparative aristocratic insouciance prevailed during the 16th century, succeeded by widespread conflicts and turbulence in the 17th century, which then yielded to a new and confident concord in the 18th century. This political pattern was nevertheless distinct from that in the West in a number of important respects. To start with, the process of absolutist state construction began much later in the East. There was no real equivalent to the Renaissance monarchies of Western Europe in the Eastern Europe of the same century. Brandenburg was still a provincial backwater without any notable princely power, Austria was entangled with the medieval imperial system of the Reich, Hungary had lost its traditional dynasty and had been largely overrun by the Turks, Poland remained an aristocratic commonwealth, Russia experienced a premature and forced autocracy that soon collapsed. The only country which produced a genuine Renaissance culture was Poland, whose state system was virtually a nobiliary republic. The only country which witnessed a powerful proto-absolutist monarchy was Russia, whose culture remained far more primitive than that of any other state in the region. Disjointed, both phenomena were short-lived. It was in the next century that durable absolutist states were erected in the East, after the full military and diplomatic integration of the continent into a single international system, and the resultant pressure from the West that accompanied it. The fate of the estates of the region was everywhere the clearest index of the progress of absolutization. The three strongest estate systems of the East were those of Poland, Hungary, and Bohemia, all of which claimed the constitutional right to elect their respective monarchs. The Polish Sejm, a bicameral assembly in which only nobles were represented, not only thwarted the ascent of any central royal authority in the Commonwealth after its momentous victories in the 16th century, it actually increased the anarchic prerogatives of the gentry with the introduction of the liberum veto in the 17th century, whereby any member of the Sejm could dissolve it by a single negative vote. The Polish case was unique in Europe, so unshakable was the position of the aristocracy that there was not even a serious conflict between monarchy and nobility in this epoch, for no elective king ever accumulated sufficient power to challenge the Szlachta constitution. In Hungary, on the other hand, the traditional estates shocked frontally against the Habsburg dynasty when it moved towards administrative centralization from the late 16th century onwards. The Magyar gentry, bolstered by national particularism and sheltered by Turkish power, resisted absolutism might and main. No other nobility in Europe was to have a record of such ferocious and persistent struggle against the encroachments of monarchy. No less than 4 times in the space of 100 years, in 1604-8, 1620-1, 1678-82 and 1701-11, under Bocskai, Bethlen, Tokali and Rákóczi, major sections of the Hungarian landowning class rose in armed rebellion against the Hofburg. At the end of this prolonged and virulent contest, Magyar separatism was effectively broken and Hungary henceforward occupied by unitary absolutist armies, while the local serfs were subjected to central taxation. But in virtually every other respect, the privileges of the estates were preserved, and Habsburg sovereignty in Hungary remained a dim shadow of its counterpart in Austria. In Bohemia, by contrast, the revolt of the Sejm which precipitated the 30 Years' War was crushed at the Battle of the White Mountain in 1620, the victory of Austrian absolutism in the Czech lands was complete and final, erasing the old Bohemian nobility altogether. The estate systems formally survived in both Austria and Bohemia, but henceforward were normally obedient sounding boxes of the dynasty. In the two zones which gave birth to the most developed and dominant absolutist states of Eastern Europe, however, the historical pattern was different. In Prussia and Russia, there were no great aristocratic rebellions against the oncoming of a centralized state. Indeed, it is noticeable that in the difficult phase of transition towards absolutism, the nobility of these countries played a less prominent role in the political upheavals of the time than their counterparts in the West. The Hohenzollern and Romanov states never encountered any real equivalents of the religious wars, the Fronde, the Catalan Revolt, or even the Pilgrimage of Grace. The estates system in both countries petered out towards the end of the 17th century, without clamour or complaint. The Landtag of Brandenburg passively acquiesced in the increasing absolutism of the great elector after the recess of 1653. The only serious resistance to it came from the burghers of Königsberg. The East Prussian landowners, by contrast, accepted the elector's summary suppression of the ancient rights of the duchy with relatively few qualms. The relentlessly anti-urban policies pursued by the eastern nobilities here had their effect. Once the process of absolutization got underway. 9 Relations between the dynasty and the nobility in Prussia were by no means free from tension and suspicion in the late 17th and early 18th centuries. Neither the great elector nor the sergeant king were popular rulers among their own class, which was often treated roughly by both of them. But no serious split between the monarchy and aristocracy, even of a transient character, ever developed in Prussia during this epoch. In Russia, the Estates Assembly, the Zemsky Sober, was a particularly weak and factitious institution originally created for tactical reasons by Ivan IV in the 16th century. Its composition and convocation were on the whole easily manipulated by the court cliques in the capital. The estates principle as such never acquired an independent life in Muscovy. It was further weakened by the social divisions within the landowning class between the magnate boyar stratum and the petty pomeshchik gentry whose rise had been promoted by the Tsars of the 16th century. Thus, although gigantic social struggles were unleashed in the course of the transition to absolutism, on a scale far beyond anything in Western Europe, they were dominated by the exploited rural and urban classes, not by the privileged and propertied, who on the whole revealed considerable prudence in their relationship to Tsarism. Throughout our history, Count Stroganov was to write to Alexander I in a confidential memorandum, "It has been the peasantry that was the source of all disturbances, while nobility never stirred. If the government has any force to fear and any group to watch, it is the serfs and not any other class." 11 The great events of the 17th century which punctuated the fading away of the Zemsky Sober and Boyar Duma were not separatist noble rebellions, but the peasant wars of Bolotnikov and Razin. Urban riots by artisans in Moscow, upsurges of Cossack turmoil along the Dnieper and the Don. These conflicts provided the historical context within which the intra-feudal contradictions between boyars and pomeshchiki, themselves certainly acuter than anything in Prussia, were resolved. For much of the 17th century, boyar groups controlled the central machinery of the state in the absence of strong Tsars, while the gentry lost political ground, but the essential interests of both were protected by the new structures of Russian absolutism, as it became gradually consolidated. Autocratic repression of individual aristocrats in Russia was, of course, often much fiercer than in the West, because of the lack of any equivalent to the latter's medieval legal traditions. But it is nonetheless striking how stable the Russian monarchy could become, even while small court and military groups within the nobility waged feverish struggles for control of it. The strength of the absolutist function so far surpassed that of its nominal royal occupants that after Peter I, political life could for a time become a hectic series of intrigues and putsches by palace guards without in any way altering the powers of Tsarism as such, or impairing political stability in the country as a whole. The 18th century, in fact, witnessed the zenith of harmony between the aristocracy and monarchy in Prussia and Russia, as in Western Europe. This was the epoch in which the nobility of both countries adopted French as the cultural language of the ruling class, the idiom in which Catherine II was candidly to declare, "Je suis un aristocrate, c'est mon métier," epigraph for the age. 12 The consonance between the landowning class and the absolutist state was, in fact, even greater in the two great monarchies of the East than in the West. The historical weakness of the mutual and contractual elements of feudal vassalage in Eastern Europe during an earlier epoch has already been noted. The service hierarchy of Prussian and Russian absolutism never reproduced the reciprocal commitment of medieval homage, A bureaucratic pyramid necessarily excluded the interpersonal pledges of a seigneurial hierarchy, replacing allegiances by commands. But the supersession of individual guarantees between lord and vassal, which in principle ensured a chivalrous relationship between them, did not mean that nobles in the East were thereby delivered over to arbitrary or implacable tyranny by their monarchs. For the aristocracy as a class was collectively ratified in its social power by the objective nature of the state which had arisen above it. The service of the nobility in the machinery of absolutism ensured that the absolutist state served the political interests of the nobility. The link between the two involved more constraint than in the West, but also more intimacy. The general rules of European absolutism were thus, despite ideological appearances, never seriously infringed in the East. The private property and security of the landowning class remained the domestic talisman of royal regimes, no matter how autocratic their pretensions. 13 The composition of the nobility might be forcibly altered and reshuffled in extreme crises, as it had been in the medieval West, its structural location within the social formation was always upheld. Eastern absolutism, no less than Western, stopped at the gates of the manor itself. Conversely, the aristocracy drew its fundamental wealth and power from stable possession of the land, not from temporary sojourn in the state. The great bulk of agrarian property remained juridically hereditary and individual within the noble class, right across Europe. Grades of the nobility could be coordinated with ranks in army and administration, but they were never reduced to them. Titles always subsisted outside the service of the state, bespeaking honor rather than office. It is thus not surprising that the parabola of the relationship between monarchy and aristocracy in the East was, despite the great differences in the whole historical formation of the two halves of Europe, so similar to that in the West. The imperious advent of absolutism met with initial incomprehension and refusal, then, after confusion and resistance, it was finally accepted and embraced by the landed class. The 18th century was an epoch of reconciliation between monarchy and nobility throughout Europe. In Prussia, Frederick II pursued avowedly aristocratic policies of recruitment and promotion in the absolutist state apparatus, excluding foreigners and roturiers from positions in the army and civil service which they had once held. In Russia, too, the professional expatriate officers who had been a mainstay of the reformed Tsarist regiments of the late 17th century were phased out, and the dvoryanstvo came into its own again in the imperial armed forces, while its provincial administrative privileges were generously enlarged and confirmed by Catherine II's formal charter of the nobility. In the Austrian Empire, Maria Theresa even succeeded to an unprecedented extent in melting Hungarian hostility to the Habsburg dynasty, tying Magyar magnates to court life in Vienna and creating a special Hungarian guard for her person in the capital. At mid-century, the central power of the monarchies was greater than ever before, and yet the rapport between the respective rulers and landowners of the East was closer and more relaxed than at any time in the past. Moreover, unlike that of the West, the later absolutism of the East was now in its political apogee. The enlightened despotism of the 18th century was essentially a Central and East European affair. 14, symbolized by the three monarchs who finally partitioned Poland, Frederick II, Catherine II, and Joseph II. The chorus of praises for their work from the bourgeois philosophes of the Western Enlightenment, for all their often ironic misconceptions, was not simply a historical accident. Dynamic energy and capability seemed to have passed to Berlin, Vienna, and St. Petersburg. This period was the high point of the development of the absolutist army, bureaucracy, diplomacy and mercantilist economic policy in the East. The partition of Poland, calmly and collectively executed in defiance of the impotent Western powers on the eve of the French Revolution, seemed to symbolize its international ascent. Anxious to shine in the mirror of Western civilization, the absolutist rulers in Prussia and Russia assiduously emulated the past record of their compeers in France or Spain, and flattered the Occidental writers who arrived to report on their splendor. 15 In certain limited respects, the Eastern absolutisms of this century were curiously more advanced than their Western prototypes of the previous century, because of the general evolution of the time. Where Philip III and Louis XIV had heedlessly expelled Moriscos and Huguenots, Frederick II not only welcomed religious refugees but set up immigration bureaus abroad to promote the demographic growth of his kingdom, a new twist to mercantilism. Populationist policies were likewise promoted in Austria and Russia, which launched ambitious colonization programs in the Banat and the Ukraine. Official toleration and anti-clericalism were enforced in Austria and Prussia. By contrast with Spain or France. 16 Public education was inaugurated or expanded, marked progress being achieved in the two Germanic monarchies, particularly in the Habsburg realms. Conscription was introduced everywhere, most successfully in Russia. Economically, absolutist mercantilism and protectionism were prosecuted with vigor. Catherine presided over a great expansion of the metal industry of the Urals, and accomplished a major reform of the Russian currency. Frederick II and Joseph II both doubled the industrial establishments of their domains. In Austria, traditional mercantilism was even mingled with the more modern influences of physiocracy, with its greater emphasis on agrarian production and the virtues of domestic laissez-faire. Yet none of these apparent advances actually altered the relative character and position of the Eastern exemplars of European absolutism in the epoch of the Enlightenment. For the underlying structures of these monarchies remained archaic and retrograde, even in the hour of their greatest prestige. Austria, shaken by defeat in war with Prussia, was the scene of a royal attempt to restore the strength of the state by emancipating the peasantry. 17 Joseph II's agrarian reforms, however, ended in failure, inevitable once the monarchy became isolated from its circumambient nobility. Austrian absolutism remained permanently weakened and inferior. The future lay with Prussian and Russian absolutism. Serfdom was preserved by Frederick II and extended by Catherine II. The monoreal foundations of Eastern absolutism survived intact in the two dominant powers of the region into the next century. Then, once again, it was the shock of military attack from the West, which had once contributed to bring Eastern absolutism into existence, that finally brought the serfdom on which it had rested to an end. For now the assault came from capitalist states, and could not long be resisted. Napoleon's victory at Jena led directly to the legal emancipation of the Prussian peasantry in 1811. Alexander II's defeat in the Crimea precipitated the formal emancipation of the Russian serfs in 1861. Yet in neither case did these reforms mean the end of absolutism itself, in Eastern Europe. The lifespan of the two, contrary to linear expectations, but in conformity with the oblique march of history, did not coincide. The absolutist state in the East, as we shall see, was to survive the abolition of serfdom. 3. Prussia. Having surveyed their common determinants, we may now briefly consider the divergent evolution of the particular social formations of the East. Prussia presents the classical case in Europe of an uneven and combined development, which eventually produced the largest industrialized capitalist state in the continent from one of the smallest and most backward feudal territories of the Baltic. The theoretical problems posed by this trajectory were specifically raised by Engels, in his famous letter to Bloch in 1890, on the irreducible importance of political, legal, and cultural systems in the structure of all historical determination. According to the materialist conception of history, the ultimately determining element in history is the production and reproduction of real life. More than this neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. The Prussian state also arose and developed from historical, ultimately economic causes. But it could scarcely be maintained without pedantry that among the many small states of North Germany, Brandenburg was specifically determined by economic necessity to become the great power embodying the economic, linguistic and, after the Reformation, also the religious difference between North and South, and not by other elements as well one at the same time. It is evident that the complex causes of Brandenburg's ascent also contain the answer to the central rebus of modern German history as a whole, why the national unification of Germany in the epoch of the Industrial Revolution was ultimately achieved under the political aegis of the agrarian Junkerdom of Prussia. The rise of the Hohenzollern state, in other words, concentrates in a particularly clear form some of the key general issues of the nature and function of absolutism in European political development. Its beginnings were not especially auspicious. The Hohenzollern house was originally transplanted by the Emperor Sigismund, during his struggle with the Hussite Revolution in Bohemia, from South Germany, where it had traditionally been an aristocratic line at loggerheads with the trading city of Nuremberg, to Brandenburg in the early 15th century. Frederick, the first Hohenzollern Margrave of Brandenburg, was made an elector of the empire for his services to Sigismund in 1415. The next Margrave suppressed the municipal autonomy of Berlin, while his successors prized the other towns of the Mark from the Hanseatic League and subordinated them in turn. By the early 16th century, as we have already seen, Brandenburg was a region voided of free cities. The defeat of the towns, however, ensured the supremacy of the nobility rather than the dynasty in this remote frontier zone. The local aristocracy steadily enlarged its demesnes, enclosing village commons, and deprived small peasants of their land, as export farming became more lucrative. The landowning class simultaneously seized control of higher justice, bought out electoral domains, and monopolized administrative offices, while a series of ineffectual rulers slipped into increasing debt and impotence. An entrenched estate system, dominated by the nobility, vetoed the development of a standing army and virtually any foreign policy, making the electorate one of the most pronounced examples of a decentralized standestate in Reformation Germany. Thus, after the economic crisis of the later Middle Ages, Brandenburg settled down to a modest monoreal prosperity, with very weak princely power, during the epoch of the price revolution in the West. Benefiting from the profits of the corn trade, but showing little aggressive political drive, Junker society formed a sleepy and provincial backwater throughout the 16th century. 3 Meanwhile, East Prussia had become the hereditary fief of another branch of the Hohenzollern family, when Albert Hohenzollern opportunely wound up the Teutonic Order as its last Grand Master by declaring for the Reformation in 1525, and acquiring the secular title of Duke from his Polish overlord. The dissolution of the ruling military clerical order, long decadent since its defeat and subjugation by Poland in the 15th century, led to the fusion of its knights with lay landowners and hence to the creation of a unified seigneurial class in East Prussia for the first time. A peasant revolt against the new regime was promptly crushed, and a society very similar to that in Brandenburg consolidated. Eviction and enserfment proceeded in the countryside, where free tenants were soon degraded to the ranks of villains. A small stratum of Colmar, once petty servitors of the Teutonic Knights, on the other hand survived. Virtually all towns of any importance had been annexed by Poland in the previous century anyway, with the exception of Königsberg, the one relatively large and undaunted city of the region. Constitutionally, princely power in the new duchy was very limited and fragile, although the ducal lands themselves were extensive. The Prussian estates, in fact, secured perhaps wider privileges than any other such institutions in Germany, including administrative appointments, judicial powers, and permanent rights of appeal to the Polish monarchy against the dukes. 4 The international significance of East Prussia was now even less than that of Brandenburg. In 1618, the two principalities, hitherto politically unrelated, were united when the Elector of Brandenburg acceded to the succession in East Prussia by an interfamilial marriage, although the duchy continued to be a Polish fief. 4 years earlier, another geographical gain had been made in the Lower Rhineland, when the two small territories of Clovis and Mark, densely populated and highly urbanized enclaves in the west, were gathered by inheritance to the Hohenzollern patrimony. The new dynastic acquisitions of the early 17th century, however, remained without any land bridge to Brandenburg. The three possessions of the elector were strategically scattered and vulnerable. The electorate itself was still by all German standards an indigent and isolated state, contemptuously termed the sandbox of the Holy Roman Empire by its contemporaries. There was nothing to indicate that Brandenburg or Prussia would ever play a major part in German or European affairs. 5 It was the gales of the 30 Years' War and of Swedish expansion which were to buffet the Hohenzollern state out of its inertia. Brandenburg was for the first time put on the map of international politics when Wallenstein's imperial armies victoriously marched across Germany to the Baltic. The Elector George William, a Lutheran hostile to the prospect of a Calvinist ruler in Prague, had rallied politically to the Habsburg Emperor Ferdinand II over the original conflict in Bohemia. A military role was beyond him since he effectively had no army. His defenseless territory was nevertheless occupied and pillaged by Austrian troops in 1627, while Wallenstein installed himself in Mecklenburg. In East Prussia, meanwhile, Gustavus Adolphus had seized Memel and Pilau, the two forts commanding Königsberg, in pursuit of his war with Poland, and thereafter levied tolls on all maritime traffic into the duchy. Then, in 1631, the Swedish Expeditionary Army landed in Pomerania and invaded Brandenburg in its turn. George William, who had helplessly fled to East Prussia, was obliged by Gustavus Adolphus to change sides and declare against the imperial cause. 4 years later, he defected to make a separate peace with the emperor. But for the duration of the rest of the 30 Years' War, Swedish armies were always garrisoned in the electorate, which was at the mercy of their financial exactions. The estates were naturally brushed aside by the occupying power. Brandenburg ended the long conflict as passively as it had begun it. Paradoxically, however, it gained at the Treaty of Westphalia. For in the course of the war, Pomerania had legally reverted to the Hohenzollern line on the death of its last duke. The Swedish conquest of Pomerania, the main Baltic base for Nordic operations in the Lower Saxon Circle, had prevented this inheritance from taking any effect during the war, but at French insistence the poorer eastern half of the province was now grudgingly relinquished to Brandenburg, which was also compensated with smaller gains to the south and west of the electorate. The Hohenzollern state emerged externally from the 30 Years' War with little political or military credit, yet territorially enlarged by the peace. Internally, its traditional institutions had been deeply shaken, but no new ones had arisen to succeed them. The new and young elector, Frederick William I, who had been educated in Holland, came into his patrimony under normal conditions for the first time with the conclusion of the peace. 2 indelible lessons had been learned by the experience of the decades of foreign occupation: the urgent need to build an army capable of withstanding Swedish imperial expansion in the Baltic and, complementarily, the administrative example of coercive Swedish tax collection in Brandenburg and East Prussia, in defiance of the protests of the local estates. The immediate preoccupation of the elector was thus to secure a stable financial basis with which to create a permanent military apparatus for the defense and integration of his realms. Vasa forces, in fact, did not evacuate eastern Pomerania until 1654. Hence in 1652, the elector summoned a general Landtag in Brandenburg, convoking the whole nobility and all the towns of the Marktuit, for the purpose of instituting a new financial system to provide for a princely army. Protracted wrangling with the estates ensued, finally ending the following year with the famous recess of 1653, which consecrated the beginnings of the social pact between the elector and the aristocracy, which was to provide the lasting foundation of Prussian absolutism. The estates refused to grant a general excise tax, but voted a subsidy of 500,000 thalers over 6 years for the establishment of an army, which was to become the nucleus of the future bureaucratic state. In exchange, the elector decreed that henceforward all peasants in Brandenburg were assumed to be Libagian serfs unless proved otherwise, seigneurial jurisdictions were confirmed, noble estates were closed against commoner purchase, and aristocratic fiscal immunity was preserved. 6 Within 2 years of this deal being reached, war had broken out again in the Baltic, with the lightning Swedish attack on Poland in 1655. Frederick William opted for the Swedish side in this conflict, and in 1656 his fledgling army entered Warsaw side by side with Charles X's troops. Polish military recovery, backed by Russian and Austrian intervention, soon weakened the Swedish position, which was also attacked in the rear by Denmark. Brandenburg thereupon deftly switched sides, in exchange for formal Polish renunciation of its overlordship of East Prussia. The Treaty of Labia in 1657 for the first time established unconditional Hohenzollern sovereignty over the duchy. The elector then rapidly occupied western Pomerania with a mixed Polish, Austrian, and Brandenburger force. The Treaty of Oliva in 1660, however, returned this province to Sweden with the restoration of peace, at French insistence. The Baltic War of 1656–60, meanwhile, had abruptly and drastically altered the domestic balance of forces within the Hohenzollern possessions. In Brandenburg, East Prussia, and Klövsmark, the Elector had overridden all constitutional niceties in the name of military emergency, collecting taxes without the consent of the local assemblies, and building up a troop force of some 22,000, which was halved but not disbanded with the cessation of hostilities. A more drastic reckoning with estates particularism was now possible. East Prussia, where the nobility had hitherto been accustomed to lean back against Polish suzerainty to resist Hohenzollern pretensions, and the towns had been openly malcontent during the war, was the first domain to experience the new power of the electorate. In 1661–3, a long Landtag was summoned. The refusal of the burghers of Königsberg to accept full dynastic sovereignty in the duchy was broken by the summary arrest of the ringleader of urban resistance, and an excise tax was wrested for the maintenance of the army. The elector had to promise to hold triannual sessions of the estates and not to levy taxes henceforward without its consent, but these concessions were to prove largely formal. In Klövsmark, meanwhile, the estates had been pressured into acceptance of the ruler's right to introduce troops and appoint officials at will. In 1672, the Franco-Dutch War drew the Hohenzollern state, a diplomatic ally and financial client of the United Provinces, into renewed military conflict, this time on a European scale. By 1674, the Elector was titular commander of the combined German forces operating against France in the Palatinate and Alsace. In the next year, Sweden invaded Brandenburg as a French ally, in his absence. Hastening home, Frederick William struck back at the Battle of Fehrbellin in 1675, when for the first time Brandenburg troops overcame Scandinavian veterans, in the marshlands northwest of Berlin. By 1678, the whole of Swedish Pomerania had been overrun by the Elector. But once again French intervention robbed him of his conquests. Bourbon armies marched into Klövsmark and menaced Minden, the Hohenzollern outposts in the west, and France was able to dictate the restoration of western Pomerania to Sweden in 1679. Geographically fruitless, the war was nevertheless institutionally profitable for the construction of a princely absolutism. East Prussia was forcibly subjected to a land tax and excise collection without representative consent, to the mutterings of noble dissidents and the louder menaces of burgher revolt. Königsberg was the center of resistance. In 1674, a swift military coup seized the city, and smashed its municipal autonomy permanently. Thereafter, the Prussian estates docilely voted the large contribution demanded of them for the duration of the war. 7. The conclusion of peace brought no respite in the growing concentration of power in the hands of the Elector. In 1680, an urban excise tax was made obligatory in Brandenburg, which was deliberately not extended to the countryside in order to divide the nobility from the towns. A year later, the same fiscal separatism was introduced in East Prussia, and by the end of the Elector's reign, it had been extended to Pomerania, Magdeburg and Minden. Rural charges were paid by the peasantry alone in Brandenburg and Klövsmark. In East Prussia the nobility made a slight contribution, but the bulk of the burden was borne by their tenants. The administrative division of town and countryside created by this dualism split the potential social opposition to nascent absolutism irremediably. Taxes were effectively confined to towns and peasants, in a proportion of 3:2. The new fiscal load was particularly damaging to the cities, because the freedom from excise enjoyed by breweries and other enterprises on their estates allowed landowners to compete with impunity against urban manufactures. The economic strength of the towns of Brandenburg and East Prussia, already hard hit by the general depression of the 17th century, was thus further reduced by state policy, and once the excise became a permanent consumption tax, the cities were effectively deleted from further Landtag representation. The nobility, by contrast, received velvet treatment financially and legally. Not only were its traditional privileges confirmed in the major eastern provinces, in the western enclaves of Klövs and Mark, the elector even conferred de novo seigneurial jurisdictions and fiscal immunity on the local aristocracy, where it had never possessed these before. 8 The wintry economic climate of the later 17th century provided another incentive for the landowning class to rally to the political edifice of princely power that was now going up in the Hohenzollern realms. The prospects of employment within it were a further inducement to abandon the crabbed ways of earlier tradition. For while the estates system had been steadily ground down, the military bureaucratic apparatus of centralist absolutism was being rapidly and relentlessly elevated. A privy council for the Mark of Brandenburg had existed since 1604, but it had soon been colonized by local noblemen, becoming an unimportant and parochial body whose activity virtually lapsed altogether during the 30 Years' War. Frederick William revived it after Westphalia, when it started intermittently to assume central direction of the Hohenzollern domains as a whole, while remaining localist in underlying outlook and primitive in administrative function. During the War of 1665–70, however, a specialist department for the conduct of military affairs throughout the dynastic lands was created, the Generalkriegskommissariat. With the resumption of peace, this commissariat was reduced in role and personnel, but not abolished. It remained under the formal supervision of the Privy Council. Thus far, the evolution of Brandenburger absolutism followed an administrative path very similar to that of earlier Western monarchies. The onset of the War of 1672–8 marked an abrupt and decisive departure from it. For the Generalkriegskommissariat now started to commandeer virtually the whole machinery of the state itself. In 1674 a Generalkriegskasse was formed, which within a decade had become the central Hohenzollern treasury, as tax collection was increasingly entrusted to the officials of the commissariat. In 1679, the Generalkriegskommissariat acquired a professional soldier at its head, the Pomeranian aristocrat von Grumkau. Its ranks were expanded, a regular bureaucratic hierarchy was created within it, and its responsibilities diversified outwards. In the course of the next decade, it organized the settlement of Huguenot refugees and handled immigration policy, controlled the guild system in the towns, supervised trade and manufactures, and launched the naval and colonial enterprises of the state. The Generalkriegskommissar himself was now in practice at once chief of the general staff, Minister for War and Minister for Finance. The Privy Council was dwarfed by this huge growth. The officialdom of the commissariat was recruited on a unitary, interprovincial basis, and was used as the major bludgeon of the dynasty against local particularism or resistant assemblies. 9 The Generalkriegskommissariat was not, however, in any sense a weapon against the aristocracy itself. On the contrary, its top echelons were staffed with leading nobles, both at central and provincial levels. Commoners were concentrated in the comparatively lowly department for urban tax collection. The prime function of the whole tentacular apparatus of the commissariat, of course, was to ensure the maintenance and expansion of the armed forces of the Hohenzollern state. To this end, total revenues were tripled from 1640 to 1688, a per capita fiscal yield nearly twice as high as that of Louis XIV's France, a vastly richer country. At Frederick William's accession, Brandenburg possessed a mere 4,000 troops. By the end of the reign of the ruler whom contemporaries now called the Great Elector, a permanent army of 30,000 well-trained soldiers existed, led by an officer corps recruited from the Junker class and imbued with martial loyalty towards the dynasty. 10 The death of the Great Elector revealed how well his work was jointed. His vain and inconsequential successor Frederick committed the Hohenzollern house to the European coalition against France from 1688 onwards. Brandenburger contingents acquitted themselves competently in the wars of the League of Augsburg and the Spanish Succession, while the reigning prince ran through foreign subsidies by his extravagance at home and failed to secure any territorial gains for his international policy. The only prominent achievement of the reign was the acquisition for the dynasty of the royal title of King of Prussia, diplomatically conceded in 1701 by the Emperor Charles VI in exchange for a formal Habsburg-Hohenzollern alliance, and legally covered by the fact that East Prussia lay outside the boundaries of the Reich, in which no kingships were permitted beneath the imperial dignity itself. The Prussian monarchy, however, still remained a small and backward state perched on the edges of northeastern Germany. The total population of the Hohenzollern lands had been a mere 1 million in the last years of the Great Elector, some 270,000 in Brandenburg, 400,000 in East Prussia, 150,000 in Klevesmark, and perhaps another 180,000 in the smaller domains. By the death of Frederick I in 1713, the Prussian realm still contained no more than 1,600,000 inhabitants. This modest legacy was to be remarkably nurtured by the new monarch, Frederick William I. The Sergeant King devoted his career to building up the Prussian army, which doubled in size from 40,000 to 80,000 under a ruler who was symbolically the first European prince permanently to wear uniform. Military drill and training were royal obsessions, ordnance works and cloth factories for supplying the field were tirelessly promoted, conscription was introduced, a cadet college for young noblemen was founded, and officer service in foreign armies was rigorously banned. The War Commissariat was reorganized under von Grumkow's son. The use of the new troops was extremely prudent. Western Pomerania was finally taken from Sweden in 1719, when Prussia joined Russia and Denmark against Charles XII in the closing stages of the Great Northern War. Otherwise, the army was cautiously husbanded behind a pacific diplomacy. The bureaucracy was meanwhile streamlined and rationalized. The state apparatus had hitherto been divided into the domain and commissariat columns, i.e. the private and public financial agencies of the monarchy, responsible respectively for administration of the royal estates and collection of civic taxes. These were now merged into one central pillar, memorably designated the Generaloberfinanzkriegs und Dominendirektorium, with responsibility for all administrative duties outside foreign affairs, justice, and the church. A corps of secret police or special fiscals was created to exercise surveillance over the civil service. 11 The economy was no less carefully tended. Dikes, drainage, and settlement projects were financed in the countryside, using Dutch skills and technicians. French and German immigrants were recruited for local manufactories under state control. Royal mercantilism promoted textiles and other exports. At the same time, court expenses were held to a frugal minimum. The result was that the Sergeant King commanded an annual income of 7 million thaler by the end of his reign, and left a surplus of 8 million thaler in the exchequer for his successor. Perhaps even more important, the population of his realm had increased to some 2,250,000, or nearly 40% within less than 3 decades. 12 Prussia in 1740 had quietly accumulated the social and material preconditions which were to make it a major European power under the generalship of Frederick II, and ultimately to assure its leadership of German unification. The question can now be asked, what was the total political configuration of Germany that made the later dominance of Prussia within it possible and logical? Vice versa, what specific traits distinguished Hohenzollern absolutism from the rival territorial states within the Holy Roman Empire with an equally plausible claim to German ascendancy in the early modern epoch? At the outset, a single basic line of division can be drawn through the Reich, separating its western from its eastern regions. Western Germany was by and large thickly sprinkled with towns. From the High Middle Ages onwards, the Rhineland was one of the most flourishing commercial zones in Europe, lying across the trade routes between the two urban civilizations of Flanders and Italy, and profiting from the longest natural waterway used in the continent. In the center and north, the Hanseatic League dominated the North Sea and Baltic economies, stretching from Westphalia all the way across to the colonial outposts of Riga and Reval in Livonia and up to Stockholm and Bergen in Scandinavia, while also enjoying privileged positions in Bruges and London. In the southwest, the Swabian cities benefited from transalpine trade, and from the exceptional mining resources of their hinterland. The specific weight of these numerous towns had never been great enough to create city-states of the Italian type, with extensive agrarian territories subject to them. Those which did come to possess a modest rural circumference, like Nuremberg, were the exception rather than the rule. For their size was on average considerably smaller than the Italian cities. By 1500, out of some 3,000 German towns, only 15 had populations larger than 10,000, and 2 larger than 30,000:13 Augsburg, the biggest, numbered some 50,000 at a time when Venice or Milan were over 100,000. On the other hand, their strength and vitality had secured them in the Middle Ages the position of free imperial cities, subject only to the nominal suzerainty of the emperor, and they had shown a political capacity for collective action on a regional scale which alarmed the territorial princes of the empire. In 1254, the Rhenish towns had formed a defensive military league. In 1358, the Hansa towns completed their economic federation. In 1376, the Swabian towns created an armed association against the Count of Württemberg. The Golden Bull of the mid-14th century officially banned urban leagues, but this did not prevent the Rhenish and Swabian cities from signing a united South German pact in 1381, which was finally crushed by an army of princes 7 years later, during the depths of the late feudal depression and concomitant anarchy in the Reich. The economic growth of the Teutonic towns, however, picked up rapidly again in the latter half of the 15th century, and reached its apogee in the period 1480 to 1530, when Germany became something like the diversified center of the whole European trading system. The Hanseatic League was essentially a mercantile association, without much manufacturing enterprise in the cities themselves. Its profits came from entrepot trade in grain, and control of herring fisheries, combined with international financial transactions. The Rhineland, with the oldest towns in Germany, had traditional linen, woolen and metal industries besides its control of the commercial routes from Flanders to Lombardy. The prosperity of the Swabian cities was newest, and most flourishing of all. Textiles, mining, and metallurgy gave them an advanced productive base, to which were added the banking fortunes of the Fuggers and Welsers in the epoch of Charles V. At the turn of the 16th century, the South German cities surpassed, if anything, their Italian counterparts in technical invention and industrial progress. It was they who spearheaded the first, popular advance of the Reformation. The growth of the urban economy in Germany, however, suddenly tailed off at mid-century. Adversity took a number of interrelated forms. To start with, there was a slow reversal of the relationship between agrarian and industrial prices, as demand outpaced supply in foodstuffs, and cereal prices rose rapidly. Lack of structural integration became increasingly apparent in the German commercial network itself. The northern and southern ends of the long arc of towns running from the Alps to the North Sea had never been properly linked together in an articulated system. 14 The Hanseatic League and the Rheno-Swabian cities always constituted separate mercantile sectors, with distinct hinterlands and markets. Maritime trade proper, the ace card of medieval commerce, was confined to the Hansa, which had once dominated the seas from England to Russia. But from the mid-15th century onwards, the competitive shipping of Holland and Zeeland, better designed and equipped, had broken the monopolistic grip of the Hanseatic ports in northern waters. Dutch herring fleets captured the fisheries, which had migrated from the Baltic to the Norwegian coasts, while Dutch cargoes cut into the Danzig grain trade. By 1500, Dutch vessels moving through the Sound outnumbered German by 5:4. Hanseatic wealth had thus already passed its peak during the period of maximum German commercial expansion as a whole. The League still remained rich and powerful. In the 1520s, as we have seen, Lübeck was instrumental in installing Gustavus Vasa in Sweden and bringing down Christian II in Denmark. The very large absolute increase in Baltic traffic during the 16th century to some extent compensated for the precipitate decline of its relative share of it. But the League lost its vantage points in Flanders, was deprived of its privileges in England, and by the end of the century was reduced to a mere quarter of the volume of Dutch shipping through the Sound. 15 Increasingly divided between its Westphalian and Wendische wings, it was a spent force. Meanwhile, the Rhenish towns were likewise victims, in a different way, of Dutch dynamism. For the revolt of the Netherlands had led to the closure of the Scheldt in 1585, after the Spanish conquest of Antwerp, the traditional terminus for downstream traffic, and to tight control by the United Provinces over the Rhine estuaries themselves. The great expansion of Netherlands' naval and manufacturing power in the later 16th and early 17th centuries thus progressively compressed or thwarted the Rhenish economy upstream from it, since Dutch capital commanded its outlets to the sea. The oldest cities of the Rhineland consequently tended to shrink into a routine conservatism, their archaic guild system stifling any adjustment to new circumstances. Cologne, the most illustrious, was one of the few large German cities to remain a bastion of traditional Catholicism throughout the century. New industries in the region tended to settle in smaller and more rural localities, free of corporative restrictions. The southwestern towns, on the other hand, had a stronger manufacturing foundation and their well-being survived longer. But with the enormous expansion of international overseas trade from the epoch of the discoveries onwards, their inland position became a critical economic handicap, while compensation along the Danube was blocked by the Turks. The spectacular operations of the Augsburg banking houses in the Habsburg imperial system, financing Charles V and Philip II in successive military adventures, brought their own retribution. The Fuggers and the Welsers were in the end ruined by their loans to the dynasty. Paradoxically, the Italian cities, whose relative decline had started earlier, actually ended the 16th century more prosperous than the German towns, whose future had seemed better assured at the time of the sack of Rome by an army of Landsknechten. The Mediterranean economy had resisted the effects of the rise of Atlantic trade longer than that of landlocked Swabia. Naturally, the contraction of urban centers in Germany in this epoch was not uniform. Isolated cities, notably Hamburg, Frankfurt, and to a lesser extent Leipzig, made rapid gains and first achieved major economic importance in the period 1500 to 1600. Western Germany still remained by the standards of the time a generally wealthy and urbanized zone in the early 17th century, although it had ceased to register substantial growth. The comparative density of towns thus marked out a complicated political pattern similar to that of northern Italy. For here too, just because of the power and plurality of mercantile cities, there was no expanding space for aristocratic absolutism. The social environment of the whole zone was rebarbative to major princely states, and no territorial monarchy of any importance ever emerged there. The predominant nobility necessary for one was lacking. Yet at the same time, the towns of the Rhineland or Swabia themselves, despite their number, were weaker than those of Tuscany or Lombardy. They had as a rule never possessed a rural contado of the Italian type in the medieval period, and in the early modern epoch they proved incapable of evolving into city-states proper, comparable to the lordships of Milan and Florence or the oligarchies of Venice and Genoa. 16 The political relationship of the seigneurial class to the towns was consequently quite distinct in Western Germany. Instead of a simplification of the map into a few medium-sized urban states ruled by neo-aristocratic adventurers or patricians, there was a multiplicity of small free cities amidst a maze of dwarfish princedoms. The petty territorial states of Western Germany were distinguished, in particular, by a prominent contingent of ecclesiastical principalities. Of the 4 western electors of the empire, 3 were archbishoprics, Cologne, Mainz, and Trier. These curious constitutional fossils dated from the early feudal epoch, when the Saxon and Swabian emperors had used the church apparatus in Germany as one of its major instruments of regional rule. Whereas in Italy episcopal rule was early overthrown in the northern cities, where the main danger to the communes became the political designs of successive emperors and their main ally against these the papacy, in Germany the emperors by contrast had generally sponsored both municipal autonomy and episcopal authority, against the pretensions of secular barons and princes in collusion with papal intrigues. The result was that both petty ecclesiastical states and free cities survived into the early modern epoch. In the countryside, agrarian property nearly everywhere took the form of the Grunerschaft, in which free peasant tenants paid dues in kind or cash for their holdings to feudal landlords who were frequently absentee owners. In southwestern Germany, large numbers of smaller nobles had successfully resisted absorption into territorial principalities by acquiring the status of imperial knights owing unmediated allegiance to the emperor himself rather than homage to any ascendant local lord. By the 16th century, there were some 2,500 of these Reichsritter, whose total landed possessions amounted to no more than some 250 square miles. Many of them, of course, became embittered or reckless mercenaries, but many other families interpenetrated with the peculiar politico-ecclesiastical complexes that were dotted throughout Western Germany, occupying offices and prebends in them 17, two anachronistic social forms mutually perpetuating each other. In this littered landscape, there was no room for the growth of a substantial or conventional absolutist state, even on a regional scale. The two most significant secular principalities in the West were the Rhine-Palatinate and the Duchy of Württemberg. Both contained many imperial knights and small cities, neither a serious territorial nobility. Württemberg, with 400 to 500,000 inhabitants, never played a major role in German politics as a whole, or looked as if it might do so. The Palatinate, which supplied the fourth Western elector in the empire, and controlled the tolls of the Middle Rhine, was a richer and more considerable state, whose rulers achieved a comparatively early absolutist authority in the 16th century. 18 But its one attempt at major expansion, Frederick V's fatal bid for Bohemia in the early 17th century, which triggered the 30 Years' War, brought lasting disaster on it. Few areas of Germany were so put to the torch by contending armies in the European military conflict which ensued. The later 17th and early 18th centuries brought little respite for recovery. Both the Palatinate and Württemberg were in the front line of Louis XIV's wars, from 1672 to 1714, and were savagely devastated by French and imperial troops alike. The strategic vulnerability of these two Western principalities compounded their territorial limitations. By the mid-18th century, they were merely the small change of international diplomacy, of no political weight within Germany itself. The historical terrain presented by Western Germany as a whole thus proved incompatible with the emergence of any major absolutism. The same sociological necessity which determined this absence in the West ensured that all the important experiences of absolutist state construction, which showed a real possibility of establishing an ultimate hegemony within the empire, came from the East. Excluding for the moment the Habsburg lands in Austria and Bohemia, which will be considered later, the future chances of German unity basically lay with the three eastern states which formed a tier from the Tyrol to the Baltic, Bavaria, Saxony and Brandenburg. From the 16th century onwards, these were the only real contenders for the leadership of a nationally unified Germany, apart from the House of Austria. For it was in the more recently colonized and more backward East, where cities were much fewer and weaker, that a strong machinery of absolutism, unfettered by urban proliferation and upheld by a powerful nobility, was alone possible. To see why it was the northernmost of these three states which won final ascendancy in Germany, it is necessary to look at the internal structure of each. Bavaria was much the oldest, a major unit of the Carolingian Empire and one of the great stem duchies of the 10th century. In the late 12th century, the Wittelsbach house became lords of Bavaria. No other line ever supplanted it thereafter. The Wittelsbach dynasty was to achieve the longest unbroken record of rule over its hereditary region of any reigning family in Europe. Its possessions were frequently subdivided during the Middle Ages, but by 1505 were reunited once again by Albert IV into a single and powerful duchy, some 3 times larger than the Mark of Brandenburg. During the religious upheavals of the 16th century, the Bavarian dukes opted without hesitation for the Catholic cause, and made their realm the most solid bulwark of the Counter-Reformation in Germany. Their brisk suppression of Lutheranism was accompanied by firm subordination of the local estates, the main focus of Protestant resistance in the duchy. Dynastic control was achieved over the Archbishopric of Cologne, which remained an important family connection to the Rhineland for nearly 2 centuries after 1583. The Wittelsbach rulers who were responsible for this religious and political program, also introduced the first bureaucratic appurtenances of absolutism into Bavaria, a financial chamber, a privy council and a war council modelled on Austrian lines, were all established by the 1580s. Administrative influences from Austria did not, however, mean that Bavaria was in any sense a Habsburg satellite in this epoch. In fact, the Bavarian Counter-Reformation was well ahead of the Austrian, and supplied both example and personnel for the recatholicization of the Habsburg lands. The future Emperor Ferdinand II himself was a product of Jesuit training at Ingolstadt, at a time when Protestantism was still the dominant faith of the landed classes in Bohemia and Austria. In 1597, Maximilian I acceded to the ducal title and soon proved himself the most resolute and capable ruler in Germany. Summoning a submissive Landtag only twice before the 30 Years' War, he concentrated all judicial, financial, political, and diplomatic powers in his person, doubling taxes and accumulating 2 million guilders reserves for a war chest. Thus when the 30 Years' War broke out, Bavaria was the natural leader of the Catholic states of Germany against the threat of a Calvinist takeover in Bohemia. Maximilian I recruited and equipped an army of 24,000 for the Catholic League, which played a vital role in the victory of the White Mountain in 1620, and then attacked and conquered the Palatinate in the following year. Throughout the long vicissitudes of the ensuing military struggle, the Duke taxed his realm ferociously, with complete disregard for the protests of the Estates Committee against the price of his war effort. By 1648, Bavaria had paid no less than 70% of the total costs incurred by the armies of the Catholic League during the 30 Years' War, which had meanwhile devastated the local economy and decimated the population, leading to an acute depression in the duchy. 19 Maximilian nevertheless emerged from Westphalia the strongest autocrat in Germany, practicing an absolutism more uninhibited and unyielding than that of Frederick William in Brandenburg after him. Bavaria had been enlarged by the annexation of the Upper Palatinate, and had acquired the electoral dignity. It seemed the most powerful ethnically German state in the empire. The future, however, was to belie this appearance. Bavarian absolutism was early consummated, but it rested on very limited and inelastic foundations. The social structure of the duchy, in fact, did not permit any further major expansion, checking the Wittelsbach state short of an ascendant all-German role. The Bavarian social formation, unlike that of Württemberg or the Palatinate, contained few free cities or imperial knights. Much less urbanized than these western principalities, its towns were nearly all diminutive in size. Munich, the capital city, had only 12,000 inhabitants in 1500 and less than 14,000 in 1700. The local aristocracy were traditional landowners, who owed direct allegiance to ducal authority. It was this social configuration, of course, which rendered possible the rapid emergence of an absolutist state in Bavaria, and its subsequent stability and longevity. On the other hand, the nature of Bavarian rural society was not propitious to any dynamic enlargement of the realm. For if the nobility was numerous, its estates were also small and scattered. The peasantry beneath it formed a free tenantry, owing relatively light dues to its landlords. Labor services never acquired real importance, amounting to no more than 4 to 6 days a year in the 16th century. Nor did the nobility enjoy higher justice over their labor force. There was little consolidation of aristocratic demesnes, partly perhaps because of the lack of export outlets for cereals, given Bavaria's geographical position deep in the Central European landmass, without river routes to the sea. The most notable feature of the Grünerschaft agriculture in southeastern Germany was the economic protuberance of the church, which owned no less than 56% of all peasant farms by the mid-18th century, compared with a mere 24% controlled by the aristocracy and 13% by the dynasty. 20 The relative weakness of the noble class revealed by this property pattern was reflected in its juridical position. It did not achieve full fiscal immunity, although it was naturally taxed much less than any other estate, and its efforts to prevent any non-noble acquisition of its domains, formally embodied in a law banning such purchases in the last Landtag of the 17th century, was effectively sabotaged by covert clerical operations in the land market. Moreover, the acute labor shortage caused by the depopulation of the 30 Years' War redounded to the disadvantage of the Bavarian aristocracy, given its prior lack of juridical purchase over the villages. It meant that in practice the peasantry was able to bargain successfully for alleviation of dues and amelioration of leases, while many noble properties fell into mortgage. This social background imposed narrow political limits to the potential of Bavarian absolutism, which soon became evident. The same pattern, small noble estates, small towns, and small peasants 21, which offered very little resistance to the emergence of a ducal absolutism, also infused it with very little impetus. The duchy ended the 30 Years' War with a population equivalent to that controlled by the Hohenzollern Elector in the north, some 1 million subjects. Maximilian I's successor, Ferdinand Maria, strengthened the civil apparatus of Wittelsbach rule, establishing the supremacy of the Privy Council and using the all-purpose Rentmeister as the key official for local administrative intendancy. The last Landtag was dismissed in 1669, although a permanent committee of it survived somewhat ineffectually into the next century. But while the great elector was steadily building up a permanent army in Brandenburg, Bavarian troops were disbanded after Westphalia. It was not until 1679 that the new Duke, Max Emanuel, reconstituted a Wittelsbach military force. But even then, it was never able to attract the Bavarian nobility as a whole into its service. Local aristocrats were a small minority of the officer corps in what anyway remained a very modest army. Max Emanuel, an ambitious and carefree general who had won his spurs against the Turks in the relief of Vienna, became regent of the Spanish Netherlands by marriage in 1672 and a candidate for the Hispanic inheritance itself at the turn of the 18th century. Gambling for the highest stakes, he threw in his lot with Louis XIV in 1702, at the outbreak of the War of the Spanish Succession. The Franco-Bavarian alliance briefly dominated the field in southern Germany, threatening Vienna itself, but Blenheim shattered its chances of victory in Central Europe. Bavaria was occupied by Austrian troops for the rest of the conflict, while Max Emanuel, stripped of his rank and put under the ban of the empire, fled to Belgium. The attempt to use French power to establish Wittelsbach ascendancy in Germany had failed disastrously. At the Peace of Utrecht, the Duke had so little confidence in the prospects of his Bavarian patrimony that he proposed to Austria to swap it for the southern Netherlands, a scheme vetoed by England and France, which was to reappear again at a later date. The dynasty returned to a land enfeebled by a decade of pillage and destruction. Post-war Bavaria gradually sank into a semi-comatose condition of introversion and corruption. The extravagance of the court in Munich absorbed a higher proportion of the budget than in perhaps any other German state of the time. State debt steadily increased as tax farmers dissipated public revenues, the rural populace remained blighted with religious superstition, the nobles more inclined to ecclesiastical prebends than military duties. 22 The size of the duchy, and the preservation of a small army, ensured Bavaria's diplomatic importance within the empire. But by 1740, it was no longer a convincing candidate for the political leadership of Germany. Saxony, the next realm to the north, represented a somewhat different version of absolutist development in the eastern tier of German states. The local ruling house, the Wettin dynasty, originally acquired the duchy and electorate of Saxony in 1425, a few years after the Hohenzollern line had obtained the Mark of Brandenburg, and in much the same way, as a grant by the Emperor Sigismund for military services rendered in the wars against the Hussites, in which Frederick of Meissen, the first Wettin elector, had been one of his chief lieutenants. Partitioned between Ernestine and Albertine branches of the family in 1485, with capitals respectively at Wittenberg and Dresden-Leipzig, the Saxon lands nonetheless remain the wealthiest and most advanced region of eastern Germany. They owed their preeminence to the rich silver and tin mines of the mountains, and textile industries which developed in the towns. The commercial crossroads of Leipzig, as we have seen, was one of the few German cities to grow uninterruptedly throughout the 16th century. The relatively high degree of urbanization in Saxony, by contrast with Bavaria or Brandenburg, and the regalian rights of the local princes in the mining industry, produced a social and political pattern distinct from that of its southern or northern neighbor. There was no monoreal reaction in the late medieval or early modern epoch comparable to that of Prussia. The power of the Saxon nobility was not great enough to reduce the peasantry to serfdom, given the weight of the towns in the social formation. Seigneurial demesnes were larger than in Bavaria, partly because clerical lands were much less significant. But the basic trend in the countryside was towards free tenant farming, with commutation of labor services for cash rents, in other words, the milder regime of the Grunierskaft. The aristocracy did not achieve complete fiscal immunity, and was unable to secure the legal closure of noble property to commoner purchase. It was well represented in the estates system, however, which became increasingly stable and influential in the course of the 16th century. On the other hand, the towns were also vigorously present in the landage, although they had to bear the brunt of the excise on alcohol which provided a staple of princely revenues. To the advantage of the nobility, urban representatives were also excluded from the Obersteuerkollegium which from the 1570s administered tax collection in the electorate. The Wedin dynasty was able, in this socio-economic context, to amass wealth and force without any direct attack on the estates or considerable development of bureaucratic government. It had never relinquished higher judicial prerogatives, and controlled a large independent income from its mining rights, which supplied some two-thirds of Albertine cameral revenue in the 1530s, while the prosperity of the region permitted both profitable and tolerable consumption taxes from an early date. 23 It is thus not surprising that Saxony became the first princely state to dominate the German arena politically, in the epoch of the Reformation. The Ernestine electorate was the religious cradle of Lutheranism from 1517 onwards, but it was the Albertine Duchy, which did not go over to the Protestant camp until 1539, that commanded the center of the political stage in the complex drama that followed the outbreak of the Reformation in Germany. For Maurice of Saxony, who succeeded to the duchy in 1541, rapidly outmaneuvered all rival princes and the emperor himself, in the pursuit of dynastic advantage and territorial aggrandizement. Joining in the imperial attack on the Schmalkaldic League with Charles V, he participated in the annihilation of the Protestant armies at Mühlberg, and so acquired the bulk of the Ernestine lands and the electoral title. Orchestrating the Franco-Lutheran attack on Charles V 5 years later, he destroyed Habsburg chances of reconverting Germany and clinched the unification of Saxony under his rule. At his death, the new Saxon state was the most powerful and prosperous principality in Germany. 50 years of peaceful growth, during which the estates were regularly summoned and taxes were steadily increased in the electorate, ensued. The onset of the 30 Years' War, however, caught Saxony militarily and diplomatically unprepared in the early 17th century. While Bavaria played a star role among the German states in the conflict, Saxony was reduced to a hesitant weakness very similar to that of Brandenburg. Both the Wedin and Hohenzollern electors, although Protestant, sided with the Habsburg imperial camp in the initial stages of the war. Both were subsequently occupied and devastated by Sweden, and forced over to the anti-Habsburg bloc. Both then defected for a separate peace with the emperor. Saxony acquired Lusatia by the Treaty of Westphalia, and its princes a regular war tax which was used to create a modest permanent army. The wealth of the country allowed it to recover comparatively quickly from the effects of the 30 Years' War. Direct taxation rose some 5 to 6 times between 1660 and 1690. The military apparatus of the Wedin state had increased in size to some 20,000 men by the end of the century, when it performed adequately, together with analogous Bavarian contingents, against the Turks in the relief of Vienna. In 1700, Saxony still had an edge on Brandenburg as an East German power. Its army was somewhat smaller, and its estates system had not been quashed. But it contained perhaps twice the population, was much more industrially developed, and possessed a proportionately larger treasury. The early 18th century, in fact, now witnessed the major Saxon bid for political primacy within the German state system. For in 1697, the Elector Frederick Augustus I adopted Catholicism in order to win Austrian backing for his candidature to the Polish monarchy. This exercise proved successful. The Elector became the first German ruler to achieve a royal title as Augustus II, and obtained a political lien on nearby Poland, separated from Saxony only by the slender length of Silesia. At the same time, a general sales tax was successfully imposed in Saxony, against the resistance of the estates. Significantly, However, the Saxon excise, unlike the Brandenburger, was extended from the towns into the countryside, at the cost of the nobility. 24 The army was now raised to 30,000, nearer to its counterpart in Brandenburg. The Saxon-Polish Union, however, was no sooner achieved than the last great drive of Swedish imperialism shattered it. Charles XII marched into Poland, expelled Augustus II from the country, and then invaded Saxony itself in 1706, crushing the Wettin army and imposing a ruthless occupation on the duchy. The Russian victory over Sweden in the Ukraine eventually repaired the Saxon position internationally, at the end of the Great Northern War. The Polish dignity was restored to Augustus II, the army was built up again in the 1730s, the estates were increasingly flouted. But the outward show of the Wettin state, displayed in the Baroque elegance of its capital in Dresden, no longer corresponded to its inner strength. The Polish connection was a decorative lure, which brought more expense than gain. Because of the active character of the Zlachta monarchy, the Saxon investiture had been accepted precisely because Russia and Austria calculated that the Wettin house was too slight to be a dangerous rival. The war which it had occasioned had wrought great damage to the economy of the duchy. Moreover, unlike the Sergeant King in Berlin, Augustus II was notorious for the extravagance of his court, in addition to his military ambitions. These combined burdens critically weakened Saxony in the years when Prussia was accumulating assets for the contest within Germany ahead. The population of Saxony, 2 million in 1700, had sunk to 1,700,000 or so in the 1720s, while that of Prussia had increased from about 1 million in 1688 to 2,250,000 in 1740. The relative demographic values of each had been reversed. 25 The Saxon nobility had shown little ardor for the adventures of the elector abroad, and was losing ground at home in the land market to burghers as the century progressed. The estates survived, partly because of the Polish distractions of the dynasty, and within them the importance of the towns if anything grew. The bureaucratic machinery of the state remained unimpressive, less developed than that of Bavaria. In the absence of any auditing discipline, princely finances became waterlogged with debts. The result was that Saxon absolutism, despite its promising start and the autocratic propensities of successive Wettin rulers, never achieved real firmness or consistency. The social formation was too fluid and mixed in character. It is now possible to see why Brandenburg was to be picked out so singularly for dominance in Germany. There was a progressive elimination of alternatives. The absolutist state was everywhere in Europe fundamentally a political apparatus of aristocratic rule. The social power of the nobility was the central spring of its existence. Within the fragmented arena of the post-medieval Reich, only those regions which possessed an economically strong and stable landowning class were likely ever to achieve a diplomatic or military leadership of Germany, for they alone could generate an absolutism capable of equalizing with the greater European monarchies. Western Germany was thus cancelled out from the start, because of the density of its urban civilization. Bavaria possessed no towns of any undue importance, and did develop an early absolutism under the sign of the Counter-Reformation, but its nobility was too weak, its clergy too endowed, its peasantry too free, to found a dynamic princedom. Saxony contained a more spacious aristocracy, but its cities were also much stronger, and its peasantry no more servile. By 1740, both states had passed their peak. In Prussia, by contrast, the Junker class maintained an iron serfdom on its estates, and a vigilant tutelage over the towns. Seigneurial power achieved its purest expression in the Hohenzollern lands, the remotest outposts of German settlement in the east. It was thus not the external frontage of Prussia onto Poland that determined its ascent within Germany, as Engels thought. 26 In fact, as we have seen, entanglement with Poland was actually one of the precipitates of the decline of Saxony. The later Prussian role in the Polish partitions was merely the epilogue to the decisive military victories it had already won within Germany itself, and did little to strengthen it internationally. It was the internal nature of the Prussian social formation which explains its sudden overshadowing of all other German states in the epoch of the Enlightenment, and ultimate presidency over the unification of Germany. This rise was overdetermined by the complex historical totality of the Reich as a whole, which prevented the emergence of a Western-type absolutism in the Rhineland, fragmented the territory of the empire into some 2,000 political units, and extruded the House of Austria towards its non-Germanic borderlands. The key external force affecting the respective fates of Prussia and Austria within Germany was not Poland, but Sweden. For it was Swedish power which destroyed the chance of a Habsburg unification of the empire in the 30 Years' War, and Swedish proximity which was the main foreign threat acting as a centripetal pressure on the construction of the Hohenzollern state, whose compulsion Bavaria and Saxony, the other East German principalities, never experienced to the same extent, although Saxony did not escape from becoming the final victim of Nordic militarism. The capacity of Prussia to resist Swedish expansion, and to outfight every rival within Germany, must in turn be related to the peculiar caste of the Junker class itself, with the consolidation on a transparently class basis of a dynastic absolutism by the great elector and sergeant king. To start with, the scale of the country itself, in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, left its stamp on the Prussian aristocracy. The combined Hohenzollern lands in the east, Brandenburg, East Prussia, and later West Pomerania, were still small in size and very thinly settled. Their total population in 1740 was below 2 million if the western enclaves of the dynasty were excluded. The relative density of habitation was probably less than half that of Saxony. One of the most constant motifs of state policy from the Great Elector onwards was to be the quest for immigrants to colonize this underpopulated region. The Protestant character of Prussia was to prove a critical asset in this respect. Refugees from southern Germany after the 30 Years' War and Huguenots after the Edict of Nantes were eagerly planted in the early years, Dutch, German, and more French under Frederick II. But it must always be borne in mind that Prussia remained an extremely modest country, down to the conquest of Silesia, by comparison with the general run of European monarchies at the time. This provincial scale reinforced certain notable traits of the Junker class. For above all, the Prussian aristocracy was peculiar among major European nobilities in that it did not have a very wide spectrum of fortunes within it. We shall see that the Polish Szlachta, similar in many other ways, were in this respect its polar opposite. Thus the average Rittergüter, the feudal commercial farms of the Prussian nobility, were of medium size. There was no stratum of great magnates, with huge latifundia far larger than the properties of the smaller gentry, such as was to be found in most other European countries. 27 The old Herrenstand of the higher nobility had lost its dominance to the mass of the Ritterschaft by the mid-16th century. 28 The one really big landed proprietor was the monarchy itself. The royal demesnes accounted for one-third of the arable land in the 18th century. 29 Two important consequences followed for the character of the Junker class. On the one hand, it was socially less divided than many other European aristocracies. It formed, on the whole, a cohesive block of like-minded middling landowners, without undue regional divergences. On the other, it meant that the average Junker tended to exercise a direct function in the organization of production, when not engaged in service duties. In other words, he was very often the real, and not merely nominal, manager of his estates. The phenomenon of great absentee landowners, with devolution of administrative functions on the domain to bailiffs and stewards, was uncommon. If relative equality of wealth distinguished the Junkers from their Polish opposites, careful husbandry of the domain separated them from the Russian nobility. The discipline of the export market doubtless contributed to more rational management of the Gutterschaft. The Prussian Junkers of the late 17th and early 18th century were thus a compact social class, in a small country, with rough rural business traditions. Thus when the Great Elector and Frederick William I were building their new absolutist state, the distinctive prior patterns of the nobility produced a sui generis administrative structure. For unlike virtually every other absolutism, the Prussian model was able to make productive use of the traditional representative institutions of the aristocracy, once their central node had been dissolved. The provincial estates or landage did, as we have seen, progressively lapse after the 1650s, The last real session of the Brandenburg Landtag in 1683 was largely devoted to lamenting the omnipotence of the Generalkriegskommissariat. But the local county estates or Kreistage became the basic bureaucratic unit in the countryside. From 1702 onwards, these Junker councils elected candidates from the local nobility to the post of Landrat, from whom one was then formally appointed to the office by the monarchy. The institution of the Landrat, who was vested with all administrative, fiscal, and military powers in the rural districts, to some extent recalls the justice of the peace in England, in its savant compromise between the autonomous self-administration of the gentry and the unitary authority of the central state. However, the resemblance is a misleading one, since the partition of spheres in Prussia was founded on a bedrock of servile labor. Serfdom could technically take two forms in Prussia. Leibgegenschaft was the hereditary personal subjection of peasants, with no civil or property rights whatever, who could be sold apart from the land. Erbuntertanigkeit was the condition of hereditary estate dependence, with some minimal legal rights, but bondage to the domain and obligatory services to the lord both in house and field. In practice there was little distinction between the two. The state thus exercised no direct jurisdiction at all over the mass of the rural population, who were governed by the Junkers in their Gutsbezirk under the supervision of the Landrat, and whose taxes, 2/5 of peasant income 30, were collected directly by their lords. The towns, on the other hand, and the royal domain itself, were ruled by a professional bureaucracy, which was the direct arm of absolutism. A painstaking toll and traffic control system regulated movements of persons and goods from one sector to another of this dual administration. The military caste itself, as we have seen, was overwhelmingly co-opted from the nobility. In 1739, all 34 generals, 56 out of 57 colonels, 44 out of 46 lieutenant colonels, and 106 out of 108 majors, were aristocrats. 31 The higher civil bureaucracy was also extensively and increasingly recruited from the Junker class. The Sergeant King was careful to balance nobles with burghers in its provincial chambers, but his son deliberately promoted aristocrats at the expense of middle-class functionaries. Rigorously collegial principles governed the organization of this civil service, whose basic cell was the board of co-responsible officials, not the individual functionary, a system well designed to inculcate impersonal collective duty and probity. In a Lutheran nobility. 32 The remarkable discipline and efficacy of these institutions was a reflection of the unity of the class which staffed them. There were no grandee rivalries with clientages inside the state apparatus, there was minimal venality of office because of the nullity of the towns, there was not even tax farming until Frederick II, because the squires were themselves entrusted with collection of fiscal exactions from their peasants in the countryside, and the urban excise was controlled by professional stewardate, while the royal domain provided a large cameral income of its own. The Prussian Junkers were so firmly in command of state and society in the 18th century that they felt no need for the vinculism of their Western counterparts. Frederick II tried to promote the primogenitural Marat to consolidate aristocratic estates, but his ideological zeal found little response from the landowners, who even preserved ancient feudal rules of collective agnate consent for family loans. 33 They were not threatened by an ascendant bourgeoisie gradually prizing open the land market, and so felt little need to protect their social position by disinheriting their cadet children. Junker estates were habitually divided on the death of their owners. Free from intranoble tensions, paramount over the towns, lords of their peasants, the Prussian landowning class was more stolidly at one with its state than any other in Europe. Bureaucratic unity and rural autonomy were uniquely reconciled in this cabbage paradise. Junker absolutism, built on these foundations, contained a formidable potential for expansion. In 1740, Frederick William I and the Emperor Charles VI both died. The Prussian heir, Frederick II, immediately fell upon Silesia. This rich Habsburg province was rapidly occupied by the Hohenzollern army. France seized the opportunity to secure Prussian support for a Bavarian candidate to the imperial dignity. In 1741 the Wittelsbach Duke Charles Albert was elected emperor, and Franco-Bavarian troops marched into Bohemia. Prussian war aims did not include the resurrection of Bavarian primacy in South Germany, or the domination of France in the empire. Frederick II, having defeated Austria in the field, therefore made a separate peace with Vienna in 1742, leaving Prussia in possession of Silesia. Habsburg military recovery in the struggle against France, and the alignment of Saxony with Austria, precipitated his re-entry into the war 2 years later, to protect his gains. Saxony was defeated and ransacked, Austrian armies were successfully held off, after very hard fighting. In 1745, the international conflict was concluded, with the restoration of the imperial title and the Bohemian kingdom to the Habsburg heiress, Maria Theresa, and the confirmation of the Hohenzollern conquest of Silesia. The victories of Frederick II in the War of the Austrian Succession, long prepared by the work of his predecessors, were the strategic turning point in the European career of Prussian absolutism, making it for the first time a triumphant power in Germany. Berlin, in fact, had scored simultaneously against Munich, Dresden, and Vienna. The last Bavarian chance of political expansion had been foiled, the Saxon armies had been routed, and the Austrian Empire had been deprived of its most industrialized province in Central Europe, containing the commercial hub of Breslau. Conversely, the acquisition of Silesia increased the population of Prussia by 50% at one blow, bringing it up to some 4 million inhabitants, and endowing it for the first time with a relatively advanced economic region in the east, with a long tradition of urban manufactures. The feudal order in Prussia as a whole was not seriously modified by this extension, however, the mass of the rural population of Silesia, no less than that of Brandenburg, were Urbantertanigen. The local nobility merely owned larger estates. The annexation of Silesia was, in fact, in relative terms perhaps the most important and lucrative single addition to any European continental state in the epoch. 34. It was the magnitude of Prussian success in 1740-5, the swift and decisive shift in the balance of power which it portended, which explains the extraordinary scale of the coalition woven against it by the Austrian Chancellor Kaunitz in the succeeding decade. Revenge was to be on a scale fitting the enormity of the upset. By 1757, Kaunitz's diplomatic revolution had united Austria, Russia, France, Sweden, Saxony and Denmark against Prussia. The combined population of these powers was at least 20 times that of the intended victim of their alliance. The aim of the coalition was nothing less than to erase the Prussian state from the map of Europe. Surrounded from all sides, Frederick II in desperation struck first, formally inaugurating the 7 Years' War with the invasion of Saxony. The bitter struggle that ensued was the first truly all-European war, in which every major power from Russia to England and Spain to Sweden was simultaneously involved, since the continental conflict interlocked with the maritime and colonial conflict between Britain and France. The Prussian military apparatus commanded by Frederick II, now comprising an army of some 150,000 troops, survived shattering setbacks and defeats, to emerge with a final, thin margin of victories against all its enemies. The diversionary campaigns financed by England in Westphalia, drawing off French forces, and the eventual defection of Russia from the coalition, were critical factors in the miracle of the House of Brandenburg. But the real secret of Prussian resilience was the burnished efficacy of its absolutism. The state structure that had been scheduled for rapid and complete destruction by Kaunitz proved far more capable of withstanding the enormous economic and logistic strains of the war than the rambling empires arrayed against it in the east. No territory changed hands at the peace in 1763. Silesia remained a Hohenzollern province and Vienna ended the war in more parlous financial condition than Berlin. The repulse of the grand attack by Austria was to prove a conclusive defeat for Habsburg arms in Germany. As subsequent events were to show, its deeper consequences only became apparent later. Saxony, repeatedly and relentlessly plundered by Frederick II, had to bear half the entire Prussian war costs. It now sank into political insignificance past recall, losing its Polish medallion a few months after the peace. Prussia, although it had achieved no geographical gains and won no decisive campaigns, was strategically stronger within the balance of Germany after the 7 Years' War than before it. The purposes of Frederick II's foreign policy, meanwhile, were complemented by the work of his domestic rule. The top ranks of the bureaucracy and army were consciously aristocratized by the monarchy. The judiciary was reformed by von Koksigi, and venality largely eliminated from the legal system. 35 The economy was fostered by official programs for both agriculture and industry. Rural drainage, land settlement, and transport improvements were organized. State manufactures were founded, shipping and mining promoted, and textile industries developed. The first systematic populationist policies in Europe were pursued, with immigrant recruitment centers abroad. 36 Frederick II was also responsible for one audacious innovation of Prussian absolutism, destined to have far-reaching consequences in the next century, if largely a paper measure when first decreed, the institution of compulsory primary education for the whole male population, with the Generalskolereglement of 1763. On the other hand, gestures to protect the peasantry from landlord oppression and eviction were largely motivated by fears of depleting the able-bodied manpower for the army, and proved uniformly ineffectual. Mortgage banks to help straitened landowners, although suspiciously received by the Junker class at the outset, were destined to have greater importance. Public finances, scrupulously controlled and purged of virtually any court expenses, increased remarkably despite the wars of the reign. Annual royal revenues trebled from 7 million to 23 million thalers, while reserves quintupled from 10 to 54 million. 37 The overwhelming bulk of state expenditure went, of course, on the army, which rose from 80,000 to 200,000 troops under Frederick II, the highest ratio to population of any country in Europe. The proportion of foreign regiments, hired or empressed abroad, was deliberately maximized to spare the limited productive population at home. The partition of Poland in 1772, in agreement with Russia and Austria, added West Prussia and the Ermland to the Hohenzollern domains in the east, consolidating them into a single territorial bloc and increasing the demographic potential of the state. The total population of Prussia had doubled from 2.5 to 5.4 million towards the end of the reign. 38 Internationally, the military reputation of Prussian absolutism after the 7 Years' War was by now so formidable that Frederick II could effectively dictate the outcome of the two main crises within Germany of the next decades without having to resort to a serious passage of arms. In 1778-9 and again in 1784-5, Austria tried to recoup its position within Germany by achieving an exchange of the southern Netherlands for Bavaria, twice reaching an understanding with the Wittelsbach elector to this end. The merger of Bavaria with Austria would have transformed German history, making the Habsburg dynasty unassailably strong in the south and redirecting the whole political orientation of Vienna centrally back into the Reich. On both occasions, Prussian interdiction sufficed to kill the project. On the first, some token skirmishes in Bohemia were enough. On the second, the diplomatic alignment by Berlin of Hanover, Saxony, Mainz and other principalities in a common bloc against Austria was an adequate veto. The association of princes collected by Frederick II in 1785, a year before his death, advertised and sealed the Hohenzollern preponderance in northern Germany. 4 years later, the French Revolution broke out and the viability of every ancien regime in Europe, no matter how politically new, was thrown into question, as different historical times crossed on the battlefields of revolutionary war. Prussia, performing poorly in the first counter-revolutionary coalition against France in the west, seized the opportunity to divide the rest of Poland with Russia and Austria in the east, and then promptly pulled out of the struggle with the Republic in 1795. The day of reckoning was only postponed by Hohenzollern neutrality during the next decade of European war. In 1806, Napoleon's attack put the Prussian absolutist state to its supreme test. Its armies were crushed at Jena, and it had to sign a peace treaty at Tilsit which reduced it to satellite status. All its territory west of the Elbe was confiscated, French garrisons were planted in its fortresses, and huge indemnities were imposed on it. This was the crisis that produced the era of reforms. In this, its moment of greatest peril and weakness, the Prussian state was able to draw on a remarkable reserve of political, military, and cultural talent to save its existence and renovate its structure. Many of these gifted reformers were in fact from the west and center of Germany, socially much more advanced regions than Prussia itself. Stein, the political leader of the comeback against Napoleon, was an imperial knight from the Rhineland. Gneisenau and Scharnhorst, the architects of the new army, were respectively from Hanover and Saxony. Fichte, the philosophical ideologue of the War of Liberation against the French, was a resident of Hamburg. Hardenberg, the noble most responsible for the final shape of the reforms, was a Hanoverian. 39 The mixed provenance of the reformers was premonitory. Prussian absolutism was henceforward to undergo new leases of life, and deep shifts in character, from the basic fact of its cultural and territorial contiguity with the rest of Germany. From the appearance of Napoleon at the gates of Berlin, there was no longer any possibility of the Hohenzollern state developing en vase clos. For the moment, however, the reforming impulse did not reach very far. Stein, a Francophobe émigré influenced by Montesquieu and Burke, introduced plans for civic equality, agrarian reform, local self-government and nationalist mobilization against Napoleon. In his year of office, he did away with the now cumbersome General Directorium and instituted a conventional ministerial system with functional departments modeled on the lines of the French monarchy, while special officials were dispatched from the capital to supervise provincial affairs. The result was in practice an enhanced centralization of the whole state apparatus, only nominally offset by the grant of limited municipal autonomy to the towns. In the countryside, serfdom was formally abolished and the three estates juridical system abrogated. These policies encountered vehement opposition among the Junker class for their radicalism, and when Stein started to move against the patrimonial jurisdictions and fiscal immunity of the nobility, and to plan a general armed levy against France, he was promptly ejected. His successor Hardenberg, a court politician, then applied a skillful dose of legislation exactly measured to modernize Prussian absolutism, and the class which it represented, to the extent necessary to reinvigorate them, without affecting the essential nature of the feudal state. Agrarian reform was implemented from 1810 to 1816 in such a way as to intensify rural misery still further. In exchange for legal emancipation, the peasants suffered economic despoliation of some 1 million hectares and 260 million marks in compensation to their former masters for their new liberty. 40 The so-called Bauern legend was a cold instrument for the expropriation of the peasantry. Communal lands and the three-field system were swept away. The result was to enlarge the monoreal estates and create a growing mass of landless agricultural laborers, kept at the disposal of the Junkers by strict legal ordinances. Hardenberg simultaneously widened access to land ownership for the bourgeoisie and to the professions for the nobility. The vitality and versatility of the Junker class was thereby increased, without any serious loss of privileges. An attempt to end the role of the Landrat was speedily scuttled by the aristocracy, and the traditional county assemblies remained unreformed. In fact, noble control of the countryside was actually augmented by the extension of Landrat authority to rural towns. Seigneurial dues persisted long after the abolition of serfdom. The exemption of the Rittergut from land taxes lasted until 1861, monoreal police jurisdiction until 1871, Junker monopoly of county administration until 1891. In the cities, Hardenberg abolished guild monopolies, but was unable to end fiscal dualism, while Humboldt drastically extended and modernized the public educational system, from the elementary Volksschule to the foundation of the new University of Berlin. Meanwhile, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau organized a reserve system to evade the post-Tilsit provisions limiting the size of the Prussian army establishment, popularizing recruitment but also thereby increasing the institutional militarization of the whole social order. Field regulations and tactical training were updated. Command functions were rendered formally open to bourgeois recruits, but officers could veto new admissions to their regiments, ensuring that Junker control was not endangered. 41 The net effect of the reform era was to strengthen rather than moderate the royal state in Prussia. Significantly, however, it was in this period that the Junker class, the most loyal nobility in Europe during the difficult growth of absolutism in the 17th and 18th centuries, the only such class never to resort to civil strife against the monarchy, now for the first time became vocally restive. The reformers' threat to its privileges, even though soon retracted, stirred up ideological opposition of a consciously neo-feudal character. Von Marwitz, the leader of Brandenburger dissidents against Hardenberg, revealingly denounced both absolutism and parliamentarism in the name of the long-forgotten Estates Constitution prior to the advent of the Great Elector. Henceforward, there always existed a Kohl-Erich Junker conservatism in Prussia, a mood curiously displaced from the 17th to the 19th century, that was often to be at odds with the monarchy. The sum of the reforms allowed Prussia to participate competently in the final coalition which defeated Napoleonic France. Yet it was essentially a traditional Ancien regime which attended the Congress of Vienna, in company with its neighbors Austria and Russia. Although the Prussian reformers were disliked as near-Jacobins by Metternich, the Hohenzollern state was still in certain respects less socially advanced than the Habsburg Empire after the Josephine reforms of the late 18th century. The real turning point in the history of Prussian absolutism is to be dated, not from the work of the reforms, but from the gains it made at the peace. To prevent it obtaining Saxony, and to compensate it for Russian absorption of most of Poland, the Allies awarded it Rhine-Westphalia at the other end of Germany, much against the will of the court in Berlin. With this act, they shifted the whole historical axis of the Prussian state. Designed by Austria and Britain to check its territorial consolidation in east-central Germany, the Rhenish provinces were separated from Brandenburg by Hanover and Hesse, leaving the Hohenzollern domains strategically straggled across northern Germany, and assigned hazardous defense duties against France in the west. The actual consequences of the settlement were expected by none of the parties to it. The new Hohenzollern possessions contained a population larger than that of all the old provinces put together, 5,500,000 in the west to 5 million in the east. At one stroke, the demographic weight of Prussia doubled to more than 10 million. Bavaria, the next largest German state, had only 3,700,000.42. Moreover, Rhine-Westphalia was one of the most advanced regions of western Germany. The peasantry still paid customary dues and the landowners enjoyed special hunting and other rights, but smallholder agriculture was deeply entrenched and the noble class were generally absentee landlords, not their own estate managers as in Prussia. Rural AMT assemblies included peasant representation, unlike the Junker Kreistag. Social relations in the countryside were thus much milder in pattern. The new provinces contained in addition a large number of flourishing towns, with long traditions of municipal autonomy, commercial exchange, and manufacturing activities. Much more important even than this, of course, was the fact that because of its mineral resources, as yet unexploited, the region was destined to become the most colossal industrial zone in Europe. The military acquisitions of the feudal Prussian state thus came to incorporate the natural heartland of German capitalism. The development of the new composite state into a unified Germany in the course of the 19th century forms in essence part of the cycle of bourgeois revolutions, which will be considered elsewhere. It will be enough here to stress three crucial aspects of the socio-economic evolution of Prussia which rendered possible the later success of the Bismarckian program. Firstly, within the East itself, Hardenberg's agrarian reform of 1816 led to a rapid and imposing advance of the whole corn economy. By freeing the land market, the reform progressively sieved out incapable and indebted Junkers from the countryside. Correspondingly, the number of bourgeois investors in land increased, a stratum of prosperous peasant farmers or Grossbauern emerged, and there was a marked rationalization of agrarian management. By 1855, 45% of the Rittergüter in the 6 eastern provinces had non-aristocratic owners. 43 At the same time, those Junkers who were left on the land were now proprietors of larger and more productive estates, aggrandized both by purchase from fellow nobles and by eviction of peasants from commons and small holdings. In the 1880s, 70% of the largest agrarian properties were owned by nobles. 44 The whole agricultural sector entered a phase of expansion and prosperity. Crop yields and sown acreage rose together. In fact, both of them doubled in Ostelbian Prussia from 1815 to 1864.45. The new latifundia were now tilled by wage laborers, and becoming increasingly orthodox capitalist enterprises. This wage labor, however, was itself regulated by a feudal Gesindordnung which survived into the 20th century, and imposed a ruthless manorial discipline on agricultural laborers and domestic servants, with imprisonment for striking and strict limits to mobility. The Bauernlegion had not meant an exodus from the countryside, it had produced a large rural proletariat, whose numbers now rose as output increased, helping to keep wages low. The Junker aristocracy thus achieved a successful cumulative conversion to capitalist agriculture, while still exploiting every patrimonial privilege it could keep. The nobles easily made the transition from manorial to capitalistic agriculture, while large numbers of the peasantry were permitted to drown in the cleansing waters of economic freedom. 46. Meanwhile, the Prussian bureaucracy was performing a fundamental service in bridging the Eastern agrarian economy with the Industrial Revolution simultaneously getting underway in the western provinces. In the early 19th century, the civil service, which had always provided an occupational refuge for the underdeveloped middle class of the traditional Hohenzollern domains, although it had never dominated its top ranks, was responsible for the gradual establishment of the Zollverein uniting most of Germany with Prussia in a single trading zone. Von Motz and Mawson, of the finance ministry, were the two architects of this system, built up from 1818 to 1836, which effectively excluded Austria from German economic development and bound the smaller states commercially to Prussia. 47 The surge of railway construction from the 1830s onwards in turn stimulated rapid economic growth within the customs union. Bureaucratic initiatives were also of some importance in providing technological and financial aids to nascent Prussian industry. In the 1850s, the Zollverein was extended to most of the remaining northern principalities. Austrian intrusion into it was later deftly blocked by Delbruck, in the Commerce Ministry. The low tariff policies steadily pursued by the Prussian civil service, culminating in the Treaty of Paris with France in 1864, were a critical weapon in the diplomatic and political competition between Berlin and Vienna. Within Germany, Austria could not afford the economic liberalization which drew the South German states, dependent on international trade, to the side of Prussia. 48.